struggle for it. This Hegelian logic is at work in Wagner's universe up to and including Parsifal, whose final message is profoundly Hegelian: the wound can be healed only by the spear that smote it, die wunderschliester Speer nur der sie Schlag. Hegel says the same thing, although with the accent shifted in the opposite direction. Spirit is itself the wound it tries to heal, that is, the wound is self-inflicted. 72 What is spirit at its most elementary? It is the wound of nature. The subject is the immense absolute power of negativity, of introducing a gap or cut into the given and immediate substantial unity, the power of differentiating, of abstracting, of tearing apart and treating as self-standing what in reality is part of an organic unity. This is why the notion of the self-alienation of spirit losing itself in its otherness, in its objectivization, in its result, is more paradoxical than it may appear. It should be read together with Hegel's assertion of the thoroughly non-substantial character of spirit. There is no residential cogitans, no thing which also has the property of thinking. Spirit is nothing but the process of overcoming natural immediacy, of the cultivation of this immediacy, of withdrawing into itself or taking off from it, of why not, alienating itself from it. The paradox is thus that there is no self that precedes spirit's self-alienation. The very process of alienation creates/generates the self from which spirit is alienated and to which it then returns. Spirit's self-alienation is the same as, fully coincides with, its alienation from its other, nature, because it constitutes itself through its return to itself from its immersion in natural otherness. In other words, spirit's return to itself creates the very dimension to which it returns. What this also means is that communism should no longer be conceived as the subjective, appropriation of the alienated substantial content. All versions of reconciliation which take the form the subject swallows the substance should be rejected. So, again, reconciliation is the full acceptance of the abyss of the desubstantialized process as the only actuality that exists. The subject has no substantial actuality, it comes second. It emerges only through the process of separation, of overcoming its presuppositions, and these presuppositions are also only a retroactive effect of the same process of their overcoming. The result is thus that there is, at both extremes of the process, a failure or a negativity inscribed into the very heart of the entity we are dealing with. If the status of the subject is thoroughly processual, it means that it emerges through the very failure to fully actualize itself. This brings us again to one possible formal definition of the subject. A subject tries to articulate, express, itself in a signifying chain. This articulation fails, and by means of and through this failure, the subject emerges. The subject is the failure of its signifying representation. This is why Lacan writes the subject of the signifier as dollar, as bard. In a love letter, the very failure of the writer to formulate his declaration in a clear and effective manner, his vacillations, the letter's fragmentary nature, and so on can in themselves be proof, perhaps are the necessary and only reliable proof, that the professed love is authentic. Here, the very failure to deliver the message properly is the sign of its authenticity. Were the message to be delivered smoothly, it would only invite the suspicion that it is part of a calculated approach, or that the writer in fact loves himself, or the charm of his writing, more than he loves his beloved, that his love object is effectively just a pretext for engaging in the narcissistically satisfying activity of writing. And the same goes for substance. Substance is not only always already lost, it only comes to be through its loss, as a secondary return to itself, which means that substance is always already subjectivized. In the reconciliation between subject and substance, both poles thus lose their firm identity. Take the case of ecology. Radical emancipatory politics should aim neither at complete mastery over nature nor at a humble acceptance of the predominance of Mother Earth. Rather, nature should be exposed in all its catastrophic contingency and indeterminacy, and human agency assumed in the total unpredictability of its consequences. Viewed from this perspective of the other Hegel, the revolutionary act no longer involves as its agent the Lecoqian substance subject, that agent who knows what it is doing while doing it. Proletarians or rentiers. One needs this other Hegel especially in order to grasp the central problem we are facing today: how does the late capitalist predominance, or even hegemonic role, of intellectual/immaterial labor affect Marx's basic scheme of the separation of labor from its objective conditions, and of the revolution as the subjective reappropriation of those conditions? The paradox is that while this immaterial labor no longer involves the separation of labor from its immediate objective conditions, workers own their computers, etc., which is why they can make contracts as autonomous producers. Nevertheless, the substance of immaterial labor, what Lacan called the big other, the network of symbolic relations, cannot be appropriated by collective subjects, the way the substance of material labor can be. The reason is very precise: the big other, the symbolic substance, is the very network of intersubjective, collective, relations. As such, its appropriation can only be achieved if intersubjectivity is reduced to a single subject, even if it is a collective one. At the level of the big other, reconciliation between subject and substance can no longer be conceived as the subject's appropriation of the substance, but only as the reconciliation of subjects mediated by substance. It is against this background that we should measure the ambiguity of what is arguably the left's only original economic idea of the last few decades: the basic, citizens' income, that is, a form of rent ensuring the dignified survival of all citizens, in particular those who have no other resources. The term rent as used in Brazil, renta basica, should be taken seriously here. The introduction of a basic rent brings to a conclusion the becoming rent of profit which characterizes contemporary capitalism. After the rent paid to those who have privatized parts of the general intellect, like Bill Gates, who collects rent for enabling people to participate in global networking, and the rent collected by those who dispose of scarce natural resources, oil, etc., finally, the workforce, the third element in the production process, would also be paid a rent. On what is this rent based? As its other name, citizens' income, indicates, it is a rent paid to all the citizens of a state, privileging them over non-citizens. This, perhaps, also explains why the idea of demanding some minimal social work as a condition for receiving this rent is seldom discussed. The point is precisely that we are dealing with a rent, something citizens receive on account of the mere fact of being citizens of a state, independently of what they do. Brazil was the first country to pass a law guaranteeing a minimum income. In 2004, President Lula signed the law guaranteeing an unconditional basic income, or citizenship income, for every Brazilian citizen or foreigner resident for 5 years or more. The payment will be of equal value, payable in monthly amounts and sufficient to cover minimal expenses in food, housing, education, and healthcare, taking into account the country's level of development and budgetary possibilities. While this basic citizenship income will be realized in steps, at the discretion of the executive, and giving priority to the neediest layers of the population, it is nonetheless viewed as an important breakthrough, grounded in a long tradition of social struggle. In the last quarter of the 19th century, a real social, economic and political organization was born in Canudos, a municipality in the state of Bahia, in the northeast of Brazil, created on the grounds of a complex religious system, and headed by Antonio Conselheiro. This community developed a mutual, cooperative, and solidary concept of work. In Canudos, which once held a population of 24,000 people and 5,200 homes, there was a kind of socio-mystical, religious, assisting, community power inspired by the equalitarian fraternity of primitive Christian communism, in which there was no hunger. They all worked together. Nobody had anything. Everybody worked the soil, everybody labored. Harvested. Here's yours. Here's yours. Nobody got more nor less. Conselheiro had read Thomas More, and his experiences were similar to those of utopian socialists Fourier and Owen. Canudos was razed by the Brazilian army, and Antonio Conselheiro was beheaded in 1897.73. The movement in support of a basic citizen's income is also growing in other countries. In South Africa, it has received support from several institutions. In Europe, some followers of Tony Negri are working on a similar legislation for the European Union, and so on. But the truly surprising case is that of Alaska. The Alaska Permanent Fund is a constitutionally established fund managed by a semi-independent corporation. It was established in 1976, when the oil from Alaska's North Slope began flowing into the market, enabling the state to spend at least 25% of proceeds on helping the poor and raising levels of social welfare. In theoretical terms, the first to elaborate the idea was the Brazilian economist Antonio Maria de Silveira, who, already in 1975, published a book called Redistribution of Income. Today, the main proponent of the idea of a basic income is Felipe van Parijs, who hailed the new Brazilian law as a deep reform which belongs in the same category as the abolition of slavery or the adoption of universal suffrage. Parijs's idea is that a capitalist society offering a substantial and unconditional basic income to all its members would be capable of reconciling equality and freedom, resolving the old deadlock whereby more of the one entails less of the other. 74 Relying on Rawls and Dworkin, Parijs claims that such a society beyond traditional capitalism and socialism would be both just and feasible, and would promote a genuine freedom to make choices. In today's society, one cannot really choose to stay at home in order to raise children or to start a business. Such freedom would be feasible only if, as a form of income redistribution, a society were to tax the scarce commodity of well-paid jobs. But Parijs's idea is that the dynamic of capitalism can be combined with Rawls's notion of a just society as one that maximizes the least advantaged individual's real freedom, the freedom to choose what one prefers. In short, the only possible moral justification for capitalism would lie in its productivity being harnessed to provide the highest sustainable basic income. Parijs thus offers a real third way beyond capitalism and socialism. The very profit-seeking process which sustains capitalist productivity is to be taxed to provide for the poor. In contrast to Canudo's and other socialist utopias where all members have to work, working or not working is here a truly free choice. The freedom to choose not to work is added to the capitalist society of free choice as a genuine option. If there is exploitation in such a society, it lies not so much in the exploitation of the workers by the capitalists as in the exploitation of the productive strata of both capitalists and workers by the non-workers. Those who receive the rent are not the parasites at the top of the social scale, noblemen, priests, but those at the bottom. Furthermore, the minimum income would increase workers' negotiating power, since they would be able to refuse any job offer they considered outrageous or unacceptable. Moreover, it would support consumption, giving a boost to demand, and thus help the economy to thrive. It is easy to note here the link of the theory of the basic income with the cultural capitalist notion of a commodity itself containing or providing the remedy against the consumerist excess. In the same way as you do your ecological or social duty by buying a product, the price of a Starbucks cappuccino includes money for organic agriculture, for helping the poor, etc. The practice of basic income is making capitalism work for the common good. The more capitalists profit, the more they will provide for the welfare of those at the bottom. The consumptariat, the idea that, in developed societies, the lower class is no longer a proletariat but a class of consumers kept satisfied with cheap, mass-produced commodities, from genetically modified food to digitalized mass culture. 75 becomes a reality with basic income. Those excluded from the production process are paid the basic income not only for reasons of solidarity, but also so that their demand will fuel production and thus prevent crises. We should be attentive to the presuppositions behind the basic income solution. First, we remain within capitalism. Social production remains predominantly capitalist, and redistribution is imposed from the outside by the state apparatus. After 1989, most of the few remaining communist countries which survived made every possible concession to capitalism, allowing unconstrained market exploitation, giving away everything except the essential, the power of the Communist Party. The basic income society is a kind of symmetrical reversal of this capitalist socialism. It too would give away everything, everything except the essential, the smooth running of the capitalist machine. The basic income idea is the most radical version of welfare state distributive justice, of the attempt to make capitalism work for social welfare. As such, it presupposes a very strong state, a state able to enforce and control such a radical redistribution. Along these lines, one can even imagine a worldwide basic income system, in which rich states support poor ones in a regulated way. The basic income would make it possible to accept and render functional the trend towards the marginalization of 80% of the population within the economy. It should come as no surprise, then, that Peter Sloterdijk, the liberal conservative enfant terrible of contemporary German thought, has arrived at a similar conclusion. Sloterdijk's diagnosis of the contemporary predicament is that in our developed Western societies the balance between the two basic life forces, eros and thymos, desire grounded in lack and need and pride grounded in self-assertive generosity, has been fatally disturbed. Lack and need have priority over excess and generous giving, guilt and dependence over pride and self-assertion, precariousness over excess. 76 We are paralyzed by cowardice when confronted with prideful self-assertion and giving. We have practically no understanding for the complementary dimension of the life of the human soul, the pride, the honor, the generosity, the having and the bequeathing, the whole scale of giving virtues which belong to the complete thymotic life. 77 Consequently, only a kind of political psychological reformation 78 can help us to break out of this lethargocratic basic atmosphere. And Sloterdijk adds here a nice multiculturalist twist: our focus on lack is Eurocentric and, as such, prevents us from dealing adequately with other cultures. Our thinking, caught in the categories of lacking and needing, prohibits us from grasping even approximately the numerous pride cultures which continue to exist on the earth together with their life projects in which the man possesses a plus and demands honor. 79 Sloterdijk would not be Sloterdijk if he had not drawn from this simple diagnosis a far-reaching and provocative conclusion. Previously, we thought that only the united, poor could save the world, but the 20th century has shown the catastrophic consequences of this attitude, the destructive violence which is engendered by universalized resentment. Now, in the 21st century, we should finally have the courage to accept that only the rich can save the world. Exceptionally creative and generously giving individuals like Bill Gates and George Soros have done more for the struggles for political freedom and against disease than has any state intervention. Sloterdijk's diagnosis should not be confused with the usual conservative liberal rant against the so-called resentment left. The central idea is that we have had enough of the welfare tyranny that abounds in our democratic despotism. As in the Middle Ages, personal pride is today the greatest sin, and our fundamental right is more and more simply the right to dependence. Welfare is today a drug on which more and more people depend. A good human idea turned into a kind of opium for the people. 80 What makes Sloterdijk interesting is that he understands his proposal as a strategy to secure the survival of modern Europe's greatest economico-political achievement, the social democratic welfare state. According to Sloterdijk, our reality in Europe, at least, is objective social democracy as opposed to subjective social democracy. We should distinguish between the social democracy associated with the panoply of political parties that claim this label, and social democracy as the formula of a system which precisely describes the political economic order of things, which is defined by the modern state as the state of taxes, as the infrastructure state, as the state of the rule of law and, not least, as the social state and the therapy state. Consequently, in the systemic actuality of the Western nation-states, we are always dealing with two social democracies which we should carefully keep apart if we want to avoid confusion. We encounter everywhere a phenomenal and a structural social democracy, a manifest and a latent one which appears as a party and another which is more or less irreversibly built into in the very definitions, functions, and procedures of modern statehood as such. 81. This really existing semi-socialism is today approaching its limits. Although our societies prosper through the redistribution of wealth generated by the creative minority, both political poles deny this fact. The left denies it because, if it were to admit it, it would have to accept that the left itself lives off the exploitation of the rich and successful. The right denies it because, if it didn't, it would have to accept that it is really part of the social democratic left. Such denials worked for as long as the political scene was focused on a nation-state playground in which a large popular People's Party was able to make a pact between the wider population and the productive minority. Today, however, with global migration and exchange, this social national synthesis is becoming less and less workable. Therein resides, for ZIZEK, the lesson of the 2009 German elections. The great losers were both the People's Parties, the Social Democrats as well as the CSU/CDU, while the winners were the Liberal Democrats who, not wanting to represent the whole of society, deliberately restrict themselves to standing for the productive minority. In order to maintain objective social democracy, it is therefore crucial to grant this creative and tax-active strata the social recognition they deserve. They are not the exploiters, not the takers, but the givers in our societies, those on whose creativity our entire welfare hinges. This is why, according to ZIZEK, we should finally correct the old mistake, for which Ricardo and Marx are mainly responsible, of recognizing only labor as the value-generating agency. Arguably there is in the entire history of ideas no other case of a theoretical mistake which entailed such large practical consequences. On this mistake is based a system, virulent up until today, of calumniating the bearers of creativity, whose reign extends over 200 years, from the early socialists to the post-communists. 82. We should create a new semantic, a new space of hegemonic ideas in which the culture of pride, and the recognition of the achievers, not only fiscal, but also moral, will have its proper place. However, one might respond, is not the lesson of the ongoing financial crisis exactly the opposite? Most of the gigantic sums involved in the bailout are going precisely to those Ayn Randian deregulated titans who failed in their creative schemes and thereby caused the meltdown. It isn't the great creative geniuses who are now helping lazy ordinary people, it's the ordinary taxpayers who are helping these failed creative geniuses. Furthermore, is it not the case that, instead of blaming the egalitarian resentment left for the preponderance of eros over thymos, ZIZEK would do better to recall his own earlier point that it is capitalism itself which, in its very core, is driven by a perverted eros, by a lack which becomes ever deeper the more it is satisfied. Therein resides the superego core of capitalism. The more profit you amass, the more you need. Aware of all this, and referring to Georges Baudelai's notion of the general economy of sovereign expenditure, which he opposes to the restrained economy of capitalism's endless profiteering, ZIZEK sketches the outlines of capitalism split from itself, its immanent self-overcoming. Capitalism culminates when it creates out of itself its own most radical and the only fruitful opposite, totally different from what the classic left, caught in its miserabilism, was able to dream about. 83. His positive mention of Andrew Carnegie shows the way. The sovereign self-negating gesture of the endless accumulation of wealth is to spend that wealth on things beyond price and outside market circulation, the arts and sciences, public health, and so on. This concluding sovereign gesture enables the capitalist to break out of the vicious cycle of endlessly expanded reproduction, of making money in order to earn more money. When he donates his accumulated wealth for the public good, the capitalist self-negates himself as the mere personification of capital and its reproductive circulation. His life acquires meaning. Expanded reproduction is no longer taken as an end in itself. Furthermore, the capitalist thereby accomplishes the shift from eros to thymos, from the perverted erotic logic of accumulation to public recognition and reputation. What this amounts to is nothing less than an elevating of figures such as Soros or Gates into personifications of the inherent self-negation of the capitalist process itself. Their charity work in the form of immense donations to public welfare is not just a personal idiosyncrasy. Whether sincere or hypocritical, it is the logical endpoint of capitalist circulation, necessary from the strictly economic standpoint, since it allows the capitalist system to postpone its crisis. It re-establishes balance, a kind of redistribution of wealth to the truly needy without falling into a fateful trap, namely the destructive logic of resentment and enforced statist redistribution of wealth which can only end in generalized misery. It also avoids, one might add, the other standard way of re-establishing a kind of balance and asserting thymos through sovereign expenditure, namely war. This paradox signals a sad predicament of ours: contemporary capitalism cannot reproduce itself on its own. It needs extra economic injections of charity to sustain the cycle of social reproduction. The proximity of Sloterdijk and Van Parages cannot but strike the eye. From opposite ends, they both reach the same practical conclusion: both aim to justify capitalism by way of making it serve the social democratic welfare state. One problem with Sloterdijk's position is precisely that of thymos, of people's pride and dignity. How does the fact that my welfare depends on charity affect my pride? The basic income idea seems to avoid this by respecting the dignity of the receivers, since the income is not the result of private charity, but a state-regulated right of every citizen. Nevertheless, its division of society into basic and productive citizens poses uncharted problems of resentment. Furthermore, precisely because the minimum required for a dignified life is not only a matter of material needs to be satisfied but, also, a matter of social relations, of envy and resentment, one could argue that there is no just measure of the basic income, ensuring it is set neither too low, thereby condemning the non-workers to humiliating poverty, nor too high and so devaluing productive effort. All these problems point towards the utopian nature of the basic income project, yet another dream of having one's cake and eating it, of, cons, training the capitalist beast to serve the cause of egalitarian justice. But today's historical conjuncture does not compel us to drop the notion of the proletariat, or of the proletarian position. On the contrary, it compels us to radicalize it to an existential level beyond even Marx's imagination. We need a more radical notion of the proletarian subject, a subject reduced to the evanescent point of the Cartesian cogito, deprived of its substantial content. It would be easy, all too easy, to raise a critical Marxist argument against this universalization of the notion of the proletariat. One should distinguish the general process of proletarianization, reduction to the minimum of substanceless subjectivity, from the specific Marxian point regarding the proletariat as the exploited productive class deprived of the fruits of its labor. Indeed, it is obvious that what distinguishes the Marxian proletariat from the proletarianization of the people living in an ecological wasteland, deprived of their collective symbolic substance, reduced to a post-dramatic shell, and so on, is that only the Marxian proletariat is the exploited creator of all wealth, which is why it is only the Marxian proletariat that can reappropriate it, recognizing within it its own alienated product. The problem is that the rise of intellectual labor, scientific knowledge as well as practical savoir-faire, to a hegemonic position, the general intellect, undermines the standard notion of exploitation, since it is no longer labor time which serves as the source and ultimate measure of value. But what this means is that the concept of exploitation needs to be radically rethought. Measured by the strict Marxist standards, Venezuela, like Saudi Arabia, etc., is now unambiguously exploiting other countries. The main source of its wealth, oil, is a natural resource. Its price is a rent which does not express value, whose sole source is labor. Venezuelans are enjoying a form of collective rent from the developed countries, rent gained by the fact of possessing scarce resources. The only way one can talk about the exploitation of Venezuela here is to abandon Marx's labor theory of value for the neoclassical theory of three factors of production: resources, labor, capital, each of which contributes to the value of the product. Only if, applying this theory, we claim that a developed country is not paying the full price for oil, full price being defined as the price that would have been reached in conditions of frictionless market competition, can we say that, prior to Chávez's rule, Venezuela was exploited? We cannot have it both ways. Something has to go, either Marx's labor theory of value or the notion of exploitation of the developing countries through robbing them of their natural resources. The diminishing role of direct physical labor is gradually changing the role and motivation of strikes. In the classic era of capitalism, workers went on strike to get better wages, working conditions, and so on, counting on their indispensability. Without their labor, machines stood still, losing the owners large amounts of money. Today, since workers can increasingly be replaced by machines or by outsourcing the entire productive process, striking where it occurs at all is more a protest act addressed primarily to the general public rather than owners or managers, its goal being simply to maintain jobs by making the public aware of the terrifying predicament that awaits the workers if they lose their jobs, and a typical strike now occurs in a factory which plans to radically curtail or close down production. This is the possibility not taken into account by Marx, the very process of the rise of the general intellect, and of the marginalization of physical labor measured by time, instead of undermining capitalism by way of rendering capitalist exploitation meaningless, can be used to render workers more impotent and defenseless, using their potential uselessness itself as a threat against them. Against this background, one can also elaborate in a new way the relationship between the exploited and their exploiters. It was clear already to Marx that the exploiters, the owners of the means of production, that is, of the objective conditions of the production process, are a stand-in for the alienated objective other. The capitalist is the agent of dead past work. Human subordination of nature is thus reflected in the split within humankind itself, where the relation is inverted. The general productive relationship between humankind and nature is that between subject and object. Humanity as a collective subject asserts its domination over nature through its transformation and exploitation in the productive process. Within humankind itself, however, productive workers as the living force of domination over nature are themselves subordinated to those who are the agents of, or stand-ins for, subordinated objectivity. This paradox was clearly perceived already by Adorno and Horkheimer in their Dialectic of Enlightenment, where they show how domination over nature necessarily entails the class domination of people over other people. The question to be raised here concerns the classical Marxian notion of proletarian revolution. Is it not all too subjectivist, conceiving communism as the final victory of subject over substance? This does not mean that we have to accept the necessity of social domination. We should, rather, accept the primacy of the objective. Adorno: the way to rid ourselves of our masters is not for humankind itself to become a collective master over nature, but to recognize the imposture in the very notion of the master. Interlude 3. The architectural parallax. My knowledge of architecture is limited to some idiosyncratic data. My love for Ayn Rand and her architecture novel The Fountainhead won my admiration for Baroque Stalinist wedding cake kitsch. My dream of a house composed only of secondary spaces and places of passage, stairs, corridors, toilets, storerooms, kitchen with no living room or bedroom. The danger I am courting is thus that what I have to say will oscillate between the two extremes of unfounded speculation and architectural commonplace. But maybe, just maybe, my use of the notion of parallax will justify the risk involved in my venturing some remarks on architecture based on this concept, which I have borrowed from Kojin Karatani. Point 2. Parallax, according to its common definition, is the apparent displacement of an object, the shift of its position against a background, caused by a change in observational position that provides a new line of sight. The philosophical twist to be added, of course, is that the observed difference is not simply subjective, thanks to the fact that it is the same object existing out there which is seen from two different points of view. It is rather that, as Hegel would have put it, subject and object are inherently mediated, so that an epistemological shift in the subject's point of view always reflects an ontological shift in the object itself. The parallax gap is thus not just a matter of shifting perspective. From one standpoint, a building looks a certain way. If I move a little bit, it looks different. Things get interesting when we notice that the gap is inscribed into the real building itself, as if the building, in its very material existence, bears the imprint of different and mutually exclusive perspectives. When we succeed in identifying a parallax gap in a building, the gap between the two perspectives thus opens up a place for a third, virtual building. In this way, we can also define the creative moment of architecture. It concerns not merely or primarily the actual building, but the virtual space of new possibilities opened up by the actual building. Furthermore, the parallax gap in architecture means that the spatial disposition of a building cannot be understood without reference to the temporal dimension. The parallax gap is the inscription of our changing temporal experience when we approach and enter a building. It is a little bit like a cubist painting, presenting the same object from different perspectives, condensing into the same spatial surface a temporal extension. Through the parallax gap in the object itself, time becomes space, which is Claude Lévi-Strauss's definition of myth. It is in this sense that, when confronted with an antinomic stance in the precise Kantian sense of the term, we should renounce all attempts to reduce one aspect to the other, or, a fortiori, to enact a kind of dialectical synthesis of opposites. The task is, on the contrary, to conceive of all possible positions as responses to a certain underlying deadlock or antagonism, as so many attempts to resolve this deadlock. This brings us immediately to so-called postmodern architecture, which, sometimes, seems to enact the notion of parallax in a directly palpable way. Think about Libeskind or Gehry. Their work often appears as a desperate, or joyous, attempt to combine two incompatible structuring principles within the same building, in the case of Libeskind, horizontal/vertical and oblique cubes, in the case of Gehry, traditional house with modern concrete, corrugated iron, glass supplements, as if two principles were locked in a struggle for hegemony. Postmodernism and class struggle. In his seminal essay on Gehry, Frederick Jameson reads his plans for individual houses as an attempt to mediate tradition, old ornamented wooden structures, and alienated modernity, the iron, concrete, and glass. The result is an amphibious building, a freakish combination, an old house to which, like a cancerous outgrowth, a modern concrete iron part is annexed. In his first landmark project, the renovation of his own home in Santa Monica, 1977-78, Gehry took a modest bungalow on a corner lot, wrapped it in layers of corrugated metal and chain link, and poked glass structures through its exterior. The result was a simple house extruded into surprising shapes and surfaces, spaces and views. Jameson discerns a quasi-utopian impulse in this dialectic between the remains of the traditional, rooms from the old house, preserved like archaic dream traces in a museum of the modern, and the new wrappings, themselves constituted in the base materials of the American wasteland. For this interaction between the space of the preserved old house and the interstitial space created by the wrapping generates a new space, a space which poses a question fundamental to thinking about contemporary American capitalism, that between advanced technological and scientific achievement and poverty and waste. 5. A clear indication, to my Marxist mind, that architectural projects are answers to a problem which is ultimately socio-political. But are we justified in using the, now already half-obsolete, term postmodernism? Insofar as post-68 capitalism forms a specific economic, social, and cultural unity, this very unity justifies the name postmodernism. Although many warranted criticisms were made of postmodernism as a new form of ideology, one should nonetheless admit that, when Jean-François Lyotard, in his The Postmodern Condition, elevated the term from merely describing certain new artistic tendencies, especially in writing and architecture, to designating a new historical epoch, there was an element of authentic nomination in his act. Postmodernism effectively functioned as a new master signifier which introduced a new order of intelligibility into the confused multiplicity of historical experience. We can thus easily apply to architecture the Lacanian triad of the real, the symbolic, and the imaginary, vaguely corresponding to the triad of realism, modernism, and postmodernism. First, there is the reality of the physical laws one has to obey if a building is to stand up, of the concrete functions it has to fulfill, of the needs it has to satisfy. People should be able to live or work in it, it should not cost too much, all the panoply of pragmatic utilitarian considerations. Then, there is the symbolic level, the ideological meanings a building is supposed to embody and convey. Finally, there is the imaginary space, the experience of those who will live or work in the building. How does it feel to them? We might argue that one of the defining features of postmodernism is the autonomization of each of these three levels. Function is dissociated from form and so forth. If ever there was an example of architecture in which the symbolic function predominated, it was in communist Albania, where its leader Enver Hoxha, obsessed with protecting the country from foreign invasion, ordered the construction of over 10,000 small concrete cupola-like bunkers, mostly about 6 yards in diameter, which are strewn all over Albania, the poorest country in Europe with 1.5 million inhabitants. Obviously, the role of these bunkers was neither real, as a means of military defense they were worthless, nor imaginary, they were certainly not built with the pleasurable experience of those trained to use them in mind, but for purely symbolic reasons, to serve as a sign of Albania's determination to defend itself at all costs. 6. To these three levels of architecture, the real, the symbolic, and the imaginary, one should add a fourth, virtual architecture. Second Life is a thriving 3D space of virtual communities in which one buys part of a virtual space shared by others, composes the identity of one's own avatar, and then goes on to build a home, do business, interact with others, and so on. Even China is moving in with its own version. The key difference with regard to multiplayer internet games like Warcraft is that in Second Life there are no pre-established rules and tasks, and one must form one's own identity from scratch. And of course, this leads to ethical and legal problems. There have already been cases of virtual pedophilia. The phenomenon is becoming more and more important according to some estimates. Within a couple of years, more than 3/4 of internet users, over 1 billion people, will also inhabit a virtual universe of the kind on offer in Second Life. 7. The irony is that this community has its own money, Linden dollars, which have a fixed rate of exchange with real dollars. That is to say, within this universe, one's avatar has to shop, has to buy clothes, food, cars, houses, and so on, since most players cannot program them. And who sells these items? Other players who can do the programming. There is a Second Lifer fashion designer who sells shirts and jackets for other players' avatars. In real life, he was not earning enough, so he moved to Second Life, making sketches of the clothes and then hiring an inexpensive programmer to digitalize the designed items. His earnings in real money terms are 3 times more than they were in his real-life job, plus he has no problems with physical workers or raw materials once the design is digitalized. Selling thousands of each item involves just making so many copies, which costs nothing. No wonder Second Life has been praised for offering a space of pure frictionless capitalism. In his modernist manifesto Ornament and Crime, from 1908, Adolf Loos drew from the axiom that form follows function the demand for the elimination of ornament. The evolution of culture marches with the elimination of ornament from useful objects. For Loos, ornaments were immoral and degenerate, so their suppression was necessary for regulating modern society. Interestingly, he took as one of his examples the tattooing of the Papuans. Loos considered the Papuans not to have evolved to the moral and civilized levels of modern man, who, should he tattoo himself, would be considered either a criminal or a degenerate. We should add here that, in our everyday lives, ideology is at work, especially in the apparently innocent reference to pure utility. One should never forget that, in the symbolic universe, utility functions as a reflexive notion, that is, it always involves the assertion of utility as meaning. For example, someone who lives in a large city and drives a Land Rover is unlikely to be leading the kind of no-nonsense, down-to-earth life suggested by his choice of car. Rather, he owns such a vehicle in order to signal that he leads his life under the sign of a no-nonsense, down-to-earth attitude. The architecturally correct opposition between authentic function and vulgar display can be illustrated by the contrast between a simple water pump and a gold tap, the one a simple object satisfying a vital need, the other suggesting an excessive display of wealth. However, one should always be careful in such cases to avoid the trap signaled by John Berger in his Success and Failure of Picasso, where he notes acidly that Picasso's blue period, because it deals pathetically with the poor, has always been the favorite among the rich. 8. Upon a closer look, one soon discovers that this opposition is overdetermined by a much more complex and ambiguous background. Anyone who visits real slums, like the Brazilian favelas, cannot help noticing how the improvised patchwork buildings, even if made from remainders of corrugated iron and wood, are full of often ridiculously excessive kitsch decorations, including, fake, of course, gold taps. It is, mostly, poor people who dream about gold taps, while rich people like to imagine the simple functionality of household equipment. Providing a simple water pump is how Bill Gates seeks to help poor Africans, while the poor Africans themselves would probably embellish it as soon as possible with kitsch ornamentation. It is like the ironic remark made by an observer of the Yeltsin years in Russia that ordinary women who wanted to appear attractive dressed like the common idea of prostitutes, heavy red lipstick, cheap jewels, and so on, while real prostitutes preferred to mark their distinction by wearing simple but expensive business suits. Indeed, as a saying popular among the poor who participate in carnivals in Brazil goes, only the rich like modesty, the poor prefer luxury. In contrast to Luce, Robert Venturi emphasized the importance of a building communicating meaning to the public, which necessitates incorporating non-functional elements into the building. He wittily changed Mies van der Rohe's maxim less is more into less is a bore. What, again, we should add here is that modernist functionalist austerity is always reflexive, it also communicates meaning. The functionality of a high modernist building is the message the building emanates. It is not simply that it is functional, it declares itself as being such, but with the irony that this declaration can often be at the expense of the building's real functionality. Modernist buildings designed without superfluous ornament and simply to fulfill their function end up by precisely not fulfilling their declared functions. The people who live in them often feel constrained and uneasy. It is the excessive, non-functional elements of a building which make it actually functional, that is, livable. In classic modernism, a building was supposed to obey one all-encompassing code, while with postmodernism we have a multiplicity of codes. This can be either a multiplicity, ambiguity, of meanings. What Charles Jenks called diluted metaphor, is the Sydney Opera House the growth of a blossom or a series of turtles copulating? Or a multiplicity of functions, from performance to shopping and eating, Snøhetta's National Opera House in Oslo, designed to appeal to a younger generation, tries to appear cool by imitating sleek stealth bomber lines. Furthermore, the roof inclines into the fjord and doubles as a swimming platform. As has been often remarked, postmodernism can be said to stand for the deregulation of architecture for a radical historicism where, in a globalized pastiche, everything is possible, anything goes. Pastiche works like empty parody, a radical historicism within which the whole of the past is equalized in a synchronicity of the eternal present. The exact functioning of pastiche should be specified with concrete examples and analysis. Let me take an extreme case. In Moscow, there are a couple of exclusive new apartment blocks, designed for the nouveau riches, which perfectly imitate the style of the Stalinist neo-Gothic Baroque, Lomonosov University, the Palace of Culture in Warsaw, etc. To grasp their ideological meaning, let me focus on another, even more extreme, phenomenon, linked to a recent art scandal in Russia. At the beginning of December 2008, the prestigious Kandinsky Prize, the highest art prize in Russia, financially supported by the Guggenheim Foundation and Deutsche Bank, was given to Alexei Belyaev-Gintoft. As expected, this caused a great commotion in art circles, not only in Russia but also in the West, on account of Belyev's outspoken politico-ideological orientation. His paintings directly and crudely display his national Bolshevism, an eclectic mixture of Russian Orthodox patriotic motifs and the Stalino-fascist anti-liberal totalitarian motifs of discipline, sacrifice, and so on, all rendered in a kitschy Stalinist romantic realist Baroque style. Belyaev is a member of philosopher Alexander Dugin's pro-Kremlin Eurasian movement, which calls for union with our great eastern neighbors and anticipates the blinding dawn of the new Russian Revolution. Fascism as limitless as our lands, and red as our blood. Its catechism features phrases such as strength begets strength and our goal is absolute power. How are we to read Belyaev's success? One should begin by openly identifying his class basis. Predictably, Belyaev's glorification of violence, imperial domination, blood, soil, and war, expressed in a self-consciously triumphal neo-Stalinist aesthetic, mixing crimson with gold leaf to confirm its redundant imperialist messages, is not only criticized but also ferociously rejected by the three main ideologico-artistic orientations in Russia, namely, authentic Orthodox conservatives, pro-Western liberals, and, whatever remains of, the left, who all dismiss Belyaev as a clown and performer not to be taken seriously as an artist. This constellation was reflected in the very competition for the prize, where Belyaev unexpectedly beat the anti-communist veteran Boris Orlov's parade of astral bodies and the communist Dmitry Gutov's Used. Orlov's work, which had been expected to win, is a collection of sculptural hybrids, including heads of German eagles and tails of Soviet airplanes covered with black cloth, which pour out of a replica of Malevika's black square hung on the wall. The point, of course, is that black square, this emblem of modernism and the Russian avant-garde, stands also for the crimes that modernity perpetrated under the Nazi and Soviet empires by clearing away the past, erasing the texture of tradition to leave only the minimal difference of black and white. Malevich unwittingly creates the space in which totalitarian violence can thrive. Platonov's foundation pit can also be read at this level. The digging of the foundation for the gigantic proletarian home creates a massive empty square. The construction of the building itself was never even begun. Belyaev's work has the same content as Orlov's, but deprived of the dialectical tension with the black square background which provides the critical edge. In Belyaev, we have only the totalitarian content, directly staged in an affirmative mode. How could this have happened, and what does it mean? As the Socialist League Vipert Forward explained, it is not that the curators and critics in the jury of the Kandinsky Prize are fascist sympathizers. The problem is that they are ultra-liberals. Their market utopianism makes no distinction between right and left, brown and red, fascism and communism. It sees irony lurking around every corner to make everything nice and normal again. We didn't talk about the artist's political convictions, says jury member Alexander Borovsky, head of the Russian Museum's Contemporary Art Department. Borovsky also claims that Belyaev's work is a distanced, playful take on the Etatist zeitgeist. But there is nothing playful in Belyaev's calls for Russian tanks to roll on Tbilisi, to execute the Georgian president, to create a greater Serbia, or to liberate the former Soviet republics under the banner of a Eurasian, read, Russian, empire. It is this indifference that unites the obscure left nationalist, essentially postmodern ideology of Eurasianism and the panestheticism of the Russian business and media elites who control the board of the Kandinsky Prize. Let 1,000 flowers bloom. All ideologies are equal. Art beyond politics, cry all these respectable people as one, thus legitimizing increasingly overt expressions of genuinely felt fascism in the public sphere. Their indifference is a form of complicity. The presence of figures like Belyaev testifies to the ruling elite's rapid drift toward fascism in a moment of crisis. This elite is already deeply reactionary and anti-democratic, having accumulated its capital violently through shock privatization and expropriation. 5 years ago, it began using contemporary art as a means of civic legitimation, establishing its hegemony over the more liberal, glamorous side of cultural life during the Putin normalization 9. The key to Belyaev's success definitely resides in the way he integrates Russia's Soviet hangover with its hyper-capitalist present. It is, however, crucial to analyze the precise modality of this integration, or, to put it in more contemporary theoretical terms, articulation. The self-perception of the engaged public is that of playful indifference, is what Belyaev is doing with totalitarian symbols, not the ultimate triumph over totalitarianism. He can play with it, act as if he believes in it, and nonetheless its ideological efficacy is totally suspended. Russia's Soviet hangover is thus acted out, reduced to an impotent pastiche. Ironic, postmodern Stalino-fascism should thus be considered as the final stage of socialist realism, in which the formula is reflectively redoubled, becoming its own pastiche. So why should we not read Belyaev's use of totalitarian motifs as a case of postmodern irony, as a comic repetition of the totalitarian tragedy? Marx famously wrote that history occurs first as tragedy, then as farce. The ancient Greeks said farewell to their gods in the form of Lucianus's satires, making fun of them. However, as many perspicuous commentators have noticed, sometimes this order can be reversed. What begins as a farce ends up as a tragedy. Throughout the late 1920s, for instance, Hitler and his fringe party were universally mocked as clownish buffoons. The class basis of Believ and his pals is thus the new Russian capitalist elite, which sees itself as ideologically indifferent, apolitical, caring only about money and success, despising all great causes. The spontaneous ideology of this new bourgeoisie appears, paradoxically, as the opposite of their vulgar passion of the real, pleasure, money, power. A no less vulgar panestheticism. All ideologies are equally ridiculous. They are useful only to provide spicy aesthetic excitement, so the more problematic they are, the more excitement they generate. And exactly the same goes for the new apartment blocks built in the style of a neo-Stalinist architecture, which pretends to pretend it, and its public, think that they are just playing a game, but what they are unaware of is that, independently of their playful attitude, the game has the potential to get serious. Their playful indifference conceals the reality of the ruthless exercise of power. What they stage as aesthetic spectacle is reality for the masses of ordinary people. Their indifference towards ideology is the very form of their complicity with the ruling ideology. This indifference bears witness to how, in postmodernism, the parallax is openly admitted, displayed and, in this way, neutralized. The antagonistic tension between different standpoints is flattened out into an indifferent plurality of standpoints. Contradiction thus loses its subversive edge. In a space of globalized permissiveness, inconsistent standpoints cynically coexist. Cynicism is the reaction of so what to inconsistency. One ruthlessly exploits natural resources but also contributes to green causes. So what? Sometimes, the thing itself can serve as its own mask, the most effective way to obfuscate social antagonisms being to openly display them. The incommensurability. But perhaps we have gone too fast. Let me step back and address the basic issue: how does an ideological edifice, real architectural edifices included, deal with social antagonisms? In his classic The Political Unconscious, Frederick Jameson proposed a perspicuous ideologico-critical reading of Claude Lévi-Strauss's interpretation of the unique facial decorations of the Quilombo Indians from Brazil. 10. They use a design which is symmetrical but yet lies across an oblique axis. A complicated situation based upon two contradictory forms of duality, and resulting in a compromise brought about by a secondary opposition between the ideal axis of the object itself, the human face, and the ideal axis of the figure which it represents. Jameson comments, already on the purely formal level, then, this visual text has been grasped as a contradiction by way of the curiously provisional and asymmetrical resolution it proposes for that contradiction. 11. Incidentally, does this not sound like a map of Manhattan, where the symmetrical design of streets and avenues is cut across by the oblique axis of Broadway? Or, at the architectural level, like a typical Libeskind building with its tension between vertical and crooked lines? In the next, crucial, move, Levi-Strauss interprets this imagined formal resolution of an antagonism as, not a reflection, but, a symbolic act, a transposition displacement of the basic social imbalance asymmetry antagonism of Quilombo society. The Quilombo are a hierarchical society, and their nascent hierarchy is already the place of the emergence, if not of political power in the strict sense, then at least of relations of domination, the inferior status of women, the subordination of youth to elders, and the development of a hereditary aristocracy. Yet whereas this latent power structure is, among the neighboring Guana and Borora, masked by a division into moieties which cuts across the three castes, and whose exogamous exchange appears to function in a non-hierarchical, essentially egalitarian way, it is openly present in Quilombo life, as surface inequality and conflict. The social institutions of the Guana and Borora, on the other hand, provide a realm of appearance, in which real hierarchy and inequality are dissimulated by the reciprocity of the moieties, and in which, therefore, Asymmetry of class is balanced by symmetry of moieties. 12. Is this not also our predicament? In bourgeois societies, we are split between formal legal equality sustained by the institutions of a democratic state, and class distinctions enforced by the economic system. We live the tension between, on the one hand, politically correct respect for human rights, and so forth, and growing inequalities, gated communities, and exclusions on the other. And exactly the same goes for architecture. When a building embodies democratic openness, this appearance is never a mere appearance, it has a reality of its own, it structures the way individuals interact in their real lives. The problem with the Kutuvio was that, like today's non-democratic states, they lacked this appearance. They were not lucky enough to resolve their contradictions, or to disguise them with the help of institutions artfully devised for that purpose. Since they were unable to conceptualize or to love this solution directly, they began to dream it, to project it into the imaginary. The facial decorations are a fantasy production of a society seeking passionately to give symbolic expression to the institutions it might have had in reality, had not interest and superstition stood in the way. 13. Note the refined texture of Levi Strauss's analysis. Jameson himself seems to miss a dimension when he summarizes its result. Kutuvio facial art constitutes a symbolic act, whereby real social contradictions, insurmountable in their own terms, find a purely formal resolution in the aesthetic realm. 14. And, in this sense, the aesthetic act is itself ideological, and the production of aesthetic or narrative form is to be seen as an ideological act in its own right, with the function of inventing imaginary or formal solutions to irresolvable social contradictions. 15. However, Levi Strauss deserves here a precise and close reading. It is not that, simply and directly, Kutuvio facial decorations formulate an imaginary resolution of real contradictions. It is rather that they supplement the lack of a properly functioning appearance which could be inscribed into their very social and institutional organization. In other words, we are not dealing with a longing for real equality, but with the longing for a proper appearance. 16. This is why Jameson is fully justified in talking about the political unconscious. There is a coded message in formal architectural play, and the message delivered by a building often functions as the return of the repressed of the official ideology. Recall Wittgenstein's insight: what we cannot directly talk about can be shown by the form of our activity. What the official ideology cannot openly talk about may be revealed in the mute signs of a building. This brings us to an unexpected result. It is not only that the fantasy embodied in the mute language of buildings can articulate the utopia of justice, freedom, and equality betrayed by actual social relations, this fantasy can also articulate a longing for inequality, for a clear-cut hierarchy, and for class distinctions. Jameson takes Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, another film focused on architecture, as exemplary of this ambiguity of utopian impulses. As we all know, the film, based on Stephen King's novel, takes place in a large modern mountain hotel, closed for winter, and occupied by a single family looking after it. 17. The hotel is, of course, a cursed building haunted by spirits of the past. But which spirits? It is here that Jameson finds the film disturbing. The drive towards community, the longing for collectivity, the envy of other, achieved collectivities, emerges with all the force of a return of the repressed, and this is finally, I think, what The Shining is all about. Where to search for this knowable community, to which, even excluded, the fantasy of collective relations might attach itself? It is surely not to be found in the managerial bureaucracy of the hotel itself, as multinational and standardized as a bedroom community or a motel chain. Where the novel stages the past as a babble of voices and an indistinct blast of dead lives from all the generations of historical inhabitants in the hotel's history, Kubrick's film foregrounds and isolates a single period, multiplying increasingly unified signals: tuxedos, roadsters, hip flasks, slicked down hair parted in the middle. That generation, finally, is the 20s, and it is by the 20s that the hero is haunted and possessed. The 20s were the last moment in which a genuine American leisure class led an aggressive and ostentatious public existence. in which an American ruling class projected a class-conscious and unapologetic image of itself and enjoyed its privileges without guilt, openly and armed with its emblems of top hat and champagne glass, on the social stage in full view of the other classes. The nostalgia of The Shining, the longing for collectivity, takes the peculiar form of an obsession with the last period in which class consciousness is out in the open. Even the motif of the manservant or valet expresses the desire for a vanished social hierarchy, which can no longer be gratified in the spurious multinational atmosphere in which Jack Nicholson is hired for a mere odd job by faceless organization men. This is clearly a return of the repressed with a vengeance, a utopian impulse which scarcely lends itself to the usual complacent and edifying celebration, which finds its expression in the very snobbery and class consciousness we naively supposed it to threaten. 18. And, mutatis mutandis, does the same not hold for Stalinist neo-Gothic architecture? Does it not enact the return of the repressed of the official egalitarian emancipatory socialist ideology, the weird desire for hierarchy and social distinctions? The utopia enacted in architecture can also be a conservative utopia of regained hierarchical order. The same perhaps also holds for the monumental public buildings from the Roosevelt era, like the Central Post Office in New York. No wonder the NYU Central Building in downtown Manhattan looks like Lomonosov University in Moscow. The architectural background of The Shining is thus crucial. The murderous madness which explodes can only be explained in the terms of the tension, or incommensurability, between the lone family and the gigantic empty building they occupy. In this sense, one can even read Psycho, Alfred Hitchcock's masterpiece, as the staging of an architectural antagonism. Is Norman not split between the two houses, the modern horizontal motel and the mother's vertical Gothic house, forever running between the two, never finding a proper place of his own? In this sense, the unheimlich character of the film's end means that, in his full identification with the mother, he finally found his Heim, his home. In modernist works like Psycho, this split is still visible, while the main goal of contemporary postmodern architecture is to obfuscate it. Suffice it to recall the new urbanism, with its return to small family houses in small towns, with front porches, recreating the cozy atmosphere of the local community. Clearly, this is a case of architecture as ideology at its purest, providing an imaginary, although real in the sense of materialized in the actual disposition of houses, solution to a real social deadlock which has nothing to do with architecture and everything to do with late capitalist dynamics. Gary's work offers a more ambiguous case of the same antagonism. He takes one of the two poles of the antagonism, an old-fashioned family house or a modernist concrete and glass building, and then either submits it to a kind of cubist anamorphic distortion, curving walls and windows, etc., or combines the old family home with a modernist supplement. So here is my hypothesis: if the Bates Motel had been built by Gary, directly combining the old house and the modern motel into a new hybrid entity, there would have been no need for Norman to kill his victims, since he would have been relieved of the unbearable tension that compels him to run between both places. He would now have a third place of mediation between the two extremes. The hypothesis, furthermore, is that today's gigantic performance and arts complexes, arguably the paragon of contemporary architecture, effectively try to impose themselves as architectural zero institutions. Their conflictual meanings, entertainment and high art, the profane and the sacred, the exclusive and the popular, cancel each other out, resulting in the presence of meaning as such, as opposed to non-meaning. Their meaning is to have meaning, to be islands of meaning in the flow of our meaningless daily existence. By way of offering a brief insight into the parallax nature of their structure, let me turn to Jameson's description of Ram Koolhaas's project for the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, the enormous box that houses the library. Rebukes traditional conceptions of the shell or the shape by its very enormity, attempting, by the prosaic nature of the form, to escape formal perception altogether. What this non-form specifically negates is the grandest of modernist, Corbusian conceptions of the essentially expressive relationship between the interior and its outer plastic lines and walls, which were to shed their rigidity and simply follow their functions in such a way as to correspond aesthetically to the rather different realities within. Point 19. This expressive correspondence between the inside, the division of a building into rooms and spaces for different activities, and the outside of a building thus shifts towards radical incommensurability. The functions, the rooms, the interior, the inner spaces, hang within their enormous container like so many floating organs. 20. These formal shifts in the relation between outside and inside reincorporate the paradoxes of private property after the end of civil society. In the case of a library, by way of the dialectic of the property of information, or by way of the more classic antinomy of a public space that is privately owned. 21. However, one should not misunderstand this emphasis on the incommensurability between outside and inside as a critique, relying on the demand for the continuity between the two. The incommensurability between outside and inside is a transcendental a priori in our most elementary phenomenological experience. The reality we see through a window is always minimally spectral, not as fully real as the closed space we are in. This is why, when driving a car or looking through a window of a house, one perceives the reality outside in a weirdly derealized state, as if one were watching a performance on screen. On opening the window, the direct impact of the external reality always causes a minimal shock. We are, as it were, overwhelmed by its proximity. This is also why, when we enter the closed space of a house, we are often surprised. The inside volume seems larger than the outside frame, as if the house were larger from the inside than from the outside. On the southern side of the demilitarized zone that divides North from South Korea, the South Koreans built a unique visitors' site, a theater building with a large screen-like window in front, opening onto the north. The spectacle people observe when they take their seats to look through the window is reality itself, or rather, a kind of desert of the real, the barren demilitarized zone with its walls and so forth, and beyond, a glimpse of North Korea. As if to comply with the fiction, North Korea then built a fake model village with beautiful houses in full view of the window. In the evening, the lights in all the houses are turned on at the same time, and their inhabitants are supplied with good clothes and obliged to take a stroll every evening. A barren zone is thus given a phantasmatic status, elevated into a spectacle, solely by being enframed. Something similar happens in Peppermint Bay, a community center in Tasmania, designed by Terroir Thai Ltd, where the function area is located opposite an oak tree at the end of a labyrinthine route. From a large hall inside the center, the big ancient tree on the grass outside can be seen through a window pane which covers an entire wall and whose zigzag form vaguely fits the shape of the tree. What we see through the window, the tree, but also the grass and water in the background, is an attractive natural landscape though seen as such from inside the building, with the window functioning as a frame. We thus have to distinguish between two outsides, the outside itself, where the tree is seen directly from the grass, and the inside outside, the outside seen from inside. The two are not the same. In the second case, the outside is no longer simply the encompassing unity containing the inside, but is itself simultaneously enclosed by the inside, or, one might say, nature is enclosed by culture. Likewise, North Korea may appear sublime when viewed from the safe spot in South Korea. Conversely, democracy may appear sublime when viewed from an authoritarian or totalitarian regime. Bernard Tchoumy's new Acropolis Museum, built in front of the hill on which the Parthenon stands, also relies on a similar effect. On reaching the third floor, one sees through a wide window frame the thing itself, the Parthenon. The fact of its being viewed through the frame, and not directly, only enhances its sublime appearance. Point 22. What this mutual encroachment indicates is that inside and outside never cover the entire space. There is always the excess of a third space which gets lost in the division into outside and inside. In human dwellings, there is an intermediate space which is disavowed. We all know it exists, but we do not really accept its existence. It remains ignored and, mostly, unsayable. The main content of this invisible space is of course excrement, in the plumbing and sewers, but it also includes the complex network of electricity supplies, digital links, etc., all contained in the narrow spaces between walls or underfloors. Of course we know well enough how our excrement leaves the house, but our immediate phenomenological relation to it is more radical. It is as if the waste disappears into some netherworld, beyond our sight and out of our world. Point 23. Similarly, in relation to another person's body, we know very well that he or she sweats, defecates, and urinates, but we abstract from this in our daily relations. These features are not part of the image of our fellow man. We rely on this space, but ignore it. No wonder then that, in science fiction, horror films, and techno-thrillers, this dark space between the walls is where horrible threats lurk, from spying machines to monsters or animals like cockroaches and rats. Recall also, in science fiction architecture, the topos of a building with an extra floor or room not included in the building's plan, and where, of course, terrifying things dwell. What can architecture do here? One possibility is to re-include this excluded space in a domesticated form. At 509 meters above ground, the Taipei 101 Tower in Taiwan was until recently the tallest building on Earth. Since Taiwan is often hit by typhoons, the problem was how to control the swinging that would occur when the building was exposed to strong winds. The solution was original: to reduce lateral vibrations, a gigantic steel ball weighing 606 tons is suspended from the 92nd floor, reaching down to the 87th. The ball is connected to pistons which drive oil through small holes, thus damping down the vibrations. What makes this solution especially interesting is that it is not treated as the building's hidden secret, but is publicly displayed as its main attraction. That is to say, sitting in the magnificent restaurant, on the one side the panorama of the city is visible through the windows, while on the other, one can watch the gigantic ball gently swinging. But this transparency is, of course, a pseudo-transparency, like that of the stalls in big food supermarkets where food is prepared in front of our eyes, fruit juice is squeezed, meat and vegetables are fried. The envelope. So, back to postmodern architecture, the ambiguously meaningful form in which the building is wrapped, often a primitive mimetic symbolism, such as the entire building resembling an animal, turtle, bird, bug, is not an expression of its inside but is just imposed upon it. The link between form and function is cut. There is no causal relationship between the two. Form no longer follows function, function no longer determines form, and the result is a generalized aestheticization. This aestheticization reaches its climax in contemporary performance arts venues whose basic feature is the gap between skin and structure. What are the basic architectural versions of this gap? The non-expressive, zero level is represented by some of Kohlhaas's buildings, like the above-mentioned project for the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. Here the envelope is simply a neutral enormous box that, in its interior, houses the multiple functional spaces which hang within their enormous container like so many floating organs. It is the same with many shopping malls contained within grey rectangular boxes. Some of Libeskind's projects, exemplarily the Wall Center at Bar Ilan University, Ramat Gan, Israel, reflect the gap between the protective skin and the inner structure in the skin itself. The same external form, enormous box, is multiplied, relying on the contrast between the straight vertical/horizontal lines and the diagonal lines of the external walls. The result is a hybrid effect, as if the same building were a condensation of two, or more, asymmetrical cubes, as if the same formal principle, a cubic box, was applied on different axes. A weird tension and imbalance, a conflict of principles, are thus directly inscribed into the form, as if the actual building lacked a single anchoring point and perspective. The next step is the minimal aestheticization of the external container. It is no longer just a neutral box, but a round shell protecting the jewel inside. Formally, the contrast between outside and inside is usually that between the roundness of the skin and the straight lines of the inner structures. A round envelope, an egg-like cupola, envelopes the box-like vertical-horizontal buildings inside, like the giant teacups of the Oriental Art Center in Shanghai, or, by the same architect, Paul Andrew, the National Grand Theatre of China in Beijing, with its giant metal glass cover, an eggshell protecting the performance buildings. The Kinder Surprise, one of the most popular confectionery products on sale in Central Europe, is a chocolate egg wrapped in colorful paper. Inside one will find a small plastic toy, or the parts from which a toy can be constructed. One can indeed claim, then, that the National Grand Theatre of China is a kind of gigantic Kinder Surprise. This motif of protecting the jewel reaches its climax in the project for the new Mariinsky Theatre in St. Petersburg. The functional box-like theatre building in black marble, an 18th-century palace, is cocooned by a freestanding irregular glacé structure, a lamella. The aestheticization of the skin culminates in the so-called sculptural Gehry buildings, where the outer structure enveloping the functional interior is no longer just a shell, but a meaningful sculpture in its own right. For example, the Performing Arts Center in Bard College, whose skin is a curved aluminum bug cockroach form, or the Walt Disney Concert Hall in Los Angeles with its curved metallic forms without windows, or the J. Pritzker Pavilion in Chicago Millennium Park, which tries to achieve the Bilbao effect, that is to create a vibrant public space in the midst of the city's concrete jungle. One should also mention here the Tenerife Auditorium in Santa Cruz, whose skin looks like a giant seabird trapped by the encroaching half-moon, or sickle-like wing. There is yet another variation on this gap between skin and content, the so-called terrain buildings, where the surface skin is constructed as a direct continuation of the surrounding terrain, with the undulations of a hill covered by grass and so on. Recall the hobbits' dwellings in The Lord of the Rings. The Yokohama International Port Terminal, designed by Foreign Office architects, is exemplary here, a public space whose roof functions as an open plaza, continuous with the surface of the nearby park. Rather than developing the building as an object or figure on the pier, the project is produced as an extension of the urban ground, as the designers themselves described their work. The Yokohama terminal can thus be seen as the extreme case where, in a way, the whole inside of the building is reduced to the interstitial space between the skin/envelope, the green or wooden surface, and the body of the earth, squeezed in the flattened domain between the two. Not surprisingly, the actual effect of such buildings is the very opposite of the intended naturalization, seamless immersion into natural environs. Nature itself is thereby derealized, that is, it appears as if a natural surface of grass is an artificial skin concealing complex machinery. And, to conclude, the relationship between outside and inside can also be turned around, as in the case of Tate Modern in London, where a once decaying abandoned megalith, the power station, is retained as the exterior envelope, with all the internal walls and floors totally restructured and modernized. The same goes for the Eastgate Theatre and Arts Centre in Peebles, UK. Of the old disused church, only the Victorian Gothic facade was kept, while the main body behind was rebuilt in modern glazed style. The very relationship between urbanism and architecture is thus to be historicized. It changes with postmodernism, where the difference is progressively blurred. Postmodern buildings tend to function as their own urban spaces, like parks inside malls, self-contained capsule worlds. Point 24. In this way, the public space is privatized to such an extent that it potentially suspends the very dialectical tension between private and public. A shopping mall building is like a box with a world inside, separated from the outside by a plain gray wall or by dark glass panels which just reflect the outside, providing no insight or hint of what goes on within. The central semiotic mystery of performance arts venues is the mystery of this redoubling. Why a house within a house? Why does a container itself have to be contained? Does this, sometimes freakish, display of inconsistency and excess not cry out for a diagnosis, functioning as it does as a symptom, a message encoded in the mess? What if this redoubling renders the contradiction of a public space which is privately controlled, of a sacred space of art which should be open to profane amusement? A close analysis of the envelope that encompasses many such buildings brings us to the same conclusion. Alejandro Zaropolo's ongoing work on the concept of the architectural envelope is focused on the border between outside and inside, instead of on the internal organization of the inside. He defines envelope as the membrane which separates the inside of a building from its outside. Point 25. As such, the envelope, the outward appearance of a building's volume, is the oldest and most primitive architectural element which materializes the division between exterior and interior and is therefore automatically politically charged. In his detailed elaboration, Zerapolo distinguishes four typological forms: flat horizontal, flat vertical, vertical, and spherical/cubic. Each type possesses a number of features which make it suited for representations and functions which can be linked to certain social and political effects. However, more interesting than these detailed differentiations is the way Zerapolo grounds the notion of the envelope in a very precise idea of late capitalist dynamics based on the work of Gilles Deleuze and Peter Sloterdijk. Zerapolo's starting point is what one is tempted to call neo-capitalist Deleuzianism, no jibe intended. Deleuze and Guattari proposed a certain conceptual network, the opposition between the molecular and the molar, production and representation, difference and identity, the nomadic multitude and the hierarchical order, etc., within which one pole is the generative force and the other its shadowy representation. The multitude is productive, and is as such reflected in a distorted way in the theater of representation. To put it in a brutally simplified way, the problem is, how does this network relate to capitalism? There are two opposing answers. Deleuze and Guattari's own is a Marxist one. Even if capitalism is a force of deterritorialization, unleashing the productivity of the multitude, this productivity remains constrained within the confines of a new reterritorialization, that of the capitalist framework of profit which encloses the entire process. Only in communism can the nomadic productivity of the multitude be fully unleashed. The opposite answer is that given by advocates of the post-68 new spirit of capitalism. For them, it is Marxism itself which remains caught in the totalizing representational logic of the party state as the unitary agent regulating social life, and it is capitalism which is today the only effective force of nomadic molecular productivity. Paradoxically, one should admit that there is more truth in the second answer. Although Deleuze and Guattari are right in conceiving the capitalist framework as an obstacle to fully released productivity, they here make the same mistake as did Marx himself, ignoring how the obstacle is, like the Lacanian objet, a positive condition of what it enframes, so that, by abolishing it, we paradoxically lose the very productivity it was obstructing. Zerapolo is thus justified in inscribing his Deleuzianism on the capitalist side. There are two basic forms of political structures that have historically organized exchange and flow of resources, skills, and command structures in time and space: markets and bureaucracies. They are the two domains where architects may try to construct their agency. Within the global economy, the market has become predominant as a mechanism of organization capable of integrating a larger number of agents in its processes within a shorter time. Bureaucracies are organizations of power which are based on a hierarchical totality operating in stable conditions for extended periods of time and can hardly survive the pace of change and level of complexity required by a global economy. While within bureaucracies the agents and their relationships are fixed over time, markets are organizations that organize power through a complex and constantly changing set of agents and factors. As the form of political organization better suited to integrate ever-expanding domains, the market is a powerful force behind the failure of ideology and utopia as effective political devices, as they would require a centralized power if they were to be implemented. The market is probably a better milieu to articulate the current proliferation of political interests and the rise of micropolitics. Those advocates of ideology who hope for a return to a state-driven, ideologically enlightened society as a remedy to the miseries of the market economy and as an alibi for the reconstruction of a representative, significant, even utopian architecture would do well to remember the miseries of bureaucracies and consider how possible institutional interventions can be channeled through the huge machine of markets to prevent them from becoming sclerotic. 26. Consequently, one should drop all anti-market ideological utopianism and fully endorse the fact that the global market is the primary milieu of contemporary architectural politics, that is, one should operate within the system of global capitalism. The great feature of globalization is the hitherto unprecedented unleashing of the powers of deterritorialization, the process described long ago by Marx in the famous passage from the Communist Manifesto: all fixed, Fast frozen relations, with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions are swept away, all new formed ones become antiquated before they can ossify. All that is solid melts into air, all that is holy is profaned. 27. This does not mean, however, that everything is gradually turning into formless social slime. Deterritorialization itself creates the need for new modes of delimitation, now no longer the old hierarchic fixed walls, but a multiplicity of envelopes, bubbles, as containers of liquid reality. Globalization has propelled a set of spatial typologies primarily determined by the capacity to conduct flow. Architects have tried to engage with this borderless space, the space of flows, by dissolving the envelope as an obstacle to flow and spatial continuity and presenting an image of the world as a chaotically flowing magma. However, a new picture is emerging in the form of bubbles and information technology, economic foams, containers of a liquid reality. 28. Here enters Peter Sloterdijk and his monumental Spheres trilogy. Far from advocating a return to pre-modern containment, Sloterdijk was the first to propose what one can call a provincialism for the global era. The world as a foamy space filled with bubbles and balloons of different scales and qualities. This capsular society and its phenomena such as global provincialism, the politics of climatization and social uteri describe a new paradigm that requires not just a reconsideration of the technologies and economics of the building envelope, but of its political, social, and psychological implications. 29. So what are the political implications of the current appetite for the envelope as a device of insulation and immunization? Zaropolo is well aware that the interior of a building is thoroughly determined by demands for efficiency and so forth. His wager is that the envelope in its independence from the functional contents can become a potential space of freedom, of aesthetic autonomy, purveying its own message. While most other aspects of the architectural project are now in the control of other agents, example project managers, specialist contractors, that ensure the efficiency of the project delivery, the increasing facelessness of the client gives architects license to invent the building's interface. The envelope has become the last realm of architectural power, despite the discipline's inability to articulate a theoretical framework capable of structuring its renewed importance. Mobilizing a political critique of the envelope capable of addressing its multiple attachments and complexities may enable us to frame architecture not merely as a representation of the interests of a client, of a certain political ideology or an image of utopia, but as an all too real, concrete, and effective political agency able to assemble and mediate the interests of the multiplicities that converge on the architectural project. 30. In contrast to the old-fashioned forms of radical politics that tend to act as a single agency with the goal of undermining the system, the new efforts to enact a redistribution of power work at the sub-political level of local interventions. Instead of resorting to predefined and all-encompassing political ideologies or utopian references to frame the practices of architecture, we aim to map possible correlations between architectural strategies and political effects in order to mobilize the discipline on a sub-political level. The question now is not whether certain architecture is aligned to the right, to the left or to a certain political party as in earlier embodiments of architectural politics, but rather what architectural strategies may trigger effects on the distribution of power. There is a growing number of new forms of political action which herald both the emergence of different political qualities, such as affects, and domains, such as everyday life. Contemporary politics are giving way to a new wave of powerful material habitats, artificial environments, artificial organizations, belongings, and attachments, which are literally redefining political surroundings in which we are and coexist. Both governmental agencies and corporate organizations are moving toward multiple layers of governance with intensified connections between them. As a result, the challenge to power can only be selective, and a division of political labor has to be addressed by multiple disciplines operating independently and simultaneously. A singular politics of resistance is no longer capable of challenging contemporary forms of instituted power. 31. However, as Zaropolo has to admit, apart from the relative, aesthetic and political autonomy it provides, and the obvious environmental function, the envelope also serves as a security device, the design of spherical envelopes has consequently focused recently on the construction of the surface itself, both as an environmental and security device and as the locus of symbolic representation. The security task is here not the same as that of traditional walls protecting the inside from external dangers. The fateful difference is that the envelope secures a privatized public space. A more permeable definition of the property boundary is more likely to effectively accommodate a fluid relationship between private and public in an age when the public realm is increasingly built and managed by private agents, emphasis added. So, from the Deleuzian poetry of fluid deterritorialization, we are back to the task of how to enact and protect the private enclosure of public spaces. If traditional architecture was an attempt to enclose the inside from the outside, today it often tries to enclose the outside itself, that is, to create a protected/screened outside, separated from the wild outdoors. The envelope which isolates a set of building s is thus the urban architectural version of the enclosure of the commons. Not only the interior of a house, but its exterior itself is cordoned off and climatized not only with regard to heat and air quality, but also with regard to the undesired presence of potentially toxic subjects. Sloterdijk's politics of climatization points to a process in which growing sectors of urban space are given to private agents to develop and maintain. Gardeners, event managers, and private security agents are part of the design of these atmospheres. Kohlhaas-Junk space is another description of the same phenomenon of sanitization of ever larger areas of the city, providing a safe environment, assuming we are prepared to surrender police duties to private security services. 32. This tendency reached its peak, for the time being at least, in the Crystal Island project in Moscow, recently announced by Norman Foster. 2.5 million square meters under a single envelope, the world's biggest building, approximately 5 times the size of the Pentagon building. The project is described as an example of sustainability, able to improve the environmental performance of the building by swallowing ever larger areas of the city under a single envelope designed to enhance natural ventilation and daylight. 33. Officially progressive ideology and politics, such as New Labour in the UK, likes to celebrate such projects as models of the revitalization of decaying city centres. However, Zaropolo is right to ask the question whether this is actually a regeneration of the urban centres, as New Labour claims, or whether it is the takeover of the inner cities by a sort of alien organization with air conditioning and private security. 34. This brings us to the social antagonism these buildings try to resolve. On the one hand, to build a performing arts venue rates as a holy grail for architects, unlike the more conventional types of buildings, such as offices, housing, and even civic architecture, which have to conform to the streetscape. A performing arts venue can afford to be bold and unusual, to stand out. 35. However, this space for creative freedom is counteracted by the demand for the building's multifunctionality. Venue managers cannot simply rely on performances themselves to provide a sufficient attraction. The building must create an experience and a sense of place for its increasingly demanding audience. It is with such intangibles that events can really win against home entertainment. Thought must be given to all aspects of a visit, from the foyers and bars to the facilities and ease of access. 36. This demand, however, is not merely financial but profoundly ideological. It reflects a cultural tension. The perception that public funds are being spent on elitist buildings has always been an Achilles heel for these projects, leaving them open to attacks from all quarters. And in today's more transparent and politically correct society, it is the issue of inclusion more than any other that has influenced the design of contemporary performing spaces. As a result, the performing arts venue has had to be redefined for the 21st century. The new generation of buildings must be part of the public realm, with access to only the core areas being restricted by the requirement for a ticket. These venues include public activities within and around the complex, attracting a wider range of visitors. 37. Of the class struggle. This constant effort to counteract the threat of elitism signals a series of oppositions which performance arts buildings have to deal with: public/private, open/restrained, elite/popular, all variations on the basic motif of the class struggle, which, we are told, no longer exists in our societies. The space of these oppositions delineates the problem to which performance arts buildings are proposed solutions. Claude Levi-Strauss mentions one of the Native American tribes whose members claim that all dreams have a hidden sexual meaning, all except the overtly sexual ones. Here, precisely, one has to look for another secret meaning. The same goes for class antagonism. Every non-class issue, ecological, feminist, racist, can be interpreted through the prism of class antagonism, except for the direct reference precisely to class antagonism, which, because it is a necessarily distorted displacement of the true antagonism, needs to be referred to another antagonism. When Pat Buchanan codes in class terms his opposition to multiculturalism and feminism, his racism, and so forth, or when Nixon was perceived as lower class in contrast to Kennedy, here the very direct class reference functions as a screen dissimulating the true link between class antagonism and the issue at stake, feminism, racism, and so on. Class antagonism itself can function as a means to mystify class antagonism. It cannot signify itself, but it can obfuscate itself. Republican strategy masterfully exploits the flaws of liberal democratic politics, its patronizing care for the poor, combined with an underground thinly disguised indifference, contempt even, for blue-collar workers, its politically correct feminism, combined with a secret distrust of powerful women. Sarah Palin was a hit on both scores, parading both her working-class husband and her femininity. Earlier generations of women politicians, Golda Meir, Indira Gandhi, Margaret Thatcher, up to a point even Hillary Clinton, were what is usually referred to as phallic women. They acted as iron ladies who imitated and tried to outdo male authority, to be more men than men themselves. In a recent comment in Le Point, Jacques Alain Miller pointed out how Sarah Palin, on the contrary, proudly displays her femininity and motherhood. She has a castrating effect on her male opponents, not by way of being more manly than them, but by using the ultimate feminine weapon, the sarcastic put-down of puffed-up male authority. She knows that male phallic authority is a posture, a semblance to be exploited and mocked. Recall how she mocked Obama as a community organizer, exploiting the fact that there was something sterile in Obama's physical appearance, with his diluted black skin, slender features, and big ears. Here we have post-feminist femininity without a complex, uniting the features of mother, prim teacher, glasses, hair in a bun, public person, and, implicitly, sex object, proudly displaying the first dude as a phallic toy. The message is that she has it all and that, to add insult to injury, it was a Republican woman who had realized this left liberal dream. It is as if she simply is what left liberal feminists would like to be. No wonder that the Palin effect is one of false liberation. Drill, baby, drill. We can combine the impossible, feminism and family values, big corporations and blue-collar workers. What this means is that in Hegelian the class struggle encounters itself in its oppositional determination, Gegensatzgleichbestimmung, in its distorted/displaced form, as one among many social struggles. And, in exactly the same way, anti-elitist populism in architecture is the mode of appearance of its opposite, of class differences. So how does the anti-elitist architecture of performance arts venues fit these coordinates? Its attempt to overcome elitist exclusivity fails, since it reproduces the paradoxes of upper-class liberal openness. Its falsity, and failure to achieve its goal, is the falsity and limitation of our tolerant liberal capitalism. The effective message of the political unconscious of these buildings is democratic exclusivity. They create a multifunctional egalitarian open space, but the very access to this space is invisibly filtered and privately controlled. In more political terms, performance arts venues try to enact civic normality in a state of emergency, exception they construct an open space which is cocooned, protected, and filtered. This logic is taken to an extreme in shopping malls in some Latin American countries, well protected by security personnel armed with machine guns. As such, performance arts venues are utopian spaces which exclude junk space 38, all the foul-smelling leftovers of the city space. To use a term coined by Deleuze, A contemporary big city is a space of disjunctive inclusion. It has to include places whose existence is not part of its ideal ego, which are disjoined from its idealized image of itself. The paradigmatic, but by far not the only, such places are slums, favelas in Brazil, places of spatial deregulation and chaotic mixture, of architectural tinkering/bricolage with ready-made materials. It would be interesting to study in detail the great suburban slums as an architectural phenomenon with a wild aesthetic of its own. In between these two extremes, the self-conscious architecture meant to be noted and observed as such, as exemplified by performance arts venues, and the spontaneous self-organization of junk space, there is the large, mostly invisible domain of ordinary architecture, the thousands of anonymous buildings, from apartment blocks to garages and shopping malls, which are meant just to function, not to be noted in the press or architectural journals. Should we be surprised to discover how these three modes of architecture correspond to three great strata of our societies: the managers, lawyers, show business personalities, and other top immaterial workers, whatever remains of the ordinary working class, and finally the excluded, i.e. those living in the slums. Performance arts venues function as exceptions, artificial islands of meaning in our meaningless existence, utopian enclosures sticking out from the ordinary reality of our cities. As such, they unite the opposites. They are sacred and profane, like secular churches, and the way a visitor relates to them is with a mixture of sacred awe and profane consumption. They inspire awe with their majestically sublime features, but the object of this awe is again ambiguous. Is it the high art whose temples they are, or the capitalist corporations which stand behind them? Hal Foster was right in his remark that the individuality of Gary's architecture does seem more exclusive than democratic. Rather than forums of civic engagement, his cultural centers appear as sites of spectacular spectatorship, of touristic awe. Such is the logic of many cultural centers today, designed, alongside theme parks and sports complexes, to assist in the corporate revival of the city. It's being made safe for shopping, spectating, and spacing out. 39. This brings us to what is false about the anti-elitism of performance arts venues. It is not that they are secretly elitist, it is their very anti-elitism, its implicit ideological equation of great art with elitism. Difficult as it may sometimes be for the broad public to get into Schoenberg or Webern, there is nothing elitist about great art. Great art is by definition universal and emancipatory, potentially addressing us all. When, in elite places like the Old Met in New York, the upper classes gathered for an opera performance, their social posturing was in blatant contradiction with the works performed on stage. To see Mozart and the rich crowd as belonging to the same space is an obscenity. There is a well-known story from the early years of the Met when a high society lady, one of the opera's great patrons, arrived late. Half an hour into the first act, she demanded that the performance be interrupted for a couple of minutes and the lights be turned on so that she could inspect the dresses of other ladies with her opera glasses, and, of course, her demand was granted. If anything, Mozart belonged to the poor in the upper stalls who spend their last hard-earned dollars to see the opera. Far from making the exclusive temple of high art more accessible, it is the very surroundings of expensive cafeterias and so forth which are really exclusive and elitist. Recall what Walter Benjamin wrote about the Garni Opera Palace in Paris: the true focus of the opera is not the performance hall but the wide oval staircase on which high society ladies display their fashionable clothes and gentlemen meet for a casual smoke. This social life was the true focus of opera life, what it was really about. In terms of Lacan's theory, if enjoyment of the performance on stage was what drew the public in, the social game played out on the staircases before the performance and during the intermissions was the foreplay which provided the plus de jour. The surplus enjoyment that made it really worth coming. 40. And the same also holds for today's performance arts venues. The truth of their democratic anti-elitism is the cocooning protective wall of the skin. It is this very additional protective skin which is responsible for the effect of the sublime generated by these buildings. As Hal Foster notes, Jameson used the vast atrium of the Bonaventure Hotel in Los Angeles, designed by John Portman, as a symptom of a new kind of architectural sublime, a sort of hyperspace that deranges the human sensorium. Jameson took this spatial delirium as a particular instance of a general incapacity to comprehend the late capitalist universe, to map it cognitively. Strangely, what Jameson offered as a critique of postmodern culture many architects, Frank Gehry foremost among them, have taken as a paragon, the creation of extravagant spaces that work to overwhelm the subject, a neobaroque sublime dedicated to the glory of the corporation, which is the church of our age. It is as if these architects designed not in contestation of the cultural logic of late capitalism but according to its specifications. 41. In short, even such an acute critic as Jameson was too naive here. What the cultural critic discerns through painful analysis is openly admitted by the object of his critique. There is, however, another question to be raised: why should our human sensorium not be deranged? Is such deranging not also a way to awaken us from our daily ideological slumber? Here there is a very simple but trenchant dilemma that confronts us. If we live in an alienated and commodified society, what should architecture do? Make us aware of the alienation by making us feel uncomfortable, shocked and awed, or provide a false semblance of a nice life which obliterates the truth? For Nikos Salingaros, the pursuit of formal or critico-ideological concerns in place of adapting to nature and the needs of ordinary human beings defines bad architecture which makes people uncomfortable or physically ill. Salingaros's targets were the star postmodern architects who emphasized meaning at the expense of the concrete experience of the people who used their buildings. Take Bernard Tchoumi from the premise that there is no fixed relationship between architectural form and the events that take place within it. He drew a socio-critical conclusion: this gap opens up the space for critical undermining. Architecture's role is not to express an extant social structure, but to function as a tool for questioning that structure and revising it. Salingaros's counter-argument would be: should we then make ordinary people uncomfortable and ill at ease in their buildings, just to impose on them the critico-ideological message that they live in an alienated, commodified, and antagonistic society? Koolhaas was right to reject what he dismissively calls architecture's fundamental moralism, and to doubt the possibility of any directly critical architectural practice. However, our point is not that architecture should somehow be critical, but that it cannot not reflect and interact with social and ideological antagonisms. The more it tries to be pure and purely aesthetic and or functional, the more it reproduces these antagonisms. Spandrels. Is there a way out of this deadlock? There is no easy way out, for sure. The first step is, of course, the shift of focus from the great symbolic projects such as performance arts venues, which are meant to be noted, to the anonymous buildings springing up everywhere and in which the vast majority of people will spend almost all of their time. A true revolution would involve changing something here, in the way these anonymous projects are conceived and enacted. In the same way, cinema theorists noted that a true revolution in cinema is to be located not in eccentric shots or camera movements, those which are meant to be noted, like Hitchcock's famous crane shots, but rather in the transformation involved in the filming of, say, an everyday conversation between two characters. There are some interesting attempts in this direction, like the works of the Lacaton and Vassal tandem in France, whose goal is to have the price of a building per square unit and to return to the density of housing in ancient crowded European towns, which involves much less energy use in terms of temperature regulation and transport. See their architectural school building in Nantes, a low-cost multifunctional building school, local music center, space for community meetings but multifunctional. In a totally different way to the celebrated multifunctionality of the representative performance arts venues. But even the performance arts venues open up new and unexpected possibilities. There is an interesting new phenomenon which emerges with the assertion of the gap between skin and structure, an unexpected interstitial space. Something similar happened long ago in modern painting. One of the minimal definitions of modernist painting concerns the function of its frame. The frame of the painting in front of us is not its true frame. There is another, invisible, frame, implied by the structure of the painting, the frame that enframes our perception of the painting, and these two frames by definition never overlap. There is an invisible gap separating them. The pivotal content of the painting is not rendered in its visible part, but is located in this dislocation of the two frames, in the gap that separates them. This dimension in between the two frames is obvious in Malevich, in Edward Hopper 42, or in Munch's Madonna, the droplets of sperm and the small fetus-like figure from the scream squeezed in between the two frames. Do we not find something similar in some of the performance arts venues, like the Kimmel Center for the Performing Arts in Philadelphia, where the same third space is generated? Its two halls are like two jewels in a glass case, covered by a gigantic roof, the vast vaulted roof of folded steel and glass creating a spectacular indoor-outdoor experience. 43 Beneath the vault, on the top of boxes, there are terraces with greenery, located in the space between inside and outside. There are open entries on both sides, creating a sheltered extension of the sidewalk outside, and blurring the distinction between the city and the outside. 44 This open space inside, this outside which is inside, open to access, is full of cafes, free puppet shows, and so on. The same holds for the Esplanade National Performing Arts Center in Singapore. Above the buildings there is a giant metal and glass fish-like skin, a buffer zone, or bioclimactic environment, that would moderate the climate between the fully conditioned and sealed environments of the two major black box performance spaces and the ever-changing external environment. 45 This interstitial space opened up by the disconnection between skin and structure plays a crucial role. For many, the real magic of this building is the dramatic sense of place in the leftover spaces between the theaters and the enclosure. The curvaceous shapes of these public areas are the byproducts of two separate design processes, those of the acoustic and logistic-driven performing zones, and the climactic and structure-driven envelope. 46 is this space which offers not only exciting views of both inside and outside, but also hidden corners in which to take a stroll or to rest, not a potential utopian space. One name for this interstitial space between the skin and the content of a building is poche, French for pocket. Poche refers primarily to a plan or drawing of a building in which solid objects are completely blacked in order to get a better idea of the geometry of the physical space by outlining it. More generally, it refers to all the uncanny spaces ignored in the overall scheme of a building. 47 It also has, however, a much more specific meaning specified by the Beattywian term subtraction, the thickening of walls to create a subtractive space. This space is created by carving through a large wall, cutting halls and chambers into it. Poche allows for the creation of unique movements through a building. It is useful not only for shaping the floor plan of a structure, and for the design of both the roof and floor, it also allows us to cut through a structure horizontally to create a visually pleasing flow of movement. For example, one way to get light into a structure is to cut through the roof, leaving slits that allow more light in. To put it in clumsy Hegelian, poche reflects the dialectic of the envelope and the body into the thickened envelope itself. The envelope itself is blown into the body, out of which additional interiors are carved. This is why poche can also be inverted in virtual poche, in which what appears as the thickness of poached walls is actually void. If poche designates the carving of halls and chambers into an actual thick wall, virtual poche stands for a spatial disposition of normal thin walls, which creates the illusion that the space delineated by these walls is enveloped by, or carved into, a thick wall. The notion of exaptation, originally introduced by Stephen Jay Gould and Richard Lewontin, may be of some relevance here. 48 There are two types of exaptations: 1. Adaptations that initially arose through natural selection and were subsequently co-opted for another function, co-opted adaptations. 2. Features that did not arise as adaptations through natural selection but rather as side effects of adaptive processes and that have been co-opted for a biological function, co-opted spandrels. 49. Gould's favorite example was the human chin, whose presence is an incidental consequence of the differential growth rate of two bones in the lower jaw. The dentary bone, which carries the teeth, elongates more slowly than the jawbone itself, so the chin juts out. In our ape-like ancestors, the jawbone grows more slowly, so no chin develops. 50. What should draw our attention here is that Gould and Lewontin borrowed the architectural term spandrel, using the pendentives of San Marco in Venice as an example, to designate that class of forms and spaces that arise as necessary byproducts of another, independent, design decision, and not as adaptations employed directly for their utility in themselves. In architecture, the prototypical spandrel is the triangular space left over on top, when a rectangular wall is pierced by a passageway capped with a rounded arch. By extension, a spandrel is any geometric configuration of space inevitably left over as a consequence of other architectural decisions. Thus, the space between the floor and the first step of a staircase, or the horizontal course between the lintels of a horizontal line of windows and the bottom of the row of windows on the floor just above, are also called spandrels. By generalization, a spandrel is any space necessarily and predictably shaped in a certain way, and not explicitly designed as such, but rather arising as an inevitable side consequence of another architectural decision, to pierce a wall with a rounded arch, to build a stair at a certain height from the floor, to construct a multistoried building with windows in rows. Point 51. The spaces between the pillars of a bridge can thus be used by homeless persons for sleeping, even though such spaces were not designed for providing such shelter. And just as church spandrels may incidentally become the locus for decorations such as portraits of the four evangelists, so anatomical spandrels may be co-opted for uses for which they were not selected in the first place. Do spandrels not then open up the space for architectural exaptations? And does this procedure not expand to buildings themselves, such that a church or train station might be exapted into an art gallery, etc.? Are they interstitial spaces created by the disconnection between skin and structure in performance arts venues not such spandrels, functionally empty spaces open for exaptation? The struggle is up for grabs here, the struggle over who will appropriate them. These interstitial spaces are thus the proper place for utopian dreaming. They remind us of architecture's great politico-ethical responsibility. Much more is at stake in architectural design than may at first appear. Recall William Butler Yeats's well-known lines, "I have spread my dreams under your feet / tread softly because you tread on my dreams." Since they refer also to architecture, the warning to architects is, when making your plans, tread softly because you tread on the dreams of the people who will live within and gaze upon your buildings. For depression, the neuronal trauma, or the rise of the proletarian cogito. Cogito against historicism. What underlies this topic of the cogito is the status of the so-called Western exception, which culminates in European modernity, the shift from the organic whole to universality, which introduces a cut/rupture into the whole, opposing universality to particular content, from particular spiritualized life worlds to a global secular order, and so on. Hegel conceives this shift as the passage from the ancient Greek aesthetic whole of the polis to Christian abstract universality. On a closer look, we can see how the shift repeats itself 3 times in Western history. First, as the move from mythos to logos, that is, the break of Greek philosophy from the traditional mythic universe; then, as the Christian break with the pagan cosmos, which culminates in the irrational rejection of the world, the withdrawal into the non-thought of the night of the world; finally, as the modern disenchantment of reality, the rise of the Cartesian subject opposed to the mute and meaningless infinite universe. For today's anti-modernist partisans of a new post-secular holistic paradigm, things went fatally wrong when Plato privileged abstract notional thinking over thought embedded in a concrete life world, or when Christianity posited the believer as an abstract individual, not as a member of a concrete community, or when Cartesian modernity broke with the pre-modern universe of mythic meaning. For such partisans, the whole idea of secular modernism and universalism is a freakish idiosyncrasy in the history of the human species, the root of our ecological and other forms of crisis. Ultimately, secular modernism is an impossible position, an illusion. We were never modern, as Bruno Latour puts it. When, in the 1830s, Adolphe de Custine visited Russia, his experience there illustrated an interesting and properly Hegelian point. The very object of his inquiry alienated itself from him as he approached it. That is to say, Custine went to Russia searching for an immediate organic order. He wanted to find a society which, in contrast to Western Europe with its ongoing disintegration of organic links caused by the modern economy, and the French Revolution remained hierarchically ordered and grounded in tradition. What he found, however, was the exact opposite. What Russia lacked was precisely the organic unity of society. Instead, he found a fragile mixture of brutal order and complete chaos. Not only, beneath the appearance of total power and order, was there immense chaos. State power itself functioned chaotically, exposed as it was to the whims of the Tsar. This feature, chaos behind the appearance of order and totalitarian control, persists even today, and was strikingly present in the Soviet era. 1. Organic unity thus reveals itself to be the mode of appearance of its opposite, of inherent instability. The secret of despotic societies is that they never did find their Innersgestalt, their inner form. This holds also for fascism, torn as it always was between modernism and the return to tradition. This is why, resisting any such organic temptation, it is absolutely crucial for emancipatory politics to remain faithful to the universalist/secular project of modernity. Consequently, one should reject the claim that the ongoing transition to a multicentric world, in which Western culture is no longer privileged, compels us to renounce every projection of a universal history, no matter how critical, including the Marxist vision of historical progress. Let us take one of the most articulate post-colonial critiques of the Marxist historicism, Dipesh Chakrabarty's Provincializing Europe. 2. The irony of Chakrabarty's book is that, in criticizing historicism, it reduces it to a rather narrow stagist theory which posits a linear historical development, from traditional societies to modern secularized universal ones, thereby practically ignoring the predominant use of the term in contemporary cultural studies, a use fully endorsed and practiced by Chakrabarty himself, the radical historical relativization of every culture and life world. That is to say, Chakrabarty criticizes Marx for unproblematically endorsing the universality of the logic of capital and its constitutive moments, like abstract labor, ignoring how, in each of its actually existing forms, this universality is always colored by a historically specific life world and thus cannot be directly applied to other cultures. Every such extension should rather involve a long and patient work of translation. According to Chakrabarty, if we accept the stagist notion of historical evolution, then our very critique of colonialism and support for anti-colonial struggles will surreptitiously rely on colonialist notions. For a Eurocentric progressivist Marxist, when Third World peasants rebel against colonial rule, they do so by means of pre-political traditional religious forms of protest, that is, they are not yet at the level of a modern political, secular, movement. Ultimately, they remain in the waiting room of history and need time to shed their archaic practices and become properly educated in the ways of modernity. Furthermore, every refinement or complication of the Marxist theory appeals to uneven development, the synchronicity of the synchronous, etc., still relies on the stagist model, which, according to Chakrabarty, should be definitively abandoned. Since there is no universal standard of historical stages, there is nothing incomplete in the coexistence of modern forms of political life with traditional practices. If Indian modernity places the bourgeois in juxtaposition with that which seems pre-bourgeois, if the non-secular supernatural exists in proximity to the secular, and if both are to be found in the sphere of the political, it is not because capitalism or political modernity in India has remained incomplete. 3. Consequently, when India was integrated into the global capitalist network, the pre-modern life practices which persisted should in no way be dismissed as the mere survival of an antecedent pre-capitalist culture. This was capitalism indeed, but without bourgeois relations that attain a position of unchallenged hegemony. It was a capitalist dominance without a hegemonic bourgeois culture. For Chakrabarty refers here to India's much celebrated effortless combination of traditional spirituality with its diversity of everyday life practices and rituals, and digital modernity. It is this combination that effectively makes India a model, demonstrating that a worldless global capitalism can coexist with a plurality of particular life worlds. 5. One can even discern here echoes of the notion of alternate modernities, where India could be replaced with other cultures, the Latin American combination of modernity with pre-modern indigenous magical practices. the Japanese and Chinese combination of modernity with Asian values, including also the touchy topic of Islam and modernity. Chakrabarty is not, however, engaged in a simplistic dismissal of Marxist universalism. In a refined dialectical way, he admits it is both indispensable and inadequate in helping us to think through the various life practices of social and political developments in third world countries. Point 6 Furthermore, this combination of modern and pre-modern elements is a necessary constituent of every really existing capitalism, Western versions included. In other words, one should read the expression not yet deconstructively as referring to a process of deferral internal to the very being, that is, logic, of capital. It is as though the not yet is what keeps capital going. 7 Here Chakrabarty introduces a distinction between History 1, H1, the imminent history of capital which posits its own presuppositions, and History 2, H2, all those life world elements and processes which cannot be reduced to moments of capital's self-reproduction. H1 is abstract universal, it articulates the decontextualized logic of the Enlightenment, while H2 refers to concrete life worlds. The point, of course, is that since H1 is always contaminated by H2, no historical form of capital, however global its reach, can ever be a universal. No global, or even local, for that matter, capital can ever represent the universal logic of capital, for any historically available form of capital is a provisional compromise made up of History 1 modified by somebody's History 2. The universal, in that case, can only exist as a placeholder, its own place always usurped by a historical particular seeking to present itself as the universal. Point 8. It is here, however, that the problems arise. The very fact that one has to distinguish H1 and H2 indicates the special status of H1. How then do we account for this distinction? Can we ultimately reduce H1 to being an effect of H2? In other words, can the process of European secularization be conceived as itself fully grounded in the European life world? Chakrabarty indicates a positive answer. The phenomenon of political modernity, namely, the rule by modern institutions of the state, bureaucracy, and capitalist enterprise, is impossible to think of anywhere in the world without invoking certain categories and concepts, the genealogies of which go deep into the intellectual and even theological traditions of Europe. Point 9. The next logical step is to reject the assumption that the gods and spirits are in the end social facts, that the social somehow exists prior to them. One empirically knows of no society in which humans have existed without gods and spirits accompanying them. Although the god of monotheism may have taken a few knocks if not actually died in the 19th century European story of the disenchantment of the world, the gods and other agents inhabiting practices of so-called superstition have never died anywhere. I take gods and spirits to be coeval with the human, and think from the assumption that the question of being human involves the question of being with gods and spirits. Point 10. Chakrabarty mentions here the well-known figure of the Indian software programmer who, each morning before going to work, offers gifts to his local divinity. For the Western stagist, this programmer lives simultaneously in universes which are centuries apart. But is the non-problematic simultaneity of such attitudes, in other words the normalized coexistence of the universality of modernization and of particular life worlds, not one of the defining features of postmodernity? As many observers have noted, postmodernity is not the overcoming of modernity but its fulfillment. In the postmodern universe, pre-modern leftovers are no longer experienced as obstacles to be overcome by progress towards a fully secularized modernization, but as something to be unproblematically incorporated into the multicultural global universe. All traditions survive, but in a mediated denaturalized form, that is, no longer as authentic ways of life, but as freely chosen lifestyles. Therein resides the cunning of postmodernity. The Indian programmer is allowed his traditional rituals and his belief that, through these practices, he remains in touch with his authentic life world, but the rituals themselves have already been mediatized and incorporated into global capitalism, rendering possible its smooth functioning. Heidegger, Chakrabarty's main reference, was well aware of this transfunctionalization of traditions into components of global technological machinery. Such coexistence holds not only for India, but is present everywhere, including in the most developed Western societies. It is here that one should apply the properly dialectical notion of totality. Capitalism functions as a totality, in other words, elements of pre-existing life worlds and economies, including money, are gradually re-articulated as its own moments, exapted with a different function. What this means is that the line separating H1 and H2 is by definition blurred. Parts of H2 found by capitalism to be external to it, become permanently re-articulated as its integral elements. To put it in more abstract methodological terms, one should here draw a clear distinction between the imaginary ideal and conceptual ideality. In German, this is the distinction between ideal and ideal, like the distinction between ideal science of fully formalized scientific structure we are endlessly approaching and the ideal structure of a science, which renders the notional structure of the existing sciences. What Marx describes as the logic of capital is not an ideal which cannot ever be fully realized because it always remains contaminated by particular life worlds, but the notional structure of existing capitalism. There is no need for translation here, since the same formal matrix regulates all capitalist processes, no matter how different are the life worlds within which they occur. Chakrabarty confronts this problem when he proposes a critical reading of Marx's analysis of abstract labor. He rejects the predominant substantialist reading according to which abstract labor designates a real or ideal property of labor. Abstract labor should rather be understood as a performative, practical category. To organize life under the sign of capital is to act as if labor could indeed be abstracted from all social tissues in which it is always embedded and which make any particular labor, even the labor of abstracting, concrete. Notice Marx's expression, the abstraction becomes true in practice. Marx could not have written a clearer statement indicating that abstract labor was not a substantive entity, not physiological labor, not a calculable sum of muscular and nervous energy. It referred to a practice, an activity, a concrete performance of the work of abstraction, similar to what one does in the analytical strategies of economics when one speaks of an abstract category of labor. 11. This opposition, however, is all too crude and exclusive, in that it does not leave any space for the actual status of abstract labor in Marx. Abstract labor is neither substantial nor a performance. It is, of course, a social category and, in this sense, performative, but as such it has an actuality of its own, as the structure of the actual network of social relations. Again, there is no need for translation here, since, in the social field, as if is the thing itself, abstraction is actualized in the act of exchange, the reduction of different concrete private labors to this abstractum of equal human labor proceeds only through exchange, which actually equates products of different labor with each other. 12. The performative status of abstract labor is thus in no way less real than its substantial status. When an Indian capitalist trades with European companies, or when an Indian worker sells his labor power, these acts are, of course, differently perceived in different life worlds, but the truth is in their abstraction, not in their concrete, cultural or other, content. In other words, the concrete, cultural, content is ultimately an ideological fake, a mask obfuscating the reign of abstraction. To return to Chakrabarty's example, the Indian programmer thinks that in the core of his being he remains faithful to his traditional life world, but his truth is his inclusion in the global capitalist machine. With modernity, the life world loses its immediacy. Heidegger was well aware of this, which is why he perceived European modernity as harboring the danger of a worldless universe, as a threat to authentic life worlds. When critics of universality emphasize its violent character as a highly risky imposition, 13. One is tempted to reply by paraphrasing the famous answer given by the interrogator to Winston Smith, when, in Orwell's 1984, he doubts the existence of the Big Brother. It is you who doesn't exist. Does the universal dimension to which we refer really exist? But what if it is our particular identity which does not exist, that is, which is always already traversed by universalities, caught up in them? What if, in today's global civilization, We are more universal than we think, and it is our particular identity which is a fragile ideological fantasy. Furthermore, and even more importantly, by taking particular life-world identities as his starting point, Chakrabarty ignores how universality manifests itself through the gaps, failures, and antagonisms at the heart of those very identities. As Susan Buck-Morses puts it, universal humanity is visible at the edges. Rather than giving multiple, distinct cultures equal due, whereby people are recognized as part of humanity indirectly through the mediation of collective cultural identities, human universality emerges in the historical event at the point of rupture. It is in the discontinuities of history that people whose culture has been strained to the breaking point give expression to a humanity that goes beyond cultural limits. And it is in our empathic identification with this raw, free, and vulnerable state, that we have a chance of understanding what they say. Common humanity exists in spite of culture and its differences. A person's non-identity with the collective allows for subterranean solidarities that have a chance of appealing to universal, moral sentiment, the source today of enthusiasm and hope. 14. The standard complaint about how global capitalism corrodes and destroys particular life worlds should be countered by the claim that such life worlds are invariably based on some form of domination and oppression, that to a greater or lesser extent they conceal hidden antagonisms, and that any emerging emancipatory universality therein is the universality of those who have no proper place within their particular world, a universality that forms the lateral link between the excluded in each life world. 15. The political consequences of the loss of an authentic life world in a global economy in which abstractions reign can easily be discerned in contemporary China. The Western liberal media had their laugh when, in August 2007, the Chinese State Administration of Religious Affairs passed Order No. 5, a law due to come into effect in the following month, which covered the management measures for the reincarnation of living Buddhas in Tibetan Buddhism. This important move to institutionalize the management of reincarnation stipulates the procedures by which one is to reincarnate. In short, it prohibits Buddhist monks from reincarnating without government permission. No one outside China can influence the reincarnation process, and only monasteries in China can apply for permission. Before we explode in rage at the totalitarian Chinese communists who now want to control the lives of their subjects even after their deaths, imagine a bureaucrat answering a candidate with, "Sorry, but all high posts for reincarnation have already been occupied in your region, we can only allow you to reincarnate as a dog or a pig." We should remember that such measures were familiar enough in early modern European history. The Peace of Augsburg in 1555, the first step towards the Peace of Westphalia in 1648, which ended the 30 Years' War, declared the local prince's religion to be the official religion of a region or country, quis regio, eius religio. This resulted in the acceptance or toleration of Lutheranism in Germany by Catholics. However, when a new ruler of a different religion took power, large groups of people had to convert. The first big institutional move towards religious tolerance in modern Europe thus involved the paradox of the same type as the Chinese Order No. 5, religious belief, supposedly a matter of the individual's innermost spiritual experience, is to be regulated at the whim of a secular prince. The Chinese government is regulating something it not only tolerates, but even supports. Its concern is not with religion per se, but with social harmony, the political dimension of religion. In order to counter the social disintegration caused by capitalist development, Chinese officials now celebrate religions and traditional ideologies which sustain social stability, from Buddhism to Confucianism, the very ideologies that had been targets of the Cultural Revolution. In April 2006, Ye Zhaoyan, China's top religious official, told the Xinhua news agency that religion is one of the important forces from which China draws strength, and singled out Buddhism for its unique role in promoting a harmonious society, the official formula for combining economic expansion with social development and care. The same week, China hosted the World Buddhist Forum. The stakes involved in the legislation concerning reincarnation became clear when, in the ongoing struggle between the Chinese authorities and the Dalai Lama, the Chinese acted as protectors of ancient Tibetan traditions against modernization. In November 2007, in reaction to the announced Chinese legislation, the Dalai Lama proclaimed that his successor would probably not be chosen by reincarnation but by more modern democratic means. He suggested that some kind of representative religious body like the conclave in the Vatican should select his successor. This time, it was the Chinese government which counterattacked by defending reincarnation as the method of choice, accusing the Dalai Lama of abandoning ancient Tibetan traditions because of vested political interests. The role of religion in China as a force of stability against the capitalist dynamic is thus officially sanctioned. What bothers the Chinese authorities in the case of sects like the Falun Gong is merely their independence from state control. In the same vein, the problem with Tibetan Buddhism resides in an obvious fact which one tends to forget, namely that the traditional power structure in Tibet, headed by the Dalai Lama, is theocratic. The Dalai Lama unites religious and secular power, so when we are talking about his reincarnation, we are talking about a method of choosing a head of state. It is then a bit strange to hear those who complain about the non-democratic Chinese pressure on Tibet worry about the rights of the Dalai Lama, a non-democratically elected leader if ever there was one. 16. Over the last few years, the Chinese have changed their strategy in Tibet, increasingly relying more on ethnic and economic colonization than on military coercion, rapidly transforming Lhasa into a Chinese version of the capitalist Wild West with karaoke bars and Disney-like Buddhist theme parks for Western tourists. In short, what the media image of brutal Chinese soldiers terrorizing Buddhist monks conceals is the much more effective American-style socio-economic transformation. Within a decade or two, Tibetans will be reduced to the same status as that of Native Americans in the United States. It seems that the Chinese communists have finally learned the lesson. What is the oppressive power of secret police, prison camps, and Red Guards destroying ancient monuments, compared to the power of unbridled capitalism to undermine all traditional social relations? Perhaps we find China's reincarnation laws so outrageous not because they are alien to our sensibility, but because they spell out so openly the secret of what we are all up to. Are not the Chinese doing only what all civilized governments do, respectfully tolerating what they do not take quite seriously, while trying to contain its possible political consequences through legislation? It is all too easy to laugh at the idea of an atheist power regulating, and thereby admitting the existence of, something that, in its eyes, does not exist. However, do we believe in it? In Peter Schaeffer's Equus, 1973, the police ask Martin Dysart, a psychiatrist, to treat the 17-year-old Alan Strand who, inexplicably, has blinded 6 horses at the stable where he worked. Dysart discovers that, when Alan was a child, his mother, a devout Catholic, read to him daily from the Bible, while his atheist father, concerned that Alan was taking an unhealthy interest in the more violent aspects of the Bible, destroyed a picture of the crucifixion that Alan had at the foot of his bed, replacing it with one of a horse. The father tells Dysart that one night he saw Alan kneeling in front of the picture of the horse, chanting a made-up genealogy of horses parodying that of Christ in the Bible, which ends with Equus. Alan deified horses to make up for his failure to integrate paternal authority. Quite naturally, Alan gets a job at a stable, where he becomes erotically fixated on a stallion called Nugget, secretly taking him for midnight rides, riding him bareback and naked, enjoying the feeling of the power of the animal and the smell of the sweat. One evening, Jill, a fellow worker, suggests that they go to the stable to have sex, but as Alan hears the horses moving around, his nervousness makes him unable to get an erection. He threatens Jill with a hoof pick. After she escapes, he blames the spirit of Equus for his embarrassment, and punishes the 6 horses by blinding them for seeing his shame. At the end of the play, Dysart doubts whether he can really help Alan. His treatment would stamp out Alan's intense sexual religious life. But Dysart also notices how, although he is deeply interested in old pagan spirituality, his own life is sterile, since it took him such a long time to recognize in front of him, in Alan, the living presence of what he was searching for in old artifacts. 17. When the Taliban forces in Afghanistan destroyed the Bamiyan statues, were we, the benevolent Western observers, outraged at this horror? not all disserts, 18. What this also means is that, before we succumb to bemoaning the alienating effect of the fact that relations between persons are being replaced by relations between things, we should keep in mind the opposite, liberating, effect, displacement of the fetishism onto relations between things defetishizes relations between persons, allowing them to acquire formal freedom and autonomy. While, in a market economy, I remain de facto dependent, this dependence is nonetheless civilized, enacted in the form of a free market exchange between myself and other persons instead of in the form of direct servitude or even physical coercion. It is easy to ridicule Ayn Rand, but there is a grain of truth in the famous hymn to money from her Atlas Shrugged. Until and unless you discover that money is the root of all good, you ask for your own destruction. When money ceases to become the means by which men deal with one another, then men become the tools of other men. Blood, whips and guns or dollars. Take your choice, there is no other. Point 19. But did not Marx say something similar in the formula just quoted, regarding how, in a commodity economy, relations between people assume the guise of relations among things? In the market economy, relations between people can appear as relations of mutually recognized freedom and equality. Domination is no longer directly enacted and visible as such. What is problematic is the underlying premise of Rand's statement, that the only choice is between direct and indirect relations of domination and exploitation. So what about the standard critique of formal freedom, that it is, in a way, even worse than direct servitude, since, in the case of the latter, at least I am not deluded into thinking that I am free? One reply on this point is Herbert Marcuse's aforementioned motto, freedom is the condition of liberation. In order to demand actual freedom, I already have to experience myself as basically and essentially free. Only as such can I experience my actual servitude as unworthy of my human condition. In order to experience this antagonism between my freedom and the actuality of my servitude, however, I have be recognized as formally free, the demand for my actual freedom can arise only out of my formal freedom. In other words, in exactly the same way as, in the development of capitalism, the formal subsumption of the production process under capital precedes its real subsumption, formal freedom precedes actual freedom, creating the latter's conditions. That very force of abstraction which dissolves organic life worlds is simultaneously the resource of emancipatory politics. The philosophical consequences of this real status of abstraction are crucial. They compel us to reject the historicist relativization and contextualization of different modes of subjectivity, and to assert the abstract Cartesian subject, the cogito, as something which today corrodes from within all different forms of cultural self-experience. No matter how much we see ourselves as embedded in a particular culture, the moment we participate in global capitalism, this culture is always already denaturalized, effectively functioning as one specific and contingent way of life of abstract Cartesian subjectivity. If, however, modern philosophy is inaugurated with the rise of the Cartesian cogito, where do we stand today with regard to the latter? Are we really entering a post-Cartesian era, or is it only now that our unique historical constellation enables us to discern the full significance of the cogito? The Freudian unconscious versus the cerebral unconscious. What makes our historical moment unique? Let us begin with an unexpected case. George Soros is undoubtedly an honest humanitarian whose Open Society Foundation more or less single-handedly saved critical social thinking in the post-communist countries. Yet a decade or so ago, the same George Soros engaged in speculation on the currency market, exploiting differences in exchange rates to make hundreds of millions of dollars. This massively successful operation also caused untold suffering, especially in Southeast Asia, where hundreds of thousands lost their jobs, with all the attendant consequences. Such is today's abstract violence at its purest. At the one extreme, financial speculation pursued in its own sphere, with no obvious links to the reality of human lives. At the other extreme, a pseudo-natural catastrophe which hits thousands like a tsunami, for no apparent reason. Today's violence is like a Hegelian speculative infinite judgment, positing the identity of these two extremes. The psychological consequences of this rise in new forms of abstract violence are the topic of Catherine Malabou's Les Nouveaux Blesses, The New Wounded. Point 20. If the Freudian name for the unknown knowns is the unconscious. 21. The Freudian name for the unknown unknowns is trauma, the violent intrusion of something radically unexpected, something the subject was absolutely not ready for, and which it cannot integrate in any way. Malabou has proposed a critical reformulation of psychoanalysis along these lines, taking as her starting point the delicate echoes between the internal and external real in psychoanalysis. For Freud and Lacan, external shocks, unexpected brutal encounters or intrusions, owe their properly traumatic impact to the way they touch on a pre-existing traumatic psychic reality. Malabou rereads along these lines Lacan's account of the Freudian dream father, "Can't you see I'm burning?" The contingent external encounter of the real, the candle falls, setting alight the cloth covering the dead child, the smell of the smoke disturbs the father on his night watch, triggers the true real, the unbearable fantasy apparition of the dead child reproaching his father. In this way, for Freud and Lacan, every external trauma is sublated, internalized, owing its impact to the way a pre-existing real of psychic reality is aroused through it. Even the most violent intrusions of the external real, say, the shocking effect of wartime bombings on the victims, owe their traumatic effect to the resonance they find in perverse masochism, in the death drive, in unconscious guilt feelings, and so on. Today, however, our socio-political reality itself imposes multiple versions of external intrusions, traumas, which are just that, brutal but meaningless interruptions that destroy the symbolic texture of the subject's identity. First, there is external physical violence, terror attacks like 9/11, the shock and awe bombing of Iraq, street violence, rape, and so on, but also natural catastrophes, earthquakes, hurricanes. Then there is the irrational, meaningless, destruction of the material base of our inner reality, brain tumors, Alzheimer's disease, organic cerebral lesions, etc., which can utterly change, destroy even, the victim's personality. Finally, there are the destructive effects of socio-symbolic violence, such as social exclusion. Note how this triad echoes the triad of commons, the commons of external nature, of inner nature, of symbolic substance. Most of these forms of violence have, of course, been known for centuries, some even from the prehistory of humanity. What is new today is that, since we live in a disenchanted post-religious era, they are much more likely to be directly experienced as meaningless intrusions of the real, and for this very reason, although utterly different in nature, they appear to belong to the same series and produce the same effect. Recall the historical fact that rape was categorized as trauma only in the 20th century. 22. There is yet another distinction one should bear in mind here. While for us, in the developed West, trauma is as a rule experienced as a momentary violent intrusion which disturbs our normal daily lives, a terrorist attack, an earthquake or tornado, being mugged or raped. For those in a war-torn country like Sudan or Congo, trauma is the permanent state of things, a way of life. They have nowhere to retreat to, and cannot even claim to be haunted by the specter of an earlier trauma. What remains is not the trauma's specter, but the trauma itself. It is almost an oxymoron to refer to them as post-traumatic subjects, since what makes their situation so traumatic is the very persistence of trauma. Malabou's basic reproach to Freud is that, when confronted with such cases, he succumbs to the temptation to look for meaning. He is not ready to accept the direct destructive power of external shocks. They can destroy the psyche of the victim, or, at least, wound it in an irremediable way, without resonating with any inner traumatic truth. It would obviously be obscene to link, say, the psychic devastation of a Musulman in a Nazi camp to his masochistic tendencies, death drive, or guilt feelings. He, like the victim of multiple rape, torture, and so on, is not devastated by unconscious anxieties, but by a meaningless external shock which can in no way be hermeneutically appropriated or integrated, for the wounded brain. There is no possibility of being present at its own fragmentation or at its own wound. In contrast to castration, there is no representation, no phenomenon, no example of separation, which would allow the subject to anticipate, to wait for, to fantasize what could be a break in cerebral connections. One cannot even dream about it. There is no scene for this thing which is not one. The brain in no way anticipates the possibility of its own damage. When this damage occurs, it is another self which is affected, a new self founded in misrecognition. Point 23. For Freud, when external violence grows too strong, we simply exit the psychic domain proper. Either the shock is reintegrated into a pre-existing libidinal frame, or it destroys the psyche and nothing is left. What he cannot envisage is that the victim, as it were, survives its own death. All different forms of traumatic encounter, independently of their specific nature, social, natural, biological, symbolic, lead to the same result: a new subject emerges which survives its own death, the death, or erasure, of its symbolic identity. There is no continuity between this new post-traumatic subject, the victim of Alzheimer's or other cerebral lesions, and so on, and its old identity. After the shock, it is literally a new subject which emerges. Its features are well known: a lack of emotional engagement, profound indifference and detachment. It is a subject who is no longer in the world in the Heideggerian sense of engaged embodied existence. This subject lives death as a form of life. His or her life is the death drive embodied, a life deprived of erotic engagement, and this holds for the henchman no less than for his victims. If the 20th century was the Freudian century, so that even its worst nightmares were read as sadomasochistic vicissitudes of the libido, will the 21st be the century of the post-traumatic disengaged subject, whose first emblematic figure, that of the musulman, is multiplying in the guise of refugees, terror victims, survivors of natural disasters or of family violence? Common to all these figures is the sense that the cause of the catastrophe remains libidinally meaningless, resisting any interpretation. The victims of socio-political traumas present today the same profile as the victims of natural catastrophes, tsunamis, earthquakes, floods, or grave accidents, serious domestic accidents, explosions, fires. We have entered a new era of political violence where politics draws its resources from the renunciation of the political sense of violence. All traumatizing events tend to neutralize their intention and to assume the lack of motivation proper to chance incidents, the feature of which is that they cannot be interpreted. Today, the enemy is hermeneutics. This erasure of sense is not only discernible in countries at war, it is present everywhere, as the new face of the social which bears witness to an unprecedented psychic pathology, identical in all cases and in all contexts, globalized. Point 24. Insofar as the violence of traumatizing events consists in the way they cut the subject off from its reserves of memory, the speech of these patients does not have any revelatory meaning. Their illness does not constitute a kind of truth with regard to the subject's past history. 25. In this lack of sense, social conflicts are deprived of the dialectics of political struggle proper and become as anonymous as natural catastrophes. 26. We are thus dealing with a heterogeneous mixture of nature and politics, in which politics cancels itself as such and takes on the appearance of nature, and nature disappears in order to assume the mask of politics. This global heterogeneous mixture of nature and politics is characterized by the global uniformization of neuropsychological reactions. 27. Global capitalism thus generates a new form of illness which is itself global, indifferent to the most elementary distinctions such as that between nature and culture. In the case of such an intrusion of the raw real, all hermeneutics is impossible. 28. The trauma remains external to the field of sense, it cannot be integrated into it as a mere deterrent which triggers the resuscitation of a latent psychic trauma. This is what Freud cannot, or, rather, refuses to, think. For him, external traumas like brain lesions are psychically mute. 29. They can only have a psychic impact when a sexual trauma resonates within them. In other words, the enemy the psyche is fighting when it encounters a trauma is ultimately always an internal enemy. Freud refuses to consider the psychic impact of a violent intrusion which remains external to sense, which precludes the possibility of being fantasized. 30. He refuses to envisage the psychic consequences of traumatic intrusions which cannot be integrated into a psychic staging such as indifference, the loss of affect. It is crucial that, in such cases, the limits that separate history from nature, sociopathy from neurobiology, are blurred. The terror of the concentration camp and an organic brain lesion can produce the same form of autism. Such detached psyches are beyond love and hate, one should call them neither sadistic nor masochistic. 31. Against Malibu, however, the difference between pleasure and jouissance should be fully acknowledged. While it is clear that the dialectical reversals of pleasure fail to capture the traumatic cases evoked by Malibu, the intrusion of a numbing jouissance is definitely relevant here. In many of the cases reported by Oliver Sacks in his Musicophilia, the patient haunted by compulsive music feels a great release when he learns that his hallucinations are caused by an organic brain lesion or some other kind of physical malfunctioning, not by psychological madness. In this way, the patient no longer has to feel subjectively responsible for his own hallucinations, they become just a meaningless objective fact. Is there not, however, also a possible escape from some traumatic truth at work in this release? Sachs reports on the case of David Mamlok, an old Jewish immigrant from Germany who was haunted by musical hallucinations. When I asked Mr. Mamlok what his internal music was like, he exclaimed, angrily, that it was tonal and corny. I found this choice of adjectives intriguing and asked him why he used them. His wife, he explained, was a composer of atonal music, and his own tastes were for Schoenberg and other atonal masters, though he was fond of classical and, especially, chamber music, too. But the music he hallucinated was nothing like this. It started, he said, with a German Christmas song. He immediately hummed this, and then other Christmas songs and lullabies. These were followed by marches, especially the Nazi marching songs he had heard growing up in Hamburg in the 1930s. These songs were particularly distressing to him, for he was Jewish and had lived in terror of the Hitlerjugend, the belligerent gangs who had roamed the streets looking for Jews. 32. Did the organic stimulus here not reawaken old traumas of obscene religio-political kitsch? Although Sachs is aware of how organically caused disturbances like musical hallucinations get invested with meaning, why these songs and not others, nonetheless all too often the immediate reference to organic causes tends to obliterate the repressed traumatic dimension. In the new form of subjectivity, autistic, indifferent, deprived of effective engagement, the old personality is not sublated or replaced by a compensatory formation, but thoroughly destroyed. Destruction itself acquires a form, becomes a, relatively stable, form of life. What we have is not simply the absence of form, but the form of, the, absence, of the erasure of the previous personality. More precisely, the new form is less a form of life than a form of death, not an expression of the Freudian death drive, but, more directly, the death of the drive. As Deleuze pointed out in Difference and Repetition, death is always double. The Freudian death drive means that the subject wants to die, but to die in its own way, according to its own inner path, not as the result of an external accident. There is always a gap between the two, between the death drive as transcendental tendency and the contingent accident which kills me. Suicide is a desperate, and ultimately failed, attempt to bring the two dimensions together. There is a nice scene in a Hollywood horror movie in which a desperate young woman, alone in her bedroom, is about to kill herself when suddenly the horrible creature attacking the city breaks into the room and attacks her. The woman then fights back desperately, since although she wanted to die, this was not the death she wanted. Insofar as the new wounded are radically cut off from their past, insofar as their wound suspends all hermeneutics, insofar as there is ultimately nothing to interpret here, such a deserted, emotionally disaffected, indifferent psyche is also not, any longer, able to transfer. We live in the epoch of the end of transference. The love for the psychoanalyst or the therapist means nothing to a psyche which can neither love nor hate. 33. In other words, these patients seek neither to know nor not to know when in treatment. They do not position their psychiatrist or analyst in the role of the subject supposed to know. What, then, should the therapist do in such conditions? Malibu endorses Daniel Wildlocher's position. She or he should become the subject of the other's suffering and of its expression, especially when this other is unable to feel anything whatsoever, or, as Malibu herself puts it, the therapist should assemble require for the other his/her pain. 34 These formulae are full of ambiguities. If there is no transference whatsoever, then the question is not only how this collecting/assembling affects the patient, does it do them any good whatsoever, but, even more radically, how we can be at all sure that it is really the patient's suffering we are assembling. What if the therapist, in imagining how the patient must suffer, can only imagine how the patient's deprivations must appear to someone who still has, say, an intact memory, and is thus able to imagine what it would be like to be deprived of it? What if the therapist thus misreads blessed ignorance as unbearable suffering? No wonder Malibu's formula of assembling the other's pain recalls the problem of witnessing the Holocaust. The problem the survivors of the camps encountered is not only that witnessing is impossible, that it always has an element of prosopopoeia, that another has to collect/assemble their pain, since the true witness is always already dead and we can only speak on his behalf, but also a symmetrical problem at the opposite end. There is no proper public, no listener to adequately receive the testimony. The most traumatic dream Primo Levi had in Auschwitz was about his survival. The war is over, he is reunited with his family, telling them about his life in the camp, but they gradually become bored, start to yawn, and, one after another, leave the table, so that finally Levi is left alone. A fact from the Bosnian War in the early 1990s illustrates the same point. Many of the girls who survived brutal rape experiences killed themselves later on, after they had rejoined their communities and found that there was no one who was really ready to listen to them, to accept their testimony. In Lacan's terms, what is missing here is not only another human being, the attentive listener, but the big other itself, the space of the symbolic inscription or registration of my words. Levi made the same point in his direct and simple way when he said that what the Nazis did to the Jews was so irrepresentable in its horror that even if someone were to survive the camps, he would not be believed by those who were not there. They would simply declare him a liar or a madman. While Malibu focuses on cases where a neuronal change has traumatic subjective effects, would it not have been even more unsettling to consider cases where such a change might have passed unnoticed? In May 2002, it was reported that scientists at New York University had attached a computer chip, able to receive signals, directly to a rat's brain, enabling them to control the rat's movements by means of a steering mechanism, as in a remote-controlled toy car. For the first time, the will of a living animal agent, its spontaneous decisions about the movements it will make, were taken over by an external machine. Of course, the great philosophical question here is how the unfortunate rat experienced these movements, which were effectively decided from outside. Did it continue to experience them as spontaneous? In other words, was it totally unaware that its movements were being steered, or was it aware that something was wrong? More crucially, what if an identical experiment were to be performed with humans, which, ethical issues notwithstanding, ought not to be much more complicated, technically speaking, than in the case of the rat? In the latter case, it might be argued that one should not apply to the rat the human category of experience, but in the case of a human being one could indeed ask whether the subject of the experiment would remain totally unaware that their movements were being steered, or whether they would realize that something was wrong. And how, precisely, would this external power appear: as something inside one, an unstoppable inner drive, or as simple external coercion? If the subject remained totally unaware that their spontaneous behavior was being steered from the outside, could one really pretend that this would have no consequences for our notion of free will? We can add another gruesome traumatic experience to those enumerated by Malibu. In Le Prix du Progrès, one of the fragments that conclude Dialectic of Enlightenment, Adorno and Horkheimer quote the argument of the 19th-century French physiologist Pierre Flourens against medical anesthesia using chloroform. Flourens claims that it can be proven that the anesthetic works only on our memory's neuronal network. So, while being butchered alive on the operating table, We feel the terrible pain throughout, but later, on coming round, we do not remember it. Should we not read the scene as a perfect staging of the inaccessible other side of the fundamental fantasy that can never be fully subjectivized, assumed by the subject? Such premonitions are regularly confirmed. Anesthesia awareness, where the patient is mentally alert and terrified, while supposedly under full general anesthesia, continues to be reported between 100 and 200 times daily in the United States alone. The patient is paralyzed, unable to speak, and totally unable to communicate his or her awareness. The actual pain of the operation may or may not be felt, but the patient is fully aware of what is happening, feeling as if they cannot breathe, and unable to communicate any distress because of the muscle relaxant. The most traumatic cases occur when patients who have experienced full awareness explicitly recall it afterwards. The result is an enormous trauma-generating post-traumatic stress disorder, leading to long-lasting after-effects such as nightmares, night terrors, flashbacks, insomnia, and in some cases even suicide. Is the trauma of which Malibu speaks not a trauma experienced as such because it is so unsettling from within the horizon of meaning? In other words, is the absence of a meaningful self traumatic only if we expect its presence? If so, then why should we not surmise that these cold, indifferent, disengaged subjects are not suffering at all? That, once their old persona has been erased, they enter a blessed state of indifference, and only appear to us to be undergoing unbearable suffering? What if les nouveaux blesses are literally the new blessed ones? What if the logic of the old medical joke about Alzheimer's, the bad news is we've discovered you have severe Alzheimer's disease. The good news is you will have already forgotten the bad news by the time you get home, applies here, so that, when the patient's old personality is destroyed, the very measure of their suffering also disappears? Is Malibu not then guilty of the same mistake for which she reproaches psychoanalysis, the mistake of not being able to think, the absence of meaningful engagement, of reading disengaged indifference from within the horizon of such engagement? To put it another way, does she not forget to include herself, her own desire, in the observed phenomenon? In an ironic reversal of her claim that the autistic subject is unable to enact transference, perhaps it is her own transference that she fails to take into account when she portrays the autistic subject's immense suffering. This subject is primordially an enigmatic, impenetrable thing, totally ambiguous, such that one cannot but oscillate between attributing to it immense suffering and blessed ignorance. What characterizes it is the lack of recognition in a double sense. We do not recognize ourselves in it, there is no empathy possible, and the autistic subject, on account of its withdrawal, does not recognize us, its partner in communication. Malibu rejects the autonomy of psychic life, in the Freudian sense of an autonomous psychic reality, of the libido as psychic energy different from neuronal, brain, energy. For her, the Freudian libido is based on the suspension, or exclusion, of neuronal energy, more precisely, on Freud's refusal to admit the brain's ability to enact self-affection, to engage in self-regulatory self-modeling. As she puts it, the psychic energy is in a way a rhetorical detour of the neuronal energy. 35 When the endogenous brain excitation cannot be released within the nerve system itself, it changes into psychic energy which may find release in rhetorical displacements. In short, rhetoric supplants the silence of the neuronal system. The unconscious is structured like a language only insofar as the brain does not talk. 36 Today's brain sciences have invalidated the Freudian hypothesis with their discovery of the emotional brain, which can generate self-representations and regulate its life through affects. Emotion is a reflexive structure by means of which the vital regulation affects itself. One should thus counterpose to the Freudian sexual unconscious the cerebral unconscious, the self-representative activity of the brain which incessantly constructs the cartography of its own states and thereby affects itself. Malibu strictly opposes the cerebral self-affection, self-relating, to that self-affection which is the self-awareness of the conscious subject, and which was deconstructed by Derrida in his detailed analysis of the paradoxes and deadlocks involved in hearing oneself talking. Nobody can be aware of the workings of his or her own brain, there is no subjectivization possible of the neuronal process of self-affection. Cerebral self-affection is the unconscious of subjectivity. 37 There is only one way in which the subjective experience of the auto-affection of one's own brain can occur, in the guise of the suffering caused by brain damage. When the libidinal unconscious undergoes a traumatic encounter, it reacts by regression, withdrawing from higher-level engagement and interaction to a more primitive mode of functioning. When the cerebral process of self-affection is disturbed, there is no space or more fundamental level to which the subject can return, its substance is erased, the self which survives this destruction is literally a new self, its identity an identity by default, that of an impassive disengaged subject deprived even of the capacity to dream. Malibu's thesis here is both radical and very precise. Her point is not simply to add to the Freudian libidinal unconscious another, cerebral, unconscious. The problem is rather that the Freudian unconscious only makes sense when, or if, we refuse to admit we erase the possibility of the cerebral unconscious. What this means is that the cerebral unconscious is not just a mechanism for explaining those processes which cannot be accounted for in terms of the libidinal unconscious. Once we admit the cerebral unconscious, the libidinal unconscious loses its grounding. It is only the cerebral unconscious, irreducible to the Lacanian triad imaginary symbolic real, which is the truly material unconscious. 38 The cerebral unconscious is not the imaginary itself. Modeling is not narcissistic self-mirroring, it is not symbolic. Its traces do not represent the subject within a structure of meaning, and it is not real in the Lacanian sense of the thing as the ultimate incestuous libidinal object of psychic reality, since it is radically external to the libido, to sexuality. Nothing distinguishes the Freudian unconscious and the cerebral unconscious more clearly than the way they relate to death. As Freud emphasized repeatedly, the libidinal unconscious is undead, it does not know, cannot represent, its own death, it acts as if it were immortal, indestructible, but our brain never acts as if it is immortal. The cerebral unconscious is destructible and knows itself, models itself, as such. The second distinction concerns sexuality, or eros as the counterpole to thanatos. If the cerebral unconscious is mortal, the Freudian unconscious is sexual, where, as Malibu puts it in very precise terms, Freudian sexuality designates not merely a constrained content, sexual practices, but the very formal structure of the relationship between outside and inside, between the external incident/accident and its aufhebung/integration into the internal libidinal process it triggers. Sexuality is thus the name for this passage from contingency to necessity, from awareness to orlevness. It is through its integration into a pre-existing frame of psychic reality that the external accident is sexualized. The mediator between the two is fantasy. In order to arouse me, the external accident, this pure shock, has to touch on my fantasy, my pre-existing phantasmatic frame has to resonate within it. Fantasy enacts the Stichsuger/Verlodung between the outside and the inside. The activity of unconscious fantasizing is primordially repressed, into the radical, non-subjectivizable, unconscious, yet as such it remains strictly psychic, irreducible, and autonomous with regard to the brain's activity. It is the outside of the psychic inside itself, its level of extimacy. One should nonetheless render problematic the very term cerebral unconscious. It designates not only blind neuronal process but also the reflexivity of that process, the fact that the brain incessantly reflects itself, registering and regulating its process on the model of what Damasio calls the proto-self. However, in what precise sense does this proto-self deserve to be called unconscious? Does such reflexivity not remain a blind natural self-regulatory process? Does Malibu's very formal definition of the cerebral unconscious not point in this direction? She locates the basic formal condition of the cerebral unconscious in the fact that, when we are thinking, it is never the brain itself which perceives itself, that is, we cannot ever reflexively become aware of how our brain is working when we are thinking. The cerebral unconscious is then this self-regulating and self-representing of the brain which forever remains closed to us. However, insofar as Malibu continues to talk about the cerebral unconscious as something more than such a blind self-regulatory process, she runs the risk of regressing to a pre-modern organicist idealist figure of a spiritual form inherent to matter as such, along the Aristotelian lines of the soul as the inherent form of a body. Is what she presents as her more radical materialism. There is no need for a specific psychic domain or level, the brain itself can reflect itself, not a covert re-spiritualization of matter? How, then, do the two different figures of radical otherness relate to each other, the cerebral otherness of a meaningless neuronal real, and the abyss of the neighbor thing? Linked to this is another obvious gap in Malibu's line of argumentation. While she tries to demonstrate how cerebral lesions generate trauma totally independently of the sexualized libidinal economy, she never raises the opposite question, namely, how does the sexualized universe of meaning arise? Is Freudo-Lacanian theory not still required in order to explain the rise of sexualized symbolic subjectivity? Malibu formulates the problem in the terms of the difficulty of truly reaching beyond the pleasure principle. What Freud calls beyond the pleasure principle, the death drive, is really itself another roundabout assertion of the pleasure principle, not its true beyond. Einstein's theory of relativity offers here unexpected parallels with Lacanian theory. The starting point of the theory of relativity is the strange fact that, for every observer, no matter in what direction and how fast he moves, light moves at the same speed. In an analogous way, for Lacan, no matter whether the desiring subject approaches or runs from his or her object of desire, this object seems to remain at the same distance from the subject. Who has not experienced the nightmarish situation in a dream, the more I run away, the more I remain in the same place? This paradox can be neatly solved by introducing the difference between the object and the cause of desire. No matter how close I get to the object of desire, its cause remains at a distance, totally elusive. Furthermore, the general theory of relativity solves the antinomy between the relativity of every movement with regard to the observer and the absolute velocity of light, which moves at a constant speed independently of the point of observation, with the notion of curved space. In a homologous way, the Freudian solution to the antinomy between the subject's approaching or running away from his object of desire, and the constant speed, and distance from him, of the object cause of desire, resides in the curved space of desire. Sometimes the shortest way to realize a desire is to bypass its object goal, to postpone the encounter with it. What Lacan calls the objet petit is the agent of this curvature, the unfathomable X on account of which, when we confront the object of our desire, more satisfaction is provided by dancing around it than by directly going for it. And is what happens in the case of a post-traumatic subject not the destruction of the objet? This is why such a subject is deprived of an engaged existence and reduced to indifferent vegetation. No wonder, then, that in her confrontation with Lacan, when she argues that, contrary to all appearances, both Freud and Lacan cannot really think the dimension beyond the pleasure principle, since every destructive trauma is re-eroticized, Malibu totally ignores Lacan's key distinction between pleasure, lust, plaisir, and enjoyment, Geniessen, Jouissance. What is beyond the pleasure principle is enjoyment itself, it is the drive as such. The basic paradox of jouissance is that it is both impossible and unavoidable, it is never fully achieved, always missed, but, simultaneously, we can never get rid of it. Every renunciation of enjoyment generates an enjoyment in renunciation, every obstacle to desire generates a desire for an obstacle, and so forth. This reversal provides the minimal definition of surplus enjoyment, it involves the paradoxical pleasure in pain. That is to say, when Lacan uses the term plus de jouir, one has to ask a naive, but crucial question: in what does the surplus consist? Is it merely a qualitative increase of ordinary pleasure? The ambiguity of the French expression is decisive here. It can mean surplus of enjoyment as well as no enjoyment. The surplus of enjoyment over mere pleasure is generated by the presence of the very opposite of pleasure, namely pain. Surplus enjoyment is thus precisely that part of jouissance which resists being contained by the homeostasis, by the pleasure principle. And since Malibu refers among others to the Musulman of the Nazi camps as a pure figure of the death drive beyond the pleasure principle, one is almost tempted to claim that it is precisely the Musulman who, due to his libidinal disengagement, can effectively act upon the pleasure principle, his minimal gestures are fully instrumentalized, he strives to eat when hungry, and so on. Here Malibu seems to pay the price for her all too naive reading of Freud, taking him too hermeneutically, failing to distinguish between the true core of Freud's discovery and the different ways he himself misunderstood the scope of that discovery. Malibu accepts Freud's dualism of drives as it is formulated, ignoring those precise readings, from Lacan to Laplanche, which convincingly demonstrated that this dualism was a false way out, a theoretical regression. So, ironically, when Malibu contrasts Freud and Jung, emphasizing Freud's dualism of drives against Jung's monism of the desexualized libido, she misses the crucial paradox. It is at this very point, when he resorts to the dualism of drives, that Freud is at his most Jungian, regressing to a pre-modern mythic agonism of opposed primordial forces. How then are we to grasp properly what eluded Freud and pushed him into this dualism? When Malibu takes it that, for Freud, Eros always relates to and encompasses its opposite other, the destructive death drive, she, following Freud's own misleading formulations, conceives of this opposition as a conflict of two opposed forces, and not, more precisely, as the inherent self-blockage of the drive. The death drive is not an opposing force with regard to the libido, but a constitutive gap which distinguishes the drive from instinct. Significantly, Malibu prefers translating trieb by instinct, always derailed, caught in a loop of repetition, marked by an impossible excess. Deleuze, on whom Malibu otherwise constantly relies, made this point clear in his Difference and Repetition. Eros and then Eidos are not two opposing drives that compete and combine their forces, as in eroticized masochism, there is only one drive, the libido, striving for enjoyment, and the death drive is the curved space of its formal structure. It plays the role of a transcendental principle, whereas the pleasure principle is only psychological. For this reason, it is above all silent, not given in experience, whereas the pleasure principle is noisy. The first question, then, is, how is it that the theme of death, which appears to draw together the most negative elements of psychological life, can be in itself the most positive element, transcendentally positive, to the point of affirming repetition? Eros and then Eidos are distinguished in that Eros must be repeated, can be lived only through repetition, whereas then Eidos, as transcendental principle, is that which gives repetition to Eros, that which submits Eros to repetition. 39. How, then, do we pass from animal sexuality, instinctual coupling, to properly human sexuality? By submitting animal sexuality, its life instinct, to the death drive. The death drive is the transcendental form which makes sexuality proper out of animal instincts. In this sense, the disengaged indifferent delibidinalized subject is indeed the pure subject of the death drive. In this subject, only the empty frame of the death drive as the formal transcendental condition of libidinal investments survives, deprived of all content. It is weird that Malibu, who quotes from Deleuze's Difference and Repetition in her book, ignores these passages which directly bear on her topic, providing an elegant solution to her question of why Freud was unable to find positive representations of the death drive. The libidinal proletariat. Perhaps pushing the envelope a bit, one is tempted to say that the subject deprived of its libidinal substance is the libidinal proletariat. When Malibu develops her key notion of destructive plasticity, of the subject who continues to live on after its psychic death, the erasure of the narrative texture of its symbolic identity that sustained its libidinal investments and engagements, she touches on a key point, the reflexive reversal of the destruction of form into the form acquired by destruction itself. In other words, when we are dealing, say, with a victim of Alzheimer's, it is not merely that his or her awareness is severely constrained, that the scope of the self is diminished. We are literally no longer dealing with the same self. After the trauma, another subject emerges, we are talking to a stranger. This may appear to be the very opposite of what goes on in a Hegelian dialectical process, in which we are dealing with a continuous metamorphosis of the same substance subject which develops in complexity, mediates and sublates its content into a higher level, is not the whole point of the dialectical process that, precisely, we never go through a zero point, that the past content is never radically erased, that there is no radically new beginning? The question concerns the subject's radical finitude. Heidegger is consistent in developing all the consequences of the radical assertion of finitude. It involves a series of self-referential paradoxes. That is to say, when Heidegger claims that the ultimate failure, the breakdown of the entire structure of meaning, the withdrawal from engagement and care, the possibility that the totality of Dasein's engagements collapses into itself, the world has the character of completely lacking significance. 40 is the innermost possibility of Dasein, when he claims that Dasein can succeed in its engagement only against the background of a possible failure. The interrelational structure of the world of care can fail in such a catastrophic way that Dasein will appear not as the world embedded, open to meaning, engaged agent in a shared world that is, but, all at once as it were, as the null basis of a nullity. 41 He is not just making the decisionist existentialist point about how being a subject means being able to fail to be one. 42 About how the choice is ours and utterly contingent, with no guarantee of success. His point is rather that the historical totality of meaning into which we are thrown is always already, constitutively, thwarted from within by the possibility of its utmost impossibility. Death, the collapse of the structure of meaning and care, is not an external limit which, as such, would enable Dasein to totalize its meaningful engagement. It is not the final quilting point that dots the I's of one's lifespan, enabling one to totalize a life story into a consistent meaningful narrative. Death is precisely that which cannot be included into any meaningful totality. Its meaningless facticity is a permanent threat to meaning, its prospect a reminder that there is no final way out. 43 The consequence of this is that the choice is not a direct choice between success and failure, between an authentic and an inauthentic mode of existence, since the very notion that one can successfully totalize one's life in an all-encompassing structure of meaning is the ultimate inauthentic betrayal. The only true success Dasein can have is to heroically confront and accept its ultimate failure. However, it is here that one should be very precise. This outline of a continuous dialectical metamorphosis is not Hegelian, but an example of dynamized Spinozism or organicism. The same substance, life, maintains itself through its metamorphoses. The logic of dialectical transitions is entirely different, since it involves a radical transubstantiation. True, after negation/alienation/loss, the subject returns to itself, but this subject is not the same as the substance that underwent the alienation. It is constituted in the very movement of returning to itself. In a properly Hegelian Freudian Lacanian way, one should thus draw a radical conclusion: the subject is as such the survivor of its own death, a shell which remains after it is deprived of its substance. This is why Lacan's matheme for the subject is $the barred subject. It is not that Lacan can think the rise of a new subject surviving its death/disintegration. For Lacan, the subject as such is a second subject, a formal survivor, the surviving form, of the loss of its substance, of the noumenal X called by Kant the I or he or it, the thing, that thinks. When Malibu insists that the subject who emerges after a traumatic wound is not a transformation of the old subject, but literally a new one, she is well aware that the identity of this new subject does not arise from a tabula rasa. Many traces of the old subject's life narrative survive, but they are totally restructured, torn out of their previous horizon of meaning and inscribed into a new context. The new subject profoundly modifies the vision and the content of the past itself. On account of its pathological force of deformation and of its destructive plasticity, such a traumatic event effectively introduces into psychic life inauthenticity, facticity. It creates another history, a past which doesn't exist. 44. But does this not hold already for radical historical breaks? Are we not dealing all the time with what Eric Hobsbawm called invented traditions? Does not every new epoch rewrite its past, re-articulating it into a new context? Malibu is at her theoretical best when she makes a fine critical point about those brain scientists, from Luria to Sachs, who insist on supplementing the naturalist description of brain lesions, and so on, with a subjective description of how the biological wound not only affects the subject's particular abilities, loss of memory, inability to recognize faces, etc., but changes their entire psychic structure, the fundamental way they perceive themselves and their world. The first great classic is here Alexander Luria's Unsurpassable The Mind of a Mnemonist, a description of the inner universe of a man who was condemned to absolute memory, unable to forget anything. These scientists remain all too humanist, they focus on the victim's attempts to cope with his or her wound, to build a supplementary life form that will somehow enable them to reintegrate into social interaction. In Saxe's The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat, the cure is found in the man's undisturbed musical sense. Although he cannot recognize the face of his wife or his other companions and friends, he can identify them through their sounds. Luria, Saxe, et.al., thereby avoid fully confronting the true traumatic heart of the matter, not the subject's desperate effort to recompense for the loss, but the subject of this loss itself, the subject which is the positive form this loss assumes, the disengaged impassive subject. They make their job too easy by passing directly from the neuronal devastation to the subject's efforts to cope with the loss, avoiding the true difficulty, the subjective form of this devastation itself. For Malibu, even Lacan succumbs to this temptation of stitching with his notion of the thing, das Ding, as the ultimate libidinal object, the all-erasing abyss of incestuous jouissance which equals death. At this ultimate, asymptotic point of the coincidence of opposites, Aranis and or loveness, the outside and the inside, fully overlap. As Malibu puts it in very precise terms, the thing is Lacan's name for the horizon of ultimate destruction which is impossible real, an always deferred anticipation, a threat of an unimaginable X always to come and never here. The destruction of every horizon remains a horizon of this destruction, the lack of encounter remains the encounter of lack. The thing is real, but a real transposed into psychic reality, it is the way the subject experiences/represents the very impossibility of experiencing/representing. Lacan's name for the transcendental inside which finds resonance in external traumatic intrusion is separation. Prior to any empirical traumatic loss is the transcendental separation constitutive of the very dimension of subjectivity, in its multiple guises, from birth trauma to symbolic castration. Its general form is that of the separation from the partial object which survives as the specter of the undead lamella. Here, perhaps, Lacan introduces a logic which is not taken into account by Malibu. Castration is not only a thread horizon, a not yet/always to come, but, simultaneously, something which always already happens. The subject is not only under the threat of separation, it is the effect of separation, from substance. Furthermore, insofar as a traumatic encounter generates anxiety, we should bear in mind that, for Lacan, what the subject is exposed to in anxiety is precisely the loss of the loss itself. Lacan here turns Freud around. Anxiety is not the anxiety of separation from the object, but the anxiety of the object, cause of desire, coming too close to the subject. This is why trauma belongs to the domain of the uncanny in the fundamental ambiguity of that term. What makes the uncanny is its proximity, the fact that it is the coming into visibility of something too close to us. So, when Malibu with a critical edge vis-a-vis Lacan defines the intrusion of the traumatic real as separation from separation itself, she thereby repeats Lacan's notion of psychotic breakdown as the loss of the loss. What is lacking in psychosis is ultimately lack itself, the gap of symbolic castration that separates me from my symbolic identity, from the virtual dimension of the big other. Consequently, when Malibu insists that in the true trauma of the real it is not just that the subject lacks its objective supplement, but that the subject itself is lacking, goes missing, disintegrates, does she not echo Lacan's notion of the subject's disintegration caused by the psychotic overproximity of the object? What Freud cannot think is destructive plasticity, that is, the subjective form assumed by the very destruction of the self, the direct form of the death drive. It is as if there is no intermediary between the plasticity of the good form and elasticity as the mortifying erasure of all form. In Freud, there is no form of the negation of form. 45 In other words, Freud fails to consider the existence of a specific form of psyche produced by the presence of death, of pain, of the repetition of a painful experience. He should have done justice to the existential power of improvisation proper to an accident, to the psyches deserted by pleasure, in which indifference and detachment have taken over, and which nonetheless remain psyches. What Freud is looking for when he talks about the death drive is precisely the form of this drive, the form he doesn't find insofar as he denies to destruction its own specific plasticity. The beyond of the pleasure principle is thus the work of the death drive as the giving form to death in life, as the production of those individual figures which exist only in the detachment of existence. These forms of death in life, fixations of the image of the drive, would be the satisfying representatives of the death drive Freud was for such a long time looking for far away from neurology. 46. These figures are not so much figures of those who want to die as figures of those who are already dead, or, rather, to employ a strange and terrible grammatical twist, who have already been dead, who have experienced death. 47. Although it is impossible to miss the Hegelian resonances of this notion of negative plasticity, of the form through which destructivity/negativity itself acquires positive existence, the strange fact is that Malibu herself, the author of a path-breaking book on Hegel, not only totally ignores Hegel in Les Nouveaux Blesses, but even here and there drops hints that this negative plasticity is non-dialectizable and, as such, beyond the scope of the Hegelian dialectic. She sees here not only a task for psychoanalysis, but also a properly philosophical task of reconceptualizing the notion of the subject so as to include in it this zero level of the subject of the death drive. The only philosophical issue today is the elaboration of a new materialism which precisely refuses to envisage any, even the smallest, separation not only between brain and thought, but also between brain and the unconscious. 48. Malibu is right to emphasize the philosophical dimension of the new autistic subject. In it, we are dealing with the zero level of subjectivity, with the formal conversion of the pure externality of the meaningless real, its brutal destructive intrusion, into the pure internality of the autistic subject detached from external reality, disengaged, reduced to a persisting core deprived of all substance. The logic is here again that of the Hegelian infinite judgment, the speculative identity of meaningless external intrusion and of the pure detached internality. It is as if only a brutal external shock can give rise to the pure interiority of the subject, of the void that cannot be identified with any determinate positive content. The properly philosophical dimension of the study of the post-traumatic subject resides in this recognition that what appears as the brutal destruction of the subject's narrative, substantial identity is also the moment of its birth. The post-traumatic autistic subject is the living proof that the subject cannot be identified, does not fully overlap, with the stories it tells itself about itself, with the narrative symbolic texture of its life. When all this is taken away, something, or, rather, nothing, but a form of nothing, remains, and this something is the pure subject of the death drive. The Lacanian subject as dollar is thus a response to and of the real, a response to the real of the brutal meaningless intrusion, and a response of the real, that is, a response which emerges when the symbolic integration of the traumatic intrusion fails, reaches its point of impossibility. As such, the subject at its most elementary is indeed beyond the unconscious, an empty form deprived even of unconscious formations encapsulating a variety of libidinal investments. We should nonetheless apply even to the post-traumatic subject the Freudian notion that a violent intrusion of the real counts as trauma only insofar as a previous trauma resonates in it. In this case, the previous trauma is that of the birth of subjectivity itself. A subject is barred, as Lacan says, it emerges only when a living individual is deprived of its substantial content, and this constitutive trauma is what is repeated in the later traumatic experience. This is what Lacan aims at with his claim that the Freudian subject is none other than the Cartesian cogito. The cogito is not an abstraction from the reality of living actual individuals with their wealth of properties, emotions, abilities, and relations, etc. On the contrary, it is this wealth of personality which functions as the imaginary stuff of the I. As Lacan put it, the cogito is, on the contrary, a very real abstraction, an abstraction which functions as a concrete subjective attitude. The post-traumatic subject, the subject reduced to an empty substance-less form of subjectivity, is the historical realization of the cogito. Recall that, for Descartes, the cogito is the 0 point of the overlapping of thinking and being, that point at which the subject, in a way, neither is, it is deprived of all positive substantial content, nor thinks, its thinking is reduced to the empty tautology of thinking that it thinks. Is, then, the post-traumatic subject also another name for the neighbor as thing, for the abyss/void of the other beyond every empathy and identification? Is what makes the confrontation with a post-traumatic subject so unbearable, so traumatic, precisely the very fact that, in this encounter, we are confronted with a neighbor deprived of the clothing of fellow man? Yes and no. Although there is an obvious proximity between the two, the neighbor as thing is not simply the Cartesian cogito, or its appearance in reality in the guise of the post-traumatic subject. The neighbor stands for the abyss of the other's desire, for the enigma of slavoj, while the post-traumatic subject is precisely deprived of this enigmatic depth. It is flat, lacking any depth, any impenetrable density. So, when Malibu claims that the post-traumatic subject cannot be accounted for in the Freudian terms of the repetition of a past trauma, since the traumatic shock erases all traces of the past, she remains all too fixed on the traumatic content and forgets to include in the series of past traumatic memories the very erasure of substantial content, the very subtraction of the empty form from its content. In other words, precisely insofar as it erases all substantial content, the traumatic shock repeats the past, namely the past traumatic loss of substance, which is constitutive of the very dimension of subjectivity. What is repeated here is not some ancient content, but the very gesture of erasing all substantial content. This is why, when a human subject falls victim to a traumatic intrusion, the outcome is the empty form of the living dead subject, but when the same thing happens to an animal, the result is simply total devastation. In the case of the human subject, what remains after the violent intrusion which erases all substantial content is the pure form of subjectivity, a form which must have already been there. To put it another way, the subject is the ultimate case of what Freud described as the experience of feminine castration, which grounds fetishism, the experience of encountering nothing where we expected to see something, a penis. If the fundamental philosophical question is why is there something rather than nothing, the question raised by the subject is why is there nothing where there should be something. The latest form of this surprise occurs in the brain sciences. One looks for the material substance of consciousness only to find that there is nobody home, just the inert presence of a piece of meat called the brain. So where is the subject here? Nowhere. It is neither the self-acquaintance of awareness, nor, of course, the raw presence of brain matter. When one looks an autistic subject, or a musulman, in the eye, one may also have the sense of an empty house, where, unlike in the case of a dead object like the brain, one expected to find someone/something inhabiting the empty space. This then is the subject at its zero level, like an empty house where no one is home. To kill in cold blood, to explode oneself. To organize terror, to give to terror the face of a chance event emptied of sense. Is it really still possible to explain these phenomena by way of evoking the couple sadism and masochism? Do we not see that their source is elsewhere, not in the transformations of love into hate, or of hate into indifference to hate, but in a beyond of the pleasure principle endowed with its own plasticity which it is time to conceptualize? 49. The rise of such a detached subject, a survivor of its own death, relates directly to a feature of today's global capitalism nicely rendered by the title of Naomi Klein's book The Shock Doctrine. There is, however, an even more radical question to be asked here: how does the rise of such a detached subject relate to the ongoing process of enclosing the commons, the process of the proletarianization of those who are thereby excluded from their own substance? Do the three versions of proletarianization not fit perfectly the three contemporary figures of the Cartesian subject? The first figure, corresponding to the enclosure of external nature, is, unexpectedly perhaps, Marx's notion of the proletarian, the exploited worker whose product is taken away from him, reducing him to a subjectivity without substance, to the void of pure subjective potentiality whose actualization in the labor process equals its derealization. The second figure, linked to the enclosure of symbolic second nature, is that of a totally mediatized subject, fully immersed in virtual reality, while spontaneously he thinks that he is in direct contact with reality. His relationship to reality is in fact sustained by complex digital machinery. Recall Neo, the hero of the Matrix, who all of a sudden discovers that what he perceives as everyday reality is constructed and manipulated by a megacomputer. Is his position not precisely that of the victim of the Cartesian Malingini? The third figure, corresponding to the enclosure of our inner nature, is, of course, the post-traumatic subject. To get an idea of the cogito at its purest, its degree zero, one need only come face to face with an autistic monster, a painful and disturbing spectacle. This is why we resist so adamantly the specter of the cogito. Interlude 4. Apocalypse at the Gates. My own private Austria. Hegel was fully aware of how the weight added to an event by its symbolic inscription sublates its immediate reality. In his philosophy of history, he provided a wonderful characterization of Thucydides' history of the Peloponnesian War. In the Peloponnesian War, the struggle was essentially between Athens and Sparta. Thucydides has left us the history of the greater part of it, and his immortal work is the absolute gain which humanity has derived from that contest. One should read this judgment in all its naivete. In a way, from the standpoint of world history, the Peloponnesian War took place so that Thucydides could write a book about it. The term absolute should also be given its due. From the relative perspective of our finite human interests, the numerous tragedies of the Peloponnesian War, the suffering and devastation it caused, are, of course, infinitely more important than a mere book. From the standpoint of the absolute, however, it is the book that matters. This is the question to be raised when one talks about Radovan Karadzic as a poet. In the name of which poem did he commit slaughter? According to the Serbian media, Karadzic, disguised as Dabik, often went to a bar where old Serbian poetry was regularly performed, accompanied by a gusle, a traditional single-string instrument, beneath pictures of both Karadzic and Ratko Mladic proudly displayed on the wall. He once recited a newly composed poem about himself, already seeing himself as the hero of an epic that would be sung by a distant future generation. So, one is tempted to say, again, thousands had to die and suffer in order that a future epic poem about the war might be written. Outrageous as it may sound, one wants to say that something similar holds for that subterranean Austrian reality into which we got a glimpse with the case of Joseph Fritzloh. Here, the work of Austrian playwright and novelist Elfriede Jelinek is the absolute gain which humanity has derived from such terrifying crimes. For decades, Jelinek has uncompromisingly described the violence of men against women in all its forms, including women's own libidinal complicity in their victimization. Mercilessly, she has brought to light the obscene fantasies that underlie Middle European respectability, fantasies which crawled into public space with the Fritzloh affair, which indeed has the unreality of a bad fairy tale too. No wonder Jelinek has for decades been a thorn in the side of Austrian conservatives, who dismiss her as a degenerate publicizing her depraved private fantasies. During an election campaign, Jörg Haider's Freedom Party even used posters with the simple question, Jelinek oder Kultur? Do you want true culture or Jelinek? The answer is clear. The true formula is Jelinek oder das Unbehagen in der Kultur. Jelinek stages the obscene discontent that lies at the very core of our culture, her work in this respect being similar to that of the rock band Rammstein. There is, of course, at least one obvious difference between Thucydides and Jelinek. Thucydides arrived after the event, to write a history of the war, while Jelinek is perhaps even more than a contemporary, a precursor writing a history of the future, detecting in the present the potential for forthcoming horrors. This temporal reversal wherein the symbolic depiction precedes the fact it depicts, history as story precedes history as real event, is an indicator of the condition of late modernity in which the real of history assumes the character of a trauma. When we think we really know a close friend or relative, it sometimes happens that, all of a sudden, this close person does something, utters an unexpectedly vulgar or cruel remark, makes an obscene gesture, casts a cold indifferent glance where compassion was expected, which makes us aware that we do not really know him or her. We become suddenly aware that there is a total stranger in front of us. At this point, the fellow man changes into a neighbor. This is what happened in a devastating way with Joseph Fritzloh. From being a kind and polite fellow, he suddenly changed into a monstrous neighbor, to the great surprise of the people who met him daily and simply could not believe that this was the same person. Joseph Fritzloh, Mon Proc Hein. Freud's idea of the primordial father, Erwitter, which he developed in his Totem and Taboo, is usually met with ridicule, and justly so, if we take it as a seriously meant anthropological hypothesis arguing that, at the very dawn of humanity, the ape men lived in groups dominated by an all-powerful father who kept all women for his own exclusive sexual use, and that, after the sons rebelled and killed the father, he returned to haunt them as a totemic figure of symbolic authority, giving rise to feelings of guilt and imposing the prohibition of incest. What if, however, we read the duality of the normal father and the primordial father with unlimited access to incestuous enjoyment not as a fact about the earliest history of humanity, but as a libidinal fact, a fact about psychic reality, which accompanies normal paternal authority like its obscene shadow, prospering in the murky depths of unconscious fantasies. This obscene underground is discernible through its effects in myths, dreams, slips of tongue, symptoms, and, sometimes, it enforces its direct perverse realization. As Freud noted, perverts realize what hysterics only fantasize about. Did not the very architectural arrangement of the Fritzloh house, the normal ground and upper floors supported, literally and libidinally, by the underground windowless space of total domination and unlimited jouissance, materialize the normal family space redoubled by the secret domain of the obscene primordial father? Fritzloh created in his cellar his own utopia, a private paradise in which, as he told his lawyer, he spent hours on end watching TV and playing with the youngsters while Elizabeth prepared dinner. In this self-enclosed space, even the language the inhabitants shared was not the common vernacular, but a kind of private language. It is reported that the two sons Stefan and Felix communicate in a bizarre dialect, with some of their sounds being animal-like. The case of Fritzloh validates Lacan's pun on perversion as perversion, a version of the father. It is crucial to note how the secret underground apartment complex materializes a very precise ideological libidinal fantasy, an extreme version of the father domination pleasure nexus. One of the mottos of May 68 was "all power to the imagination," and, in this sense, Fritzloh is also a child of 68, ruthlessly realizing his fantasy. This is why it is misleading, even outright wrong, to describe Fritzloh as inhuman. If anything, he was, to use Nietzsche's title, human, all too human. No wonder Fritzloh complained that his own life had been ruined by the discovery of his secret family. What makes his reign so chilling is precisely the way his exercise of power and his usufruct of the daughter were not just cold acts of exploitation, but were accompanied by an ideologico-familial justification. He did what a father should do, protecting his children from drugs and other dangers of the outside world, as well as by occasional displays of compassion and human consideration. He did take the sick daughter to the hospital, for example. These acts were not chinks of warm humanity in his armor of coldness and cruelty, but expressions of the same protective attitude which led him to imprison and violate his children. Fritzloh claimed he had noted that Elizabeth wanted to escape from home. She was coming back late, looking for a job, had a boyfriend, was possibly taking drugs, and he wanted to protect her from all that. The contours of the obsessive strategy are clearly recognizable here. I will protect her from the dangers of the outside world even if it means destroying her. According to the media, Fritzloh defended himself thus: "If it weren't for me, Kirsten wouldn't be alive today. I'm no monster. I could have killed them all. Then there would have been no trace. No one would have found me out." What is crucial here is the underlying premise: as a father, he had the right to exercise total power over his children, including sexual usufruct and killing, it was thanks to his goodness that he showed some consideration and did not fully exercise that power. As every psychoanalyst can confirm, we often find traces of such an attitude even in the most normal and caring of fathers. All of a sudden, the kind father explodes into a father thing, convinced that his children owe him everything, their very existence, that they are absolutely indebted to him, that his power over them is limitless, that he has the right to do whatever he wants in order to take care of them. Fritz Loh's own psychological explanation, that Elizabeth reminded him of his mother, a tyrannical matriarch, is, of course, a ridiculous example of a commonsensical imitation of Freudian jargon. But one should avoid the trap here of putting the blame on patriarchal authority as such, seeing in Fritz Loh's monstrosity the ultimate consequence of the paternal law, as well as the opposite trap of blaming the disintegration of that law. Such an attitude is neither a component of normal paternal authority, the measure of its success is precisely the ability to set the child free, to let him or her move out into the outside world, nor a sign of its failure, in the sense that the void of normal paternal authority is supplemented, filled in, by the ferocious figure of the all-powerful primordial father, but rather both simultaneously, a dimension which, under normal circumstances, remains virtual, was actualized in the Fritz Loh case. The attempts to blame Austrian particularity make the same ideological error as those who dream of an alternate modernity to the predominant liberal capitalist one. By shifting the blame onto contingent Austrian circumstances, they want to keep paternity as such blameless and innocent, that is, they refuse to see the potential for such acts in the very notion of paternal authority. And, incidentally, it is rather comic to see critical analysts blaming the Fritz Loh affair on the Austrian sense of orderliness and need to maintain appearances, of turning a blind eye and refusing to take a closer look even when something is obviously wrong, whilst simultaneously hinting at the Austrians' dark Nazi past. Does one not usually associate Nazism rather with the opposite totalitarian stance, that of spying on one's neighbors in order to detect any subversive activity and denounce it? To the police. 3. This, of course, does not mean that all debate about the Austrian character of the Fritz Loh crime should be rejected. One should just be aware that the excessive violence of the primordial father assumes in every particular culture certain specific phantasmatic features. Instead of the silly attempts to blame Joseph's terrible crime on Austria's past or its excessive sense of orderliness and outward show, we should rather link the figure of Fritz Loh to a much more respectable Austrian myth, that of the von Trapp family immortalized in The Sound of Music, another family living in a secluded castle, under a father's benevolent military authority protecting them from the evil outside world, and with the generations strangely mixed up, Sister Maria, like Elizabeth, of a generation between the father and the children. The kitsch aspect is relevant here. The Sound of Music is the ultimate kitsch phenomenon, and what Fritz Loh created in his basement also displays features of a realized kitsch family life, the happy family getting ready for dinner, the father watching TV with the children while mother prepares the food. However, one should not forget that the kitsch imagery we are dealing with here is not Austrian but belongs to Hollywood and, more generally, to Western popular culture. Austria in The Sound of Music is not the Austrians' Austria, but the mythic Hollywood image of Austria. And yet, over the last few decades, the Austrians themselves have started to play Austrians, as if identifying with the Hollywood image of their own country. The parallel can be extended to include the Fritz Loh version of some of the most famous scenes from The Sound of Music. One can imagine the frightened children gathered around Mother Elizabeth, in fear of the storm of the father's imminent arrival, and mother calming them down with a song about some of their favorite things to focus their minds on, from the toys bought by father to their most popular TV show. Or else a reception upstairs in the Fritz Loh villa to which the underground children are exceptionally invited, and then, when the time for bed comes, the children performing for the assembled guests the song Auf Wiedersehen, goodbye, and departing one after the other. Truly, in the Fritz Loh house, the basement, if not the hills, was alive with the Sound of Music. Ludicrous as The Sound of Music is, as one of the worst cases of Hollywood kitsch, One should take very seriously the sacred intensity of the universe of the film, without which its extraordinary success cannot be accounted for. The power of the film resides in its obscenely direct staging of embarrassingly intimate fantasies. The film's narrative turns on resolving the problem stated by the nuns' chorus in the introductory scene: how do you solve a problem like Maria? The proposed solution is the one mentioned by Freud in an anecdote: penis normalis, zwei Malteiglich. Recall what is arguably the most powerful scene in the film. After Maria escapes from the Von Trapp family and returns to the nunnery, unable to deal with her sexual attraction towards Baron Von Trapp, she cannot find peace there, since she is still longing for the Baron. In a memorable scene, the Mother Superior advises her to return to the Von Trapp family and try to sort out her relationship with the Baron. She delivers this message in a weird song, Climb Every Mountain, whose surprising motif is, do it. Take the risk and try everything your heart wants. Do not allow petty considerations to stand in your way. The uncanny power of the scene resides in its unexpected display of the spectacle of desire, an eros energumenes which renders the scene literally embarrassing. The very character who one would expect to preach abstinence and renunciation turns out to be a champion of maintaining fidelity to one's desire. In other words, while Mother Superior undoubtedly is a superego figure, she is so in Lacan's sense, for whom the true superego injunction is enjoyed. One can well imagine, along these lines, Joseph Fritzloh visiting his priest, confessing his passionate desire to imprison and rape his daughter, and the priest answering, climb every mountain. Or, as a matter of fact literally, much closer to the facts, a young priest confessing to his superior his pedophile lust, and receiving the same reply. The key phantasmatic scene of the film is the one after the children and Maria return from their trip to Salzburg, dirty and wet. At first, the angry Baron plays the strict disciplinarian father, coldly dismissing them and reprimanding Maria. Later, however, when he returns to the house and hears them singing "The Hills Are Alive" in chorus, he immediately breaks down and shows his true gentle nature. He starts to hum the tune and then joins them in song, after which they all embrace as father and children are reunited. The father's laughably theatrical disciplinarian rituals and orders are thus shown up for what they are, a mask of the very opposite, a soft and gentle heart. But what has this to do with Fritzloh? Was he not a fanatical disciplinarian with no soft spot? Not exactly. While Fritzloh's power was used to enforce his dream, he was not a cold disciplinarian, but rather precisely someone who was too much alive with the sound of music and wanted to realize his dream in a private space of his own. In the last years of the communist regime in Romania, Nicolae Ceausescu was asked by a foreign journalist how he justified the constraints on foreign travel imposed on Romanian citizens. Was this not a violation of their human rights? Ceausescu answered that these constraints were there to protect an even higher and more important human right, the right to a safe homeland, which would have been threatened by too much free travel. Was he not reasoning here like Fritzloh, who also protected his children's more fundamental rights to a safe home, where they would be protected from the dangers of the outside world? In other words, to use Peter Sloterdijk's terms, Fritzloh protected his children's right to live in a safe self-enclosed sphere, while, of course, reserving for himself the right to transgress the barriers all the time, including visiting Thai-sex tourist resorts, the very embodiment of the kind of danger he wished to protect his children from. Remember that Ceausescu also saw himself as a caring paternal authority, a father protecting his nation from foreign decadence, and, as in all authoritarian regimes, the basic relationship between the ruler and his subjects was also one of unconditional love. Furthermore, in caring for his own home, the city of Bucharest, Ceausescu made a proposal which strangely recalls the architecture of the Fritzloh house. In order to solve the problem of the polluted river which runs through the city, he planned to dig beneath the existing riverbed another wide channel into which all the dirt would be directed, so that there would have been two rivers, the deep one containing all the pollution, and the surface one for the happy citizens to enjoy. The Ubuism of power. Does the fact that events like the Fritzloh affair in their different variations, including pedophilia in the church, are becoming increasingly common, not point towards the imminence of what one can only designate with the old-fashioned sounding term a moral apocalypse. What did Badiou mean when, in answer to a journalist's question, he said that one of our problems today is that there is too much freedom? Perhaps an extreme example of what he was getting at can be seen in the moral vacuity portrayed in the documentary Freeman, When Killers Make Movies, shot in Medan, Indonesia, in 2007.4. It reports on a case of obscenity which reaches extreme proportions, a film, made by Anwar Congo and his friends, who are now respected politicians, but were once gangsters and death squad leaders who played a key role in the 1966 killing of about 2.5 million alleged communist sympathizers, mostly ethnic Chinese. Freeman is about killers who have won, and the sort of society they have built. After their victory, their crimes were not relegated to the status of the dirty secret, the founding crime whose traces are to be obliterated. On the contrary, the killers boast openly about the details of their massacres, the way to strangle a victim with a wire, the way to cut a throat, how to rape a woman in the most pleasurable way. In October 2007, Indonesian state TV produced a talk show celebrating Anwar and his friends. In the middle of the show, after Anwar says that their killings were inspired by gangster movies, the beaming moderator turns to the cameras and says, "Amazing. Let's give Anwar Congo a round of applause." When she asks Anwar if he fears the revenge of the victims' relatives, he replies, "They can't. When they raise their heads, we wipe them out." When his henchman adds, "We'll exterminate them all," the studio audience explodes into exuberant cheers. One has to see this to believe it possible. But what also makes Freeman extraordinary is the level of reflexivity between documentary and fiction. The film is, in a way, a documentary about the real effects of living a fiction. To explore the killer's astounding boastfulness, and to test the limits of their pride, we began with documentary portraiture and simple reenactments of the massacres. But when we realized what kind of movie Anwar and his friends really wanted to make about the genocide, the reenactments became more elaborate. And so we offered Anwar and his friends the opportunity to dramatize the killings using film genres of their choice: Western, gangster, musical. That is, we gave them the chance to script, direct and star in the scenes they had in mind when they were killing people. 5. Did they reach the limits of the killer's pride? They almost did when they proposed to Anwar that he play the victim of his tortures in a reenactment. When a wire is placed around his neck, he interrupts the performance and says, "Forgive me for everything I've done." But this proves to be a temporary lapse which does not lead to any deeper crisis of conscience. His heroic pride immediately takes over again. Probably the protective screen which prevented any deeper moral crisis was the very fact of being filmed, as in their past real acts of murder and torture. They experienced their activity as an enactment of cinematic models, which enabled them to experience reality itself as a fiction. As great admirers of Hollywood, they started out as organizers and controllers of the black market in cinema tickets. They acted out parts in their massacres, imitating a movie gangster, cowboy, or even a musical dancer. Here the big other enters, not only with the fact that the killers modeled their crimes on the cinematic imaginary, but also and above all with the much more important fact of society's moral vacuum. What kind of symbolic texture, the set of rules which draw the line between what is publicly acceptable and what is not, must a society be composed of if even a minimal level of public shame which would compel the perpetrators to treat their acts as a dirty secret is suspended, and such a monstrous orgy of torture and killing can be publicly celebrated decades after it took place, and not even as an extraordinary crime necessary for the public good, but as an ordinary acceptable pleasurable activity? The response to be avoided here is, of course, the easy one of placing the blame either directly on Hollywood or on the ethical primitiveness of Indonesia. The starting point should rather be the dislocating effects of capitalist globalization which, by undermining the symbolic efficacy of traditional ethical structures, creates such a moral vacuum. A look at Berlusconi's Italy may be instructive here. We are, of course, still far from Indonesia's Freeman, but the first steps in their direction are being taken even in Italy. the public display of private obscenities, the indecent confessions on TV shows, the shameless mixture of politics and private business interests, all this gradually creates a dangerous moral vacuum. On September 4, 2009, Niccolo Guettini, Berlusconi's lawyer, said that Berlusconi is ready to go to court to explain that not only is he not a big lecher but is also not impotent, 6 thereby taking one step further in public obscenity. One shudders to imagine how exactly Berlusconi would explain his potency. 7 Gone are the days when the right was characterized by its stiff manners and the left engaged in vulgar outbursts. Today, as the right becomes more and more openly vulgar, and is France not following closely behind? Is there not a clownish Berlusconian side also to Sarkozy? It is perhaps the task, or one of the tasks, of the left to restore some simple good manners. The ongoing Ubuism of power. The term was coined by Foucault, with reference to Alfred Jarry's Ubu Roi, in order to characterize the obscene/crazy sovereignty of a decadent power. Stands in stark contrast to the two 20th century totalitarianisms of fascism and Stalinism, both of which insisted on the untouchable dignity of those at the summit of power. In a Stalinist regime, obsessed with saving appearances, it is unimaginable for someone to mock the leader or for the leader to make fun of himself, of his great mission. If something like this happens, it is experienced as a catastrophe. Panic sets in. In today's Ubuized politics, the impossible becomes possible, and this kind of self-mockery takes place all the time, while power continues to function smoothly. The task is to restore civility, not a new ethical substance. Civility is not the same as custom, in the strong sense of Sittlichkeit, mores, that is, the substantial ethical base of our social activity. Civility, on the contrary, and to put it in somewhat simplified terms, supplements the lack or collapse of the substance of mores. Civility stands for custom, or, rather, what remains of custom. After the fall of the big other, it assumes the key role when subjects encounter a lack of substantial ethics, in other words when they find themselves in predicaments which cannot be resolved by way of relying on the existing ethical substance. In such situations, one has to improvise and invent new rules ad hoc, but, to be able to do so, to have at one's disposal the intersubjective space in which, through complex interaction, a solution can be agreed upon. This interaction has to be regulated by a minimum of civility. The more the deep substantial ethical background is missing, the more a superficial civility is needed. Along the same lines, one should respect rather than dismiss the lower class rejection of elitist vanguard artistic provocations, which are, in any case, now fully integrated into the dynamics of the art market. The retrospective André Serrano, Works 1983-93 at the New Museum of Contemporary Art in New York City notoriously caused a scandal. Serrano's photograph Piss Christ, which depicts a crucifix immersed in urine, became an exhibit in the congressional debate about whether the state should support artists, such as Serrano, a grant recipient, whose work scorns the standards of common decency thought to be shared by the taxpayers who support the state. Predictably, left liberals exploded at this attack. Michael Benson's note in New York Times was typical of the kind of defense mounted. Like Robert Mapplethorpe, Mr. Serrano struggles against inhibitions about the human body. His use of bodily fluids is not intended to arouse disgust but to challenge the notion of disgust where the human body is concerned. It is possible to see Mr. Serrano's use of bodily fluids as pure provocation. But you can also believe that Mr. Serrano views them as a form of purification. The fluids make us look at the images harder and consider basic religious doctrine about matter and spirit. Point 8. The problem with this defense is that it works all too well. Its logic covers almost everything. Let us say I were to publish a video clip depicting in detail how I defecate, how the anal hole gradually gets wider until the excremental sausage falls out, while also showing the stupidly satisfied/relaxed expression on my face when the business is over. Could one claim then that Mr. ZIZEK struggles against inhibitions about the human body? His use of bodily excrement is not intended to arouse disgust but to challenge the notion of disgust where the human body is concerned. It is possible to see Mr. ZIZEK's use of bodily excrement as pure provocation. But you can also believe that Mr. ZIZEK views it as a form of purification. The body gets purified by ejecting excrement. The excrement makes us look at the images harder and consider basic religious doctrine about matter and spirit. Maybe then, just maybe, Chavez was right in banning some US TV series on Venezuelan TV as being morally problematic. Back in the 1960s, when the Pepsi-Cola company introduced Diet Pepsi, the song accompanying the Super Bowl 40 commercial concluded with the refrain "brown and bubbly." Not surprisingly, the commercial was immediately withdrawn, since it generated immediate associations with diarrhea. Why did the publicity company not notice this obvious association? Were they simply blind, or a more paranoid option, did they think that the anal association would satisfy the secret coprophagic longings of the public? Perhaps we can imagine, in a not-too-distant future, a time when such tasteless direct references to excrement will be perfectly normal, with the same Pepsi advertisement this time not being withdrawn. What is missing in liberalism is what, following Marx, one can call the base of freedom. However, this awareness of the need for such a base should not lure us into trusting the traditional ethical substance of common decency among ordinary people. Faced with the present ecological, biogenetic, and other challenges, this domain of traditional organic mores has literally lost its substance. One can no longer rely on it to provide a kind of ethical mapping, enabling us to find our way out of the present conundrums. How, then, does the public political space function in such a desubstantialized universe? Recall the psychoanalytic distinction between acting out and the passage I'll act. Acting out is a spectacle addressing a figure of the big other, which leaves the big other undisturbed in its place, while the passage I'll act is a violent explosion which destroys the symbolic link itself. Is this not our predicament today? The massive demonstrations against the US attack on Iraq back in 2003 were exemplary of a strange symbiotic relationship, parasitism even, between power and the anti-war protesters. Their paradoxical outcome was that both sides were satisfied. The protesters saved their beautiful souls. They had made it clear that they did not agree with the government's policy on Iraq, while those in power could calmly accept it, even profit from it. Not only did the protests do nothing to prevent the, already decided upon, attack on Iraq, paradoxically, they even provided an additional legitimization for it, best rendered by none other than George Bush, whose reaction to the mass demonstrations protesting his visit to London was, "You see, this is what we are fighting for, so that what people are doing here protesting against their government policy will be possible also in Iraq." The celebration by people like Habermas of the pan-European movement against the Iraq War was thus perhaps a little bit misplaced and facile. The whole affair was rather a supreme case of a fully co-opted acting out. Our predicament is that the only alternatives appear to be violent outbursts like those that erupted in the French suburbs a few years ago. L'Action Directe, as one of the post-68 leftist terrorist organizations called itself. What is needed instead is the act proper, a symbolic intervention capable of undermining the big other, the hegemonic social link, of rearranging its coordinates. Welcome to the Anthropocene. This moral vacuum is but one dimension of the apocalyptic times in which we live. It is easy to see how each of the three processes of proletarianization, mentioned in the previous chapter, refer to an apocalyptic point: ecological breakdown, the biogenetic reduction of humans to manipulable machines, total digital control over our lives. At all these levels, things are approaching a zero point. The end time is near. Here is Ed Ayres's description: we are being confronted by something so completely outside our collective experience that we don't really see it, even when the evidence is overwhelming. For us, that something is a blitz of enormous biological and physical alterations in the world that has been sustaining us. 9. At the geological and biological level, Ayres enumerates 4 spikes, or accelerated developments, asymptotically approaching a zero point at which the quantitative expansion will reach its point of exhaustion and will bring about a qualitative change. These 4 spikes are: population growth, consumption of resources, carbon gas emissions, and the mass extinction of species. In order to cope with this threat, Our collective ideology is mobilizing mechanisms of dissimulation and self-deception which include the direct will to ignorance. A general pattern of behavior among threatened human societies is to become more blinkered, rather than more focused on the crisis, as they fail. 10. The recent shift in how those in power are reacting to global warming is a blatant display of such dissimulation. On June 27, 2008, it was reported in the media that, according to scientists from the National Snow and Ice Data Center in Boulder, Colorado, the Arctic sea ice is melting away much faster than had been predicted. The North Pole may be briefly ice-free by September 2010. Until recently, the predominant reaction to similar ominous news items was a call for emergency measures. We are approaching an unthinkable catastrophe, and the time to act is quickly running out. Lately, however, we hear more and more voices enjoining us to be positive about global warming. The pessimistic predictions, so we are told, should be seen in a more balanced context. True, climate change will bring increased resource competition, coastal flooding, infrastructure damage from melting permafrost, stresses on animal species and indigenous cultures, all this accompanied by ethnic violence, civil disorder, and local gang rule. But we should also bear in mind that the hitherto hidden treasures of a new continent will be disclosed, its resources will become more accessible, its land more suitable for human habitation. Already in a year or so, cargo ships will be able to take a direct northern route through the Arctic, cutting the consumption of fuel and thereby reducing carbon emissions. Big businesses and state powers are already looking for new economic opportunities, which concern not only, or even primarily, green industry, but much more simply the potential for further exploitation of nature opened up by climatic changes. The contours of a new Cold War are thus appearing on the horizon and, this time, it will be a conflict literally fought in very cold conditions. On August 2, 2007, a Russian team planted a titanium capsule with the Russian flag under the ice caps of the North Pole. This assertion of the Russian claim to the Arctic region was done neither for scientific reasons nor as an act of political and propagandistic bravado. Its true goal was to secure for Russia the vast energy riches of the Arctic. According to current estimates, up to 1/4 of the world's untapped oil and gas sources may lie under the Arctic Ocean. Russia's claims are, predictably, opposed by 4 other countries whose territory borders on the Arctic region: the United States, Canada, Norway, and Denmark, through its sovereignty over Greenland. While it is difficult to estimate the soundness of these predictions, one thing is sure: an extraordinary social and psychological change is taking place right in front of our eyes. The impossible is becoming possible. An event first experienced as real but impossible, the prospect of a forthcoming catastrophe which, however probable it may be, is effectively dismissed as impossible, becomes real and no longer impossible. Once the catastrophe occurs, it is renormalized, perceived as part of the normal run of things, as always already having been possible. The gap which makes these paradoxes possible is that between knowledge and belief, we know the ecological catastrophe is possible, probable even, yet we do not believe it will really happen. A decade ago, the legitimation of torture or the participation of neo-fascist parties in a West European government would have been dismissed as ethical disasters which could never really happen. Once they happened, we immediately got accustomed to the new situation, accepting it as obvious. Recall too the infamous siege of Sarajevo from 1992 to 1995, the fact that a normal European city of 500,000 inhabitants was encircled, starved, bombed, its citizens terrorized by sniper fire, etc., and that this went on for 3 years, would have been considered unimaginable before 1992. Surely the Western powers would simply break the siege and open a safe corridor to the city. Indeed, when the siege began, even the citizens of Sarajevo thought it a short-term event, sending their children to safety for a week or two, till this mess is over. And then, very quickly, the siege was normalized. This same immediate passage from impossibility to normalization is clearly discernible in the way state powers and big capital relate to ecological threats like the melting ice caps. Those very same politicians and managers who, until recently, dismissed fears of global warming as the apocalyptic scaremongering of ex-communists, or at least as based on insufficient evidence, and who thus assured us that there was no reason for panic, that, basically, things would carry on as usual, are now all of a sudden treating global warming as a simple fact, as just another part of carrying on as usual. In July 2008, CNN repeatedly broadcast a report called The Greening of Greenland, celebrating the new opportunities that the meltdown offers to Greenlanders. They can already grow vegetables on open land, and so on. The obscenity of this report lies not only in its focusing on a minor benefit of a major catastrophe, but also in the fact that, adding insult to injury, it plays on the double meaning of green in our public speech: green for vegetation, green for ecological concern, associating the fact that more vegetables can be grown in Greenland because of global warming with a rise in ecological awareness. Are not such phenomena yet another example of how right Naomi Klein was when, in her book The Shock Doctrine, she described the way global capitalism exploits catastrophes, wars, political crises, natural disasters, to get rid of old social constraints and impose its agenda on the clean slate created by the disaster? Perhaps the forthcoming ecological crises, far from undermining capitalism, will serve as its greatest boost. What gets lost in this shift is any proper sense of what is going on, of all the unexpected traps the catastrophe hides. For example, one of the unpleasant features of our predicament is that the very attempt to counteract certain ecological threats may contribute to the worsening of others. For example, the hole in the ozone layer helps shield the interior of the Antarctic from global warming, so as the hole is repaired, the Antarctic could quickly catch up with the rest of the Earth in terms of warming. One thing at least is sure: over the last few decades, it has been fashionable to talk about the predominant role of intellectual labor in our post-industrial societies. However, materiality is now reasserting itself with a vengeance in all its aspects, from the forthcoming struggles over scarce resources, food, water, energy, minerals, to environmental pollution. So, while we should definitely exploit the opportunities opened up by global warming, we should never forget that we are dealing with a tremendous social and natural catastrophe, which we should do everything possible to alleviate. In adopting a balanced view, we act like those who plead for a more balanced view of Hitler. True, he killed millions in the camps, but he also abolished unemployment and inflation, built new highways, made the trains run on time. This new constellation provides the starting point for Dipesh Chakrabarty's elaboration of the historico-philosophical consequences of global warming, the main one being the collapse of the distinction between human and natural histories, for it is no longer a question simply of man having an interactive relation with nature. This humans have always had. Now it is being claimed that humans are a force of nature in the geological sense. 11. That is to say, the fact that humans, thanks to our numbers, the burning of fossil fuel, and other related activities, have become a geological agent on the planet. 12 means that they are able to affect the very balance of life on Earth, so that in itself with the Industrial Revolution, for itself with global warming, a new geological era began, baptized by some scientists as the Anthropocene. The way humankind is forced to perceive itself in these new conditions is as a species, as one of the species of life on Earth. When the young Marx described humanity as a species being Gattungswesen, he meant something quite different, that, in contrast to animal species, only humans are a species being, that is, a being which actively relates to itself as a species and is thus universal not only in itself, but also for itself. This universality first appears in its alienated, perverted form with capitalism, which connects and unites all of humanity within the same world market. With modern social and scientific development, we are no longer just one mere species among others, or yet another aspect of the natural condition. For the first time in history, we, humans, collectively constitute ourselves and are aware of it, so that we are also responsible for ourselves. The mode of our survival depends on the maturity of our collective reason. The scientists who talk about the Anthropocene, however, are saying something quite the contrary. They argue that because humans constitute a particular kind of species, they can, in the process of dominating other species, acquire the status of a geologic force. Humans, in other words, have become a natural condition, at least today. 13. The standard Marxist counter-argument here is that this shift from the Pleistocene to the Anthropocene is entirely due to the explosive development of capitalism and its global impact, which confronts us with the key question: how are we to think the link between the social history of capital and the much larger geological changes of the conditions for life on Earth? If the industrial way of life was what got us into this crisis, then the question is, why think in terms of species, surely a category that belongs to a much longer history? Why could not the narrative of capitalism and hence its critique be sufficient as a framework for interrogating the history of climate change and understanding its consequences? It seems true that the crisis of climate change has been necessitated by the high energy consuming model of society that capitalist industrialization has created and promoted, but the current crisis has brought into view certain other conditions for the existence of life in the human form that have no intrinsic connection to the logics of capitalist, nationalist, or socialist identities. They are connected rather to the history of life on this planet, the way different life forms connect to one another, and the way the mass extinction of one species could spell danger for another. In other words, whatever our socio-economic and technological choices, whatever the rights we wish to celebrate as our freedom, we cannot afford to destabilize conditions, such as the temperature zone in which the planet exists, that work like boundary parameters of human existence. These parameters are independent of capitalism or socialism. They have been stable for much longer than the histories of these institutions and have allowed human beings to become the dominant species on Earth. Unfortunately, we have now ourselves become a geological agent disturbing these parametric conditions needed for our own existence. 14. In contrast to nuclear war, which would be the result of a conscious decision of a particular agent, climate change is an unintended consequence of human action and shows, only through scientific analysis, the effects of our actions as a species. 15. This threat to the very existence of humanity creates a new sense of we which truly encompasses all of humanity. Climate change, refracted through global capital, will no doubt accentuate the logic of inequality that runs through the rule of capital. Some people will no doubt gain temporarily at the expense of others. But the whole crisis cannot be reduced to a story of capitalism. Unlike in the crises of capitalism, there are no lifeboats here for the rich and the privileged. Witness the drought in Australia or recent fires in the wealthy neighborhoods of California. 16. The most appropriate name for this emerging universal subject may be species. Species may indeed be the name of a placeholder for an emergent, new universal history of humans that flashes up in the moment of the danger that is climate change. 17. The problem is that this universal is not a Hegelian one, which arises dialectically out of the movement of history and subsumes mediates all particularities. It escapes our capacity to experience the world. 18. So it can only give rise to it. Negative universal history. 19. Not Hegelian world history as the gradual, imminent self-deployment of freedom. With the idea of humans as a species, the universality of humankind falls back into the particularity of an animal species. Phenomena like global warming make us aware that, with all the universality of our theoretical and practical activity, we are at a certain basic level just another living species on planet Earth. Our survival depends on certain natural parameters which we automatically take for granted. The lesson of global warming is that the freedom of humankind was possible only against the background of stable natural parameters of life on Earth: temperature, the composition of the air, sufficient water and energy supplies, and so on. Humans can do what they like only insofar as they remain marginal enough so as not to seriously perturb natural preconditions. The limitation of our freedom that becomes palpable with global warming is the paradoxical outcome of the very exponential growth of our freedom and power, that is, of our growing ability to transform nature around us, up to and including destabilizing the very framework for life. Nature thereby literally becomes a socio-historical category, but not in the exalted Lukácsian sense, the content of what counts for us as nature is always overdetermined by a historically specified social totality structuring the transcendental horizon of our understanding of nature, rather, in the much more radical and literal, ontic, sense of something that is not just a stable background of human activity, but is affected by it in its most basic components. What is thereby undermined is the basic distinction between nature and human history, according to which nature blindly follows its course, and just has to be explained, while human history has to be understood, and even if its global course is out of control, functioning as a fate going against the wishes of most people, this fate is a result of the complex interaction of many individual and collective projects and acts, based upon certain understandings of what our world is. In short, in history, we confront the result of our own endeavors. Point 20. Chakrabarty seems to miss here the full scope of the properly dialectical relationship between the basic geological parameters of life on Earth and the socio-economic dynamic of human development. Of course, the natural parameters of our environment are independent of capitalism or socialism. They harbor a potential threat to all of us, independently of economic development, political system, etc. However, the fact that their stability has been threatened by the dynamic of global capitalism nonetheless has a stronger implication than the one allowed by Chakrabarty. In a way, we have to admit that the whole is contained by its part, that the fate of the whole, life on Earth, hinges on what goes on in what was formerly one of its parts, the socio-economic mode of production of one of the species on Earth. This is why we have to accept the paradox that, in the relation between the universal antagonism, the threatened parameters of the conditions for life, and the particular antagonism, the deadlock of capitalism, the key struggle is the particular one. One can solve the universal problem, of the survival of the human species, only by first resolving the particular deadlock of the capitalist mode of production. In other words, the common sense reasoning which tells us that, independently of our class position or our political orientation, we will all have to tackle the ecological crisis if we are to survive, is deeply misleading. The key to the ecological crisis does not reside in ecology as such. The December 2009 Copenhagen talks between the top representatives of 20 great powers about how to fight global warming failed miserably. The result was a vague compromise without any fixed deadlines or obligations, more a statement of intentions than a treaty. The lesson is bitter and clear: the state political elites serve capital, they are unable and/or unwilling to control and regulate capital even when the very survival of the human race is ultimately at stake. Frederick Jameson's old quip holds today more than ever: it is easier to imagine a total catastrophe which ends all life on Earth than it is to imagine a real change in capitalist relations, as if, even after a global cataclysm, capitalism will somehow continue. One argument more for the fact that, when our natural commons are threatened, neither market nor state will save us, but only a properly communist mobilization. All one has to do here is to compare the reaction to the financial meltdown of September 2008 with the Copenhagen Conference of 2009, save the planet from global warming, alternatively, save the AIDS patients, save those dying for lack of funds for expensive treatments and operations, save the starving children, and so on. All this can wait a little bit, but the call "save the banks" is an unconditional imperative which demands and receives immediate action. The panic was here absolute. A transnational, nonpartisan unity was immediately established, all grudges between world leaders momentarily forgotten in order to avert the catastrophe. We may worry as much as we want about global realities, but it is capital which is the real of our lives. Consequently, as suggested earlier, we should not say that capitalism is sustained by the egotistic greed of individual capitalists, since their greed is itself subordinated to the impersonal striving of the capital itself to reproduce. What we really need is more, not less, enlightened egotism. The conflict between capitalism and ecology may appear to be a typical conflict between pathological egotistic utilitarian interests and a properly ethical care for the common good of humanity. Upon a closer look, however, it immediately becomes clear that the situation is exactly the opposite. It is our ecological concerns which are grounded in a utilitarian sense of survival, and as such lack the properly ethical dimension, simply standing for enlightened self-interest, or, at its highest, for the interest of future generations, assuming, of course, that we ignore the New Age spiritualist notion of the sacredness of life as such, of the right of the environment to preservation, etc. The ethical dimension in this situation is rather to be found in capitalism's drive towards its own ever-expanding reproduction. A capitalist who dedicates himself unconditionally to the capitalist drive is effectively ready to put everything, including the survival of humanity, at stake, not for any pathological gain or goal, but simply for the sake of the reproduction of the system as an end in itself. Fiat profitus pereat mundus might be his motto. As an ethical motto, this is of course weird, if not downright evil. However, from a strict Kantian perspective, we should recognize that what makes it seem repulsive to us is our purely pathological survivalist reaction. A capitalist, insofar as he acts in accordance with his notion, is someone who faithfully pursues a universal goal, without regard for any pathological obstacles. Perhaps the key to the limitations of Chakrabarty's position lies in his simplified notion of the Hegelian dialectic. Is the idea of a negative universal history really anti-Hegelian? On the contrary, is the idea of a multiplicity, of humans, totalized, brought together, through a negative external limit, a threat, not Hegelian par excellence? Furthermore, is it not the case that for Hegel every universality is ultimately negative, in the precise sense that it has to appear as such, in opposition, negative relationship, to its own particular determinate content? Recall Hegel's theory of war? Hegel may appear to celebrate the prosaic character of life in a well-organized modern state where disturbances are overcome in the tranquility of private rights and the security of the satisfaction of needs. Private property is guaranteed, sexuality is restricted to marriage, the future is safe. In this organic order, universality and particular interests appear reconciled, the infinite right of subjective singularity is given its due, individuals no longer experience the objective state order as a foreign power intruding on their rights, they recognize in it the substance and frame of their very freedom. However, Gerard Lebrun asks here the fateful question, can the sentiment of the universal be dissociated from this appeasement? 21 The answer is clear, yes, and this is why war is necessary. In war, universality reasserts its right over and against the concrete organic appeasement inherent in prosaic social life. Is the necessity of war thus not the ultimate proof that in fact, for Hegel, every social reconciliation is doomed to fail, that no organic social order can effectively contain the force of abstract universal negativity? This is why social life is condemned to the spurious infinity of the eternal oscillation between stable civic life and wartime perturbation. In other words, Chakrabarty's dismissal of Hegelian universality only holds if we reduce what Hegel calls concrete universality to the organic corporate model of a universal order within which every particular moment plays its determinate role, contributing to the wealth of the all. If, however, we recognize that Hegelian concrete universality designates a universal which enters into dialectical tension with its own particular content, in other words, that every universality can only posit itself as such in a negative way, then the idea of nature as not only forming the stable background to human activity, but also as harboring an apocalyptic threat to the human species, appears profoundly Hegelian. 22. Versions of the apocalypse. There are at least 3 different versions of apocalypticism today: Christian fundamentalist, New Age, and techno-digital post-human. Although they all share the basic notion that humanity is approaching a zero point of radical transmutation, their respective ontologies differ radically. Techno-digital apocalypticism, whose main representative is Ray Kurzweil, remains within the confines of scientific naturalism, and identifies at the level of the evolution of the human species the contours of its transmutation into the post-human. New Age apocalypticism gives the transmutation a spiritualist twist, interpreting it as the shift from one mode of cosmic awareness to another, usually from the modern dualist mechanistic stance to one of holistic immersion. Finally, Christian fundamentalists read the apocalypse in strictly biblical terms, searching for, and finding, signs that the final battle between Christ and the Antichrist is nigh, that things are approaching a critical turn. Although this last version is considered the most ridiculous, though still dangerous in terms of its content, it is the one closest to a radical millenarian emancipatory logic. Let us first look at techno-digital apocalypticism. A preview of what awaits us here is a wearable gestural interface called Sixth Sense, developed by Pranav Mistry, a member of the Fluid Interfaces group at the MIT Media Lab 23. The hardware: a small webcam which dangles from one's neck, a pocket projector, and a mirror, all connected wirelessly to a smartphone in one's pocket, forms a wearable mobile device. The user begins by handling objects and making gestures. The camera recognizes and tracks the user's hand gestures and the physical objects using computer vision-based techniques. The software processes the video stream data, reading it as a series of instructions, and retrieves the appropriate information, texts, images, etc., from the internet. The device then projects this information onto any physical surface available. All surfaces, walls, and physical objects around the wearer can serve as interfaces. Here are some examples of how it works. In a bookstore, I pick up a book and hold it in front of me. Immediately, I see projected onto the book's cover its reviews and ratings. If I want to check the time, I merely draw a circle on my left wrist, and the projector displays a clock on my right arm. When I hold my fingers out at arm's length and form a square, the system recognizes this gesture as framing a scene, snaps a photo and saves it. Afterwards, I can manipulate the photos by projecting them onto any wall and giving instructions with my hands, dragging the images with my fingertips, etc. On the way to the airport, I hold up my airline ticket, and, for example, the words "flight delayed for 40 minutes" will be projected onto it. While reading a newspaper, I point at an image and alternative images or video clips providing more information will be projected onto the surface. I can navigate a map displayed on a nearby surface, zoom in, zoom out or pan across, using intuitive hand movements. I draw a sign of @ with my finger and a virtual PC screen with my email account is projected onto any surface in front of me. I can then write messages by typing on a virtual keyboard. And one could go much further here. Just think how such a device could transform sexual interaction. Suffice it to concoct, along these lines, a sexist male dream. Just look at a woman, make the appropriate gesture, and the device will project a description of her relevant characteristics: divorced, easy to seduce, likes jazz and Dostoevsky, good at fellatio, etc. The surprise is the low cost of this device. A current prototype system costs only about $350 to build, so one can imagine its potentially widespread appeal. In this way, the entire world becomes a multi-touch surface, while the whole internet is constantly mobilized to supply additional data, allowing me to orient myself. Mistry emphasized the physical aspect of this interaction. Until now, the internet and computers isolated the user from the surrounding environment. The archetypal internet user is a geek sitting alone in front of a screen, oblivious to the reality around him. With Sixth Sense, I remain engaged in physical interaction with objects. The alternative, either physical reality or the virtual screen world, is replaced by a direct interpenetration of the two. The projection of information directly onto the real objects with which I interact creates an almost magical and mystifying effect. Things appear to continuously reveal, or, rather, emanate their own interpretation. The first thing to note here is that Sixth Sense does not really represent a radical break with our everyday experience. Rather, it openly stages what was always the case. That is to say, in our everyday experience of reality, the big other, the thick symbolic texture of knowledge, expectations, prejudices, and so on, continuously fills in the gaps in our perception. For example, when a Western racist sees a poor Arab in the street, does he not project a complex of prejudices and expectations onto the Arab and thus perceive him in a certain way? This is why Sixth Sense presents us with another case of ideology at work in technology. The device imitates and materializes the ideological mechanism of recognition which overdetermines our everyday perceptions and interactions. The question is to what extent the open staging of this mechanism might undermine its efficiency. If there is one scientist capitalist who, even more than Bill Gates, perfectly exemplifies the third spirit of capitalism with its non-hierarchic and anti-institutional creativity, its humanitarian and ethical concerns, and so on, it is Craig Venter, with his idea of DNA-controlled production. Venter's field is synthetic biology, in which a life is forged not by Darwinian evolution but created by human intelligence. Venter's first breakthrough was to develop shotgun sequencing, a method for analyzing the human genome faster and more cheaply than ever before. He published his own personal genome, the first time any individual's DNA had been sequenced. Incidentally, it revealed that Venter is at risk of Alzheimer's, diabetes, and hereditary eye disease. He then announced his next great project, to build an entirely synthetic organism, which could be used to save the world from global warming. In January 2008, he constructed the world's first completely synthetic genome of a living organism. Using laboratory chemicals, he recreated an almost exact copy of the genetic material found inside a tiny bacterium. This largest man-made DNA structure is 582,970 base pairs in length. It was pieced together from 4 smaller, but still massive, strands of DNA by utilizing the transcription power of yeast, and is modeled on the genome of a bacterium known as Mycoplasma genitalium, common in the human reproductive tract. It was chosen purely because it has a relatively tiny genome. The lab-made genome has not so far resulted in a living microbe that functions or replicates. But Dr. Venter said it is just a matter of time before they figure out how to boot it up by inserting the synthetic DNA into the shell of another bacterium. 24 The success opens the way for creating new types of microorganisms that could have numerous applications, as green fuels to replace oil and coal, to digest toxic waste or absorb greenhouse gases, etc. Venter's dream is effectively to create the first trillion-dollar organisms, patented bugs that could excrete biofuels, generate clean energy in the form of hydrogen, or even produce tailor-made foods. Imagine the end of fossil fuels, a cessation of ecologically devastating drilling operations, deflation of the political and economic power of neoconservative oil barons, and affordable, low-emission transportation, heating, and electricity. The impact of this technology is profound, and it doesn't stop there. By discovering the details of biochemical and metabolic pathways, we can more closely mimic their elegance and efficiency to solve problems that plague industrial civilization. Maybe we'll engineer a primitive, self-sustaining biorobot that feeds on CO2 and excretes O2. Perhaps we could remove mercury from our water supplies. The limitations are not known, but the possibilities are awe-inspiring. 25. There are, as Venter admits, also more sinister possibilities. For example, it will be possible to synthesize viruses like Ebola, or to build new pathogens. But the problem runs deeper. Such extreme genetic engineering will create substantially different organisms. We will find ourselves in a new terrain full of unknowns. The problem lies in our limited understanding of how DNA works. Even if we can put together a sequence of synthetic DNA, we cannot predict how it will actually perform, how its components will interact. DNA communicates with a cell by prompting it to make proteins, and we are far from fully understanding the relationship between a given DNA sequence, the proteins it generates, and the final properties of an organism. These dangers are heightened by the absence of any public control over what goes on in bioengineering. Independent of any democratic oversight, profiteering industrialists are tinkering with the building blocks of life. Venter tried to allay the fears of an emerging Blade Runner-like society. The movie Blade Runner has an underlying assumption that I just don't relate to, that people want a slave class. As I imagine the potential of engineering the human genome, I think, wouldn't it be nice if we could have 10 times the cognitive capabilities we do have? But people ask me whether I could engineer a stupid person to work as a servant. I've gotten letters from guys in prison asking me to engineer women they could keep in their cell. I don't see us, as a society, doing that. 26. Venter may not see it, but the requests he is bombarded with certainly prove that there is a social demand for the creation of a serving subclass. Ray Kurzweil offered a different rebuttal of these fears. The scenario of humans hunting cyborgs doesn't wash because those entities won't be separate. Today, we treat Parkinson's with a pea-sized brain implant. Increase that device's capability by 1 billion and decrease its size by 100,000, and you get some idea of what will be feasible in 25 years. It won't be, okay, cyborgs on the left, humans on the right. The two will be all mixed up. 27. While this is in principle true, and one can hear very endlessly the Derridian motif of how our humanity is always already supplemented by artificial prostheses, the problem is that, with the decrease in size by a factor of 100,000, the prosthesis is no longer experienced as such, but becomes invisible, part of our immediate organic self-experience, so that those who technologically control the prosthesis control us in the very heart of our self-experience. 28. There are even more radical questions to be raised here, questions which concern the very limits of our desire, and readiness, to know, what will prospective parents do when informed that their child will have the genes for Alzheimer's. The recent new buzzword previous IVR, a person who does not have cancer but possesses a genetic predisposition to develop the disease, a pre-survivor, renders perfectly the anxiety of such advanced knowledge. Scientists at the Beijing Genomics Institute, BGI, have completed the fourth human genome to be sequenced worldwide. They plan to use their genome database to solve problems related to Chinese-specific genetic diseases as well as to improve diagnosis, prediction, and therapy. Such phenomena are just the tip of the iceberg of a process going on in China about which not much is heard, in a media preoccupied by the troubles in Tibet and so on, namely, the expansion of the biogenetic revolution. While we in the West are mired in endless debates on the ethical and legal limits of biogenetic experiments and procedures, stem cells, yes or no, how far should we be allowed to intervene into the genome only to prevent diseases, or also to enhance physical and even psychic properties in order to create a newborn that fits our desires, the Chinese are simply pressing ahead without restraint, in a model example of smooth cooperation between state agencies, such as their Academy of Sciences, and private capital. In short, both branches of what Kant would have called the private use of reason, the state and capital, have joined hands at the expense of the absent public use of reason, a free intellectual debate in an independent civil society on what is happening, how such might developments infringe on the individual's status as an ethically autonomous agent, and so on, not to mention the possible political misuses. Things are proceeding fast on both fronts, not only towards the dystopian vision of the state controlling and steering the biogenetic mass of its citizens, but also in a race for profits. Billions of US dollars are being invested in Chinese labs and clinics, the biggest one in Shanghai, in order to develop commercial clinics targeting rich Western foreigners who, thanks to legal prohibitions, will not be able to get such treatments in their own countries. The problem is, of course, that in the global context any legal prohibitions are fast becoming meaningless. Their main effect will be to strengthen the commercial and scientific advantage of Chinese and other facilities. Shanghai thus has every chance of becoming a dystopian megalopolis like the anonymous city in Blade Runner. The time is approaching when we will have to invert the standard complaint that our relations with other people are increasingly mediated by digital machinery, to the extent that, between every face-to-face contact, there always is an interface. The prospect for the near future is the explosive development of direct links between computers, and other media, themselves, which will then communicate, make decisions, etc., on our behalf, and simply present us with the final results of their interaction. For example, when we withdraw money from a cash machine, the machine informs our bank, whose computer sends the information to our PC via email. Already today, there are more connections between computers themselves than between computers and their human users. One could apply Marx's formula here also, insofar as relations between computer things are replacing relations between persons. What if, out of this interaction, a form of self-organization emerges capable of imposing its own agenda, so that human users no longer control and dominate the digital network but are themselves used by it. The big-budget techno-thriller Eagle Eye, 2008, DJ Caruso, deals with this prospect in all its ambiguity. No wonder the film flopped at the box office, for interesting ideological reasons. Here is a brief outline of its plot. 29. It starts with a standard accident in the War on Terror. The US Army has a lead on a suspected terrorist in the Middle East, but as the man is a recluse, getting a positive ID proves difficult, and the computer system which processes all military data recommends that the mission be aborted. The Secretary of Defense agrees, but the President orders the mission be carried out anyway. This turns into a political disaster when all those killed turn out to be civilians, and retaliatory bombings are carried out in response. Now the heroes of the film are introduced, two ordinary U.S. citizens, Jerry Shaw, a Stanford dropout, and Rachel Holloman, a young single mother whose son Sam is a trumpet player. One day, when Jerry returns home, he finds his apartment filled with weapons, explosives, and forged documents. He receives a phone call from an unknown woman, who explains that the FBI is about to apprehend him in 30 seconds and that he must escape. Not believing her, he is arrested by the FBI, but the unknown woman again arranges Jerry's escape over a phone and has him join up with Rachel, who has been coerced by the same unknown woman into assisting Jerry, with a threat to kill her son. The woman, still just a voice on the phone, helps the pair to avoid the police and FBI units, demonstrating an ability to remotely control virtually any network device, such as traffic lights, cell phones, and even automated cranes. Jerry and Rachel are led to an electronics store where the woman voice introduces herself to them. She turns out to be a top-secret supercomputer called Autonomous Reconnaissance Intelligence Integration Analyst, ARIA, which gathers intelligence from all over the world and can control virtually anything electronic. In light of the mistake made by the president at the beginning of the film, ARIA has decided that the executive power is a threat to the public good and must be eliminated. ARIA plans to destroy the president's cabinet, leaving the Secretary of Defense, who agreed with the recommendation to abort the mission, as his successor. She explains to Jerry and Rachel that she is trying to help the people of the United States. Rachel is given a necklace, which, unbeknownst to her, contains explosives, and sent to watch the President's State of the Union address. The speech is introduced with a performance given by Sam's class, and the trigger that will set off the explosive necklace is set to activate when Sam plays a high F on his trumpet, corresponding to the word free in the last stanza of the U.S. national anthem. In the end, everything turns out okay thanks to the heroic work of the honest FBI agents. The explosion is averted, Sam is saved, and Rachel and Jerry are united as a couple. Is ARIA not simply a rational agent, effectively acting in the interests of the people of the United States? Would it not be the best for the US if her plan were to succeed? ARIA is ready to sacrifice dozens of innocent bystanders, but so was the president when he agreed to the original attack that ended up killing dozens of Arab civilians. The ambiguity of the film is that it remains unclear whether this irony is intended or not. 30. How does the digitalization of our lives affect the hermeneutic horizon of our everyday experience? According to a CNN report from May 29, 2008, monkeys with sensors implanted in their brains have learned to control a robot arm with their thoughts, using it to feed themselves fruit and marshmallows. In the experiment at the University of Pittsburgh School of Medicine, a pair of macaque monkeys were fitted with electrodes the width of a human hair that transmitted signals from areas of the brain linked to movements. The scientists behind the experiment say it will lead to the creation of brain-controlled prosthetic limbs for amputees or patients with degenerative disorders. The first prototype is already operative. A wheelchair-mounted robotic arm controlled by thought alone has been created at the University of South Florida. 31 The device gives people with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, or full-body paralysis who have fully functional brains, but no way to express their thoughts, the ability to perform simple day-to-day functions that would otherwise be impossible. EEG scans offer one way for patients with ALS to communicate with the outside world. By fitting patients with a head cap equipped with electrodes and filled with an electrically conductive gel, scientists can monitor particular kinds of electrical impulses coursing through the brain. In this case, the scientists monitor a particular brain wave called P300. Reading P300 waves is basically like reading a person's thoughts, but only in the most coarse kind of way. For the wheelchair-mounted robotic arm, the person in the wheelchair looks at directional arrows flashing across a small screen. When the arrow points in the direction that they want to go, their brain lights up on the EEG, and the wheelchair or robotic arm moves accordingly. Even Stephen Hawking's proverbial little finger, the minimal link between his mind and the outside world, the only part of his paralyzed body that he can move, will thus no longer be necessary. The mind will be able directly to cause objects to move. It is the brain itself which will serve as the remote control machine. Recent research points towards the uncanny fact that the secret U.S. defense agencies are involved in wide-ranging and long-term projects to develop the means to control human emotions and attitudes remotely, by attacking brains with precise electromagnetic waves. Since it is already possible to identify the brain waves that materially support particular emotional attitudes, fear, hatred, courage, the idea is to bombard the brain with similar artificially generated waves in order to produce or thwart the targeted emotion. A similar procedure has already been tested in the context of treating veterans for post-traumatic effects, by identifying the material support of traumatic memory traces in the brain and then exposing the brain to specific waves. These traces can be erased, with limited short-term memory loss as an undesired side effect. While the scope of these practices is unknown, it seems clear there are sufficient grounds for assuming that the agencies involved are engaged in a major effort to exploit the possibility of collapsing the difference between inside and outside, directly linking the wiring of the brain to external technologically manipulable processes. The ideal that regulates this research is the possibility of eventual full control of past and future at the psychic level. The strategy is always the same. An invention is first presented as a brilliant new remedy for some debilitating illness, so that no one can oppose it, and is then extended to other fields. There is already extensive research into genetic and biochemical interventions which might selectively erase a subject's traumatic past and thereby enable, say, a victim of torture or rape to regain normalcy. The problem arises, of course, when such a procedure is expanded to include a more total control of traces of the past. Rich prospective parents can already afford to have their unborn child's brain scanned for traces of possible future mental weaknesses, low IQ, criminal tendencies, and, again, what would be the consequences of the possible universalization of this procedure? One has to avoid here a double trap: the utopian dream of a benevolent cleansing of the brain, of protecting it from illnesses and removing the traces of past traumas, but also the false doomsday perspective which treats all such interventions into the brain as signaling the end of humanity. The World Transhumanist Association, founded in 1998 by Nick Bostrom and David Pierce, has set itself the task of addressing these problems. It describes itself as an international non-profit membership organization which advocates the ethical use of technology to expand human capacities. 32 Its premise is that human development, in evolutionary terms, has not reached anything like an endpoint. All kinds of emerging technologies, neuropharmacology, artificial intelligence, and cybernetics, nanotechnologies, have the potential, it says, to enhance human abilities. As Bostrom puts it, a few years ago, the discussions would typically revolve around the question, is this science fiction? Or are we dealing in realistic future possibilities? Now the discussions tend to start from the position that, yes, it will be increasingly possible to modify human capacities. The issue now is whether we should do it. And, if so, what are the ethical constraints? In contrast to Nietzsche's notion of the Overman aiming at a moral and cultural transcendence, a select few endowed with strong willpower and great refinement would throw off the shackles of traditional morality and convention, and so rise above the rest of humanity. The transhumanist idea of the post-human aims at a society in which everybody will have access to enhancement technologies. Transhumanists advocate increased funding for research to radically extend healthy lifespan and favor the development of medical and technological means to improve memory, concentration, and other human capacities. Transhumanists propose that everybody should have the option to use such means to enhance various dimensions of their cognitive, emotional, and physical well-being. Not only is this a natural extension of the traditional aims of medicine and technology, but it is also a great humanitarian opportunity to genuinely improve the human condition. Consequently, the main ethical concerns are those of accessibility and the question of who is transforming whom. It's one thing if we are talking about adult, competent citizens deciding what to do with their own bodies. If, on the other hand, we are thinking of modifying children, or selecting embryos, then there is another set of ethical questions that arise. There is a further set of ethical questions relating to access. If some of the technologies, as they well might, turn out to be very expensive, then what mechanisms should be in place to ensure fairness? 33. To prevent state or private institutions deciding our fate, the choice of whether to avail oneself of such enhancement options should generally reside with the individual, but is this sufficient protection? With all their warnings about how we are on the brink of a post-human era, transhumanists effectively remain too humanist. That is to say, when they describe the possibility of intervening in our biogenetic base and changing our very nature, they somehow presuppose that the autonomous subject freely deciding on his or her acts will still be present, deciding on how to change its nature. They thus take the split between the subject of the enunciated and the subject of enunciation to its extreme. On the one hand, as the object of my interventions, I am a biological mechanism whose properties, including mental ones, can be manipulated. On the other hand, I act as if I am somehow exempt from this manipulation, an autonomous individual who, acting at a distance, can make the right choices. But what about the prospect of the loop being closed, so that my very power of decision-making is already meddled with by biogenetic manipulation, and the autonomous individual is no longer there? This is why there always seems to be something shallow, boring even, about all transhumanist meditations. They basically ignore the problem and, like their critics, avoid the core of the question with which they appear to be dealing: how will biogenetic and other interventions affect the very definition of humanity? Both transhumanists and their critics unproblematically cling to the standard notion of a free autonomous individual. The difference is that transhumanists simply assume that it will survive the passage into the post-human era, while their critics see post-humanity as a threat to be resisted. Taken to an extreme, techno-digital apocalypticism assumes the form of so-called technosis and passes over into New Age apocalypticism. What looms on the horizon of the digital revolution is thus the prospect of human beings acquiring the capacity for what Kant and other German idealists called intellectual intuition, intellektuelle Anschauung, that form of intuition which immediately generates the object it perceives, closing the gap that separates passive intuition and active production, a capacity hitherto reserved for the infinite divine mind. With the appropriate neurological implants, it will be possible to switch from our common reality to an alternative computer-generated reality without all the clumsy machinery of today's virtual reality, the awkward glasses and gloves, etc., since the signals will directly reach our brain, bypassing our sensory organs. Dan Brown's The Lost Symbol is an exemplary case of the spiritualist mystification of these ongoing scientific breakthroughs. The fact that the brain sciences are slowly unraveling the neuronal processes which support thinking is mystified into the New Age notion of thought itself directly influencing material processes. Furthermore, this spiritualist mystification is supplemented by a piece of vulgar materialism. The novel claims that thought itself has a separate material existence of its own. The New Age announced by the novel, the shattering transformation which will affect humanity, involves overcoming the gap separating thinking from reality. Humans will reawaken their spiritual potential and become like gods in the precise sense of being able to directly influence the world by thought alone. Magic and science, faith and knowledge, will thus be reconciled, with ancient faith acquiring scientific experimental confirmation. Against the lost symbol, one should insist that the symbol as such, the symbolic order in which humans dwell, is the symbol of a loss, that is to say, what the novel presents as a loss, the gap between thinking and reality, is the very feature which sustains our freedom of thinking. It is the gap itself which preserves us from immediate immersion in reality, allowing thought to distance itself from reality. In short, the true miracle of thinking is precisely that which the lost symbol perceives as the obstacle to be overcome. 34. One favorite Janus-faced notion mobilized by the New Age spiritualists is the notion of synchronicity derived from quantum physics, the precise quantum notion of synchronicity. Two separate particles are interconnected in such a way that the spin of one of them affects the spin of the other faster than the time it takes for light to travel between them, is read as a material manifestation of a spiritual dimension linking events beyond the network of material causality. Synchronicities are the jokers in nature's pack of cards, for they refuse to play by the rules and offer a hint that, in our quest for certainty about the universe, we have ignored some vital clues. 35. In standard New Age cognitive mapping, the left stands for the unconscious and unknown, and the right for consciousness and wakefulness. Accordingly, the tragedy of the political left over the last 2 centuries is supposedly that it has limited itself to matters of social justice and economic equality, forgetting about the need for a deeper shift from mental rational consciousness to the recognition of a hidden dimension accessible only to intuition. The left fought for the rights of man, while ignoring the lefts of man and woman. 36. In the radical version of New Age spiritualism, the looming material crisis, the ecological catastrophe, is reduced to a mere material expression of a psycho-spiritual process, forcing our transition to a new and more intensified state of awareness. 37. This brings us back to the 3 spirits of capitalism, which effectively form a kind of Hegelian triad of the negation of negation, the individualist Protestant ethic subjectivity of the entrepreneur, supplanted by the corporate organization man, returns in the new guise of the infinitely plastic creative capitalist. It is crucial to note that the 2 shifts are not at the same level. The first concerns the normative content within the same symbolic form, of the ego ideal and the ideal ego, while the second shift abandons the very form of the symbolic law, replacing it with a vague superego injunction. Is there a 4th spirit of capitalism, one which would repeat the move from the individual to the collective, from the Protestant ethic to the organization man, but at the level of the 3rd spirit, that is, which would do to the 3rd spirit what the 2nd spirit did to the 1st? One could argue that this 4th spirit is precisely no longer a spirit of capitalism, but already a name, one of the names, of communism. Here is a New Age spiritualist version of the new social order expected to emerge as a secondary effect of the deeper spiritual shift. If we are graduating from nation-states to a noospheric state, we may find ourselves exploring the kind of non-hierarchical social organization, a synchronic order based on trust and telepathy that the Hopi and other Aboriginal groups have used for millennia. If a global civilization can self-organize from our current chaos, it will be founded on cooperation rather than a winner-takes-all competition, sufficiency rather than surfeit, communal solidarity rather than individual elitism, reasserting the sacred nature of all earthly life. 38. Does this description, if we scratch away its spiritualist coding, not render a kind of communism? How, then, are we to get rid of the coding? The best antidote to the spiritualist temptation is to bear in mind the basic lesson of Darwinism, the utter contingency of nature. Why are bees dying in massive numbers, especially in the US where, according to some sources, the death toll has reached up to 80% of the population? This catastrophe could have a devastating effect on our food supply. About 1/3 of the human diet comes from insect-pollinated plants, and the honeybee is responsible for 80% of that pollination. This is how one should imagine a possible global disaster: no big bang, just a small-scale interruption with devastating global consequences. One cannot even say that all we need do is restore the situation to its natural balance. To what balance? What if bees in the US and Europe have already adapted to a certain degree and mode of industrial pollution? There is an air of mystery to the collapse of the bee population, although the same thing is happening simultaneously all around the developed world, Local investigations point to different causes: the poisonous effects of pesticides on the bees, their loss of spatial orientation caused by the electronic waves of our communication machines, and so on. This multiplicity of causes makes the link between cause and effect uncertain, and, as we know from history, whenever there is a gap between cause and effects, the temptation to look for a deeper meaning arises. What if, beneath the natural causes, there is a deeper spiritual cause? How else are we to account for the mysterious synchronicity of a phenomenon which is, from the standpoint of natural science, caused by different factors in different places? Here enters so-called spiritual ecology. Are beehives not a kind of slave colony, concentration camps where bees are ruthlessly exploited? So is Mother Earth striking back at us for our exploitation? The best antidote to this spiritualist temptation is to bear in mind that, in this case too, there are things we know that we know, example the bees' vulnerability to pesticides, things we know that we do not know, say, how bees react to human-caused radiation, but also, and above all, there are unknown unknowns and unknown knowns. There will be aspects of how bees interact with their environment which are not only unknown to us, but of which we are not even aware. And there are many unknown knowns affecting our perception of bees, all the anthropocentric prejudices that spontaneously color and bias our study of them. The most unsettling aspect of such phenomena is the disturbance caused in what Lacan called knowledge in the real, the instinctual knowledge which regulates animal and plant activity. This obscure knowledge can run amok. When the winter is too warm, plants and animals misread the temperature as a signal that spring has already begun and so start to behave accordingly, thus not only rendering themselves vulnerable to later onslaughts of cold, but also perturbing the entire rhythm of natural reproduction. In all probability, something of this kind is happening to bees. While we cannot gain full mastery over our biosphere, it is unfortunately in our power to derail it, to disturb its balance so much that it runs wild, wiping us away in the process. Take the recently discovered vast frozen peat bog in western Siberia. The size of France and Germany combined. It has started to thaw, potentially releasing billions of tons of methane, a greenhouse gas 20 times more potent than carbon dioxide, into the atmosphere. This should be read together with the report from May 2007 that researchers at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine have found evidence that certain fungi possess another talent beyond their ability to decompose matter, the capacity to use radioactivity as an energy source for making food and spurring their growth. 39 ideas are already circulating on how the radiation-munching fungi could be on the menu for future space missions. Since ionizing radiation is prevalent in outer space, astronauts might be able to rely on fungi as an inexhaustible food source on long missions or for colonizing other planets, noted one of the scientists. Instead of succumbing to terror at this prospect, it is in such cases that one should keep an open mind towards new possibilities, bearing in mind that nature is a contingent, multifaceted mechanism in which catastrophes can lead to unexpectedly positive results, as in Robert Altman's film Shortcuts, in which a catastrophic car accident brings about an unexpected friendship. 40. Just as it would be wrong to dismiss environmentalism as a fundamentalist religion adopted by urban atheists looking to fill a yawning spiritual gap plaguing the West, 41. There is no reason to treat the eco-skeptics as being similar to Holocaust deniers. There is a double lesson to be learned from them about global warming. 1. How much ideology is indeed invested in ecological concerns, and 2. How little we really know about the actual consequences of our activity in the natural environment. An openness to radical contingency is difficult to maintain. Even a rationalist like Habermas cannot do so. His late interest in religion breaks with the traditional liberal concern for the humanist, spiritual, and other content hidden in the religious form. What interests him now is the form itself, people who really fundamentally believe and are ready to put their lives at stake for that belief, displaying a raw energy and unconditional engagement missing from the anemic skeptical liberal stance, as if the embrace of such a commitment could revitalize our post-political desiccation of democracy. Habermas is reacting here to the same problem as Chantal Mouffe with her agonistic pluralism, how to reintroduce passion into politics. Is he, however, thereby not engaged in a kind of ideological vampirism, sucking the energy from naive believers without being ready to abandon his own basically secular liberal stance, so that full religious belief remains a kind of fascinating and mysterious other? But as Hegel already showed apropos the dialectic of enlightenment and faith in his phenomenology of spirit, such counterposing of formal enlightenment values to fundamental substantial beliefs is false, amounting to an untenable ideologico-existential position. What we should do, by contrast, is fully assume the identity of the two opposed moments, which is precisely what an apocalyptic Christian materialism does do, in bringing together both the rejection of a divine otherness and the element of unconditional commitment. 5. Acceptance, the cause regained. In 1968, structures walked the streets, will they do so again? These words, of course, refer to Jacques Lacan's reaction to the well-known anti-structuralist graffito on the Paris walls in May 68, structures do not walk the streets. In other words, one cannot explain the large student and workers' demonstrations of 68 in terms of structuralism, which is why some historians even posit 1968 as the year that separates structuralism from post-structuralism, with the latter, so the story goes, being much more dynamic and open to active political interventions. Lacan's answer was that this, precisely, is what happened in May 68, structures did descend onto the streets, i.e., the explosive events were ultimately the result of a structural shift in the basic social and symbolic texture of modern Europe, the result, in Lacan's terms, of the passage from the master's discourse to the university discourse. 1. How right Lacan was when he described modernity as marked by the rise of the university discourse becomes clear when we focus on the phrase "to serve the people." Not only is the leader legitimized by serving the people, the king himself has to reinvent his function as the highest servant of the people, as Frederick the Great put it. Crucially, there is no one who does not serve but is simply being served. Ordinary people serve the state or the people, while the state itself serves the people. This logic reaches its climax in Stalinism, where the entire population serves. Ordinary workers are supposed to sacrifice their well-being for the community. The leaders work night and day, serving the people, although their truth is S1, the master signifier. The agency being served, the people, has no substantial positive existence. It is the name for the abyssal Moloch that every existing individual serves. The price of this paradox is, of course, a further set of self-referential paradoxes. The people as individuals serve themselves as the people, their leaders directly embody their universal interest as the people, and so on. In his fragment Couriers, Kafka provides a glimpse into the world without a master signifier. They were given the choice between becoming kings or the couriers of kings. In the manner of children, they all wanted to be couriers. As a result, there are only couriers. They gallop through the world shouting to each other messages that, since there are no kings, have become meaningless. Gladly would they put an end to their miserable existence, but they dare not, because of their oaths of service. Would it not be refreshing to find individuals naively ready to adopt the position of the master, simply claiming "I am the one you are serving," without this position of the master being alienated in the knowledge of their servants' leaders? Lacan's succinct critical formula concerning the glorious events of May 68 was: truth goes on strike, la vérité fait la grève. With the weight of truth on us at each instant of our existence, what good fortune to have only a collective relationship with it too. It was as if, in a strange version of the reversal that characterizes the point de capitan, the series of truths each one has to struggle with, the individualized symptoms, were exchanged for one big collective truth: I follow the truth, and I do not have to deal with other truths. This collective truth, of course, is no truth at all. In it, truth is on strike, the proper dimension of truth is suspended. This situation could not last, and we should consider ourselves fortunate that the new power which emerged after the collapse of this truth, the triumphant return of de Gaulle once the euphoria was over the old new master which, as Lacan put it, the hysterical revolutionaries wanted and got, was not more tyrannical than the preceding one, as happened with the French Revolution and with the October Revolution. Once the enthusiasm waned. This is Lacan's liberal thesis, and it was a tour de forced to manage to present it to students who were very far from that perspective. 3. Miller is right, Lacan's thesis is effectively liberal, in the precise sense that it obliterates the real which one encounters at the collective level. The political as such is here devalued as a domain of imaginary and symbolic identifications. By definition, it involves a misrecognition. The basic premise of liberalism is the nominalism of truth. Truth is individual, the social can only provide a neutral frame for the interaction and self-realization of individuals. What if, however, the collective is not merely the level of imaginary and symbolic identifications? What if, in it, we encounter the real of antagonisms? Furthermore, was the explosion of 68 really the passage from the master's discourse to the university discourse? Was it not, rather, the crisis of a certain form of the university discourse, that French Republican form which had been dominant since the French Revolution? The figure of Hegel is crucial here. Hegel is, on the one side, the first figure of the university discourse. Late in his life, he was a professor in Berlin at the university reorganized by Humboldt as the first modern university. All previous great universities, the Sorbonne, Oxford, were still rooted in theological discourse. On the other side, Hegel is not yet fully a figure of the university discourse. What resists that discourse in Hegel is his central notion of absolute knowledge, which is absolutely incompatible with the open exploratory spirit of the university discourse. No wonder that the whole of post-idealist modernity defines itself through its opposition to Hegel, as a specific way of negating the absurd position of absolute knowledge. Point 4. Was Lacan then right to conceptualize this shift as a transition from the master's discourse to the university discourse? Did he not know that the university discourse characterizes the basic underlying discursive structure of modernity as such, of post-traditional societies which, no longer reliant on a master's undisputed authority, demand that every authority be justified before the tribunal of reason? Did Lacan not designate the Soviet Union a country of hierarchic administrative central authority, if there ever was one, as the purest embodiment of the university discourse? What effectively happened in the aftermath of 68 was the rise of a new spirit of capitalism. The hierarchical Fordist structure of the production process was gradually abandoned and replaced with a network-based form of organization founded on employee initiative and autonomy in the workplace. In place of a hierarchical centralized chain of command, there were now networks with a multitude of participants, organizing work in the form of teams or projects, intent on customer satisfaction, and a general mobilization of workers thanks to their leaders' vision. This new spirit of capitalism triumphantly recuperated the egalitarian and anti-hierarchical rhetoric of 1968, presenting itself as a successful libertarian revolt against the oppressive social organizations of corporate capitalism and of really existing socialism. Point 5. On closer analysis, we should probably distinguish between the two phases of this cultural capitalism, as exemplified by a shift in the logic of advertising. In the 1980s and 1990s, it was the direct reference to personal authenticity or quality of experience that predominated, without any direct ideological coloring, while, over the last decade, one can note the increasing mobilization of socio-ideological motifs, ecology, social solidarity. The experience referred to here is that of being part of a larger collective movement, of caring for nature and for the ill, the poor, and the deprived, of doing something to help. Tom's Shoes, a company founded in 2006, provides an example of this ethical capitalism taken to an extreme. The company's policy rests on a simple premise: with every pair you purchase, Tom's will give a pair of new shoes to a child in need. 1 for 1. Using the purchasing power of individuals to benefit the greater good is what we're all about. Of the planet's 6 billion people, 4 billion live in conditions inconceivable to many. Let's take a step towards a better tomorrow. Point 6. The motto 1 for 1 provides the key to unraveling the ideological mechanism that sustains Tom's Shoes. The very relationship between egotistic consumerism and altruistic charity becomes one of exchange. That is, the sin of consumerism, buying a new pair of shoes, is paid for and thereby erased by the awareness that someone who really needs shoes received a pair for free. The process thus reaches its climax. The very act of participating in consumerist activity is simultaneously presented as a participation in the struggle against the evils ultimately caused by capitalist consumerism. If one reads logos in the Heideggerian manner, as the primordial gathering of sense which opens up a world, then one can effectively interpret the big company logo as the latest stage of logos. A logo is not just a sign designating certain properties or qualities, it gathers a multiplicity of meanings into a single name and thus opens up a whole world. Levi's does not just point towards the alleged properties of a pair of jeans, it sustains a whole world of meaning, which provides the background against which we experience what it is to wear jeans, the world which comes with wearing jeans. The semantic density, the surplus charge of meaning with which our daily lives are burdened, is thus becoming more and more palpable. You cannot even drink a cup of coffee or buy a pair of shoes without being reminded that your act is overdetermined by ecology, poverty, and so on. Pepsi-Cola has pushed the manipulation of this humanitarian surplus to an unexpected level of reflexivity. Consumers are not only promised that part of the company's profit will go to humanitarian and other causes, they are even solicited for ideas about how to spend the money and then offered a chance to vote on which idea will be implemented. Pepsi has always been about refreshment. But what if, instead of just refreshing people, Pepsi helped to refresh the world? If you've got an idea about how to make the world a better place, whether it's saving something, creating something, or fixing something, we want you to tell us about it. Then you vote to decide which ideas are the best. We'll award millions of dollars in Pepsi Refresh grants to put the winning ideas into action. Point 7. The surplus is thus opened up to us, the consumers. As we consume, we are also given the freedom of choice to express our preferred ideological commitment. What should be avoided at all costs here are facile generalizations which accept the ideological core of such consumer self-perception as an accurate reflection of contemporary society, and which thus contribute to the blurring of key distinctions, such as the following: we no longer live in a world of masters and slaves, capitalists and proletarians, or citizens, but in a world of consumers, either real or virtual. 8. Instead, we should analyze how those aspects of 68 which were successfully integrated into the hegemonic capitalist ideology can be, and are, today mobilized not only by liberals, but also by the contemporary right, in their struggle against any form of socialism. Emblematic here is the topic of freedom of choice and its central role in the resistance to President Obama's healthcare reforms in the U.S. 9/11 did mark the end of a certain postmodernity, the one associated with the happy Clintonite 1990s, the age of irony and political correctness. After September 11, there were signs everywhere of the return of grand ideologies, from Latin American leftist populism to Arab anti-Western mobilizations. New causes emerged and the same process is discernible in the West itself. Hegel remarked that evil can also reside in the very gaze which perceives the world around it as permeated by evil. Think about a religious fundamentalist who sees signs of sin and corruption everywhere in modern society. Is the true evil not his suspicious gaze itself? Does the true evil not lie in that attitude of total blindness to the achievements of modern secular permissive societies, from women's rights to religious tolerance and the fight against racism? Hegel's observation certainly applies to Sarah Palin, who, in an online comment on August 7, 2009, called Obama's health plan downright evil. The America I know and love is not one in which my parents or my baby with Down syndrome will have to stand in front of Obama's death panel so his bureaucrats can decide, based on a subjective judgment of their level of productivity in society, whether they are worthy of health care. The standard Republican claim that the reform plans will lead to rationing, with the government determining which medical procedures a patient can have, is here supplemented with the additional spice of ideological fantasy, the image of Obama's death panels deciding in true Stalinist mode who lives and who dies, imposing the criterion of the level of productivity. However, beyond the ridiculous idiosyncrasies of the conservative culture war, a more general point deserves to be made about freedom of choice. Some of us remember the infamous old communist tirades against merely formal bourgeois freedom, absurd as they were. there is a pinch of truth in the distinction between formal and actual freedom. Formal freedom is that freedom to choose within the coordinates of the existing power relations, while actual freedom grows when we can change the very coordinates of our choices. A manager of a company in crisis has the freedom to fire workers A or B, etc., but not the freedom to change the situation which has imposed this choice on him. The moment we approach the healthcare debate in this way, the freedom to choose appears in a different light. True, a large part of the population will be effectively delivered of the dubious freedom to worry about who will cover their medical costs, the freedom to find their way through the intricate network of financial and other decisions. Being able to take basic health care for granted, to count on it like one counts on the water or electricity supply without worrying about choosing a water or electricity company, they will simply gain more time and energy to dedicate their lives to other things. An imposed additional choice can affect the background set which forms the condition base of freedom and can thus diminish our actual freedom of choice. Freedom and regulation are not opposites. We are effectively able to make free choices only because a thick background of regulation sustains this freedom, because we can rely on the fact that there is some kind of rule of law to appeal to if we are attacked or robbed, because we can expect with reasonable certainty a minimum of civility when we interact with others, etc. And also because we can rely on guaranteed health care and thus do not have to worry all the time about illness. The lesson to be learned is thus that freedom of choice operates only when a complex network of legal, educational, ethical, economic, and other conditions form an invisible thick background to the exercise of our freedom. This is why, as a counterposition to the ideology of choice, countries like Norway should be held up as models. Although all the main agents respect a basic social agreement and ambitious social projects are enacted in a spirit of solidarity, productivity and dynamism remain at extraordinarily high levels, flatly denying the common wisdom that such a society ought to be stagnating. The extreme ideological manipulation of the idea of freedom of choice can be linked to the way popular anti-consumerist ideology has recently been dealing with the topic of poverty, effectively presenting it as a matter of personal choice. There are plenty of books and articles in lifestyle journals advising us on how to step out of consumerism and adopt a way of life free of the compulsion to possess the latest products. The ideological bias here is obvious. By presenting poverty as a free choice, it psychologizes an objective social predicament. Former Slovene President Jan ZIZEK, a cold technocrat turned foolish self-taught New Ager, used to answer ordinary people's letters in a popular weekly magazine. In one letter, an old lady complained that due to her tiny pension she was not able to eat meat or to travel. The president's answer was that she should be glad about her situation. Simple food without meat is healthier, and, instead of indulging in tourist travel, she could embark on a spiritually much more satisfying inner journey, the exploration of her own true self. 9. It is thus not enough to vary the standard motif of the Marxist critique. Although allegedly we live in a society of choices, the choices left to us are effectively trivial, and their proliferation masks the absence of true choices, choices that would change the basic features of our lives. While this is true, the problem is rather that we are forced to choose without having at our disposal the kind of knowledge that would enable us to make a proper choice more precisely. What renders us unable to act is not the fact that we don't yet know enough about whether, say, human industry is really responsible for global warming, and so on, but, on the contrary, the fact that we know too much while not knowing what to do with this mass of inconsistent knowledge, not knowing how to subordinate it to a master signifier. The ecological crisis is paradigmatic here. This brings us to the tension between S1 and S2. The chain of knowledge is no longer totalized/quilted by master signifiers. The exponential, uncontrollable growth of scientific knowledge functions in the mode of an acephalous drive, and this push to knowledge unleashes a power that is not that of mastery, a power proper to the exercise of knowledge as such. The Church senses this lack, eagerly offering itself as the master who will guarantee that the explosion of scientific knowledge remains within human limits and will not overwhelm us. A vain hope, of course. Some time ago, Ulrich Beck deployed the notion of the risk society, focusing on how our fundamental subjective stance has passed from I am hungry to I am afraid. 10. What generates fear today is the causal non-transparency of the threats involved, not so much the transcendence of the causes as their imminence. We don't know to what extent we are ourselves bringing about the danger. We are not impotent in the face of some natural or divine other, we are becoming all too potent, without understanding our own power. Risks are cropping up everywhere, and we rely on the scientists to cope with them. But here lies the problem: the scientists/experts are the subjects supposed to know, but they do not know. The becoming scientific of our societies has a doubly unexpected feature. While we increasingly rely on experts even in the most intimate domains of our experience, sexuality and religion, this universalization only transforms the field of scientific knowledge into an inconsistent and antagonistic non-all. The old Platonic division between the pluralism of opinions, Dasein, and a single universal scientific truth is replaced by a world of conflicting expert opinions themselves. And, as is always the case, such universalization involves self-reflexivity. As Beck perspicuously notes, today's threats are not primarily external, natural, but are self-generated by human activities linked to scientific advances, the ecological consequences of industry, the psychic consequences of uncontrolled biogenetics, and so on, such that the sciences are simultaneously, one of, the source, s, of risk, the sole medium we have to grasp and define the risk, as well as, one of, the source, s, of coping with the threat, of finding a way out. 11. Wagner's Die Wunde schließt der Speer nur, der sie schlug, the wound can only be healed by the spear that made it, thus acquires a new relevance. The paradigmatic category which reveals this helplessness of science while simultaneously covering it up with a deceptive screen of expert assurance is limit value. How much can we still safely pollute our environment? How much fossil fuel can we burn? How much of a poisonous substance does it take to threaten our health? Or, in a racist version, how many foreigners can our community integrate without losing our identity, and so on? The obvious problem here is that, thanks to the non-transparency of the situation, every limit value has the aspect of a fiction, of an arbitrary symbolic intervention into the real. Can we be really sure that the level of sugar in the blood prescribed by the doctors is the correct one, so that above it we are in danger and beneath it we are safe? Are limit values not rather cases of what Thomas Schelling called focal points? According to Schelling, real human interactions are not governed only by pure strategic calculus, which can be formalized, but by focal points that are invisible under a mathematical formulation of the problem. Schelling did not believe that game theory was useless, merely that most human interactions were so shot through with ambiguity that these focal points could be the ultimate guide to what might or should happen. 12. Here is Schelling's most famous example: I arrange with a friend to meet him next day in New York, but, due to a breakdown of communication, neither of us knows where and when to meet. When Schelling asked his students what to do, the majority suggested going to the clock at Grand Central Station at noon, that being the meeting point which has imposed itself as the most obvious, to a person from our culture, of course, independently of all strategic calculations. The reasoning here is more complex than it may appear. When I look for the focal point, I do not merely try to guess what will be the most obvious point for both of us. The question I try to answer is, what do I expect the other to expect that I expect of him? When I go to the Grand Central clock at noon, I do so because I expect my friend to expect me to expect him to go there. In negotiations, the focal point can be an irrational commitment, in the sense of not grounded in any rational strategic calculation, which fixes a non-negotiable feature. For the State of Israel, control over the whole of Jerusalem is non-negotiable. Ahead of salary negotiations, a trade union leader announces that he will never settle for less than a 5% raise, and so on. While there are, of course, always ways to compromise while sticking to the letter of one's engagement, say, the trade union leader can accept that the 5% raise will be gradual, spread over 5 years. Such an engagement raises the stakes. One cannot abandon its letter without losing face. In contrast to purely strategic reasoning, such commitment is not psychological but properly symbolic. It is performative, grounded in itself. I say so because I say so. And we can clearly see how limit value is ultimately just another case of Schelling's focal point, which is itself another name for what Lacan called the quilting point, and, later, the master signifier. But was the passage from master to university discourse or from one spirit of capitalism to another all that really happened in the events of '68, such that all the drunken enthusiasm about freedom was just a means for replacing one form of domination with another? Recall Lacan's challenge to the students: you are hysterics who demand a new master. You will get one. More likely, '68 was not a single event but an ambiguous one in which different political tendencies struggled for hegemony. This would account for the fact that, while the May events were appropriated by the hegemonic ideology as an explosion of sexual freedom and anti-hierarchic creativity, Nicolas Sarkozy could say in his electoral campaign of 2007 that his great task was to help France finally get over '68. One should not, of course, miss the irony of this remark. The fact that Sarkozy, with his clownish outbursts and marriage to Carla Bruni, could have become French president, is in itself one effect of the changes in mores brought about by May '68. There is, then, there and are May '68, with the latter the link between the students' protests and the workers' strikes today largely forgotten. If, then, as Badiou claims, May '68 was the end of an epoch, signaling, together with the Chinese Cultural Revolution, the final exhaustion of the great revolutionary political series which started with the October Revolution, where do we stand today? If we consider our predicament from the perspective of '68, the analysis should be guided by the prospect of a radical alternative to parliamentary democratic capitalism. Are we constrained to withdraw and act from different sites of resistance, or can we still imagine a more radical political intervention? This is the true legacy of '68, at the core of which was a rejection of the liberal capitalist system, a no to the totality of it, best encapsulated in the formula Soyons realists, demandons l'impossible. The true utopia is the belief that the existing global system can reproduce itself indefinitely. The only way to be truly realistic is to think what, within the coordinates of this system, cannot but appear as impossible. How are we to prepare for this radical change, to lay the foundations for it? The least we can do is to look for traces of the new communist collective in already existing social or even artistic movements. What is therefore needed today is a refined search for signs coming from the future, for indications of this new radical questioning of the system. Here, we can count on some unexpected allies. On March 8, 2008, at 2:55 p.m. precisely, 3,000 people on the Place du Trocadero in Paris suddenly stood still like statues, repeating an event a couple of months earlier in New York when an even larger number of people took part in a freeze at Grand Central Station. Point 13. The point was to put magic back into the city, to show that one can occupy an urban space in an alternative manner, very different from the purpose for which it was designed. It's a very instinctive way of being together without necessarily knowing each other or sharing anything else but that one exceptional moment. 14. The instigators of such events are well aware that such acts, hovering as they do between protest and tomfoolery, belong to a post-left space. We want to show that it is possible to occupy a public space in a radical and entertaining manner, without actually breaking the law. 15. This strategy of interrupting the smooth flow of our participation in the routines of daily life can also assume more radical forms. In Los Angeles, groups of digital artists and militant engineers arrange for all incoming audio and video transmissions in a limited residential area to be cut, and then film the perplexed inhabitants as they venture outside, not knowing what to do, disconnected from their daily infusion of the media drug. Of course, it is easy to imagine the possible recuperation of these phenomena by the establishment, a postmodern manager, say, encouraging his employees to practice a protest minute, disconnecting from their daily work in order to just freeze, or to do something more extravagant like jumping up and down, to refresh their energies. There is no message in such acts. They are cases of what, In the golden era of structuralism, Roman Jakobson called the phatic function of language, the use of language to maintain a social relation through ritualized formulas such as greetings, chit-chat about the weather, and related formal niceties of social communication. This is a feature flash mobs share with what appears to be their radical opposite, explosions of irrational mob violence. But although the two may appear to be opposed, the raw violence of burning cars and killing against the harmless aesthetic spectacle, there is a deeper identity of the opposites at work here. One can say that 1968, 1989, and 2005 form a kind of Hegelian triad. The revolt of May 68 failed politically, capitalism returned triumphant, but, in a way, won socially, by thoroughly overhauling the substance of social mores through sexual liberation, new individual freedoms, stronger positions for women, post-patriarchal forms of authority, and so on. The anti-communist revolt in 1989 won politically. Communism did indeed disintegrate, but lost socially. The new post-communist society with its combination of wild capitalism and nationalism is not what the dissidents were fighting for. Those who want a kind of truce between these two politically opposed movements, 68 was anti-capitalist and critical of parliamentary democracy, while 89 wanted parliamentary democracy, usually point out that they share an underlying libertarian commitment to individual freedom and creativity against all forms of social constraint and oppression. However, from a more radically critical standpoint, one should render problematic this very libertarian kernel, locating in it a shared ideological commitment. The third moment, then, is the events of 2005, the burning of cars in the Paris suburbs, a kind of moment of truth of the entire movement. The revolt of 68 was quickly appropriated by the ruling ideology, so that its ultimate after effect was the overturning, not of capitalism, but of the enemy of the capitalist free world, really existing socialism. In 2005, we got what remains of 68 once we subtract 89 from it, the realization of its actual political potential, pure irrational revolt without any program. Badiou has reflected on the fact that we live in a social space which is progressively experienced as worldless. 16 Within such a space, meaningless violence is the only form protest can take. Even Nazi anti-Semitism, however ghastly it was, opened up a world. It described its critical situation by positing an enemy in the form of the Jewish conspiracy. It named a goal and the means of achieving it. Nazism disclosed reality in a way which allowed its subjects to acquire a global cognitive map, and which included a space for their meaningful engagement. Capitalism, however, is the first socio-economic order which detotalizes meaning. There is no global capitalist worldview, no capitalist civilization proper. The fundamental lesson of globalization is precisely that capitalism can accommodate itself to all civilizations, from Christian to Hindu or Buddhist, from West to East. Capitalism's global dimension can only be formulated at the level of truth without meaning, as the real of the global market mechanism. This is why the famous Porto Alegre motto "Another world is possible" is too simplistic. It fails to register that right now we already live less and less within what can be called a world, so that the task is no longer just to replace the old one with a new one, but what? The first indications are given in art. Signs from the future, Kafka, Platonov, Sturgeon, Vertov, Satie. There are two contrasting figures of idiocy in our lives. The first is the, occasionally, hyper-intelligent subject who doesn't get it, who understands a situation logically, missing its hidden contextual rules. For example, when I visited New York for the first time, a cafe waiter asked me, "How was your day?" Misunderstanding the remark as a real question, I answered him truthfully, "I'm dead tired, I've got jet lag," and of course he looked at me as if I were a complete idiot. One exemplary case of such idiocy was Alan Turing, a man of extraordinary intelligence, but also a proto-psychotic unable to follow implicit contextual rules. In literature, it is hard to ignore Yaroslav Hasek's good soldier Schwedsk, who, when he saw his comrades shooting from their trenches at the enemy soldiers, ran into no man's land shouting, stop shooting, there are people on the other side. The archetype of such idiocy is, however, the naive child from Andersen's Tale who points out that the emperor is naked, thereby missing the fact that, as Alphonse Allais put it, we are all naked underneath our clothes. The second and inverse form of idiocy is that of those who fully identify with common sense, who are wholly in favor of the big other of appearance. In a long series of figures beginning with the Greek chorus in the role of canned laughter or canned crying, always ready to comment on the action with some commonplace wisdom, one at least should mention the classic stupid partners of the great detectives, Holmes's Watson, Poirot's Hastings. These figures do not only serve as a foil for the detective's greatness, indeed, in one of the novels, Poirot tells Hastings that he is indispensable to the detective work. Immersed in common sense, Hastings reacts to the scene of a crime the way the murderer who wanted to erase the traces of his act expected the public to react. It is then only by including in his analysis this expected reaction of the big other that the great detective can solve the crime. The greatness of Kafka resides, among other things, in his unique ability to present the first figure of idiocy in the guise of the second figure, as something entirely normal and conventional. Recall the extravagantly idiotic reasoning in the long debate between the priest and Joseph K. which follows the parable on the door of the law. Josephine the Singer, or the Mouse Folk 17 is Kafka's very last story, written immediately prior to his death, and so could be considered as Kafka's testament, his last word. While writing it, he knew he was dying. Is Josephine then the allegory of the fate of Kafka the artist himself? Yes and no. When Kafka was writing the story, he had already lost his voice due to his inflamed throat. Moreover, he was, like Freud, tone-deaf as regards music. Even more important is the fact that while at the story's end Josephine disappears, Kafka himself wanted to disappear, to erase all traces after his death. Recall his order to Max Brod to burn all his manuscripts. But the true surprise is that what we get in the story is not the expected existential anguish mixed with slimy eroticism. It is, rather, a simple story of Josephine, the singing mouse, and her relation to the mice people. The translation of Voke as folk introduces a totally unwarranted populist dimension. Although Josephine is widely admired, the narrator, an anonymous eye, casts doubt on the quality of her singing. So is it singing at all? Is it not perhaps just a piping? And piping is something we all know about. It is the real artistic accomplishment of our people, or rather no mere accomplishment but a characteristic expression of our life. We all pipe, but of course no one dreams of making out that our piping is an art. We pipe without thinking of it, indeed without noticing it, and there are even many among us who are quite unaware that piping is one of our characteristics. So if it were true that Josephine does not sing but only pipes and perhaps, as it seems to me at least, hardly rises above the level of our usual piping, yet, perhaps her strength is not even quite equal to our usual piping, whereas an ordinary farmhand can keep it up effortlessly all day long, besides doing his work. If that were all true, then indeed Josephine's alleged vocal skill might be disproved, but that would merely clear the ground for the real riddle which needs solving, the enormous influence she has. As the narrator puts it, this piping of hers is no piping, a line which cannot but recall the title of Magritte's famous painting, so that one can imagine a painting of Josephine piping with the title, "This is not piping." The first topic of the story is the enigma of Josephine's voice. If there is nothing special about it, why does it generate such admiration? What is in her voice more than voice itself? As Mladen Dola has observed, her meaningless piping, a song deprived of meaning, that is, reduced to the object voice, functions like Marcel Duchamp's urinoir. It is an art object not because of any inherent material properties, but only because Josephine occupies the place of an artist in herself. She is exactly the same as all ordinary members of the people. Here, singing is thus the art of minimal difference. What differentiates her voice from others' voices is of a purely formal nature. Point 18. In other words, Josephine is a purely differential marker. She does not bring to her public, the people, any deep spiritual content. What she produces is the difference between the people's utter silence and their silence as such. marked as silence by way of its opposition to her singing. Why, then, if Josephine's voice is the same as all the others, is she needed? Why do people gather to listen to her? Her piping singing is a pure pretext. Ultimately, the people gather for the sake of gathering. Since piping is one of our thoughtless habits, one might think that people would pipe up in Josephine's audience too. Her art makes us feel happy, and when we are happy we pipe, but her audience never pipes. It sits in mouse-like stillness, as if we had become partakers in the peace we long for, from which our own piping at the very least holds us back. We make no sound. Is it her singing that enchants us, or is it not rather the solemn stillness enclosing her frail little voice? The last line reiterates the key point. What matters is not her voice as such, but the solemn stillness, the moment of peace, of withdrawal from hard work, that, listening to, her voice brings about. Here the socio-political content becomes relevant. The mice people lead harsh and tense lives, difficult to bear. Their existence is always precarious and threatened, and the very precarious character of Josephine's piping functions as a stand-in for the precarious existence of the entire mice people. Our life is very uneasy. Every day brings surprises, apprehensions, hopes, and terrors, so that it would be impossible for a single individual to bear it all did he not always have by day and night the support of his fellows. But even so it often becomes very difficult. Frequently as many as 1,000 shoulders are trembling under a burden that was really meant only for one pair. This piping, which rises up where everyone else is pledged to silence, comes almost like a message from the whole people to each individual. Josephine's thin piping amidst grave decisions is almost like our people's precarious existence amidst the tumult of a hostile world. Josephine exerts herself, a mere nothing in voice, a mere nothing in execution. She asserts herself and gets across to us. It does us good to think of that. Josephine is thus the vehicle for the collectivity's affirmation of itself. She reflects their collective identity back to them. She is needed because only the intervention of art and the theme of the great artist could make it possible to grasp the essential anonymity of the people, who have no feeling for art, no reverence for the artist. 19 In other words, Josephine causes the people to assemble in silence. Would this be possible without her? She constitutes the necessary element of exteriority that alone permits immanence to come into being. 20 This brings us to the logic of the exception constitutive of the order of universality. Josephine is the heterogeneous one through which the homogeneous all of the people is posited, perceives itself, as such. Here, however, we see why the mouse community is not a hierarchic community with a master, but rather a radically egalitarian communist community. Josephine is not venerated as a charismatic mistress or genius. Her public is fully aware that she is just one of them. So the logic is not even that of the leader who, with her exceptional position, establishes and guarantees the equality of her subjects, who are equal in their shared identification with their leader. Josephine herself has to dissolve her special position into this equality. This brings us to the central part of Kafka's story, the detailed, often comical description of the way Josephine and her public, the people, relate to each other. Precisely because the people are aware that Josephine's function is just to assemble them, they treat her with egalitarian indifference. When she demands special privileges, exemption from physical labor, as a compensation for her labor or indeed as a recognition of her unique distinction and her irreplaceable service to the community, 21 her request is denied. For a long time back, perhaps since the very beginning of her artistic career, Josephine has been fighting for exemption from all daily work on account of her singing. She should be relieved of all responsibility for earning her daily bread and being involved in the general struggle for existence, which apparently should be transferred on her behalf to the people as a whole. A facile enthusiast, and there have been such, might argue from the mere unusualness of this demand, from the spiritual attitude needed to frame such a demand, that it has an inner justification. But our people draw other conclusions and quietly refuse it. Nor do they trouble much about disproving the assumptions on which it is based. Josephine argues, for instance, that the strain of working is bad for her voice, that the strain of working is of course nothing to the strain of singing, but it prevents her from being able to rest sufficiently after singing, and to recuperate for more singing, she has to exhaust her strength completely, and yet, in these circumstances, can never rise to the peak of her abilities. The people listen to her arguments and pay no attention. Our people, so easily moved, sometimes cannot be moved at all. Their refusal is sometimes so decided that even Josephine is taken aback. She appears to submit, does her proper share of work, sings as best she can, but all only for a time. Then with renewed strength for this purpose, her strength seems inexhaustible, she takes up the fight again. This is why, when Josephine disappears, narcissistically counting on the fact that her absence will cause the people to miss her, imagining how they will mourn her, like a child who, not feeling loved enough, runs away from home, hoping that his parents will miss him and desperately look for him, she totally miscalculates her position. She is a small episode in the eternal history of our people, and the people will get over the loss of her. Not that it will be easy for us. How can our gatherings take place in utter silence? Still, were they not silent even when Josephine was present? Was her actual piping notably louder and more alive than the memory of it will be? Was it even in her lifetime more than a simple memory? Was it not rather because Josephine's singing was already past losing in this way that our people in their wisdom prized it so highly? So perhaps we shall not miss so very much after all, while Josephine, redeemed from the earthly sorrows which to her thinking lay in wait for all chosen spirits, will happily lose herself in the numberless throng of the heroes of our people, and soon, since we are no historians, will rise to the heights of redemption and be forgotten like all her brothers. Frederick Jameson was right to read Josephine as Kafka's socio-political utopia, his vision of a radically egalitarian communist society, with the singular exception that Kafka, for whom humans are forever marked by superego guilt, was able to imagine a utopian society only among animals. One should resist the temptation to project any kind of tragedy onto Josephine's final disappearance and death. The text makes it clear that, after her death, Josephine will happily lose herself in the numberless throng of the heroes of our people. As Jameson comments, it is perhaps the high point of Kafka's tale, and nowhere is the icy indifference of the utopia of democracy more astonishingly revealed, but revealed by way of nothing and no reaction, than in the refusal of the people to grant her this form of individual difference. Insofar as Josephine causes the essence of the people to appear, she also causes this essential indifference of the anonymous and the radically democratic equally to emerge. Utopia is precisely the elevation from which the species' forgetfulness and oblivion takes place. It is anonymity as an intensely positive force, as the most fundamental fact of life of the democratic community, and it is this anonymity that in our non- or pre-utopian world goes under the name and characterization of death. Point 22. Note how Josephine is treated as a celebrity, but not fetishized. Her admirers are well aware that there is nothing special about her, that she is just one of them. To paraphrase Marx, she thinks people admire her because she is an artist, but in reality she is an artist only because people treat her as such. Here we get an example of how, in a communist society, the master signifier is still operative, but deprived of its fetishistic effects. Josephine's belief in herself is perceived by the people as harmless and rather ridiculous narcissism which should be gently, but ironically, tolerated and sustained. This is how artists should be treated in a communist society. They should be praised and flattered, but they should not be given any material privileges like exemption from work or special food rations. In a letter to Joseph Wade Meyer from 1852, Marx advised his friend on how to deal with Ferdinand Freiligrath, a poet who was politically a communist. Write Freiligrath a friendly letter. You do not have to be too sparing with compliments, for all poets, even the best ones, are plus ou moins courtisains and il faut les cajoler, pour les faire chanter. RF is the most amiable, unassuming man in private life, who beneath his real bonhomie conceals un esprit très fin et très railer. His emotion is truthful and does not make him uncritical and superstitious. He is a genuine revolutionary and an honest man through, and this can be said of few men. Nevertheless, whatever kind of he is, the poet needs praise and admiration. I believe that the genre itself requires this. I am telling you all this simply to point out that in your correspondence with Freilagrath, you should not forget the difference between the poet and the critic. 23. Does the same not hold for poor Josephine? Whatever kind of femme she is, the artist needs praise and admiration. The genre itself requires this. Indeed, to put it in good old Stalinist terms, Josephine, the people's artist of the Soviet Mouse Republic. So what would a communist culture look like? The first lesson of Kafka's Josephine is that we have to endorse a shamelessly total form of immersion into the social body, a shared ritualistic social performance that would send all good liberals into shock with its totalitarian intensity, something Wagner was aiming at in his great ritualistic scenes at the end of Acts I and III of Parsifal. Like Parsifal, a concert by the rock band Rammstein, say, the one in the arena of Nîmes on July 23, 2005, should also be called Bernin Festspiel, a sacred festival performance, which is the vehicle for the collectivity's affirmation of itself. 24. All liberal individualist prejudices need to be abandoned here. Yes, each individual should be fully immersed in the crowd, joyfully abandoning his or her critical distance. Passion should obliterate all reasoning, the public should follow the rhythm and orders of the leaders on stage, the atmosphere should be fully pagan, an inextricable mixture of the sacred and the obscene, and so on. In this way, the very act of over-identification with totalitarian symptoms suspends their articulation into a properly totalitarian ideological space. Let us make a detour through cinema once again. One reliable way to identify a half-educated pseudo-intellectual is through his or her reaction to the well-known scene from Bob Fosse's Cabaret, in which, outside a country inn, the camera shows the face of a young blonde man in close-up. He starts to sing about how nature is gradually awakening, how the birds have started to sing again, and so on. The camera moves to two of his buddies, who join him in song. Then, all the guests in the inn join in, the singing becoming more and more passionate. The lyrics describing how the fatherland should also awaken, until, finally, we notice on the singer's arm a swastika band. The pseudo-intellectual's reaction is something like, only now, on seeing this scene, do I understand what Nazism was, how it took possession of the German souls. The underlying idea is that the raw emotional impact of the song accounts for the force of attraction of Nazism, and thus tells us, more than any study of Nazi ideology, how it really functioned. Here, we should clearly disagree. Such a procedure, the very prototype of ideological liberalism, misses the point. Not only are such mass performances not inherently fascist, they are not even neutral, waiting to be appropriated by left or right. It was Nazism which stole them from the workers' movement, their original home. None of these proto-fascist elements is per se fascist. What makes them fascist is only their specific articulation, or, to put it in Stephen Jay Gould's terms, all such elements are accepted by fascism. In other words, there is no fascism avant la lettre, because it is the letter itself, the nomination, which makes fascism proper out of the bundle of elements. So, back to the song from Cabaret, Tomorrow Belongs to Me. There is nothing inherently fascist or proto-fascist about it. One can easily imagine the same song, with slightly changed words, celebrating the awakening of the working class from the slumber of its oppression, as a communist battle cry. The passion is what Badiou would call the nameless real of the song, the neutral libidinal foundation which can be appropriated by different ideologies. In a similar way, Sergei Eisenstein tried to isolate the libidinal economy of Ignatius Loyola's Meditations, which can then be appropriated for communist propaganda. The sublime enthusiasm for the Holy Grail and the enthusiasm of kolkhoz farmers for a new machine to produce butter from milk are sustained by exactly the same passion. Leftist libertarians see enjoyment as an emancipatory power. Every oppressive power has to rely on libidinal repression, and the first act of liberation is to set the libido free. Puritan leftists are, on the contrary, inherently suspicious of enjoyment. For them, it is a source of corruption and decadence, an instrument used by those in power to maintain their hold over us, so that the first act of liberation is to break its spell. The third position is that taken by Badiou. Zhao essence is the nameless infinite, a neutral substance which can be instrumentalized in a number of ways. To those who reject the notion of discipline, we should object that true poetry requires great discipline. No wonder three of the greatest poets of the 20th century, more accurately, a writer and two poets, were bankers or insurance agents, Franz Kafka, T.S. Eliot, and Wallace Stevens. They needed the discipline of dealing with money not only as a counterpoint to poetic license, but as a means of installing order into the flow of poetic inspiration itself. The art of poetry is a constant struggle against its own source. The proper art of poetry consists in the way the poet dams up the free flow of poetic inspiration. This is why, in compliance with the banking metaphor, there is nothing liberating in getting the message of a poem. It is rather like getting a letter from the tax authorities, informing one of the state of one's debt to the big other. But here comes the surprise: the dissolution of critical individuality in the disciplined collective leads not to some Dionysian uniformity, but rather clears the slate and opens up the field for authentic idiosyncrasies. More precisely, what such passionate immersion suspends is not primarily the rational self but the reign of the survival, self-preservation, instinct on which, as Adorno knew, the functioning of our normal rational egos is based. Speculations on the consequences of just such a general removal of the need for a survival instinct, such a removal being then in general what we call utopia itself, leads us well beyond the bounds of Adorno's social life world and class style, or our own, and into a utopia of misfits and oddballs, in which the constraints for uniformization and conformity have been removed, and human beings grow wild like plants in a state of nature. No longer fettered by the constraints of a now oppressive sociality, they blossom into the neurotics, compulsives, obsessives, paranoids, and schizophrenics whom our society considers sick but who, in a world of true freedom, may make up the flora and fauna of human nature itself. 25. There is, of course, a third and crucial structurally predominant element of a communist culture, the cold universal space of rational thought. Badiou is quite right to emphasize that, at the most elementary level, thought as such, in contrast to mythic poetic fabulation, is communist, its practice embodying the axiom of unconditional equality. Together, they form a Hegelian triad of universal thought, the universal, particular, and individual, ritualistic immersion into particular social substance, individual idiosyncrasy, within which each element enables the other two to be kept apart. Universal thought prevents idiosyncrasy from becoming trapped in the social substance. To each his or her own little fads. You can mix red wine with Coke, you can only make love leaning on a hot radiator, you can prefer Virginia Woolf over Daphne du Maurier, who, incidentally, is a much better writer than Woolf. Take your pick. Personal idiosyncrasies prevent the social substance from colonizing universal thought, the social substance prevents universal thought from turning into an abstract expression of the personal idiosyncrasy. Jameson's example of such a utopian community is Andrei Platonov's Chevangour. The unique work of Platonov is indeed crucial for the proper understanding of the obscure disaster of Stalinism. His two great novels from the late 1920s, Chevangour and especially The Foundation Pit, are usually interpreted as critical depictions of the Stalinist utopia and its disastrous consequences. However, the utopia Platonov stages in these two works is not that of Stalinist communism, but the Gnostic materialist utopia against which mature Stalinism reacted in the early 1930s. Dualist Gnostic motifs prevail here. Sexuality and the entire bodily domain of generation/corruption are perceived as a hated prison, to be overcome by the scientific construction of a new, ethereal, and desexualized immortal body. 26. We should also bear in mind that Lenin was from the outset opposed to this Gnostic utopian orientation, which attracted, amongst others, Trotsky and Gorky, with its dream of a shortcut to the new proletarian culture or the new man. Nonetheless, one should see this Gnostic utopianism as a kind of symptom of Leninism, as a manifestation of what led the revolution to fail, as the seed of its later obscure disaster. To put it another way, The question to be raised here is whether the utopian universe depicted by Platonov is an extrapolation of the imminent logic of a communist revolution, or, by contrast, an extrapolation of the logic underlying the behavior of those who precisely fail to follow the script for a normal communist revolution and instead opt for a millenarian shortcut, destined to end in dismal failure? How does the idea of a communist revolution stand with regard to the millenarian idea of the instant actualization of utopia? Furthermore, can these two options be clearly distinguished? Was there ever a proper communist revolution, undertaken when the time was ripe? And, if not, what does this mean for the very concept of such a revolution? Platonov was in constant dialogue with this pre-Stalinist utopian core, which is why his last intimate love-hate engagement with Soviet reality related to the renewed utopianism of the first five-year plan. After that, with the rise of high Stalinism and its cultural counter-revolution, the coordinates of the dialogue changed. Insofar as high Stalinism was anti-utopian, Platonov's turn towards a more conformist socialist realist writing in the 1930s cannot be dismissed as a mere external accommodation in response to heavy censorship and oppression. It was, rather, an imminent easing of tensions, up to a point even a sign of sincere proximity. High and late Stalinism had other imminent critics, Grossman, Kalamov, Solzhenitsyn, etc., who were in intimate dialogue with it, sharing its underlying premises. Lukács noted that one day in the life of Ivan Denisovich meets all formal criteria of socialist realism. This is why Platonov remains an ambiguous embarrassment for later dissidents. The key text of his socialist realist period is the short novel The Soul, 1935, and although the typically Platonovian utopian group is still present, the nation, a desert community of marginals who have lost the will to live, the reference points have totally changed. The hero is now a Stalinist educator, schooled in Moscow. He returns to the desert to introduce the nation to scientific and cultural progress and thus restore their will to live. Platonov, of course, remained faithful to his ambiguity. At the novel's end, the hero has to accept that he cannot teach others anything. This shift is signaled by the radically changed role of sexuality. For the Platonov of the 1920s, sexuality was the anti-utopian dirty power of inertia, while here it is rehabilitated as the privileged path to spiritual maturity. Although he fails as an educator, the hero finds spiritual solace in sexual love, so that it is as if the nation were almost reduced to the status of a backdrop for the creation of a sexual couple. However, do we not find, in popular contemporary TV series and films, heroes, X-Men, and, at a much lower level, the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, the same motif of the alternative community of freaks, where a group of outcasts forms a new collective, the difference being that, here, they stand out not on account of their psychic freakishness but of their uncommon psychophysical abilities. 27 The unsurpassed origin and model of this topic remains Theodore Sturgeon's More Than Human, 1953. Which tells the story of the coming together of 6 extraordinary people with strange powers who are able to blend mesh, their abilities and, in this way, act as one organism, reaching the homogestalt, the next step in human evolution. In the novel's first section, The Effabulous Idiot, the gestalt is born, as its components come together for the first time: Lone, a mentally defective youth with a powerful telepathic gift; Janie, a stubborn child with telekinetic abilities; Bonnie and Beanie, twins who are incapable of speech and yet can teleport their bodies at will; and Baby, a profoundly retarded infant whose brain works like a computer. Each of these handicapped, misfit individuals is incapable of functioning on his or her own, but together they add up to a complete being. As Baby tells Janie, the I is all of us. In the second section, Baby is 3, the gestalt grows up, emerging into the outside world and facing the challenges of survival. Several years have passed. Lone, the head of the gestalt body, is dead, and his place has been taken by Gary, an abused street urchin consumed by anger and hatred. Handicapped before because of Lone's limited mental capacity, the gestalt is handicapped now by Jerry's moral emptiness. Jerry's ruthlessness serves the gestalt, though, for he is willing to do anything to preserve it against separation. In the concluding section, Morality, the Gestalt matures, completing its evolution into a fully realized being. Again, many years have passed. This time the narrative proceeds from the viewpoint of Hip, a young man who has been the subject of a cruel experiment of Jerry's, and whom Janie, rebelling, decides to rescue. Gary attacks Hip mentally, driving him to mental breakdown and amnesia, but Hip confronts Gary, and becomes the last part of the Gestalt, its conscience. Hip thus turns out to be the Gestalt's single missing element, without which it cannot take the next step in its development. The novel has a number of features which prevent a simplistic New Age reading of the plot. First, in contrast to the usual paranoid fear that post-humans will threaten ordinary humans, Sturgeon's Homo Gestalt acts on the basis of a moral duty to guide and protect Homo sapiens, which is the Gestalt's own source material. Second, the individual members of the Gestalt are not reduced to caricatured, depersonalized, perfect beings whose identity is drowned in the Gestalt. No robotic ants blindly fulfilling their function, they display all the passion, aggressiveness, vulnerability, and weaknesses of actual individuals, and, if anything, are more freakish and individualistic than ordinary humans. Their coming together as a new one creates the conditions for their peculiarities to flourish. Does this weird collective not recall Marx's claim that, in a communist society, the freedom of all will be grounded in the freedom of every individual? Sturgeon and his followers also provide a new figure of a properly communist evil, the dissenter who wants to use his paranormal power for destructive goals. However, one should always bear in mind that this unencumbered blossoming of idiosyncrasies can only thrive against the background of a shared ritual. This takes us back to Wagner's Parsifal, the central problem of which is that of a ceremony. How is it possible to perform a ritual in conditions where there is no transcendence to guarantee it? As an aesthetic spectacle? The enigma of Parsifal turns on determining the limits and contours of a ceremony. Is the ceremony only that which Amfortas is unable to perform, or is part of the ceremony also the spectacle of his complaint and resistance and final willingness to perform the ceremony? In other words, are Amfortas's two great complaints not highly ceremonial, ritualized? Is not even the unexpected arrival of Parsifal, who, nonetheless, arrives just in time, that is, just at the moment when the tension is at its highest, to replace him, also part of a ritual? And do we not find a ritual also in Tristan, in the great duet that takes up most of Act 2? The long introductory part consists of the emotional ramblings of the couple, and the ritual proper begins with So sterben wir ungetrennt. With its sudden shift to a declamatory/declaratory mode from this point on, it is no longer the two individuals who sing/talk, it is a ceremonial other which takes over. One should always bear in mind this feature which disturbs the opposition between the day, symbolic obligations, and the night, endless passion. The highest point of lust, the immersion into the night, is itself highly ritualized. It takes the form of its opposite, of a stylized ritual. And is this problem of ceremony, liturgy, not also the problem of all revolutionary processes, from the French Revolution with its spectacles to the October Revolution? Why is this liturgy necessary? Precisely because of the precedence of nonsense over sense. The liturgy is the symbolic frame within which the zero level of sense is articulated. The zero experience of sense is not the experience of a determinate sense, but the absence of sense, more precisely, the frustrating experience of being sure that something has a sense, but not knowing what it is. This vague presence of a non-specific sense is sense as such. Sense at its purest, it is primary, not secondary. In other words, all determinate sense comes second, as an attempt to fill in the oppressive presence absence of the thatness of sense without its whatness. This is how we should answer the reproach that communism is being used here as a magic word, an empty sign lacking any precise or positive vision of a new society, merely a ritualized token of belonging to a new initiatic community. There is no opposition between liturgy, ceremony, and historical opening. Far from being an obstacle to change, liturgy keeps the space for radical change open. insofar as it sustains the signifying nonsense which calls for new inventions of determinate sense. Along the same lines, one could interpret Man with a Movie Camera, by Zizek Vertov, Eisenstein's great opponent, as an exemplary case of cinematic communism, the affirmation of life in its multiplicity, enacted through a kind of cinematic parataxis, a setting side by side of a series of daily activities: washing hair, wrapping packages, playing piano, connecting phone wires, dancing ballet, which resonate with each other at a purely formal level, through the echoing of visual and other patterns. What makes this cinematic practice communist is the underlying assertion of the radical univocity of being. The various phenomena are all equalized, all the usual hierarchies and oppositions among them, including the official communist opposition between the old and the new, are magically suspended. Recall that the alternative title of Eisenstein's The General Line, shot at the same time, was precisely the old and the new. Communism is here presented less as the struggle for a goal, with all the pragmatic paradoxes this involves. The struggle for universal freedom in a new society means maintaining the harshest discipline, and so on, than as a fact, a present collective experience. In this utopian space of communism now, the camera is again and again directly shown, not as a traumatic inscription of the gaze into the image, but as an unproblematic part of the picture. There is no tension between the eye and the gaze here, no suspicion or urge to penetrate the deceptive surface in search of the secret truth or essence, just the symphonic texture of life in all its positive diversity, like an ironic cinematic version of Stalin's first law of dialectics: everything is connected with everything else. 28. This practice of Vertov culminates in his Donbas Symphony from 1931, his first sound film in which the harsh reality of building a gigantic hydroelectric plant is sublated into an intricate dance of formal, visual and audio, motifs. There is, of course, a price to be paid for this: the obverse of the symphonic texture. The suspicious Stalinist gaze, always on the lookout for enemies and saboteurs, returns with a vengeance in Eisenstein's Ivan the Terrible, as a gigantic iconic eye painted on the crooked walls of the Kremlin, as the eye of Malyat Skaratov, Ivan's faithful watchdog. What accounts for this blindness is Vertov's participation in the techno-Gnostic version of communism popular in the Soviet Union in the 1920s, comparing men unfavorably to machines. He believed that his concept of Kino-I would help humanity to evolve into a higher, post-human, form which would exclude sexuality. This limitation is, however, no reason to ignore echoes of Vertov's polyphonic texture in later great directors. Maybe even Altman's shortcuts can be read as a new version of Vertov's practice. Altman's universe is effectively one of contingent encounters between a multitude of series, a universe in which different series communicate and resonate at the level of what Altman himself refers to as subliminal reality, mechanical shocks, encounters, and impersonal intensities which precede the level of social meaning. Point 29. We should, then, avoid the temptation of reducing Altman to being a poet of American alienation, rendering palpable the silent despair of everyday lives. There is another side to Altman, his receptivity to contingent joyful encounters. Along the same lines as Deleuze and Guattari's reading of Kafka's universe, in which the absence of the elusive transcendent center, castle, court, God, betrays the presence of multiple passages and transformations, one is tempted to read Altmanian despair and anxiety as the deceptive obverse of a more affirmative immersion into the multitude of subliminal intensities. The latter is Altman's communism, rendered by the cinematic form itself, counteracting the depressing social reality depicted. Altman brings us to another key feature of communist culture, the properly communist form of collective intimacy, epitomized by Erik Satie's piano pieces. Can one imagine a stronger contrast than that between Erik Satie's gently melancholic piano pieces and the universe of communism? The music usually associated with communism consists of propaganda songs and choruses or bombastic cantatas celebrating state events and leaders, and, from this standpoint, is Satie not the very embodiment of bourgeois individualism? The fact that in the early 1920s, during the last years of his life, Satie was not only a member of the newly constituted French Communist Party, but even served on its Central Committee, was then surely just a personal idiosyncrasy or provocation. The first surprise here is that another paragon of French bourgeois restraint, Maurice Ravel, rejected the invitation to join the Académie Française in protest against the way France was treating the Soviet Union. He furthermore set to music North African songs protesting against French colonial power. The music in which Ravel is close to Satie's musical communism is not bolero, but his chamber music, which is painfully beautiful in its restraint. What if, then, in order to get at the most elementary idea of communism, we need to forget all about romantic explosions of passion and imagine instead the clarity of a minimalist order sustained by a gentle form of freely imposed discipline? Recall Brecht's In Praise of Communism from the Mother, set to music by Hans Eisler in a very Satiean mood, soft, gentle, and intimate, with no pomposity and, indeed, do Brecht's words not almost sound like a description of Satie's music? It's quite straightforward, you'll understand it? It's not hard. Because you're not an exploiter, you'll easily grasp it. It's for your own good, so find out all about it. They're fools who describe it as foolish, and foul who describe it as foulness. It's against all that's foul and against all that's foolish. The exploiters will tell you that it's criminal. But we know better. It puts an end to all that's criminal. It isn't madness, but puts an end to all madness. It doesn't mean chaos. It just means order. It's just the simple thing. That's hard, so hard to do. Point 30. Satie used the term furniture music, musique d'ameublement, by way of implying that some of his pieces should function as mood-setting background music. Although this may seem to point forwards to commercialized ambient music, or muzak, what Satie was aiming at was the exact opposite, a music which subverts the gap separating the figure from the background. When one truly listens to Satie, one hears the background. This is egalitarian communism in music, a music which shifts the listener's attention from the great theme to its inaudible background, in the same way that communist theory and politics refocus our attention away from heroic individuals to the immense work and suffering of the invisible ordinary people. Is this popular democratic dimension not clearly discernible in Satie's own programmatic statements? Insist upon furniture music. Have no meetings, no get-togethers, no social affairs of any kind without furniture music. Don't get married without furniture music. Stay out of houses that don't use furniture music. Anyone who hasn't heard furniture music has no idea what true happiness is. We must bring about a music which is like furniture, a music, that is, which will be part of the noises of the environment, will take them into consideration. I think of it as softening the noises of the knives and forks, not dominating them, not imposing itself. It would fill up those heavy silences that sometimes fall between friends dining together. It would spare them the trouble of paying attention to their own banal remarks. And at the same time it would neutralize the street noises which so indiscreetly enter into the play of conversation. To make such a noise would respond to need. 31. No wonder, then, that John Cage, the key figure of the 20th century musical vanguard whose treatment of the minimalist dialectics of sound and silence can be compared only to Webern's, was a great admirer of Satie. For Cage, the most elementary aspect of music is duration. The only feature which both sound and silence share is duration. Silence is important, as it is the opposite of sound and, therefore, a necessary partner of sound. It is here, at the level of musical structure, that Satie, together with Webern, introduced the only really new idea since Beethoven. As Cage writes, in his defense of Satie, with Beethoven the parts of a composition were defined by means of harmony. With Satie and Webern they were defined by means of time lengths. The question of structure is so basic, and it is so important to be in agreement about it, that one might ask, was Beethoven right or are Webern and Satie right? I answer immediately and unequivocally, Beethoven was in error, and his influence, which has been as extensive as it is lamentable, has been deadening to the art of music. Linked to this are two further innovations, identified by Constant Lambert. First, in an apparent paradox, but really a profound dialectical necessity, this very shift onto duration as the main structural principle enabled Sati to break out of temporality to atemporal eternity. By his abstention from the usual forms of development and by his unusual employment of what might be called interrupted and overlapping recapitulations, which causes the piece to fold in on itself, as it were, he completely abolishes the element of rhetorical argument and even succeeds in abolishing as far as possible our time sense. We do not feel that the emotional significance of a phrase is dependent on its being placed at the beginning or end of a particular section. Is this structure not the one of parataxis, of atemporal constellation replacing linear temporal development? Where there is parataxis, the parallax, its dialectical counterpoint, is not far away. Sati's habit of writing his pieces in groups of three was not just a mannerism. It took place in his art of dramatic development, and was part of his peculiarly sculpturesque views of music. When we pass from the first to the second gymnopede, we do not feel that we are passing from one object to another. It is as though we were moving slowly round a piece of sculpture and examining it from a different point of view. It does not matter which way you walk around a statue, and it does not matter in which order you play the three gymnopedes. 32. One should be very precise here. The point is not that the three versions ultimately fail to imitate the same transcendental object which resists being directly rendered in music. The parallactic gap is inscribed into the thing itself. The multitude of subjective perceptions, impressions of the object bring about the inner fracture of the object. It is thus only a slight, albeit crucial, displacement which separates Cage from Sati. For Sati, music should be a part of the sound environment, whereas for Cage, the noises of the environment are the music. Here is Cage's final judgment on Sati: it's not a question of Sati's relevance. He's indispensable. As is communism. Violence between discipline and obscenity. This assertion of ritual as central to communist culture has consequences even for our innermost subjective attitudes. Let me recall the third wave, the social experiment conducted by history teacher Ron Jones at Cubberley High School in Palo Alto during first week of April 1967. In order to explain to his students how the German populace could claim ignorance of the Holocaust, Jones started a movement called the Third Wave and convinced his students that its purpose was to eliminate democracy. He emphasized this in the movement's motto: strength through discipline, strength through community, strength through action, strength through pride. On the fourth day, however, Jones decided to terminate the experiment, which was now slipping out of his control. The students had become increasingly involved in the process, and their discipline and loyalty to the project were astounding. Some of them even denounced their peers whom they suspected of not fully believing in the project. Jones ordered the students to attend a rally at noon next day, where, instead of the expected televised address from their leader, the students were presented with an empty screen. After a few minutes of waiting, Jones announced that they had been a part of an experiment in fascism and that they had all willingly created a sense of superiority similar to that of German citizens in the Nazi period. 33. Predictably, liberals were fascinated by the third wave, discerning in it the deep Lord of the Flies style insight into how, beneath the civilized surface, we are all potential fascists. The barbarian sadistic beast is lurking within all of us, just awaiting its opportunity. But what if we shift the perspective a little bit and view the authoritarian personality as the repressed obverse of the open liberal personality itself? The same ambiguity appears in the legendary study on the authoritarian personality in which Adorno participated. 34. The features of the authoritarian personality are clearly opposed to the standard figure of the open democratic personality, and the underlying dilemma consists in determining whether the two types are simply opposites in a struggle, such that we have to choose to fight for one or the other. The question, in other words, concerns the status of those features which are held to be the opposite of those defining the authoritarian personality. Are they simply to be endorsed as features of the democratic personality, ultimately the position taken by Habermas, or is the authoritarian personality to be conceived as the symptomal truth of the democratic personality, the view of, say, Agamben? Along these lines, The shift between Adorno and Habermas apropos modernity can be formulated in these terms. The core thesis of Adorno and Horkheimer's dialectic of enlightenment is that phenomena such as fascism are symptoms of modernity, its necessary consequence, which is why, as Horkheimer put it in a memorable line, those who do not want to talk critically about capitalism should also keep quiet about fascism, while for Habermas the same phenomena indicate that modernity remains an unfinished project, that it has not yet developed its full potential. This undecidability is ultimately a special case of the more general undecidability of the dialectic of enlightenment itself, well perceived by Habermas. If the administered world is the truth of the Enlightenment project, how, precisely, can it be criticized and counteracted by way of fidelity to that project itself? 35. One is tempted to claim that, far from representing a simple failure on Adorno's part, this reluctance to take the step into positive normativity signals his fidelity to the Marxist revolutionary project. This is also how one should read the liberal enthusiasm for the third wave phenomenon. Its function is to assert the struggle of liberal openness against totalitarian closure as our fundamental struggle, and thus to obliterate their mutual complicity, namely the fact that totalitarianism is the return of the repressed of liberalism itself. This obliteration also enables us to condense fascism and communism into one and the same anti-liberal totalitarian figure, and thus to block the search for a third option, the personality structure of a subject engaged in a radical emancipatory struggle, a subject who subscribes without any qualms to the motto strength through discipline, strength through community, strength through action, strength through pride, and yet remains engaged in the egalitarian emancipatory struggle. The liberal will either dismiss such a subject as another version of the authoritarian personality, or claim that it displays a contradiction between the goals of the struggle, equality and freedom, and the means employed, collective discipline, etc. In both cases, the specificity of the subject of the radical emancipatory struggle is obliterated, it remains unseen, there is no place for it in the liberal's cognitive map. 36. There is another, apparently opposite, political strategy, involving the use of anti-Semitic violence inherent to language. A couple of decades ago, in Carinthia, Kärnten, Austria's southern province which borders on Slovenia, German nationalists organized a campaign against the alleged Slovene threat under the motto Kärnten bleibt Deutsch, to which Austrian leftists found the perfect answer. Instead of rational counterarguments, they simply printed, in the main newspapers, an advertisement with obscene, disgusting-sounding variations of the nationalists' motto, Kärnten bleibt Deutsch. Kärnten bleibt Deutsch. Kärnten bleibt Deutsch. Is this procedure not worthy of the obscene, anal, meaningless speech spoken by Hinkel, the Hitler figure in Chaplin's The Great Dictator? This is what Rammstein, the rock band which is part of Neue Deutsche Hard, the New German Hardness, 37 does to totalitarian ideology. It desemanticizes it and shows up its obscene babble in its intrusive materiality. Rammstein's music exemplifies perfectly the distinction between sense and presence, the tension in a work of art between the hermeneutic dimension and the dimension of presence this side of hermeneutics, a dimension which Lacan indicated by the term symptom, formula not of jouissance, as opposed to symptom, bearer of meaning. What Lacan conceptualizes is the non-semantic dimensions in the symbolic itself. The direct identification with Rammstein is an over-identification with symptoms which undermines ideological identification. We should not fear such direct over-identification, but rather the articulation of this chaotic field of energy into a fascist universe of meaning. No wonder that Rammstein's music is violent, invasive, and intrusive with its loud volume and deep vibrations. Its materiality is in constant tension with its meaning, undermining it all the time. Alejandro Zarapolo formulated the shift from classical rock with its revolutionary individualism to more immersive later developments. Another relevant case of how the politics of cultural production has evolved under the effect of globalization and digital technology can be found in the culture of contemporary electronic music, as opposed to rock and roll's revolutionary individualism. The culture of techno has neither an overt revolutionary aspiration nor a utopian formulation. It operates within the system. In order to do this, techno music replaces more traditional musical figures, melody and harmony, with the texture of absorbing the multiplicity of positions and rhythm, as primary forms of expression. The image of the rave, a collective environment capable of mobilizing crowds of people into a single rhythm, appears to be a perfect incarnation of associative democracy as a coexistence of heterogeneous populations and informal associations. 38. One should nonetheless draw a clear line of distinction, within this field, between an appeasing techno, which clearly does operate within the system, and the unleashed brutality of Rammstein, which undermines the system not through some critical utopian vision but through the obscene brutality of the immersion it enacts. One should therefore resist the Susan Sontag-esque temptation to reject as ideologically suspect the music of Rammstein with its extensive use of Nazi images and motifs. What they do is the exact opposite. By pushing their listeners into a direct identification with the synth-homes used by the Nazis, bypassing their articulation in Nazi ideology, they render palpable a gap where ideology imposes the illusion of seamless organic unity. In short, Rammstein liberates these synth-homes from their Nazi articulation. They are offered to be enjoyed in their pre-ideological status as knots of libidinal investment. One should thus not be afraid to draw a radical conclusion. Enjoying Riefenstahl's pre-Nazi films or the music of bands like Rammstein is not ideological, while the struggle against racist intolerance in the name of tolerance is. So when, in response to a Rammstein video depicting a blonde girl in a cage, with characters in dark uniforms evoking Nordic warriors and so on, leftist liberals fear that the uneducated public will miss the irony, if there is any, and directly identify with the proto-fascist sensibility on display, we should counter with the good old motto, the only thing we have to fear here is fear itself. Rammstein undermine totalitarian ideology not with an ironic distance towards the rituals they imitate, but by directly confronting us with its obscene materiality and thereby suspending its efficacy. The infinite judgment of democracy. The only way to orient ourselves through the conundrum of violence is to focus on its parallax nature, noted long ago by Mark Twain in his A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. There were two reigns of terror if we would remember it and consider it, the one wrought in hot passion, the other in heartless cold blood. Our shudders are all for the horrors of the minor terror, the momentary terror, so to speak, whereas, what is the horror of swift death by the axe compared with lifelong death from hunger, cold, insult, cruelty, and heartbreak? A city cemetery could contain the coffins filled by that brief terror which we have all been so diligently taught to shiver at and mourn over, but all France could hardly contain the coffins filled by that older and real terror, that unspeakably bitter and awful terror, which none of us have been taught to see in its vastness or pity as it deserves. 39. In order to grasp this parallax nature of violence, one should focus on the short circuits between different levels, between, say, power and social violence. An economic crisis which causes devastation is experienced as uncontrollable quasi-natural power, but it should be experienced as violence. The same goes for authority. The elementary form of the critique of ideology is precisely to unmask authority as violence. For feminism, male authority is violence. I am referring here to Hannah Arendt who, in her On Violence 40, elaborated a series of distinctions between power, strength, force, violence, and authority. Force should be reserved for the forces of nature or the force of circumstances. It indicates the energy released by physical or social movements. It should never be used interchangeably with power in the study of politics. Force refers to movements in nature, or to other humanly uncontrollable circumstances, whereas power is a function of human relations. Power in social relations results from the human ability to act in concert to persuade or coerce others, while strength is the individual capacity to do the same. Authority is a specific source of power. It represents power vested in persons by virtue of their offices, or of their authoritativeness where relevant information and knowledge is concerned. There is such a thing as personal authority, such as, for instance, in the relation between parent and child, between teacher and pupil, or it can be vested in offices. A priest can grant valid absolution even though he is drunk. Its hallmark is unquestioning recognition by those who are asked to obey, neither coercion nor persuasion is needed. Authority thus does not stem merely from the attributes of the individual. Its exercise depends on a willingness on the part of others to grant respect and legitimacy, rather than on one's personal ability to persuade or coerce. It is therefore crucial to distinguish between power and violence. Power is psychological, a moral force that makes people want to obey, while violence enforces obedience through physical coercion. Those who use violence may manage to temporarily impose their will, but their command is always tenuous because when the violence ends, or the threat of it lessens, there is even less incentive to obey the authorities. Control through violence requires constant vigilance. Too little violence is ineffective, too much violence generates revolt. Violence can destroy the old power, but it can never create the authority that legitimizes the new. Violence is therefore the poorest possible basis on which to build a government. Violence is the weapon of choice for the impotent. Those who have little power often attempt to control or influence others by using violence. Violence rarely creates power. On the contrary, groups or individuals who use violence often find that their actions diminish what little power they do have. Groups that oppose governments often try to compensate for their perceived lack of power by using violence. Such violence simply reinforces state power. A terrorist who blows up a building or assassinates a politician gives the government the excuse it wants to crack down on individual liberties and expand its sphere of control. When a government turns to violence, it is because it feels its power is slipping away. Governments that rule through violence are weak. Dictators have always had to rely on terror against their own populations to compensate for their powerlessness. Protracted violence results in diminished power, making more violence necessary. Unsurprisingly, Arendt uses these distinctions to attack Marx for a confusion between violence and power which opens up the path to totalitarian rule. However, the point of Marxism is here precisely that there is a structurally necessary breakdown of the distinction in reality itself. Not only is political power ultimately a monopoly, power to apply violence, it is itself grounded on a threat of violence. One should link this weak point to Arendt's dismissal of the economy, of the sphere of production, from politics proper. What she misses is Marx's key insight into how the political struggle is a spectacle which, in order to be deciphered, has to be referred to the sphere of economics. To quote Wendy Brown, if Marxism had any analytical value for political theory, was it not in the insistence that the problem of freedom was contained in the social relations implicitly declared unpolitical, that is, naturalized in liberal discourse 41. There is thus violence and violence, and the point is not to disqualify a priori any mode of violence, but to inquire into which mode we are dealing with. In his recent book, A True Manifesto of the Liberal Counter-Revolution, Bernard Henry Levy offers his explanation for why the terrifying experience of the 4 years of Khmer Rouge reign in Kampuchea, 1975–79, was so important for the left. It compels us to dismiss once and for all the standard notion that hitherto revolutions failed because they were not radical enough, because they compromised with what they were trying to overcome and did not follow their logic to the end. 42 The one thing that can be said for the Khmer Rouge is that they went to the bitter end, to the extreme of a social transformation as thorough as could be imagined. Cities were emptied, money and the market abolished, all education was brought to a standstill in order to create a new man from zero level, the family unit itself was suspended, children were soon taken from their parents, and the result was a nightmare. Against this apparently convincing observation, one should nonetheless persist with the claim that the Khmer Rouge were, in a way, not radical enough. While they took the abstract negation of the past to the limit, they did not invent any new form of collectivity. They just replaced the old order with a primitive regime of egalitarian control and ruthless exploitation, in which social relations were reduced to the most elementary paradox of the obscenity of power. The Khmer Rouge effectively treated itself as an illegal obscenity. To inquire into the structure of state power was considered a crime. Its leaders were referred to anonymously as Brother No 1, Pol Pot, of course, Brother No 2, etc., and the governing party was simply called Anka, usually translated as organization. The gangster connotations are here fully justified, not only with respect to the crimes committed, but in the sense of the organization treating itself as if it were a secret body, a Maoist Cosa Nostra. Take, in contrast to the Khmer Rouge, the 2008 student protests in Greece, which were threatening to spread all over Europe, from Croatia to France. Many observers have noted, as one of their key features, their violent character, not violent in the sense of killing people, but in the sense of disturbing public order and destroying, well-selected, objects of private and state property, with the goal of stopping state and capitalist machinery from functioning smoothly. The wager of leftist political terrorism, the Red Army faction in Germany, the Red Brigades in Italy, Action Direct in France, etc., was that, in an epoch in which the masses are totally immersed in capitalist ideological torpor, so that the standard critique of ideology is no longer operative, only a resort to the roreel of direct violence, Action Direct can awaken them. While one should reject without ambiguity the murderous way in which this insight was enacted, one should not be afraid to endorse the insight itself. Today's post-political silent majority is not stupid, but it is cynical and resigned. The limitation of post-politics is best exemplified not only by the success of rightist populism, but by the aforementioned UK elections of 2005, in spite of the growing unpopularity of Tony Blair, regularly voted the most unpopular person in the UK, there was no way for this discontent to find a politically effective expression. Something is obviously very wrong here. It is not that people do not know what they want, but rather that cynical resignation prevents them from acting upon it, with the result that a weird gap opens up between what people think and how they act, or vote. Such frustration can foment dangerous extra-parliamentary explosions, which the left should not bemoan, but take the risk of relating to in order to awaken the people. In Berlusconi's Italy, where a self-proclaimed clown enjoys over 60% popularity ratings, some form of violence will clearly have to be rehabilitated. It is easy to note how, from within the Kantian horizon, the terroristic aspect of democracy, the violent egalitarian imposition of those who are surnumerary, the part of no part, can only appear as its totalitarian distortion. Within this horizon, the line that separates the authentic democratic explosion of revolutionary terror from the totalitarian party-state regime, or, to put it in reactionary terms, the line that separates the mob rule of the dispossessed from the party-state's brutal oppression of the mob, is obliterated. One can, of course, argue that a direct mob rule is inherently unstable and that it necessarily turns into its opposite, a tyranny over the mob itself. However, this shift in no way changes the fact that, precisely, we are dealing with a shift, a radical turnaround. It was noted long ago that democracy can be justified by either of two opposed stances, one involving trust, the other a radical distrust. 1. The majority of people are ultimately good, just, and rational enough to make the right decisions, or, 2. People are generally so corrupt that power can never be entrusted to individuals without keeping them under constant check. But rather than seeing these two positions as opposed, one should grasp this unique combination of trust and distrust as lying at the very heart of the democratic vision. It would be, all too, easy to apply Lacan's formulae of sexuation here, by claiming that the first stance obeys the masculine logic of the all and the second the feminine logic of the non-all. People are good as an all, but to be distrusted if taken individually. It would also be, all too, easy to claim that, while non-liberal democratic regimes wanting to impose their ideal of the best possible society function in a masculine way, always relying on a constitutive exception, the enemy, liberal democracy operates in the feminine way of the non-all, not pretending to offer the best, but merely the least bad. Relatively speaking, it is not even that all other political systems are worse, it is, more precisely, that each of them, taken one by one, is worse when compared with democracy. Applied in this way, however, the formulae of sexuation are too abstract formal. In Hegel's meaning of the term, one might just as easily say that Stalinism was masculine, politicizing society through its exception, technology and language were seen as non-ideological, as neutral means, so that, in Stalinism, everything is political but with exceptions, and Maoism feminine 43. True, democracy is our last fetish, but a fetish which protects us against democracy itself, against its own non-democratic core, the violent terroristic excess which the complex democratic rules try to keep at bay. In his famous essay Federalist No. 10, James Madison confronted the problem of how to prevent democracy from becoming involved in disputes about the various and unequal distribution of property. Those who hold and those who are without property have ever formed distinct interests in society. In short, the problem is class struggle, how to prevent the poor majority from discovering their own strength given to them in principle in a democracy. His solution is an extensive federalist republic, for then it will be more difficult for all who feel it to discover their own strength, and to act in unison with each other. The influence of factious leaders may kindle a flame within their particular states, but will be unable to spread a general conflagration through the other states. 44. Therein resided the much celebrated wisdom of the Founding Fathers, how to contain the potentially radical dimension of democracy. One of the few who remained faithful to that potential was Jefferson, who famously wrote that a little rebellion now and then is a good thing, it is a medicine necessary for the sound health of government. God forbid that we should ever be 20 years without such a rebellion. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. It is its natural manure. 45. This is why, unlike the French Revolution, the American Revolution was not a real revolution, it did not go to the end and fully develop its terroristic potential. What gets lost in institutionalized democracy is precisely this overlapping which turns antagonism into something that perturbs the very universal notion of society, although, in democracy, there is no substantial big other, no positive agent with a legitimate a priori claim to occupy the place of power, and although the gap between this empty place and the positive bearer of power is irreducible, we still have a big other in the guise of this empty form itself, of a neutral frame, minimally determined by democratic procedures, which guarantees the translation of antagonism into agonism. Political struggles in a democracy never reach the level of radical antagonism, all antagonisms are transposed into agonisms regulated by the democratic form. Democracy is thus transcendental, in the precise sense of Kantian formalism, the big other is deprived of its substance, but it survives as the empty form. And, again in Kantian terms, divine violence is the terrifying point of the direct intervention of the noumenal into the phenomenal. Divine violence is not a deplorable but inevitable use of violent means towards non-violent ends. Here, the critique of instrumental reason has done its job, demonstrating that means are never purely instrumental. The means we use to achieve emancipatory social ends have to display the character of these ends themselves, to act as their manifestation, otherwise we expose ourselves to the infamous Stalinist dialectics of violence and nonviolence in which the state withers away by fortifying itself, especially its organs of control and oppression. The problem for emancipatory politics is how to reintroduce into this democratic field the radical antagonism, the difference which cuts into the social itself in its universality, which admits no big other, neither substantial nor formal, and the solution is, the dictatorship of the proletariat. The time is out of joint, O cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right, is this famous couplet from Hamlet, I.V., not a succinct description of the proletarian position? Are proletarians not the out-of-joint element in the social structure, cursed with the revolutionary task of setting things right? The dictatorship of the proletariat is ultimately indifferent towards formal democracy. What matters is not the mode of selection of the government, but the pressure exerted on it by the people's mobilization and self-organization. Does this notion of the self-organization of the people not surreptitiously imply rehabilitation of populism? No, because the people referred to here are what one usually refers to as the plebs, the plebeian crowd, not the people of a populist project. What the plebs excludes is precisely the unity involved in the populist notion of the people. One can see here how these intricacies of the notion of democracy directly involve philosophical premises, The Leffertian notion of democracy as relying on the empty place of power, on the logic of implying its own imperfection and endless self-correction, etc., is clearly Kantian. The real is here simply impossible, while the passage from Kant to Hegel compels us to accept that the real as impossible effectively takes place in the guise of democratic terror. In Hegel's, terror is the species of the genus of democracy in which democracy encounters itself, among its species, in its oppositional determination, directly actualizing itself in its abstract universality. Pure democracy has to appear as its opposite. If it were to appear as democracy, we would effectively be in the metaphysics of presence. This identity of opposites does not mean that democracy is actual only inasmuch as it is impure, in other words, that a fully realized democracy cancels itself and turns into its opposite. Democratic terror still is democracy. Benjamin's name for this democratic terror is divine violence. Where do we find it today? James Cameron's Avatar, an exemplary exercise in Hollywood Marxism, tells the story of a disabled ex-Marine sent from Earth to infiltrate a race of blue-skinned Aborigines on a distant planet and persuade them to let his employer mine their homeland for natural resources. The Aborigines live in harmony with nature and are simultaneously deeply spiritual. Predictably, the Marine falls in love with the beautiful Aboriginal princess and eventually joins the Aborigines in the final battle, helping them to throw out the human invaders and save their planet. It is easy to discern, beneath the obvious politically correct themes, the honest white guy siding with ecologically correct Aborigines against the military-industrial complex of the imperialist invaders, a whole array of brutal racist motifs which circulate around the topic of the man who would be king. A crippled outcast from Earth is good enough to win the hand of the local princess, and to help win the decisive battle. Furthermore, the idyllic portrait of the blue Aborigines totally blinds us to their own oppressive hierarchies, which must surely be in place if they have a princess. The film's lesson is clear: the only choice the Aborigines have is to be saved by the humans or destroyed by them, to be either the brutal victims of imperialist reality, or to play their allotted role in the white man's fantasy. In both cases, they become a plaything in human hands. The very hyper-reality of the film, with its combination of real actors and 3D digital animation, renders palpable the phantasmatic status of life on the invaded planet. At the same time this film was taking in money all around the world, reaching $1 billion after less than 3 weeks on release, something strangely resembling its plot was taking place in the real world. The hills in the south of the Indian state of Orissa, inhabited by the Kant tribe, were sold to mining companies who plan to exploit their immense reserves of bauxite. The deposits are considered to be worth at least $4 trillion. In reaction, a Maoist, Naxalite, armed rebellion exploded, confirming the old saying that a natural resource can be a curse. The Maoists' guerrilla army is made up almost entirely of desperately poor tribal people living in conditions of such chronic hunger that it verges on famine of the kind we only associate with sub-Saharan Africa. They are people who, even after 60 years of India's so-called independence, have not had access to education, healthcare, or legal redress. They are people who have been mercilessly exploited for decades, consistently cheated by small businessmen and money lenders, the women raped as a matter of right by police and forest department personnel. Their journey back to a semblance of dignity is due in large part to the Maoist cotters who have lived and worked and fought by their sides for decades. If the tribals have taken up arms, they have done so because a government which has given them nothing but violence and neglect now wants to snatch away the last thing they have, their land. They believe that if they do not fight for their land, they will be annihilated. Their ragged, malnutritioned army, the bulk of whose soldiers have never seen a train or a bus or even a small town, are fighting only for survival. 46. The Indian Prime Minister characterized this rebellion as the country's single largest internal security threat. The media, which present it as resistance to progress, are full of stories about red terrorism, replacing stories about Islamist terrorism. No wonder that the Indian state is responding with a major military operation against Maoist strongholds in the jungles of central India. It is true that both sides have resorted to brutal violence, and that the Maoists' people's justice is harsh. However, no matter how unpalatable to our liberal tastes this may be, we have no right to condemn it. Why? Because the rebels' situation is precisely that of Hegel's rabble. The Naxalite in India are a starving tribal people to whom the minimum of a dignified life has been denied and who are fighting for their lives. But in contrast with Cameron's film, in Orissa there are no noble princesses waiting for the white hero to seduce them and help save their people, there are just the Maoists mobilizing the starving farmers. Perhaps the true avatar here is Avatar itself, the film substituting itself for reality. The agent. How, then, does the subject engaged in such divine violence function in his or her libidinal economy? As the exact opposite of the disengaged Hindu or Buddhist subject who, from a position of neutrality, exempt from all passion, observes the illusory theater of shadows into which he is thrown with his acts. An extreme case of the apocalyptic subject is provided by The Gray Zone, Tim Blake Nelson, 2001, set in Auschwitz-Birkenau in the fall of 1944, among a Sonderkommando unit, prisoners selected to do the dirty job of taking victims to the gas chambers and then robbing and disposing of the bodies. These units were given much better conditions and more food, etc., though they knew they would all be liquidated after 3 or 4 months, in order to erase the traces of their work. In the middle of the film, there is an intriguing dialogue between two of these privileged Jewish prisoners, a top surgeon who does medical research on the corpses for the infamous Dr. Mengele, and an ordinary Sonderkommando who escorts the victims to the gas chambers, sorts out their bodies, and so on. The doctor, D, is a survivalist whose attitude is I am just doing what I am told, I am not killing anyone, while the other, S, is more aware of the moral deadlock of his situation. D, I never asked to be doing what I do. S, you volunteered. D, they wanted doctors for a hospital. S, you knew the sort of work you'd be doing and you continue doing it. D, I don't kill. S, and we do. D, I didn't say that. S, you give killing purpose. D, we're just trying to make it to the next day, that's all any of us is doing. S, you have no idea, do you? D, I don't know what you're talking about. S, I do not wish to be alive when all of this is over. D, I don't believe that. S, I know you don't. Twice the ordinary Sonderkommando makes the correct penetrating moral insight. First, he points out that, although his work is more dirty and comes closer to killing, he may not press the button to release the gas, but he does direct the victims to the chamber, convincing them it is just a shower room, sorts out the victims' clothing and packages, burns the corpses, etc. The doctor's work, dissecting and analyzing selected corpses, is ethically much more problematic. The doctor gives killing a purpose by way of providing a medical justification. Second, the ordinary Sonderkommando outlines the extreme ethico-existential deadlock to which the doctor is blind on account of his survivalist stance, the deadlock of a subject aware that what he has done in order to survive has compromised him so much that there is now no way back to normality. Given the obscenity of his actions, he has forfeited the right to normal life. If he is still alive when all this is over, he will not be able to avoid committing suicide. What he has done can in no way be reintegrated into the normal coordinates of ethical decency. In the camp, he knows there is absolutely no hope for him, his situation is a nightmare, and once the nightmare is over, his life will have become impossible. A suicidal rebellion against the camp guards is thus not only the only ethical thing he can do, but also the only way out of an existential deadlock in which his sole choice is between the bad, the present nightmare, and the worse, normality. There is, however, also an aspect of liberation in this radical deadlock. No wonder that a similar deadlock characterizes the subjective position of a radical revolutionary. Once I forfeit my right to a normal life, I also, in a way, forfeit my right to bare life. I cut off my link with mere survival, with clinging to life for life's sake, and join the living dead, becoming someone who, in renouncing his right to life, thereby overcomes his fear of death. Imagine a revolutionary who, on account of his utter dedication to the political struggle, neglects his family and thereby loses his wife and children. His only justification for continuing to live remains his political struggle. Were he no longer able to participate in it, there would be nothing left for him to do. One suspects that Brecht would have found such a position fascinating. About an hour into Bernardo Bertolucci's film 1900, there is a shockingly violent scene during a confrontation between the poor striking farmers and their landowner. The landowner explains that, due to catastrophic weather which has ruined the harvest, he has to cut the farmers' wages by half. Exasperated by their mute resistance to his rational arguments, he shouts at one of them, "Don't you have two big ears to hear me?" The farmer then takes a knife from his belt, and with one strike cuts off his left ear and offers it to the landowner who, terrified by this crazy gesture, runs away in a panic. This scene, structurally similar to the famous one from David Fincher's Fight Club where, during a confrontation with his boss, Edward Norton starts to beat his own face with his fist, with its logic of the realized metaphor, "Lend me your ears," conveys in a harsh manner the price, the proverbial pound of flesh, one has to pay for liberation, the defiant offering of one's ear, with its implicit subversion, "Now I no longer have ears, I will not hear you, I am deaf to your arguments." Again, such a refusal, such a withdrawal or disconnection from the shared field of communication, is a condition sine qua non of freedom. Is such a radical gesture of striking at oneself not constitutive of subjectivity as such? And does this not imply that the time of subjectivity is a priori the time of a state of emergency? Being a subject means that things can never return to normal? In every normal run of things, the subject who participates in it escapes the traumatic abyss that lies at the heart of subjectivity and regresses to a substantial mode of being, that is, reduces itself to a subordinated moment of a higher substantial order. What, then, is to be done? How are we to choose between the three main options? 1. The Bartleby politics of doing nothing. 2. Preparing for a radical violent act, a total revolutionary upheaval. 3. Engaging in local pragmatic interventions. Here we must insist first on the dialectical link between the particular and the universal, as a result of which the very focus on an apparently particular problem can trigger a global transformation. That is to say, the political effect of an intervention cannot be constrained by the tension between its enunciated content and the position of enunciation. In his propagandizing for perestroika and glasnost, Gorbachev undoubtedly spoke from the position of the ruling nomenklatura, with the aim only of rendering the communist system more efficient. Nevertheless, by overestimating the amount of perestroika the system could integrate, he set in motion the system's disintegration. Hence all those skeptics who warned that Gorbachev merely wanted to reform the system, to make it stronger, were proven wrong, although they had been in a sense correct. Sartre made a similar mistake when, in his belated but perspicuous analysis, written in 1970, of the vacuity of Khrushchev's 1956 secret report on Stalin's crimes to the 20th Communist Party Congress, he noted that it was true that Stalin had ordered massacres, transformed the land of the revolution into a police state. He was truly convinced that the USSR would not reach communism without passing through the socialism of concentration camps. But as one of the witnesses very rightly points out, when the authorities find it useful to tell the truth, it's because they can't find any better lie. Immediately this truth, coming from an official mouth, becomes a lie corroborated by the facts. Stalin was a wicked man? Fine. But how had Soviet society perched him on the throne and kept him there for a quarter of a century, 47? Indeed, was not Khrushchev's later fate, he was deposed in 1964, proof of Oscar Wilde's quip that, if one tells the truth, one will sooner or later be caught out? Sartre's analysis nonetheless falls short on one crucial point. Khrushchev's report did have a traumatic impact. Even if he was speaking in the name of the system, the machine was sound, but its chief operator was not. This saboteur had relieved the world of his presence, and everything was going to run smoothly again. 48 His intervention set in motion a process which ultimately brought down the system, a lesson worth remembering today. Our answer to the what is to be done question raised above is thus simple: why impose a choice in the first place? A Leninist concrete analysis of concrete circumstances will make clear what the proper way to act in a given constellation might be. Sometimes, pragmatic measures addressed to particular problems are appropriate. Sometimes, as in a radical crisis, a transformation of the fundamental structure of society will be the only way to solve its particular problems. Sometimes, in a situation where plus ca change, plus ca rest la même chose, it is better to do nothing than to contribute to the reproduction of the existing order. We should always bear in mind the lesson first clearly elaborated by La Boétie in his treatise on La Servitude Volontaire: power, the subordination of many to one, is not an objective state of things which persists even if we ignore it. It is something that persists only with the participation of its subjects, only if it is actively assisted by them. What one should avoid here is the predicament of the beautiful soul described by Hegel, the subject who continually bemoans and protests his fate, all the while overlooking how he actively participates in the very state of things he deplores. We do not fear and obey power because it is in itself so powerful. On the contrary, power appears powerful because we treat it as such. This obscene collaboration with the oppressor is the topic of Ismail Qadarai's The Palace of Dreams, a story of the Tabir Sarail, the Palace of Dreams in the capital of an unnamed 19th-century Balkan empire, modeled on Turkey. In this gigantic building, thousands of palace bureaucrats assiduously sort, classify, and interpret the dreams of citizens systematically and continuously gathered from all parts of the empire. Their immense work of interpretation is Kafkaesque, intense yet a meaningless fake. The ultimate goal of their activity is to identify the master dream that will provide clues to the destiny of the empire and of its sultan. This is why, although Tabir Sarail is supposed to be a place of mystery exempt from daily power struggles, what goes on there is inevitably caught up in such conflicts. Which dream is to be selected, or perhaps even invented, as the master dream becomes the subject of dark intrigues. The reasons for these struggles are nicely spelled out by Qadarai. In my opinion, Kurt went on, it is the only organization in the state where the darker side of its subject's consciousness enters into direct contact with the state itself. He looked around at everyone present, as if to assess the effect of his words. The masses don't rule, of course, he continued, but they do possess a mechanism through which they influence all the state's affairs, including its crimes. And that mechanism is the Tabir Sarail. Do you mean to say, asked the cousin, that the masses are to a certain extent responsible for everything that happens, and so should to a certain extent feel guilty about it? Yes, said Kurt. Then, more firmly, in a way, yes. 49. In order properly to interpret these lines, there is no need for any obscurantist thesis positing a dark irrational link, or secret solidarity, between the crowd and its rulers. The question to be raised concerns power, domination, and the unconscious. How does power work? Why do its subjects obey it? This brings us to the, misleadingly named, erotics of power. Subjects obey not only because of physical coercion, or the threat of it, and ideological mystification, but because they have a libidinal investment in power. The ultimate cause of power is the objet, the object cause of desire, the surplus enjoyment by means of which power bribes those it holds in its sway. This objet is given form in the unconscious fantasies of the subjects of power, and the function of Qadarai's Tabir Sarail is precisely to interpret those fantasies, to learn what kind of libidinal objects they are for their subjects. These obscure feedback mechanisms between the subjects of power and its holders regulate the subject's subordination, such that if they are disturbed the power structure may lose its libidinal grip and dissolve. The Palace of Dreams is, of course, itself an impossible fantasy, the fantasy of a power capable of directly managing its own phantasmatic support. And it is here that what we have called Bartleby politics enters. Rather than actively resisting power, The Bartleby gesture of preferring not to suspends the subject's libidinal investment in it. The subject stops dreaming about power. To put it in mockingly Stalinist terms, emancipatory struggle begins with the ruthless work of self-censorship and auto-critique, not of reality, but of one's own dreams. The best way to grasp the core of the obsessive attitude is through the notion of false activity. You think you are active, but your true position, as embodied in the fetish, is passive. Do we not encounter something akin to this false activity in the typical strategy of the obsessive neurotic, who becomes frantically active in order to prevent the real thing from happening? In a tense group situation, the obsessive talks continually, cracks jokes, etc., in order to ward off that awkward moment of silence in which the underlying tension would become unbearable. The Bartleby act is violent precisely insofar as it entails refusing this obsessive activity in it. Not only do violence and nonviolence overlap, nonviolence appears as the highest violence, so too do act and inactivity. Here the most radical act is to do nothing. The divine dimension lies in this very overlapping of violence and nonviolence. If theology is again emerging as a point of reference for radical politics, it is so not by way of supplying a divine big other who would guarantee the final success of our endeavors, but, on the contrary, as a token of our radical freedom in having no big other to rely on. It was already Dostoevsky who showed how God gives us both freedom and responsibility. He is not a benevolent master steering us to safety, but the one who reminds us that we are totally left to our own devices. This paradox lies at the very core of the Protestant notion of predestination. Predestination does not mean that since everything is determined in advance we are not really free. Rather, it involves an even more radical freedom than the ordinary one, the freedom to retroactively determine, that is, change, one's destiny itself. 50. The God we get here is rather like the one in the Bolshevik joke about a talented communist propagandist who, after his death, finds himself sent to hell. He quickly sets about convincing the guards to let him go to heaven. When the devil notices his absence, he pays a visit to God, to demand that the propagandist be returned to hell. However, as soon as the devil begins his address, starting with "My Lord," God interrupts him, saying, "First, I am not your Lord but a comrade. Second, are you crazy for talking to fictions I don't even exist? And third, be quick, otherwise I'll miss my party meeting." This is the kind of God needed by the radical left today, a God who has fully become a man, a comrade amongst us, crucified together with two social outcasts, who not only does not exist but also knows this himself, accepts his own erasure, passing over entirely into the love that binds all members of the Holy Ghost, that is, of the party or emancipatory collective. Afterword to the paperback edition. Welcome to interesting times. The really practical statesman does not fit himself to existing conditions, he denounces the conditions as unfit. G.K. Chesterton, the man who thinks backwards. 1. In China, so they say, if you really hate someone, the curse to fling at them is, "May you live in interesting times." Historically, the interesting times have been periods of unrest, war, and struggles for power in which millions of innocents suffered the consequences. Today, we are clearly approaching a new epoch of interesting times. After decades of the welfare state, when financial cuts were limited to short periods and sustained by a promise that things would soon return to normal, we are entering a new period in which the economic crisis has become permanent, simply a way of life. Furthermore, today, the crises occur at both extremes of economic life: ecology, natural externality, and pure financial speculation, not at the core of the productive process. This is why it is crucial to avoid the simple common sense solution: we have to get rid of the speculators, introduce order there, and real production will go on. The lesson of capitalism is that these unreal speculations are the real here. If we remove them, the reality of production suffers. These shifts cannot but shatter the comfortable subjective position of radical intellectuals, best rendered by one of their favored mental exercises throughout the 20th century, the urge to catastrophize the situation. Whatever the actual situation on the ground, it had to be denounced as catastrophic, and the more positive things seemed to be, the more this exercise was indulged in. Thus, irrespective of our merely ontic differences, we all participate in the same ontological catastrophe. Heidegger denounced the present age as that of the highest danger, the epoch of accomplished nihilism. Adorno and Horkheimer saw in it the culmination of the dialectic of enlightenment in the administered world. Giorgio Agamben even defined the 20th century concentration camps as the truth of the entire Western political project. Recall the figure of Horkheimer in the West Germany of the 1950s, while denouncing the eclipse of reason in modern Western consumer society, he simultaneously defended this very same society as a lone island of freedom in the sea of totalitarianisms and corrupted dictatorships all across the globe. It was as if Churchill's ironic quip about democracy being the worst possible political regime bar all the others was here repeated in a serious form. The administered society of the West is mere barbarism in the guise of civilization, the highest point of alienation, the disintegration of the autonomous individual, and so on. Nevertheless, since all other socio-political regimes are worse, all things considered, one has no option but to support it. One is thus tempted to propose a radical reading of this syndrome. Perhaps what the unfortunate intellectuals cannot bear is the fact that they lead a life which is basically happy, safe, and comfortable, so that, in order to justify their higher calling, they are obliged to construct a scenario of radical catastrophe. Undergoing psychoanalytic treatment, one learns to clarify one's desires. Do I really want what I think I want? Take the proverbial case of a husband engaged in a passionate extramarital affair, dreaming of the moment when his wife will disappear, die, divorce him, or whatever, so that he will be free to live with his mistress. When it finally happens, his whole world breaks down, and he discovers that he no longer wants his mistress after all. As the old proverb says, there is only one thing worse than not getting what one wants, namely, actually getting it. Leftist academics are now approaching such a moment of truth. You wanted real change, now you can have it. Back in 1937, in The Road to Wigan Pier, George Orwell perfectly characterized this attitude when he pointed out that every revolutionary opinion draws part of its strength from a secret conviction that nothing can be changed. Radicals invoke the need for revolutionary change as a kind of superstitious token that will achieve its opposite, that will prevent the change from really occurring. If a revolution is taking place, it should occur at a safe distance, in Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela. So that, while my heart is warmed when I think about the events far away, I can go on promoting my academic career. Freedom in the clouds. This new situation in no way demands that we abandon patient intellectual work with no immediate practical use. Today, more than ever, one should bear in mind that communism begins with what Kant called the public use of reason, with thinking, with the egalitarian universality of thought. When Paul says that, from a Christian standpoint, there are no men and women, no Jews and Greeks, he thereby claims that ethnic roots, national identity, and so on, are not categories of truth. To put the same point in Kantian terms, when we reflect upon our ethnic roots, we engage in a private use of reason, constrained by contingent dogmatic presuppositions, that is, we act as immature individuals, not as free human beings dwelling in the dimension of the universality of reason. For Kant, the public space of the world civil society designates the paradox of the universal singularity, of a singular subject who, in a kind of short circuit, bypassing the mediation of the particular, directly participates in the universal. In this view, private is not the stuff of our individuality as opposed to our communal ties, but the very communal institutional order of our particular identification. Our struggle should thus focus on those aspects which pose a threat to the transnational public sphere. Part of this global push towards the privatization of the general intellect is the recent trend in the organization of cyberspace towards so-called cloud computing. Little more than a decade ago, a computer was a big box on one's desk, and downloading was done with floppy disks and USB sticks. Today, we no longer need such cumbersome individual computers, since cloud computing is internet-based, i.e., software and information are provided to computers or smartphones on demand, in the guise of web-based tools or applications that users can access and use through browsers as if they were programs installed on their own computer. In this way, we can access information from wherever we are in the world, on any computer, with smartphones literally putting this access into our pocket. We already participate in cloud computing when we run searches and get millions of results in a fraction of a second. The search process is performed by thousands of connected computers sharing resources in the cloud. Similarly, Google Books makes millions of digitalized works available anytime, anywhere around the world. Not to mention the new level of socialization opened up by smartphones. Today a smartphone will typically include a more powerful processor than that of the standard big box PC of only a couple of years ago. Plus it is connected to the internet, so that I can not only access multiple programs and immense amounts of data, but also instantly exchange voice messages or video clips, and coordinate collective decisions, etc. This wonderful new world, however, represents only one side of the story, which as a whole reads like the well-known doctor joke, first the good news, then the bad news. Users today access programs and software maintained far away in climate-controlled rooms housing thousands of computers. To quote from a propaganda text on cloud computing, details are abstracted from consumers, who no longer have need for expertise in, or control over, the technology infrastructure in the cloud that supports them. There are two telltale words here, abstraction and control. In order to manage a cloud, there needs to be a monitoring system which controls its functioning, a system which is by definition hidden from the end user. The paradox is thus that, as the new gadget, smartphone or tiny portable, I hold in my hand becomes increasingly personalized, easy to use, transparent in its functioning, the more the entire setup has to rely on the work being done elsewhere, on the vast circuit of machines which coordinate the user's experience. In other words, for the user experience to become more personalized or non-alienated, it has to be regulated and controlled by an alienated network. This, of course, holds for any complex technology. A TV viewer typically will have no idea how his remote control works, for example. However, the additional twist here is that it is not just the core technology, but also the choice and accessibility of content which are now controlled. That is to say, the formation of clouds is accompanied by a process of vertical integration. A single company or corporation will increasingly have a stake at all levels of the cyber world, from individual machines, PCs, iPhones, etc., and the cloud hardware for program and data storage, to software in all its forms, audio, video, etc. Everything thus becomes accessible, but only as mediated through a company which owns it all: software and hardware, content and computers. To take one obvious example, Apple doesn't only sell iPhones and iPads, it also owns iTunes. It also recently made a deal with Rupert Murdoch allowing the news on the Apple Cloud to be supplied by Murdoch's media empire. To put it simply, Steve Jobs is no better than Bill Gates. Whether it be Apple or Microsoft, global access is increasingly grounded in the virtually monopolistic privatization of the cloud which provides this access. The more an individual user is given access to universal public space, the more that space is privatized. Apologists present cloud computing as the next logical step in the natural evolution of the Internet, and while in an abstract technological way this is true, there is nothing natural in the progressive privatization of global cyberspace. There is nothing natural in the fact that 2 or 3 companies in a quasi-monopolistic position can not only set prices at will but also filter the software they provide to give its universality a particular twist depending on commercial and ideological interests. True, cloud computing offers individual users an unprecedented wealth of choice, but is this freedom of choice not sustained by the initial choice of a provider, in respect to which we have less and less freedom? Partisans of openness like to criticize China for its attempt to control internet access, but are we not all becoming involved in something comparable, insofar as our cloud functions in a way not dissimilar to the Chinese state? How, then, are we to fight this enclosure? Is WikiLeaks a positive development here? One of the confidential reports recently disclosed by WikiLeaks characterizes the Russian duo of Putin and Medvedev as Batman and Robin. This analogy can be extended. Is not Julian Assange, the organizer of WikiLeaks, an obvious real-life counterpart of the Joker in Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight? But what is the Joker, with his desire to disclose the truth beneath the mask, convinced that this will destroy the social order? Is he a liberator or a terrorist? And, to pursue the analogy further, how are we to judge the struggle between WikiLeaks and the U.S. empire? Is the publishing of secret U.S. state documents an act in support of the freedom of information, of the people's right to know, or is it a terrorist act posing a threat to stable international relations? But what if this is not the true struggle? What if the crucial ideological and political battle is that going on within WikiLeaks itself, between the radical act of publishing secret state documents and the way this act was reinscribed into the hegemonic ideologico-political field by, among others, WikiLeaks itself? This reinscription does not primarily concern the so-called corporate collusion, i.e., the deal WikiLeaks made with 5 big media companies, giving them the exclusive right to selectively publish the documents. Much more important is WikiLeaks' conspiratorial mode, presenting itself as a good secret group attacking a bad one, the U.S. State Department. The enemy is identified as those U.S. diplomats who conceal the truth, manipulate the public, and humiliate their allies in ruthlessly pursuing their own interests. On this view then, power is identified with the bad guys at the top, instead of being conceived as permeating the entire social body, traversing it from top to bottom, determining how we work, consume, and think. WikiLeaks itself got a taste of this dispersion of power when major companies such as MasterCard, Visa, PayPal, and Bank of America started to join forces with the U.S. state to sabotage WikiLeaks. The price one pays for engaging in such a conspiratorial mode is to end up trapped in it. No wonder conspiracy theories already abound as to who is ultimately behind WikiLeaks, the CIA itself. The conspiratorial mode is supplemented by its apparent opposite, the liberal appropriation of the WikiLeaks saga as representing another chapter in the glorious history of the struggle for the free flow of information and the citizen's right to know. In this way, ultimately, WikiLeaks is reduced to being merely a more radical example of investigative journalism, the darling of liberal freedom fighters. From here, it is only one small step to the ideology of those bestsellers and blockbusters from All the President's Men to the Pelican Brief, in which a couple of ordinary guys uncover a scandal which reaches right up to the president, forcing him to step down. But even if the corruption is shown to reach the very top, the ideology nevertheless resides in the final upbeat message of such works: what a great country ours is, where a couple of honest ordinary guys like you and me can bring down the president, the most powerful man on earth. The question is, can WikiLeaks be reduced in this way? The answer is clearly no. From the very outset, there was something about the WikiLeaks activity which went well beyond the liberal topic of the free flow of information. We should not look for this excess at the level of content. The only truly surprising thing about the revelations is that there was no surprise in them. Didn't we learn exactly what we expected to learn? All that was disturbed was the capacity to keep up appearances. We can no longer pretend that we don't know what everyone knows we know. This is the paradox of public space. Even if everyone knows an unpleasant fact, stating it publicly changes everything. If we are looking for precursors of WikiLeaks, we should recall that one of the first measures adopted by the new Bolshevik government in 1918 was to make public the entire corpus of Tsarist diplomacy, all the secret agreements, the secret clauses within the public agreements, etc. Here, likewise, the target was not only content, but the entire functioning of the state apparatuses of power. 2 decades later, of course, Stalin himself engaged in an exemplary instance of such diplomacy with the secret clauses concerning the partition of Eastern Europe that supplemented the public Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of 1939. What WikiLeaks threatens is the formal mode of functioning of power. The innermost logic of diplomatic activity is in a way delegitimized. The true target was not just the grubby details and the individuals responsible for them, i.e. not just those in power but power itself. Its very structure. We should not forget that power comprises not only its institutions and rules, but also the legitimate, normal, ways of challenging it, the independent press, NGOs, etc. As Sarojgiri put it succinctly, WikiLeaks activists challenged power by challenging the normal channels of challenging power and revealing the truth too. The WikiLeaks exposures do not address us, as citizens, merely as dissatisfied individuals eager to know the dirty secrets of what happens behind closed doors in the corridors of power. Their aim was not just to embarrass those in power. Rather, they call for us to mobilize ourselves in a long struggle for a different functioning of power which would reach beyond the limits of representative democracy. There is, however, a counter-argument whose strength we should not misunderestimate. To quote President Bush, the idea that exposing the entire truth about what went on behind closed doors will liberate us is itself wrong. Truth liberates, yes, but not this truth. Of course one cannot trust the facade of official public documents, but neither do the dirty personal details or insulting remarks behind the official facade count as the truth. Appearance, the public face, is never a simple hypocrisy whose truth resides in the scandalous hidden details. As E.L. Dr. O once remarked, appearances are all we have, so we should treat them with great care. It happens quite often that, as a consequence of destroying an appearance, one ruins the thing itself behind the appearance. It is often claimed today that privacy is disappearing, that even the most intimate secrets are open to public probing, from media investigations and state surveillance to public confessions. But our reality is the opposite one. What is effectively disappearing is the public space proper, with its own dignity. We all know Hegel's deservedly famous comment upon Napoleon's quip, "No man is a hero to his valet," not, however, because the man is not a hero, but because the valet is a valet, whose dealings are with the man, not as a hero, but as one who eats, drinks, and wears clothes. In short, the valet's gaze is unable to perceive the true public dimension of the hero's deeds. No matter what petty games of interest, vanity, etc., privately motivate a political leader, they are of no consequence to the historical significance of his acts. Should we then oppose WikiLeaks on behalf of the memorable claim which opens Jacques Lacan's television, "I always speak the truth"? Not the whole truth, because there's no way to say it all. Saying it all is materially impossible, words fail. 3. Such a conclusion would be deeply misleading. It is crucial not to cast the debate in such abstract terms, in terms of the relationship between the said and the unsaid, of the need not to say all. There are moments of crisis within the hegemonic discourse when one should take the risk and provoke the disintegration of appearances. Such a moment was superbly described by the young Marx back in 1843, when, in his contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of law, he diagnosed the decay of the German Ancien regime in the 1830s and 1840s as a farcical repetition of the tragic fall of the French Ancien regime. This regime was tragic so long as it believed, and necessarily so in its own justification. Now, however, the regime only imagines that it believes in itself and asks the world to share in its fantasy. If it believed in its own nature, would it seek its salvation in hypocrisy and sophism? The modern Ancien regime is merely the clown of a world order whose real heroes are dead. For in such a situation, shaming those in power becomes a useful weapon, or, as Marx goes on, the burden must be made even more burdensome by creating an awareness of it. The humiliation must be increased by making it public. And this, exactly, is our situation today. We are facing the shameless cynicism of the existing global order whose agents only imagine that they believe in their ideas of democracy, human rights, etc., and, through moves like the WikiLeaks disclosures, our shame for tolerating such power over us, is made more shameful by publicizing it. When the US intervenes in Iraq in order to introduce secular democracy, but the result is a rise in religious fundamentalism and the strengthening of Iran, this is not the tragic mistake of a sincere agent but a case of a cynical trickster becoming caught in his own game. The non-interpellated subject. In the European Union, the ongoing Bologna reform of higher education amounts to a concerted attack on what Kant called the public use of reason. The underlying idea of this reform, the urge to subordinate higher education to the needs of society, to make it useful in relation to the concrete problems we are facing, aims at producing expert opinions meant to resolve the problems posed by social agents. What disappears here is the true task of thought, not only offering solutions to the problems posed by society, the state and capital, but to reflect on the very form these problems take, to reformulate them, to discern a problem in the very way we perceive such problems. The reduction of higher education to the task of producing socially useful expert knowledge is the paradigmatic form of the private use of reason in contemporary global capitalism. One of the most radical expressions of this trend is the UK government's recent plan to phase out teaching grants for degree courses in arts, humanities, and social sciences, announced in October 2010, when Universities Minister David Willett suggested that in future all but science and mathematics subjects would be funded wholly via tuition fees. Here is Martin McQuillan's reaction: there are no workarounds, no accommodations to be made, no temporary crisis to be endured. This is the nuclear option, total and irreversible wipeout. This is a culture war in which critical thought is threatened with extinction. The disinvestment by the government means that higher education in arts, humanities, and social sciences will become a market deal between universities and private individuals who wish to pursue such subjects entirely at their own cost. This, incidentally, is the reality of the freedom of choice in our societies, illustrating Marx's scathing remark in the Communist Manifesto that bourgeois freedom is the freedom to trade, to buy, and to sell. Sally Hunt, General Secretary of the University and College Union, drew attention to the true scope of this reform. The whole landscape of higher education in this country would change. What a university is and what its purpose is would be completely different. Again, we pass from public to private reason. This is why those leftists who claim that, today, the pursuit of pure philosophical topics, like the idea of communism, is proving more and more useless, and that we should move on to concrete political actions, miss the point well taken by those in power. Are these proposed reforms not clear proof that the latter are fully aware of the subversive potential of apparently useless theoretical ratiocinations? It is crucial to link the ongoing push towards a Gleichschaltung of higher education not only in the guise of direct privatization or links with business, but also in the more general sense referred to above to the process of enclosing the commons of intellectual products, of privatizing the general intellect. This process has set in motion a global transformation in the hegemonic mode of ideological interpellation. If, in the Middle Ages, the key ideological state apparatus, ISA, was the Church, capitalist modernity imposed the twin hegemony of legal ideology and state education. Subjects were interpellated as patriotic free citizens, subjects of the legal order, while individuals were formed into legal subjects through compulsory universal education. The gap was thus maintained between the bourgeois and the citizen, between the egotistic utilitarian individual concerned with his private interests and the citoyen dedicated to the universal domain of the state and, insofar as, in the spontaneous ideological perception, ideology is limited to the universal sphere of citizenship while the private sphere of egotistic interests is considered pre-ideological, the very gap between ideology and non-ideology is thus transposed into ideology. What happens in the latest stage of the post-68 postmodern capitalism is that the economy itself, the logic of market and competition, is progressively imposing itself as the hegemonic ideology. 5. In education, we are witnessing the gradual dismantling of the classical bourgeois school ISA. The school system is less and less a compulsory network elevated above the market and organized directly by the state, the bearer of enlightened values, liberté, égalité, fraternité, on behalf of the sacred formula of lower costs, higher efficiency. It is progressively penetrated by different forms of PPP, public-private partnership. In the organization and legitimization of power, the electoral system is more and more conceived on the model of market competition, Elections are like a commercial exchange where the voters buy the product which offers to do in the most efficient way the job of maintaining social order, prosecuting crime, and so on and so forth. In line with the same formula of lower costs, higher efficiency, even some functions which should be the exclusive domain of state power, like running prisons, can be privatized. The army is no longer based on universal conscription, but composed of hired mercenaries, etc. Even the state bureaucracy is no longer perceived as the Hegelian universal class, as is becoming evident in the case of Berlusconi's Italy. What makes Berlusconi so interesting as a political phenomenon is the fact that he, the most powerful politician in his country, acts more and more shamelessly. He not only ignores or politically neutralizes legal investigations into his criminal activity in order to boost his private business interests, he is also systematically undermining the basic dignity of the head of a state. The dignity of classical politics is grounded in its elevation above the play of particular interests in civil society. Politics is alienated from civil society. It presents itself as the ideal sphere of the citoyen in contrast to the conflict of egotistic interests that characterize the bourgeois. Berlusconi has effectively abolished this alienation. In today's Italy, state power is directly exerted by the base bourgeois who ruthlessly and openly exploits state power as the means for the protection of his economic interests. With the vote of confidence on December 14, 2010, the parliamentary obscenity reached a new height. Berlusconi was openly buying, with money and other favors, the votes needed from the opposition deputies. Their price was publicly debated. Even the process of engaging in emotional relations is increasingly organized along the lines of a market relationship. Alain Badiou has deployed the parallel between today's search for a sexual, or marital, partner through the appropriate dating agencies and the ancient procedure of arranged marriages. In both cases, the risk of falling in love is suspended. There is no contingent fall proper. The risk of the real called the love encounter is minimized by prior arrangements which take into account all the material and psychological interests of the concerned parties. 6 Robert Epstein pushes this idea to its logical conclusion, providing its missing counterpart. Once you choose your appropriate partner, how can you arrange things so that you will both effectively love each other? 7 Based on the study of arranged marriages, Epstein developed procedures of affection building. One can build love deliberately and choose whom to do it with. Such a procedure relies on self-commodification. Through internet dating or marriage agencies, each prospective partner presents themselves as a commodity, listing his or her qualities and providing photos. Eva Illouz perspicuously explains the usual disappointment when the internet partners decide to meet in reality. The reason is not that we idealize ourselves in our self-presentations, but that this self-representation is necessarily limited to the enumeration of abstract features, age, hobbies, etc. What is missing here is what Freud called der Einzige, the unary feature, that gene sais quoi which instantly makes me like or dislike the other. 8 Love is a choice which is by definition experienced as a necessity. Falling in love should be free. One cannot be ordered to fall in love. However, we are never in a position to make this free choice if one has to decide with whom to fall in love. Comparing the qualities of the respective candidates, this is by definition not love. Rather, at a certain point in time, one is overwhelmed by the feeling that one already is in love, and that one cannot do otherwise. It is as if for all eternity destiny had been preparing one for this encounter. This is the reason why marital agencies are an anti-love device par excellence. Their wager is that they will organize love as an actual free choice. Upon reviewing the list of selected candidates, I choose the most appropriate. Quite logically, insofar as the economic is considered the sphere of non-ideology, this brave new world of global commodification considers itself post-ideological. The ISAs are of course still operative, more than ever, however, as we have already seen, insofar as, in its self-perception, ideology is located in subjects in contrast to pre-ideological individuals. This hegemony of the economic sphere cannot but appear as the absence of ideology. What this means is not that ideology simply directly reflects the economy as the superstructure does its base. Rather, we fully remain within the sphere of the ISA, where the economy now functions as an ideological model. We are then fully justified in saying that the economy is here operative as an ISA in contrast to real economic life, which definitely does not follow the idealized liberal market model. This is how, as Jan Volker has put it, predominant ideological notions such as freedom and democracy, and, we might add, tolerance, are notions of disorientation. They blur the true line of separation, whereas a true idea separates, enabling us to draw this line clearly, between our emancipatory position and the ideology we want to reject. For example, obviously we want to fight racism, sexism, etc., but the characterization of these phenomena as phenomena of intolerance or harassment blurs the true line of separation, confusing the fight against racism and sexism with the narcissistic subjectivistic notion of one's own private space which ought not to be invaded by the neighbor. What tolerance effectively means here is its exact opposite, intolerance towards the other in the radical Freudo-Lacanian sense of the neighbor thing. 9. On October 17, 2010, the German Chancellor Angela Merkel declared at a meeting of young members of her conservative Christian Democratic Union, this multicultural approach, saying that we simply live side by side and live happily with each other, has failed. Utterly failed. The least one can say is that she is consistent, since her words echo the debate about Leitkultur, the dominant culture, from a couple of years earlier, when conservatives insisted that every state is based on a predominant cultural space, which the members of other cultures who live in the same space should respect. Instead of playing the beautiful soul, bemoaning the emergence of a new European racism heralded by such statements, we should turn a critical eye upon ourselves, asking to what extent our own abstract multiculturalism has contributed to this sad state of affairs. If all sides do not share or respect the same civility, then multiculturalism turns into a form of legally regulated mutual ignorance or hatred. The conflict over multiculturalism already is a conflict about Leitkultur, not a conflict between cultures, but a conflict between different visions of how different cultures can and should coexist, about the rules and practices these cultures would have to share. One should thus avoid getting caught in the liberal game of determining how much tolerance we should show the other. Should we tolerate them if they beat their women, if they arrange marriages for their children, if they brutalize gays among their ranks, etc.? At this level, of course, we can never be tolerant enough, or else we are always already too tolerant, neglecting the rights of women, etc. The only way to break out of this deadlock is to propose and fight for a positive universal project shared by all participants. 10. This is why a crucial task of those struggling for emancipation today is to move beyond mere respect for others towards a positive emancipatory Leitkultur which alone can sustain an authentic coexistence and a mixing of different cultures. 11. We should thus mobilize for a communist struggle at every point where social conflicts cannot be resolved because they are false conflicts, conflicts whose coordinates are determined by ideological mystification. Communism as a movement should intervene in such deadlocks, and its first gesture should be to redefine the problem, to reject the way that it is presented and perceived in the public ideological space. Say we are told that the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians is a struggle of Western secular democracy against Muslim fundamentalism. Of course, if the problem is formulated in these terms, it cannot be resolved, and we are in a deadlock. The communist move is here to reject these very terms and to define a real third way. What kind of shift in the functioning of ideology does the self-erasure of ideology imply? Let us take as our starting point the Foucauldian name which more or less fits the Althusserian ISA, that of the dispositif. Giorgio Agamben has pointed out the link between the Foucauldian dispositif and the young Hegel's notion of positivity understood as the substantial social order imposed on the subject and experienced by it as external fate, rather than as an organic part of itself. As such, the dispositif is the matrix of governability, it is that in and through which a pure activity of governing without any foundation in being realizes itself. This is the reason why dispositifs must always imply a process of subjectivation, that is to say, they must produce their subject. 12. The ontological presupposition of such a notion of the dispositif is a general and massive partition of being into two groups or classes, on the one hand, living beings, or substances, on the other hand, the dispositifs within which the living beings are incessantly captured. There is a series of complex echoes between this notion of the dispositif, Althusser's notions of the ISA and of ideological interpellation, and Lacan's notion of the big other. Foucault, Althusser, and Lacan each insist on the crucial ambiguity of the term subject, signifying both a free agent and subjection to power. The subject qua free agent emerges through its subjection to the dispositif/ISA/big other. As Agamben points out, desubjectivation, alienation, and subjectivation are thus two sides of the same coin. It is the very desubjectivation of a living being, its subordination to a dispositif, which subjectivizes it. When Althusser claims that ideology interpellates individuals into subjects, individuals here refers to those living beings on which a dispositif/ISA works, imposing on them a network of micro-practices, while the subject is not a category of living being, of substance, but the result of these living beings being caught up in a dispositif/ISA, or into a symbolic order. In Deleuzian terms, the living being is a substance, while the subject is an event. Where Althusser falls short is in his disappointing and misplaced insistence on the materiality of the ISA. On the contrary, the primordial form of the dispositif, the big other of the symbolic institution, is precisely immaterial, a virtual order as such. It is the correlative of the subject as distinct from the individual qua living being. Neither the subject nor the dispositif of the big other are categories of substantial being. One can translate these coordinates perfectly into Lacan's matrix of the discourse of the university. Homo sacer, the subject reduced to bare life, is, in terms of Lacan's theory of the four discourses, the objet, the other of the university discourse worked upon by the dispositif of knowledge. Can we not then say that Agamben inverts Lacan, that for him it is the university discourse which is the truth of the master's discourse? The product of the university discourse is $, the subject the dispositif, the network of S2, of knowledge, works on the bare life of the individual, out of which it engenders subjects. Today, however, we are witnessing a radical change in the working of this mechanism. Agamben defines our contemporary post-political/biopolitical society as one in which the multiple dispositifs desubjectivize individuals without producing a new subjectivity, without subjectivizing them. Hence the eclipse of politics, which supposed real subjects or identities, the workers' movement, the bourgeoisie, etc., and the triumph of economy, that is to say, of the pure activity of governing which pursues only its own reproduction. The right and the left, which today alternate in managing power, have thus very little to do with the political context from which the terms which designate them originate. Today these terms simply name the two poles, the one pointing without scruple to desubjectivation, the other wanting to cover it up with the hypocritical mask of the good democratic citizen, of the same machine of government. 13. Biopolitics designates this constellation in which dispositifs no longer generate subjects, interpellate individuals into subjects, but merely administer and regulate individuals' bare life. In biopolitics, we are all potentially homo sacer. The outcome of this reduction reveals, however, an unexpected twist. Agamben draws attention to the fact that the inoffensive desubjectivized citizen of post-industrial democracies, who in no way opposes the hegemonic dispositifs but rather zealously executes all their injunctions and is thus controlled by them in the most intimate details of his or her life, is nonetheless, and perhaps for this very reason, considered as a potential terrorist. In the eyes of the authority, any may be rightly so. Nothing looks more like a terrorist than the ordinary man. The more the ordinary person is controlled by cameras, by digital scanning, by data collection, the more he or she becomes an inscrutable, ungovernable X which subtracts itself from the dispositifs even when it seems to obey them with docility. It is not that it poses a threat to the machine of government by actively resisting it, rather, its very passivity suspends the performative efficiency of dispositifs, making the machine run on empty, turning it into a self-parody which serves nothing. This full naturalization, or self-erasure, of ideology imposes upon us a sad but unavoidable conclusion with regard to the contemporary global social dynamic. Today, it is capitalism which is properly revolutionary. From technology to ideology, it has changed our entire landscape over the last few decades, while conservatives as well as social democrats have for the most part simply reacted to these changes, desperately trying to hold on to old gains. In such a constellation, the very idea of a radical social transformation may appear to us as an impossible dream. The term impossible, however, should make us stop and think. Today, the possible and the impossible are distributed in a strange way, both simultaneously exploding into an excess. On the one hand, in the domains of personal freedoms and scientific technology, the impossible is becoming increasingly possible, or so we are told. Nothing is impossible. We can enjoy sex in all its perverse versions. Entire archives of music, films, and TV series are available for downloading. Space travel is available to everyone. With the money, we can enhance our physical and psychic abilities through interventions into the genome, right up to the techno-gnostic dream of achieving immortality by transforming our identity into a software program transferable from one piece of hardware to another. On the other hand, especially in the domain of socio-economic relations, our era sees itself as having reached the age of maturity in which, with the collapse of the communist states, humanity has abandoned the old millenarian utopian dreams and accepted the constraints of reality, of capitalist socio-economic reality, with all its attendant impossibilities. You cannot engage in collective political acts, which necessarily end in totalitarian terror, or cling to the old welfare state. It makes you non-competitive and leads to economic crisis, or isolate yourself from the global market, and so on. In its ideological version, ecology also adds its own list of impossibilities, in terms of so-called threshold values: no more global warming than 2 degrees Celsius, etc. Based on expert opinions, 14 such is life in the post-political era of the naturalized economy. Political decisions are as a rule presented as matters of pure economic necessity when austerity measures are imposed. We are repeatedly told that this is simply what has to be done. It is crucial here to distinguish clearly between two impossibilities: the impossible real of a social antagonism and the impossibility on which the predominant ideological field focuses. Impossibility is here redoubled. It serves as a mask of itself, that is, the ideological function of the second impossibility is to obfuscate the real of the first. Today, the ruling ideology endeavors to make us accept the impossibility of radical change, of abolishing capitalism, of a democracy not limited to parliamentary games, etc., in order to render invisible the impossible/real of the antagonism which cuts across capitalist societies. This real is impossible in the sense that it is the impossible of the existing social order, namely its constitutive antagonism, which, however, in no way implies that this real/impossible cannot be directly dealt with and radically transformed in a crazy act which changes the basic transcendental coordinates of the social field. This is why, as ZIZEK puts it, Lacan's formula of overcoming an ideological impossibility is not everything is possible, but the impossible happens. The Lacanian real/impossible is not an a priori limitation to be taken into account realistically, but the domain of an act that is more than an intervention into the domain of the possible. Such an act changes the very coordinates of what is possible and thus retroactively creates its own conditions of possibility. This is why communism also concerns the real. To act as a communist means to intervene into the real of the basic antagonism which underlies today's global capitalism. Earth, a pale mother. The ultimate real/impossible which poses a limit to social expansion is not a social antagonism, but nature itself. However, how does this limit function? The great ecological disasters of 2010, harbingers of much more interesting things to come, seem to cover all four elements which, according to the ancient cosmology, make up our universe: air, volcanic ash clouds from Iceland immobilizing air travel over Europe; earth, mudslides in China; fire, rendering Moscow almost unlivable; water, polluted by oil in the Gulf of Mexico, floods displacing millions in Pakistan. Each of these catastrophes brings home an important lesson, which, in all probability, will be ignored. However, the unexpected feature which cannot but have struck those who followed the media reports during the Deepwater Horizon oil spill crisis was the weird mixture of trauma and ridicule. Recall Freud's dream of Irma's injection, which begins with a conversation between Freud and his patient Irma about the failure of her treatment due to an infected syringe. In the course of the conversation, Freud gets closer to her face and looks deep into her mouth, confronting the horrible sight of the red flesh within. At this point of unbearable horror, the tonality of the dream changes, the horror all of a sudden passing into comedy. Three doctors, Freud's friends, appear, who, in ridiculous pseudo-professional jargon, enumerate multiple, and mutually exclusive, reasons why Irma's poisoning by the infected syringe was nobody's fault. There was no injection, the injection was clean. So there is first a traumatic encounter, the sight of the raw flesh of Irma's throat, which is followed by the sudden shift into comedy, which enables the dreamer to avoid the encounter of the true trauma. Did not exactly the same shift from the sublime to the ridiculous take place in the case of the Louisiana oil spill? First, there was the nightmarish glimpse into the traumatic event underwater for weeks. Our eyes were fixed on the hole at the bottom of the sea spilling out crude oil, like a toilet gone mad, unstoppably excreting crap back up to the surface. This dramatic scene was followed by the ridiculous game of managers and experts tossing each other the hot potato of responsibility. On May 11, 2010, executives from the three companies involved in the disaster, BP, Transocean, and Halliburton, testifying before the U.S. Senate, played a ridiculous game of blaming each other worthy of a Magritte painting. BP claimed that it was not responsible since the rig that exploded was owned by Transocean, its subcontractor. Transocean claimed the work carried out by its own subcontractor Halliburton, who had poured the concrete, was to blame, and, finally, Halliburton claimed it had simply executed the project proposed to them by BP. What makes the scene ridiculous is not only the undignified game of passing the blame, but, even more so, the idea of making the culprits, i.e. the big companies, pay the full price for the damage they have caused. Unfortunately, President Obama's condemnation of the three companies was equally risible in its own way. On June 8, 2010, in a justified outburst against BP, Obama said regarding the oil spill, "It's BP's problem." The press, predictably, reacted with "No, it's Obama's problem now." Both were clearly wrong. While Obama was pursuing the legalistic logic of indemnization totally inappropriate to the scale of the catastrophe, the press were focusing only on how the disaster would hurt Obama's standing, maybe fatally undermining his chances for re-election. It is true that catastrophes like the Louisiana oil spill confront us with the ultimate impotence of the person who personifies state power. Although we all know that the US president is ultimately impotent, we somehow do not really accept this. Our relationship to the figure of the president is clearly transferential, which is why the effect of his impotence being openly disclosed is always embarrassing, even if we did not learn anything new. However, the claim that the disaster had become Obama's problem misses the crucial underlying fact that it is indicative of a much larger problem, a problem for us all, as something which potentially shatters the very fundamentals of our way of life. It is a problem for all of us, and nobody will resolve it for us, since it concerns our commons, the natural substance of our lives. What is ridiculously naive here is the idea that a private company, no matter how wealthy, could be capable of paying for the entire damage caused by a serious ecological catastrophe. It would be like demanding from the Nazis that they cover the full price of the Holocaust. The search for the guilty party who should be made legally responsible for the damage is part of our legalistic frame of mind. People can, and do, sue fast food chains as if they were responsible for the client's obesity, and ideas circulate about slavery reparations, arguing that compensation is long overdue. This reductio ad absurdum makes clear what is fundamentally wrong with this logic. It is not too radical, but rather insufficiently radical. The true challenge is not to collect compensation from those responsible, but to change the situation so that they will no longer be in a position to cause damage, or be pushed into activity which causes damage. This is what was lacking in Obama's reaction, the willingness to act beyond the narrow legalistic approach of punishing the culprit. In a catastrophe as great as the Gulf of Mexico oil spill, the government should proclaim a state of emergency and take over, mobilizing all of its resources, including the army. Simultaneously, the state should have prepared for the worst, for the possibility of the whole area becoming uninhabitable. What makes the focus on BP absurd is the fact that the same accident could well have happened to another company. The true culprit is not BP, although, to avoid any misunderstanding, it should be most severely punished, but the demand which pushes us towards oil production irrespective of environmental concerns. So we should start to ask basic questions about our way of life to mobilize the public use of reason. The lesson of such ecological catastrophes is that neither the market nor the state will do the job. While market mechanisms may work up to a certain level to contain ecological damage, serious large-scale ecological catastrophes are simply out of their reach. Any pseudo-scientific statistic talk about sustainable risks is ridiculous here. Why? To many of us, the fear of flying has a very concrete image. We are haunted by the thought of how many parts of such an immensely complicated machine as a modern aircraft have to function smoothly in order for it to remain in the air. One small lever breaks somewhere, and the plane might plunge downwards. When one starts to think about how many things can go wrong, one cannot but experience total and overwhelming panic. Did not Europe experience something similar in the spring of 2010? The fact that a cloud from a minor volcanic eruption in Iceland, a small disturbance in the complex mechanism of the Earth, could bring aerial traffic to a standstill over an entire continent is a reminder of how, with all its tremendous activity of transforming nature, humankind remains just another living species on the planet. The catastrophic socio-economic impact of such a minor eruption is due to our technological development. Air travel a century ago, such an event would have passed unnoticed. Our technological development makes us more independent of nature and yet, at the same time, at a different level, more dependent on nature's whims. Decades ago, when Neil Armstrong stepped onto the surface of the moon, his famous first words were, "That's one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind." Now, apropos the volcanic eruption on Iceland and its consequences, we can say, that's one small step backwards for nature, but one giant leap backwards for mankind. Therein lies the first lesson of the Icelandic eruption. Our survival itself depends on a series of stable natural parameters which we automatically take for granted: temperature, the composition of the air, sufficient water and energy supplies, etc. We can do what we want only insofar as we remain marginal enough so as not to seriously perturb the parameters of life on Earth. The limitation on our freedom that becomes palpable with ecological disturbances is the paradoxical outcome of the exponential growth of our freedom and power. Our increasing ability to transform nature around us can destabilize the basic geological conditions of human life. There is, however, something deceptively reassuring in our readiness to assume guilt for the threats to our environment. We like to be guilty since, if we are guilty, then it all depends on us. We pull the strings of the catastrophe, and so in principle we can also save ourselves simply by changing our lives. What is really difficult for us to accept, at least for us in the West, is that we are reduced to the purely passive role of an impotent observer who can only sit back and watch what his fate will be. To avoid such a situation, we are prone to engaging in frantic obsessive activity, recycling paper, buying organic food, or whatever, just so that we can be sure that we are doing something, making our contribution, like a soccer fan who supports his team in front of a TV screen at home, shouting and jumping up from his seat, in the superstitious belief that this will somehow influence the outcome. It is true that the typical form of fetishistic disavowal apropos ecology is, "I know very well, that we are all threatened, but I don't really believe it, so I am not ready to do anything really important like changing my way of life." But there is also the opposite form of disavowal: "I know very well that I cannot really influence the process which may lead to my ruin, like a volcanic eruption, but it is nonetheless too traumatic for me to accept this, so I cannot resist the urge to do something, even if I know it is ultimately meaningless. Do we not buy organic food for much the same reason? Who really believes that those semi-putrefying and overpriced organic apples are really healthier? The point is that, by buying them, we are not just buying and consuming a product, we are simultaneously doing something meaningful, demonstrating our capacity for care and global awareness, participating in a larger collective project. Kafka wrote, "When one has once accepted and absorbed evil, it no longer demands to be believed." This is what happens in developed capitalism, and especially today, evil becomes our daily practice, so, instead of believing in it, we can believe in good, engaging in charitable acts and the like. Here enters a more refined defense of capitalism which, while admitting that the capitalist exploitation of nature is part of the problem, tries to resolve it by way of rendering ecological and social responsibility profitable. This is the approach of natural capitalism, one of the ultimate versions of what we may call postmodern ethical capitalism. The idea of this movement, instigated by Paul Hawken 15, is nothing less than a new revolution in production comparable to that of the first industrial revolution, which generated breathtaking material development but at an immense cost to the earth, depletion of natural wealth, loss of the topsoil, destruction of species, etc. To counteract this destructive tendency, we now have to change our entire approach. Thus far we have included in the price of commodities only what we have had to invest in order to produce them, ignoring the costs to nature. Our prosperity was thus illusory, since, by ruthlessly exploiting natural resources, we were drawing our income not from earnings but principally from inherited wealth. The sum of this inherited wealth is natural capital, that store of commodities produced by nature in the billions of years of its development, commodities like water, minerals, trees, soil, and air, as well as all living systems, grasslands, forests, oceans, etc. All these natural goods not only supply non-renewable resources for our material production, they also perform services indispensable to our survival, regeneration of the atmosphere, soil fertilization, etc. To our standard notion of capital as stored value, we should thus add the economic value of nature as a system, as well as the value of human resources. We thus obtain four forms of capital: 1. Financial capital, investments, monetary instruments; 2. Manufactured capital, machines and the entire infrastructure; 3. Natural capital, resources, living systems; 4. Human capital, labor, intelligence, culture, and organization. Admitting the difficulty of assigning monetary value to, for the time being, at least, non-substitutable services such as oxygen production by green plants, the authors nonetheless risk estimating that worldwide oxygen production is worth $36 trillion annually, i.e. more or less the same as the gross world product, and that the monetary value of all human capital is 3 times greater than that of financial and manufactured capital combined. The idea of natural capitalism is to radically change our accounting methods by treating as capital that which should be enriched through its expanded reproduction in all four forms of capital and not only the first two. This can be done in 4 main ways. 1. Radical resource productivity, promoting industrial efficiency which slows depletion at one end, lowers pollution at the other end and creates more jobs in between. 2. Biomimicry, eliminating waste by redesigning industrial systems on biological lines. 3. A service and flow economy, shifting from a perception of wealth in terms of goods and purchases to a perception of value in terms of desired services and satisfaction of human needs. 4. Investing in natural capital, developing markets for activities which enhance and restore the environment. While taken at face value it may appear that such a radical redefinition of capital would have beneficial effects, there are insurmountable empirical problems that go along with it. For this redefinition to become even minimally operative, it would require incredibly complex worldwide state control and regulation, for example, in determining the prices of natural commodities and enforcing them on the market. More fundamentally, however, the problem resides in the very form of the commodity and of market exchange. The problem with the basic notion of natural capitalism is that it reads like the first sex and marriage guide recently published in Saudi Arabia. While it takes the form of a modern manual, its content is mostly the traditional patriarchal advice. For example, it advises husbands on when and how to beat their wives without hurting them too much, etc. With Hawken, the reverse procedure applies. New ecological content is squeezed into the old capitalist form, so that, instead of overcoming commodification, one extends it ad absurdum until everything, from the air we breathe to our human abilities, becomes a commodity. 16 While Hawken maintains the basic capitalist matrix, pursuit of profit through expanded self-reproduction, proposing to save it, and us, from self-destruction as a result of its excessive universalization, the core of the problem resides in the matrix itself. No matter how far we expand the notion of capital, the very form of capital presupposes a structural gap between reality, the use value of products and services, and the real of the financial circulation, the reproduction which generates profit, where the first is subordinated to the second. In other words, insofar as we remain within capitalism, even if we expand the notion of capital to cover the whole of reality, that reality will continue to function as an indifferent and thus ultimately expendable backdrop whose role is to serve profit-making. Capital's self-expansion also sets clear limits to so-called ethical capitalism. In June 2010, the Apple manufacturer Foxconn, a Taiwanese-owned company assembling iPads, in Shenzhen, China, was plagued by a series of suicides among its workers, the result of stressful work conditions, long hours, low pay, high pressure. After the 11th worker jumped from a high floor to his death, the company introduced a series of measures, 17 compelling workers to sign contracts promising not to kill themselves, to report fellow workers who look depressed, to go to psychiatric institutions if their mental health deteriorates, etc. To add insult to injury, Foxconn started to put up safety nets around the buildings of its vast factory. This is ethical capitalism at its purest, taking care even of the psychic welfare of the workers instead of changing the exploitative conditions which are responsible for their psychic breakdowns. The ethical side of capitalism is thus the result of a complex process of ideological abstraction or obliteration. Companies dealing with raw materials extracted in suspicious conditions, using de facto slaves or child labor, effectively practice the art of ethical cleansing, the true business counterpart to ethnic cleansing, through reselling, etc. Such practices obscure the origins of raw materials bought in places where the materials were produced under conditions unacceptable in our Western societies. On the other hand, the Icelandic volcanic eruption was a useful reminder that our ecological troubles cannot be reduced to hubris, to our disturbance of the balanced order of Mother Earth. Nature is chaotic in itself, prone to causing the wildest disasters, meaningless and unpredictable catastrophes. We are mercilessly exposed to nature's cruel whims. There is no Mother Earth watching over us. We are not disturbing nature's balance, we are just prolonging it. An additional twist is added by the fact that, in the case of volcanoes, the danger comes from within the Earth itself, from beneath our feet, not from outer space. We have nowhere to withdraw to. More than 2 decades ago, a paparazzo caught Senator Ted Kennedy, well known for his opposition to offshore drilling in search of oil, in the midst of the sexual act on a boat off the Louisiana shore. During a Senate debate a couple of days later, a Republican senator dryly remarked, "It seems that Senator Kennedy now changed his position on offshore drilling." The true problem is that a simple Kennedy solution, the only acceptable form of offshore drilling is the kind I engage in, does not work. Such a purist attitude offers no true solution. Not only does every large-scale industrial activity involve unpredictable risks, but nature itself brings risks of its own. Furthermore, due to the inextricable mixture of nature and human industry, human production is already part of the natural reproduction on Earth to such an extent that even its sudden interruptions can generate unexpected disturbances. Was this imbrication of natural and social life not clearly discernible in the way the media covered the Gulf oil spill? Sometimes, the event was treated as a technical accident, sometimes, as a natural disaster, sometimes, the news was about the economy, the financial losses to fishermen and the tourist industry. This diversity seems to reflect the fact that the causes of ecological catastrophes are themselves a mixture of natural and social processes. Although the Pakistani floods were a natural disaster, social causes loom in the background: the deforestation of the Himalayan region, the melting of glaciers. Even when a catastrophe appears to be a purely natural event, its impact is conditioned by social processes. An earthquake is not the same event in a desert, in a chaotic third world megalopolis, or in a highly developed and organized society. In the case of the Gulf oil spill, it was an industrial accident which turned into a natural catastrophe. In the case of the Iceland volcano, a week after the flight prohibitions in Europe were cancelled, there were reports in the media on how, according to yet another expert opinion, there was no ash cloud above Europe which presented a real danger. All the fuss had been a panic reaction. The problem here is whom to believe. For us ordinary people, even if we feel the effects of ecological disturbance, a drought here, an unusually strong storm there, etc., the links between these effects and their causes as stipulated by the experts are in no way evident. It is, however, this very causal non-transparency and impenetrability which feeds the search for meaning. When confronted with the threat of a catastrophe which will destabilize the very framework of our ordinary existence, our spontaneous reaction is to look for a hidden meaning. There must be a reason why this is happening, we must have done something wrong. Any meaning is better than no meaning. If there is a hidden meaning, there is a kind of dialogue with the universe. This is why it is crucial to resist the temptation of hidden meaning when confronting potential or actual catastrophes, from AIDS and ecological disasters up to the Holocaust. Jerry Falwell and Pat Robertson's first reaction to the 9/11 bombings was to see them as a sign that God had lifted his protection from the United States because of the sinful lives of Americans. They blamed hedonistic materialism, liberalism, and rampant sexuality, and claimed that America had got what it deserved. But are deep ecologists not doing something similar when they read our environmental troubles as the revenge of Mother Earth for our ruthless exploitation of her natural resources? The consequence of this limitation of our knowledge is not at all that we should stop exaggerating the ecological threat. On the contrary, we should be even more careful about it, since the situation is profoundly unpredictable. The recent uncertainties about global warming signal not that things are not too serious, but that they are even more chaotic than we thought, and that natural and social factors are inextricably linked. The dilemma apropos today's threat of ecological catastrophe is, either we take the threat seriously and decide to take action which, if the catastrophe does not occur, will appear ridiculous, or we do nothing and lose everything if it does happen. The worst alternative is that of choosing the middle ground, of taking limited measures. In this case, we will fail whatever occurs. There is no middle ground with regard to ecological catastrophe, and, in such a situation, the talk of anticipation, precaution, and risk control tends to become meaningless, since we are dealing with what, in terms of the Rumsfeldian theory of knowledge, one should call the unknown unknowns. We not only do not know where the tipping point is, we do not even know exactly what we do not know. The double trap to avoid is thus, on the one hand, to attempt to de-ideologize the issue, by reducing ecological catastrophe to a problem solvable by means of science and technology, and, on the other, to attempt to spiritualize it in the sense of New Age mythology. What both these approaches lack is a concrete social analysis of the economical, political, and ideological roots of ecological problems. Science is necessary, but it cannot do all the work. It cannot show us how we should transform our lives, because such transformation has to rely on basic socio-political normative ideas of what kind of life we want to lead. We have thus to reject as insufficient a series of solutions which appear to oppose each other. It is not enough to treat ecological threats as mere technical problems to be resolved through new forms of production, nanotechnology, and new sources of energy, but neither will any form of New Age spiritualization do. It is not enough to demand an ecological reorganization of capitalism, but neither will a return to pre-modern organic society and its holistic wisdom work. What is needed first of all is a fresh look at the uniqueness of our situation. In spite of the infinite adaptability of capitalism which, in the case of acute ecological crisis, can easily turn ecology into a new field of capitalist investment and competition, the very nature of the risk involved fundamentally precludes a market solution. Why? Capitalism only works in precise social conditions. It implies trust in the market's invisible hand which, as a kind of cunning of reason, guarantees that the competition of individual egotisms works out for the common good. However, we are now in the midst of a radical change. What looms on the horizon today is the unheard of possibility that human intervention will catastrophically disturb the run of things by triggering an ecological disaster, a fateful biogenetic mutation, a nuclear or similar military social calamity, and so on. No longer can we rely on the limited scope of our acts. It no longer holds that, whatever we do, history will go on regardless. It is not only the continuity of history which is threatened today. What we are witnessing is something like the end of nature itself. The impact of the recent floods in Pakistan or of the fires in Russia was much more catastrophic than that of the oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico. It is difficult for an outsider to imagine how it feels when a vast stretch of densely populated land disappears underwater, depriving millions of the basic coordinates of their life world, their land and their fields, but also the cultural monuments that were the stuff of their dreams. Or imagine how it feels when, in a megalopolis like Moscow, it is no longer safe simply to go outside and breathe the air. It is as if the environs that generation after generation has taken as the most obvious foundation of their lives starts to crack open. Similar catastrophes were, of course, known for centuries, some even from the prehistory of humanity. What is new today is that, since we live in a disenchanted post-religious era, such cataclysms can no longer be rendered meaningful as part of a larger natural cycle or as an expression of divine wrath. They are much more directly experienced as the meaningless intrusions of a destructive rage which has no clear cause. Are the Pakistan floods and the Russian fires natural events or products of human industry? The two dimensions are inextricably intermingled, depriving us of the basic assurance that, in spite of all our confusions, nature goes on in its eternal cycles of life and death. The floods and the fires are no longer experienced as simple natural catastrophes, but as harbingers of the end of nature, as a deep perturbation of the natural cycle. Compare how, back in 1906, William James described his reaction to an earthquake. My emotion consisted wholly of glee and admiration. Glee at the vividness which such an abstract idea as earthquake could take on when verified concretely and translated into sensible reality. And admiration at the way in which the frail little wooden house could hold itself together in spite of such a shaking. I felt no trace whatever of fear. It was pure delight and welcome. How far are we here from the catastrophe that shatters the very foundations of one's life world? The main lesson to be learned, therefore, is that humankind should prepare itself for living in a more plastic and nomadic manner. Local or global changes in the environment may impose the need for unprecedentedly large-scale social transformations. Let us say that a gigantic volcanic eruption makes the whole of Iceland uninhabitable. Where will the people of Iceland move to? Under what conditions? Should they be given a piece of land to themselves or just be dispersed around the world? What if northern Siberia were to become more inhabitable and suitable for agriculture, while sub-Saharan regions become too dry to support a large population? How would the movement of populations be organized? When similar things happened in the past, social changes occurred in a wild and spontaneous way, with accompanying violence and destruction. Such a prospect would be catastrophic under today's conditions, with weapons of mass destruction available to all nations. One thing is clear: national sovereignty will have to be radically redefined and new forms of global cooperation invented. And what about the immense changes in the economy and consumption that will be necessary due to new weather patterns or shortages of water and energy sources? Through what processes will such changes be decided upon and executed? The animal gets a whip. These disturbing questions, which we might prefer to ignore, point towards the need to reinvent communism. How, though, to even approach this task in view of the great failure of the communist project, which was the defining feature of the 20th century? Where and how did things go wrong? To discern where Marx went wrong, or was not radical enough, while also repeating his critical gesture, is, of course, the central challenge facing post-Marxists today. The standard approach here is to identify, beneath or beyond capitalism in a narrow economic sense, a more fundamental process whose contours escaped Marx. The instrumental reason of the Frankfurt School is one candidate, and which also encompasses Marx's vision of revolution and communism. It is because of this deeper process, it is claimed, that the usual project of the revolution, abolition of private property, etc., not only failed in its emancipatory aims, but even gave birth to new unprecedented forms of terror and domination. The formula proposed by Istvan Meszaros in his Beyond Capital, and which attracted the attention of no less than Hugo Chavez, who also asked Fidel Castro to read the book, is to distinguish between capital and capitalist societies. The predicate capitalist designates societies with private ownership of the means of production and universalized market relations in which workers sell their own labor power. While, in this sense, the state socialist countries were not capitalist, they nevertheless remained within the coordinates of capital, as a substantive, since they obeyed the matrix of expanded reproduction, the extraction of a surplus from labor, and the subordination of workers to an alienated agency which controls and regulates the productive process. In order to account for the state socialist countries, Meszaros submits to critical analysis Marx's distinction between the economic base and the legal, state, superstructure. Far from being a mere superstructure ultimately dependent on its base, the state is immediately part of the base, organizing the process of production, distribution, and exchange. To effectively supersede capital, then, what is required is the gradual and time-consuming work of totally reorganizing the productive process so that the alienating forces of both market and state regulation are replaced by genuine planning organized from below, in a relationship of transparency with the producers. The key formula proposed by Meszaros is that the exchange of products should be replaced by a direct social exchange of activities. The problem, of which Meszaros is of course aware, is this: how concretely to organize such a direct exchange, social mediation and coordination, of activities without regressing to relations of servitude and domination. Here one should bear in mind the grain of truth in Ayn Rand's otherwise ridiculously ideological claim. The great lesson of state socialism was effectively that a direct abolition of private property and market-regulated exchange, lacking concrete forms of social regulation of the process of production, necessarily resuscitates relations of servitude and domination. From his great essay on ideological state apparatuses onwards, Louis Althusser focused on the material practice of ideology, on the state as a machine with its own autonomous procedures which cannot be reduced to their role of representing struggles in civil society. Hegel was much more aware of this substantial weight of the state than was Marx, rejecting its reduction to an epiphenomenon of civil society. Marx ultimately reduced the state to an epiphenomenon of the productive process located in the economic base. As such, the state is determined by the logic of representation. Which class does the state represent? The paradox here is that it was this neglect of the proper weight of the state machinery which gave birth to the Stalinist state, to what one is quite justified in calling state socialism. After the end of the Civil War, which left Russia devastated and practically without a working class proper, most of them died fighting the counter-revolution, Lenin was already concerned by the problem of state representation. What now is the class base of the Soviet state? Whom does it represent insofar as it pretends to be a proletarian state, when this proletariat is reduced to a tiny, residual minority? What Lenin forgot to include in the series of possible candidates for this role was the state apparatus itself, a powerful machine of millions which holds all the economic political power. As in the joke quoted by Lacan, "I have three brothers, Paul, Ernest, and myself." The Soviet state represented three classes: poor farmers, workers, and itself. Or, to put it in Istvan Meszaros' terms, Lenin forgot to take into account the role of the state within the economic base, as its key factor. Far from preventing the growth of the strong tyrannical state, this neglect opened up the space for the state's uncontrolled strength. Only if we admit that the state represents not only social classes external to itself but also itself can we raise the question of who will contain the strength of the state. So how did we get from Lenin to Stalin? In the relationship between Stalinism and Leninism, there are three moments in play: Lenin's politics before the Stalinist takeover, Stalin's politics, and the specter of Leninism retroactively generated by Stalinism, in its official Stalinist version, but also in the version critical of Stalinism, such as when, in the process of de-Stalinization, the motto invoked was that of a return to the original Leninist principles. One should therefore stop playing the ridiculous game of opposing Stalinist terror to the authentic Leninist legacy betrayed by Stalinism. Leninism is a thoroughly Stalinist notion. The gesture of projecting the emancipatory utopian potential of Stalinism backwards, into a preceding time, signals the incapacity of such a thought to endure the absolute contradiction, the unbearable tension, inherent in the Stalinist project itself. It is therefore crucial to distinguish Leninism, as the authentic core of Stalinism, from the actual political practice and ideology of Lenin's period. The actual greatness of Lenin is not the same as the Stalinist myth of Leninism. The animal wrests the whip from its master and whips itself in order to become master, not knowing that it is only a fantasy produced by a new knot in the master's whiplash. Is this remark by Kafka not the most succinct definition of what went wrong in the communist states of the 20th century? Was the passage from Lenin to Stalin then necessary? The only appropriate answer is the Hegelian one, evoking a retroactive necessity. Once this passage happened, once Stalin had won, it became necessary. The task of a dialectical historian is to conceive this passage in becoming, bringing out all the contingency of the struggle which might have ended differently. This is what Moshe Lewin, for example, accomplished in his Lenin's Last Struggle. 18. Four features are crucial here, in regard to Lenin's last struggle, two well known and two less so. 1. The insistence on full sovereignty of the national entities that composed the Soviet state, not fake sovereignty, but full and true. No wonder that, on September 27, 1922, in a letter to the members of the Politburo, Stalin openly accused Lenin of national liberalism. 2. The modesty of goals, not socialism, but bourgeois culture, the NEP, the new economic policy of allowing a much wider scope for the market economy and private property, plus cooperatives, civilizing policies, technocracy. In total opposition to socialism in one country. This modesty is sometimes surprisingly open. Lenin mocks all attempts to build socialism. He repeatedly varies the motif of "we do not know what to do," and insists on the improvisational nature of Soviet policy, right up to quoting Napoleon's "On s engage, et pousse on verra." 3. Lenin's struggle against the rule of state bureaucracy is well known. What is less familiar is that, as Lewin perspicuously notes, with his central proposal of the new ruling body, the Central Control Commission, CCC, Lenin was trying to square the circle of democracy and the dictatorship of the party state, while fully admitting the dictatorial nature of the Soviet regime. As Lewin explains, he tried to establish at the summit of the dictatorship a balance between different elements, a system of reciprocal control that could serve the same function. The comparison is no more than approximate as the separation of powers in a democratic regime. An important central committee, raised to the rank of party conference, would lay down the broad lines of policy and supervise the whole party apparatus, while itself participating in the execution of more important tasks. Part of this central committee, the Central Control Commission, would, in addition to its work within the Central Committee, act as a control of the Central Committee and of its various offshoots: the Political Bureau, the Secretariat, the Orgbureau. The Central Control Commission would occupy a special position with relation to the other institutions. Its independence would be assured by its direct link to the Party Congress, without the mediation of the Politburo and its administrative organs or of the Central Committee. Checks and balances, the division of powers, mutual control. This was Lenin's desperate answer to the question, who controls the controllers? There is something dreamlike, properly phantasmatic, in this idea of the CCC, an independent, educational, and controlling body with an apolitical edge, consisting of the best teachers and technocratic specialists keeping in check the politicized Central Committee, CC, and its organs, in short, neutral expert knowledge keeping tabs on party executives. However, everything hinges here on the true independence of the party Congress, already de facto undermined by the prohibition of factions which allowed the higher party apparatus to control the Congress, dismissing its critics as factionalists. The naivete of Lenin's trust in technocratic experts is all the more striking if we bear in mind that it comes from a politician who was otherwise fully aware of the all-pervasiveness of political struggle, allowing for no neutral position. The direction in which the wind was already blowing is clear from how Stalin proposed to enact the decision to simply proclaim the government of the RSFSR also the government of the other 5 republics, Ukraine, Belarus, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Georgia. If the present decision is confirmed by the Central Committee of the RCP, it will not be made public, but communicated to the Central Committees of the republics for circulation among the Soviet organs, the Central Executive Committees or the Congresses of the Soviets of the said republics before the convocation of the All-Russian Congress of the Soviets, where it will be declared to be the wish of these republics. 19. The interaction of the higher authority, the CC, with its base is thus not only abolished, so that the higher authority simply imposes its will. To add insult to injury, it is restaged as its opposite. The Central Committee decides what the base will ask the higher authority to enact as if it were its own wish. Recall the most conspicuous case of later years. In 1939, the 3 Baltic states freely asked to join the Soviet Union, which granted their wish. But let us return to the features of Lenin's last struggle. 4. The unexpected focus on politeness and civility, a strange thing coming from a hardened Bolshevik. 2 things deeply upset Lenin. In a political debate, the Moscow representative in Georgia, Orgenikij, physically struck a member of the Georgian CC. Stalin himself verbally abused Lenin's wife with threats and curses. He was panicking, since he had learned that she had written down and transmitted to Trotsky Lenin's letter in which he proposed a pact against Stalin. Lenin naively stated, "If matters have come to such a pass, we can imagine what a mess we have got ourselves into." 20. This incident prompted Lenin to write down his famous appeal to remove Stalin. Stalin is too rude, and this defect, though quite tolerable in our midst and in dealings among us communists, becomes intolerable in a general secretary. That is why I suggest that the comrades think about a way to remove Stalin from that post and appoint in his place another man who in all respects differs from Comrade Stalin in his superiority, that is, who is more tolerant, more loyal, more courteous, and more considerate of the comrades, less capricious, etc. To these 4, 2 further features should be added. 5. These proposals in no way indicate Lenin's liberal softening. In a letter to Kamina from this same period, he clearly states, "It is a great mistake to think that NEP put an end to terror, we shall again have recourse to terror and to economic terror." However, this terror, which should survive the planned reduction of the state apparatus and the Cheka, was more the threat of terror than actual terror. A means must be found whereby all those who would now in the NEP like to go beyond the limits assigned to businessmen by the state could be reminded tactfully and politely of the existence of this ultimate weapon. Note how even here the motif of politeness reappears. Lenin was right here. Dictatorship refers to the constitutive excess of state power, and at this level, there is no neutrality. The crucial question is, to whom does this excess belong? If it is not ours, it is theirs. 6. In Dreaming, his expression, about the kind of work to be undertaken by the CCC, he describes how this body should resort to some semi-humorous trick, cunning device, piece of trickery or something of that sort. I know that in the state and earnest states of Western Europe such an idea would horrify people and that not a single decent official would even entertain it. I hope, however, that we have not yet become as bureaucratic as all that, and that in our midst the discussion of this idea will give rise to nothing more than amusement. Indeed, why not combine pleasure with utility? Why not resort to some humorous or semi-humorous trick to expose something ridiculous, something harmful, something semi-ridiculous, semi-harmful, etc.? 21. Is this not almost an obscene double of the serious executive power concentrated in the CC and Politburo tricks, the cunning of reason? A wonderful dream, but a utopia, nonetheless. But why? Lenin's weakness was that he saw the problem of / as bureaucracy, but understated its weight and true dimension. As Lewin puts it, his social analysis was based on only three social classes: the workers, the peasants, and the bourgeoisie, without taking any account of the state apparatus as a distinct social element in a country that has nationalized the main sectors of economy. That is to say, the Bolsheviks quickly became aware that their political power lacked a distinct social basis. Most of the working class on behalf of which they exerted their rule had been swallowed up in the Civil War, so they were in a sense ruling in a void of social representation. However, in imagining themselves as a pure political power imposing its will on society, they overlooked how, since the state bureaucracy de facto owned the forces of production, it would become the true social basis of power. There is no such thing as pure political power, devoid of any social foundation. A regime must find some other social basis than the apparatus of repression itself. The void in which the Soviet regime had seemed to be suspended had soon been filled, even if the Bolsheviks had not seen it, or did not wish to see it. 22. This base would have blocked Lenin's project for a CCC, but why? Let us put it in Badiou's terms of presence and representation. True, in an anti-economistic and anti-deterministic fashion, Lenin insists on the autonomy of the political, but what he misses is not how every political force represents some social force, class, but how this political force, of representation, is directly inscribed into the represented level itself as a social force of its own. Lenin's final struggle against Stalin thus has all the marks of a true tragedy, not a melodrama in which the good guy fights the bad guy, but a tragedy in which the hero becomes aware that he is fighting the progeny of his own actions, and that it is already too late to stop the fateful unfolding of his own past erroneous decisions. How might we, today's communists, come to terms with this terrible fate? China's frozen past and bright future. For communists, as consistent universalists, there is only one world in which we live, such that the suffering and struggles of the oppressed everywhere concern us all. They all matter, even if they take place in the remotest part of the globe. It should be added that, no matter how much we might criticize the imperialist bias of charitable organizations and other NGOs, this global awareness is a positive result of universal humanitarianism. This is why, for example, focusing on the massive hunger in China which followed the Great Leap Forward, or on the suffering in Tibet, should not be dismissed as a case of imperialist meddling, but should be treated as fully legitimate. More generally, this topic is part of the great ethico-political problem of the communist regimes, best captured by the phrase founding fathers, founding crimes. Can such regimes survive the act of openly confronting their violent past, involving millions imprisoned and killed? If yes, in what form and to what degree? The first paradigmatic case of such a confrontation was, of course, Nikita Khrushchev's secret report on Stalin's crimes to the 20th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party in 1956. The first thing that grabs one's attention in this report is its focus on Stalin's personality as the key factor, and the concomitant lack of any systemic analysis of what made these crimes possible. The second feature is the report's strenuous effort to keep the origins buried. Not only is the condemnation of Stalin limited to his arrest and murder of high-ranking party and army members in the 1930s, ignoring the Great Famine, the report is presented as announcing the return of the party to its Leninist roots, so that Lenin emerges as representative of the pure origin betrayed by Stalin. In his belated but perspicuous analysis of the report, written in 1970, Sartre noted that it was true that Stalin had ordered massacres, transformed the land of the revolution into a police state, he was truly convinced that the USSR would not reach communism without passing through the socialism of concentration camps. But as one of the witnesses very rightly points out, when the authorities find it useful to tell the truth, it's because they can't find any better lie. Immediately this truth, coming from an official mouth, becomes a lie corroborated by the facts. Stalin was a wicked man? Fine. But how had Soviet society perched him on the throne and kept him there for a quarter of a century? 23. Indeed, is not Khrushchev's later fate, he was deposed in 1964, proof of Oscar Wilde's quip that, when one tells the truth, one will sooner or later be caught out? Sartre's analysis nonetheless falls short in one crucial respect. Khrushchev's report did have a traumatic impact. Even if he was speaking in the name of the system, the machine was sound, but its chief operator was not. This saboteur had relieved the world of his presence, and everything was going to run smoothly again. 24 His intervention set in motion a process which ultimately brought down the system, a lesson worth remembering today. In this precise sense, Khrushchev's speech to the Congress was a political act from which, as his biographer William Taubman put it, the Soviet regime never fully recovered, and neither did he. 25 Although it was plainly opportunistic, there was just as plainly more to it than that, a kind of reckless excess that cannot be accounted for in terms of political strategy. The speech so undermined the dogma of infallible leadership that the entire nomenclatura sank into temporary paralysis. A dozen or so delegates collapsed during the speech and had to be carried out and given medical help. One of them, Bolesław Bierut, the hardline general secretary of the Polish Communist Party, died of a heart attack a couple of days later, while the model Stalinist writer Alexander Fedyaev actually shot himself shortly afterwards. The point is not that they were honest communists, most of them were brutal manipulators without any illusions about the Soviet regime. What broke down was their objective illusion, the figure of the big other as a background against which they could exert their ruthlessness and drive for power. They had displaced their belief onto this other, which, as it were, believed on their behalf. Now their proxy had disintegrated. Khrushchev was gambling that his limited confession would strengthen the communist movement, and in the short term he was right. One should always remember that Khrushchev's era was the last period of authentic communist enthusiasm, of belief in the communist project. When, during his visit to the U.S. in 1959, he said to the U.S. Agriculture Secretary, "Your grandchildren will live under communism," he was stating the conviction of the entire Soviet nomenclatura. Even when Gorbachev attempted a more radical confrontation with the past, rehabilitations included Bukharin, Lenin remained unassailable, and Trotsky continued to be a non-person. Compare these events with the Chinese way of breaking with the Maoist past. As Richard McGregor shows, Deng Xiaoping's reforms proceeded in a radically different way. 26 In the organization of the economy, and, up to a point, the culture, what is usually perceived as communism was abandoned, and the gates were opened to what, in the West, is called liberalization, private property, the pursuit of profit, a lifestyle based on hedonist individualism, etc. The party maintained its hegemony, not through doctrinal orthodoxy. In official discourse, the Confucian notion of the harmonious society replaced practically all reference to communism, but by securing the status of the Communist Party as the only guarantee of China's stability and prosperity. One consequence of the party's need to maintain hegemony is its close monitoring and regulation of the way Chinese history is presented, especially that of the last 2 centuries. The story ceaselessly recycled by the state media and textbooks is of China's humiliation, which is supposed to have begun with the Opium Wars of the mid-19th century and ended only with the communist victory in 1949. To be a patriot is to support the rule of the Communist Party. When history is used for the purposes of legitimation, it cannot support any substantial self-critique. The Chinese learned the lesson of Gorbachev's failure. Full recognition of the founding crimes brings the entire system down, they must be disavowed. True, some Maoist excesses and errors were denounced, the Great Leap Forward and the widespread famine that followed it, the Cultural Revolution, and Deng's assessment of Mao's role, 70% positive and 30% negative, is enshrined in official discourse. But Deng's assessment functions as a formal conclusion that makes any further discussion or elaboration superfluous. Mao may be 30% bad, but he continues to be celebrated as the founding father of the nation, his body in a mausoleum and his image on every banknote. In a clear case of fetishistic disavowal, everyone knows that Mao made errors and caused immense suffering, yet his image remains magically untainted. This way, the Chinese communists can have their cake and eat it. Economic liberalization is combined with the continuation of party rule. How does this work in practice? How is party hegemony combined with the modern state apparatus needed to regulate an exploding market economy? What institutional reality sustains the official slogan that good stock market performance, high returns on investments, is the way to fight for socialism? What we have in China isn't simply a combination of a private capitalist economy and communist political power. In one way or another, state and party own the majority of China's companies, especially the large ones. It is the party itself which demands that they perform well in the market. To resolve this apparent contradiction, Deng concocted a unique dual system. As an organization, the party sits outside, and above the law. He Fang, a law professor from Beijing, tells McGregor, it should have a legal identity, in other words, a person to sue, but it is not even registered as an organization. The party exists outside the legal system altogether. 27 It would seem difficult, McGregor writes, to hide an organization as large as the Chinese Communist Party, but it cultivates its backstage role with care. The big party departments controlling personnel and the media keep a purposely low public profile. The party committees, known as leading small groups, which guide and dictate policy to ministries, which in turn have the job of executing it, work out of sight. The makeup of all these committees, and in many cases even their existence, is rarely referred to in the state-controlled media, let alone any discussion of how they arrive at decisions. An anecdote from Deng Xiaoping's era illustrates the weirdness of the party hierarchy. Deng was still alive, though retired from the post of general secretary, when one of the top members of the nomenklatura was purged. The official reason was that, in an interview with a foreign journalist, he had divulged a state secret, namely, that Deng was still the supreme authority and was effectively taking all the decisions. In fact, everybody knew that Deng was still pulling the strings, it's just that it was never allowed to be officially stated. The secret was not simply a secret, it announced itself as a secret. Thus, today, it isn't that people are supposed not to know that a hidden party structure shadows the state agencies, they are supposed to be fully aware that there is such a hidden network. The government and other state organs, which ostensibly behave much as they do in many countries 28 are center stage, the Ministry of Finance proposes the budget, courts deliver verdicts, universities teach and award degrees, priests lead rituals. So, on the one hand, we have the legal system, the government, the elected National Assembly, the judiciary, the rule of law, etc. But on the other, as the official term party and state leadership indicates, party always comes first. We have the party, which is omnipresent but always in the background. Is this redoubling not yet another case of diffraction, of the gap between the two vacuums, the false summit of state power, and the true summit of the party? There are, of course, many states, some even formally democratic, in which a half-secret coterie controls the government. In apartheid South Africa, for example, it was the exclusive Boer Brotherhood. But what makes the Chinese case unique is that this redoubling of power between the public and the hidden is itself institutionalized and openly practiced. Nominations to key posts in party and state organs, but also in large companies, are first made by a party body, the Central Organization Department, whose headquarters in Beijing has no listed phone number and no sign outside. Once the decision is made, the legal organ state assemblies, managerial boards are informed and go through the ritual of confirming it by a vote. The same double procedure, first the party, then the state, is reproduced at all levels, including basic economic policy decisions which are first debated in the party organs and then formally enacted by government bodies. Point 29. This gap that separates the pure power of the party from the legal bodies of the state is most palpable in the anti-corruption struggle. When there is a suspicion that some high functionary may be involved in corruption, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, a party organ, steps in to investigate the charges unconstrained by any legal niceties. Basically, they kidnap the suspected functionary, who may be held for up to 6 months and subjected to harsh interrogation. The only limitation imposed on the interrogators is the extent to which the suspect is protected by some top-ranking party cadre. The verdict will depend not only on the facts uncovered but also on complex behind-the-scenes negotiations between different party cliques. If the functionary is found guilty, he is finally delivered to the organs of law. By this point, the matter has already been decided and the trial is a formality. The only thing occasionally up for discussion will be the length of the sentence. The problem, of course, is that the party itself, operating outside of any public control, is the ultimate source of corruption. The inner circle of nomenclatura, the top party and state functionaries, are connected through an exclusive phone network. The red machine possessing one of its unlisted numbers is the clearest indicator of one's status. One vice minister tells McGregor that more than half of the calls he received on his red machine were requests for favors from senior party officials, along the lines of, "Can you give my son, daughter, niece, nephew, cousin, or good friend and so on, a job?" 31 can easily imagine here a scene reminiscent of Kafka's The Castle, where the hero, K, is accidentally connected to the castle's exclusive phone line. Listening into a conversation between two high officials, he hears only obscene whispers. In the same way, one can picture an ordinary Chinese eavesdropping on a red machine conversation, expecting to hear high-level party political or military issues being discussed. He finds himself exposed to private exchanges concerning personal favors, corruption, sex. At the party congress, which takes place every 8 years or so, the new central executive, the 9 members of the standing committee of the Politburo, is presented as a mysterious revelation, a fait accompli. The selection procedure involves complex and totally opaque behind-the-screen negotiations. The assembled delegates who unanimously approve the list learn about it only when the time comes to vote. The most powerful figure in the party, as a rule, but not always, unites 3 titles: President of the Republic, General Secretary of the party, and Chairman of the Central Military Commission, the head of the military, with the latter 2 titles being much more important than the first. The People's Liberation Army is thoroughly politicized, following Mao's motto that the party commands the gun. If in bourgeois states the army is supposed to be apolitical, a neutral force protecting the constitutional order, for the Chinese communists, such a depoliticized army would be the greatest threat imaginable, since the army is the ultimate guarantee that the state will remain subordinated to the party. In Hegel's, the whole structure of Chinese power forms a syllogism, with the state as the universal, the party as the particular, and the army as the singular, mediating between the universal and the particular and maintaining their unity. If it is to function, such a structure has to rely on a precise combination of force and protocol. If the party is to act outside the law, its interventions have to be sustained and regulated by a complex set of unwritten rules which determine how one is expected to obey the party decisions, even though one is not formally obliged to do so. No wonder foreign businessmen attempting to make deals in China complain how frustrating it is that Chinese officials and managers do not rely on explicit legal regulations, as they do in the West. The formula of party state, as the defining feature of 20th century communism, thus needs to be complicated. There is always a gap between party and state, corresponding to the gap between the ego ideal, symbolic law, and the superego, for the party remains the half-hidden obscene shadow which redoubles the state structure. There is here no need for a new politics of distance towards the state. The party is this distance, its organization embodying a fundamental distrust of the state organs and mechanisms, as if they need to be continually kept in check. A true 20th century style communist never fully accepts the state, there always has to be a vigilant agency outside of state control, with the power to intervene in the state's business. Should we simply characterize this model as undemocratic? Such a characterization and the implied ethico-political preference for the democratic model in which parties are at least formally subordinated to state mechanisms falls into the trap of the democratic fiction. It ignores the fact that, in a free society, domination and servitude are located in the apolitical economic sphere of property and managerial power. It is here that the party's distance towards the state and its ability to act beyond the law gives it the unique opportunity to act not only in the interests of business but also in the interest of workers, offering them some protection against the blind impact of market forces. For example, after the 2008 financial crisis hit China, the spontaneous reaction of the Chinese banks was to follow the cautious approach of those in the West, radically cutting back on loans to companies wanting to expand. Informally, with no law legitimizing it to do this, the party simply ordered the banks to release credit, and thus succeeded, for the time being, at least, in sustaining the growth of the Chinese economy. The same holds for the investments in ecology. Western governments complain that their industries cannot compete with the Chinese in manufacturing green technology, since Chinese companies receive financial support from their government. But what is wrong with supporting green technology? Why does not the West simply follow China and do the same? The problem is here deeper than it may appear. One of the key features of contemporary capitalism is the privatization of, what Marx called, the general intellect itself. This is what lies at the core of the struggle over intellectual property. Within this framework, exploitation in the classical Marxist sense is no longer possible, which is why it has to be enforced by direct legal measures, i.e., by non-economic force. This is why, increasingly, direct authority is needed to impose the arbitrary, legal conditions for extracting rent, conditions that are no longer spontaneously generated by market. Perhaps therein resides the fundamental contradiction of contemporary postmodern capitalism. While its logic is deregulatory, anti-statal, nomadic, and deterritorializing, etc., its key tendency towards the becoming rent of profit signals a strengthening of the state whose regulatory function is becoming ever more omnipresent. Dynamic deterritorialization coexists with and increasingly relies on authoritarian interventions of the state and of its legal and other apparatuses. What one can discern on the horizon is thus a society in which personal libertarianism and hedonism coexist with, and are sustained by, a complex web of regulatory state mechanisms. To put it a slightly different way, contemporary capitalism tends to generate situations in which rapid and large-scale interventions are needed, but the problem is that the parliamentary democratic institutional framework does not easily allow for such interventions. Sudden financial crises, ecological catastrophes, major reorientations of the economy, all call for a body with the full authority to react quickly with the appropriate countermeasures, bypassing the niceties of interminable democratic negotiation. Recall the financial meltdown of 2008. What the much-praised bipartisan response in the U.S. effectively meant was that democracy was de facto suspended. There was no time to engage in the proper democratic procedures, and those who opposed the plan in the U.S. Congress were quickly made to march in step with the majority. Bush, McCain, and Obama all speedily got together, explaining for the benefit of the confused that we were in a state of emergency, and things simply had to be done fast. The Chinese model of an extra-legal body able to impose such solutions is thus not just a way for the Communist Party to maintain control, it also fulfills a basic need of contemporary capitalism. 31 But China is no Singapore, neither, for that matter, is Singapore. It is not a stable country with an authoritarian regime that guarantees harmony and keeps capitalism under control. Every year, thousands of rebellions by workers, farmers, and minorities have to be put down by the police and the army. No wonder official propaganda insists obsessively on the notion of the harmonious society. This very excess bears witness to the opposite, to the threat of chaos and disorder. One should bear in mind here the basic rule of Stalinist hermeneutics: since the official media do not openly report trouble, the most reliable way to detect it is to look out for compensatory excesses in state propaganda, The more harmony is celebrated, the more chaos and antagonism there is in reality. China is barely under control. It threatens to explode. Why truth is violent? If the most dynamic of today's capitalists are the communists in power in China, is this not the ultimate sign of the global triumph of capitalism? Another sign of that triumph is the fact that the ruling ideology can afford to tolerate what appears to be the most ruthless criticism. Books, newspaper investigations, and TV reports abound on the companies ruthlessly polluting our environment, on the bankers who continue to receive fat bonuses while their institutions are saved by public money, on sweatshops where children are forced to work long hours, and so on. Ruthless as these denunciations may appear, what is as a rule not questioned is the liberal democratic framework itself. The goal explicitly stated or otherwise is to democratize capitalism, to extend democratic control into the economy, through media pressure, parliamentary inquiries, tougher regulations, police investigations, etc. But the democratic institutional framework of the bourgeois state remains the sacred cow that even the most radical forms of ethical anti-capitalism, the World Social Forum, the Altermondialist movement, do not dare challenge. 32. But even in Hollywood we find a radical counterpoint to this legal moralist left where? The answer may surprise many. A liberal. 24. Created by Joel Serrao and Robert Cochran, and premiered in 2001, each season of 24 is composed of 24 one-hour episodes, with the plot unfolding in real time on a single day. The topic is always the desperate attempt of the Counter-Terrorist Unit, CTU, to prevent a terrorist act of catastrophic magnitude, and the action focuses on the CTU agents. The central character of the series, Agent Jack Bauer, is played by Kiefer Sutherland, the White House, and the terrorists. The real-time nature of the series, with each minute of airtime corresponding to a minute in the lives of the characters, confers on it a strong sense of urgency, emphasized by the ticking of an on-screen digital clock. This dynamic is accentuated through a series of formal procedures, from the frequent use of handheld cameras to the use of split screens to show the actions of various characters simultaneously. 33 Furthermore, the way commercial breaks interrupt the continuity of the narrative is in itself unique and contributes to the sense of urgency. A single installment, the commercials included, lasts exactly 1 hour, so that the breaks form part of the 1-hour time frame of the episode. Say the on-screen clock reads 7:46 before the break, we return to the series with the clock saying 7:51, indicating the real length of the break, as if a live transmission has been interrupted. It is as if the continuity of the action is so urgent that it cannot even be interrupted for advertisements. This brings us to the crucial point, the ethical dimension of this all-pervasive sense of urgency. The pressure of events is so overbearing, the stakes so high, that they necessitate a kind of suspension of ordinary moral concerns. Displaying such concerns when the lives of millions are at stake means playing into the hands of the enemy. The CTU agents, as well as their terrorist opponents, live and act in a shadowy space not covered by the law, doing things that simply have to be done to save our societies from the threat of terrorism. This includes not only torturing terrorists when they are caught, but even torturing members of the CTU or their closest relatives if they are suspected of terrorist links. In the 4th season, among those tortured are the defense secretary's son and son-in-law, both with his full knowledge and support, and a female member of the CTU itself wrongly suspected of passing information to the terrorists. When new information confirms her innocence, she is immediately asked to return to work, and she accepts. The CTU agents not only treat terrorists and suspects in this way, they also treat themselves as expendable, ready to put their own lives or those of their colleagues at stake if this will help in preventing the terrorist act. Jack Bauer embodies this attitude at its purest. He even agrees to be delivered over to the People's Republic of China as the scapegoat for a covert CTU operation in which a Chinese diplomat was killed. Although he knows he will be tortured and imprisoned for life, he promises not to say anything that might damage U.S. interests. The end of the 4th season leaves Jack in a paradigmatic situation, when he is informed by the ex-president of the U.S., his close ally, that someone in the government has ordered him to be killed, his two closest CTU friends fake his death, and he then disappears into anonymity, officially non-existing. Both the terrorists and the CTU agents themselves operate as examples of what Giorgio Agamben calls homo sacer, those who can be killed with impunity, since, in the eyes of the law, their lives no longer count. While the agents continue to act on behalf of the legal power, their acts are no longer covered or constrained by the law. They operate in an empty space within the domain of the law. It is here that we encounter the fundamental ideological ambiguity of the series. It may appear that the underlying premise of the series is that, despite their self-instrumentalization, the CTU agents, and especially Jack, remain warm human beings, adopting the heroic attitude of someone has to do the dirty job, so let's do it. It is easy to do a noble thing for one's country, right up to sacrificing one's life for it. It is much more difficult to commit a crime for one's country. In her Eichmann in Jerusalem, Hannah Arendt provided a precise description of this twist. Most of the Nazi executioners were not simply evil, they were well aware that their actions would bring humiliation, suffering and death to their victims. The way out of this predicament was that, instead of saying, "What horrible things I did to people," the murderers would be able to say, "What horrible things I had to watch in the pursuance of my duties, how heavily the task weighed upon my shoulders." 34 In this way, they were able to reverse the logic of resistance to temptation. What was now to be resisted was the temptation of succumbing to elementary pity and sympathy in the presence of human suffering. Their ethical effort was thus directed towards this task, not towards torture and murder. My violation of the spontaneous ethical instincts of pity and compassion thus becomes the proof of my ethical grandeur. To do my duty, I am ready to assume the heavy burden of inflicting pain upon others. If this were the case with 24, then its underlying ideology would involve the presumption that it is not only possible to retain human dignity in perpetrating acts of terror, but that when an honest person undertakes such acts as a heavy duty, this confers on him an additional tragic, ethical grandeur. The parallel drawn between the CTU agents and the terrorists in this regard, in the fourth season, Marwan, the bad guy, is also depicted as a devoted father and husband, is in the service of this lie. But what if such a distance is possible? What if there are people who commit terrible acts as part of their job while in private remaining loving husbands, good parents, and caring friends? As Arendt knew, far from redeeming them, the very fact that they are able to retain such normality while committing such acts is the ultimate confirmation of their moral catastrophe. The first hint that things are not quite as simple occurs in the fifth season, which came very close to redeeming the series in the eyes of all leftists when it became clear that the negative power behind the terrorist plot was none other than the US president himself. Many of us were eagerly waiting to see if Jack would apply to the president, the most powerful man on earth, the leader of the free world, etc., his standard procedure when dealing with terrorists who refuse to divulge information that may save thousands of lives. In short, will Jack torture the president? Unfortunately, the script writers did not risk taking this redeeming step. When Bauer is on the point of shooting the corrupted president, he backs down from it out of respect for the function of the presidential office. In the last two seasons 7 and 8, more radical elements come to the fore, elevating the series far above the concerns of moralistic anti-capitalist Hollywood. Already at the level of the plot, in both senses, Season 7 enacts a key shift in moving from an external to an internal enemy. What at first appears as an Islamic fundamentalist attempt to bomb U.S. cities is revealed as a plot by a U.S. military corporation to throw the country into panic and thus secure for itself a key role in government, a move in the best tradition of the Hollywood left anti-establishment thriller. When, in the final episode, Bauer thinks he is dying after being exposed to radiation, he calls the Muslim cleric whom he has earlier wrongly accused of helping the terrorists, introducing him to his CTU colleagues as his friend. 24 here goes a step further than any Hollywood left thriller ever did, rendering visible the ethical confusion of Bauer's position. The cleric's visit brings no inner peace. Jack confesses that he doubts he has done the right thing, and that all he can do is to live with it, haunted by his past deeds to the end of his days. There is no simple solution of "I acted for the common good" offered here, even less the Alan Dershowitz solution of legalizing torture. Significantly, Bauer's only true ally outside the CTU turns out to be the senator who was investigating him, a principled opponent of torture who is killed after he convinces Bauer that they should fight the military corporation behind the terror attacks together. The finale of the last season leaves the central ethical issues even more unresolved. In order to preserve world peace, the president, Allison Taylor, approves the killing of Bauer himself, but then breaks down. After informing Jack of the situation, and giving him time to disappear, she resigns, publicly confessing to her acts and preparing to face justice. The ethico-political contradiction is here presented as unresolvable. Both poles, the president and Jack, the legal state power and its obscene counterpart, have to retreat. There is no way out, no way to feel good morally. Here Marx's key insight remains valid, perhaps more than ever. For Marx, the question of freedom should not be located primarily in the political sphere proper. Does a country have free elections? Are its judges independent? Is its press free from hidden pressures? Does it respect human rights? Rather, the key to actual freedom resides in the apolitical network of social relations, from the market to the family. Here the change required is not political reform but a transformation of the social relations of production, which entails precisely revolutionary class struggle rather than democratic elections or any other political measure in the narrow sense of the term. We do not vote on who owns what, or about relations in the factory, and so on. Such matters remain outside the sphere of the political, and it is illusory to expect that one will effectively change things by extending democracy into the economic sphere, by, say, reorganizing the banks to place them under popular control. Radical changes in this domain need to be made outside the sphere of legal rights. In democratic procedures, which, of course, can have a positive role to play, no matter how radical our anti-capitalism, solutions are sought solely through those democratic mechanisms which themselves form part of the apparatuses of the bourgeois state that guarantees the undisturbed reproduction of capital. In this precise sense, Badiou was right to claim that today the name of the ultimate enemy is not capitalism, empire, exploitation, or anything similar, but democracy itself. It is the democratic illusion, the acceptance of democratic mechanisms as providing the only framework for all possible change, which prevents any radical transformation of capitalist relations. Closely linked to this need to defetishize democracy is the need to defetishize its negative counterpart, namely violence. Badiou has recently proposed the formula of defensive violence: renounce violence as the principal modus operandi, and focus instead on creating free spaces at a distance from state power. Like the early Solidarno in Poland, resort to violence only when the state itself uses violence to crush and subdue these liberated zones. The trouble with this formula is that it relies on a deeply problematic distinction between the normal functioning of the state apparatuses and the excessive exercise of state violence. In contrast, the Marxist notion of class struggle, more precisely, of the priority of class struggle over classes conceived as positive social entities, proposes the thesis that peaceful social life is itself sustained by state violence, i.e., that it is an expression or effect of the predominance of one class over another. In other words, one cannot separate violence from the state conceived as an apparatus of class domination. From the standpoint of the oppressed, the very existence of a state is a violent fact, in the same sense in which Robespierre claimed there was no need to prove that the king had committed any crime, since the very existence of the king was a crime in itself, an offense against the freedom of the people. In this sense, every act of violence against the state on the part of the oppressed is ultimately defensive. Not to concede this point is, nolens volens, to normalize the state and accept that its own acts of violence are merely contingent excesses to be dealt with through democratic reforms. This is why the standard liberal motto that violence is never legitimate, even though it may sometimes be necessary to resort to it, is insufficient. From a radical emancipatory perspective, this formula should be reversed. For the oppressed, violence is always legitimate, since their very status is the result of the violence they are exposed to, but never necessary, it will always be a matter of strategy whether or not use violence against the enemy. 35. In his intervention at the Marxism 2010 event, John Holloway, just returned from Greece, mentioned as an example of practicing communism a park in Athens which was taken over by the demonstrators and proclaimed a liberated zone, with posters at its entrances announcing no entry to capitalism. No commercialization was allowed inside, people just freely gathered, danced, debated. Capitalists would no doubt celebrate such islands as zones of relaxation which help make workers more fit for the job to which they have to return. We should thus critically analyze the space of subtraction from state power in which Badiou meets Holloway. It is easy to say that, given the catastrophic results of the 20th century communist movement focused on taking state power, we should abandon violence, limiting it to the protection of free spaces of subtraction. However, one should also take into account the fact that those who exert the state monopoly on violence are quite happy to hear it said that the problem goes deeper than who holds power, since it poses no threat to their hold on power. When, in the final year of communist rule in Slovenia, the opposition declared that their goal at the election was to form a government, the communists attacked them for displaying a vulgar lust for power. As we have already seen apropos China, the actual politics of the communist regimes was more refined than the simple overlapping of state and party in the party state. They were not simply statist, since they always maintained a distance towards state power, signaled by the fact that the general secretary of the party was always more powerful than the nominal head of state or of the government. Who even noticed that Stalin was not the president of the USSR, and that he was the head of government for only a limited time? In this distrust towards the state, in contrast to bourgeois democracy, lies the essence of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Its core motivation was never just to take and hold state power, but to maintain a distance towards it, to use the state as an instrument, but from outside. This distance took different forms, from the terrorist left which ruthlessly controlled state power to the Holloway Zapatista type of subtractive left, and the least one can say is that they both failed. Ironically, the communist regimes failed not because they were caught in the paradigm of state power, but because they were not caught up in it enough. We find such a paradoxical model in which power treats itself as an illegal obscenity in other extreme totalitarian regimes, exemplarily in the 1975-79 Khmer Rouge regime in Kampuchea, where to inquire into the structure of state power was considered a crime, and the leaders were referred to anonymously as Brother No 1, Pol Pot, of course, Brother No 2, etc. The task today is thus to invent a new mode of this distance towards the state, that is, a new mode of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In short, the topic of violence should be demystified. The problem with 20th century communism was not its resort to violence per se, but the mode of functioning which made that recourse to violence inevitable, the party as instrument of historical necessity, etc. Advising the CIA on how to undermine the democratically elected Chilean government of Salvador Allende, Henry Kissinger put it succinctly: make the economy scream. Senior U.S. representatives openly admit that today the same strategy is being pursued in Venezuela. As former U.S. Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger said on Fox News, Chávez's appeal only works so long as the population of Venezuela sees some ability for a better standard of living. If at some point the economy really gets bad, Chávez's popularity within the country will certainly decrease, and it's the one weapon we have against him to begin with, and which we should be using, namely the economic tools of trying to make the economy even worse so that his appeal in the country and the region goes down. Anything we can do to make their economy more difficult for them at this moment is a good thing, but let's do it in ways that do not get us into direct conflict with Venezuela if we can get away with it. The least one can say is that such statements give credibility to the suspicion that the economic difficulties faced by the Chávez government are not simply the result of its own inept policy making. This brings us to the key political point, difficult to swallow for some liberals. We are clearly dealing here not with blind market processes and reactions, but with an elaborate and well-planned strategy under such conditions. Is not the exercise of a kind of terror, police raids on warehouses, detention of speculators, etc., fully justified as a defensive countermeasure? Even Badiou's formula of subtraction from the state plus only reactive violence seems insufficient in these new conditions. The problem today is that the state is becoming more and more chaotic, failing even in its proper function of servicing the goods. Are we still required to remain at a distance from state power when that power is itself disintegrating, and in the process resorting to obscene exercises of violence in order to mask its own impotence? A more fundamental question might also be raised here: why does the revolutionary truth event entail violence? Because it is enacted from the symptomal point, or torsion, of the social body, from the point of impossibility of the social totality. Its subject is the part of no part of society, those who, although they are formally part of society, are denied a proper place within it. This is society's point of truth, and to assert it, the whole structure whose point of impossibility this point is must be annihilated, suspended. For exactly the same reason, as Lenin correctly perceived, the truth is revolutionary. The only way to assert it is to bring about a revolutionary upheaval in the existing hierarchic order. Thus one should oppose the old, pseudo-Machiavellian idea that truth is impotent and that power, if it is to be effective, has to lie and to cheat. As Lenin claimed, Marxism is strong insofar as it is true. This holds especially against the postmodern dismissal of universal truth as oppressive, according to which, as Johnny Vattimo put it, if the truth sets us free, it also sets us free from itself. In the history of radical politics, violence is usually associated with the so-called Jacobin legacy, and, for that reason, dismissed as something that should be abandoned if we are truly to begin again. Even many contemporary, post-Marxists are embarrassed by the so-called Jacobin legacy of centralized state terror, from which they want to distance Marx himself, proposing an authentic liberal Marx whose thought was later obfuscated by Lenin. It was Lenin, so the story goes, who introduced the Jacobin legacy, thus falsifying Marx's libertarian spirit. But is this really the case? Let us take a closer look at how the Jacobins rejected the recourse to a majority vote, on behalf of those who speak for an eternal truth. How could the Jacobins, the partisans of unity and of the struggle against factions, justify this rejection? The entire difficulty resides in how to distinguish between the voice of truth, even if it is minoritarian, and the factional voice which seeks only to divide artificially to conceal the truth. 36 Robespierre's answer was that the truth is irreducible to numbers, to counting. It can be experienced also in solitude. Those who proclaim a truth they have experienced should not be treated as factionists, but as sensible and courageous people. Addressing the Assemblée Nationale on December 28, 1792, Robespierre claimed that, in attesting to the truth, any invocation of a majority or minority is nothing but a means of reducing to silence those whom one designated by this term minority. The minority has everywhere an eternal right to render audible the voice of truth. It is deeply significant that Robespierre made this statement in the Assembly apropos the trial of the king. The Girondins had proposed a democratic solution. In such a difficult case, it was necessary to make an appeal to the people, to convoke local assemblies across France and ask them to vote on how to deal with the king. Only such a move could give legitimacy to the trial. Robespierre's response was that such an appeal to the people would effectively cancel the people's sovereign will which, through the revolution, had already made itself known and changed the very nature of the French state, bringing the Republic into being. What the Girondins effectively insinuate, he claims, is that the revolutionary insurrection was only an act of a part of the people, even of a minority, and that one should solicit the speech of a kind of silent majority. In short, the revolution has already decided the matter. The very fact of the revolution means that the king is guilty, hence to put his guilt to the vote would mean casting doubt on the revolution itself. When we are dealing with strong truths, les vérités fortes, asserting them necessarily entails symbolic violence. When la patrie est en danger, Robespierre said, one should fearlessly state the fact that the nation is betrayed. This truth is now known to all Frenchmen, lawgivers. The danger is imminent, the reign of truth has to begin. We are courageous enough to tell you this, be courageous enough to hear it. In such a situation, there can be no room for those taking a neutral third position. In his speech celebrating the dead of August 10, 1792, Abbé Grégoire declared, "There are people who are so good that they are worthless, and in a revolution which engages in the struggle of freedom against despotism, a neutral man is a pervert who, without any doubt, waits for how the battle will turn out to decide which side to take." Before we dismiss these lines as totalitarian, let us recall a later time when the French patrie was again in danger, in 1940, when none other than General de Gaulle, in his famous radio address from London, announced to the French people the strong truth: France is defeated, but the war is not over. Against the Pétainist collaborators, the struggle goes on. The exact conditions of this statement are worth recalling. Even Jacques Duclos, second in command of the French Communist Party, admitted in a private conversation that, had free elections been held at the time, Marshal Pétain would have won with 90% of the votes. When de Gaulle, in his historic address, refused to capitulate and pledged his continued resistance, he claimed that only he, not the Vichy regime, could speak on behalf of the true France, that is, on behalf of France as such, not only on behalf of the majority of the French. What he asserted was deeply true, even if, democratically speaking, it not only lacked legitimacy, but was clearly opposed to the opinion of the majority of the French people. The same goes for Germany. Those who stood for Germany were the tiny minority who actively resisted Hitler, not the Nazis or the undecided opportunists. 37. This position of a minority standing for all is relevant more than ever in our post-political epoch in which the plurality of opinions reigns. Under such conditions, universal truth is by definition a minority position. As Sophie Wanek points out, in a democracy corrupted by the media, what the freedom of the press without the duty to resist amounts to is the right to say anything in a politically relativist manner rather than the demanding and sometimes even lethal ethics of truth. In such a situation, the uncompromising voice of truth cannot but appear irrational in its lack of consideration for the opinions of others, in its refusal of the spirit of pragmatic compromise, in its apocalyptic finality. Simone Weil offered a simple and poignant formulation of this partiality of truth. There is a class of people in this world who have fallen into the lowest degree of humiliation, far below beggary, and who are deprived not only of all social consideration but also, in everybody's opinion, of the specific human dignity, reason itself, and these are the only people who, in fact, are able to tell the truth. All the others lie. The slum dwellers, for example, are the living dead of global capitalism, alive, but dead in the eyes of the polis. The term eternal truth should be read here in a properly dialectical way as referring to eternity grounded in a unique temporal act, as in Christianity, where the eternal truth can be experienced only by endorsing the temporal historical singularity of Christ. What grounds a truth is the experience of suffering and courage, sometimes in solitude, not the number or force of the majority. This, of course, does not mean that there are infallible criteria for truth. The assertion of truth involves a kind of wager, a risky decision. The path of a truth needs to be cut out, sometimes even forced, and those who tell the truth are as a rule not immediately understood, as they struggle, with themselves and others, to find the proper language to articulate it. It is the full recognition of this dimension of risk and wager, of the absence of any external guarantee, which distinguishes an authentic truth engagement from any form of totalitarianism or fundamentalism. Mountain high, river deep. Given that, today, there is no revolutionary discourse capable of producing such a truth effect, what are we to do? The quintessential text here is Lenin's wonderful short essay on ascending a high mountain, written in 1922, when, after winning the Civil War, the Bolsheviks had to retreat into the Nepe. 38. In the following passage, Lenin uses the simile of a climber who has to return to the valley after a first attempt to reach a new mountain peak as a way of describing what it means to make a retreat without opportunistically betraying one's fidelity to the cause. Let us picture to ourselves a man ascending a very high, steep, and hitherto unexplored mountain. Let us assume that he has overcome unprecedented difficulties and dangers and has succeeded in reaching a much higher point than any of his predecessors, but still has not reached the summit. He finds himself in a position where it is not only difficult and dangerous to proceed in the direction and along the path he has chosen, but positively impossible. He is forced to turn back, descend, seek another path, longer, perhaps, but one that will enable him to reach the summit. The descent from the height that no one before him has reached proves, perhaps, to be more dangerous and difficult for our imaginary traveler than the ascent. It is easier to slip. It is not so easy to choose a foothold. There is not that exhilaration that one feels in going upwards, straight to the goal, etc. The voices from below ring with malicious joy. They do not conceal it, they chuckle gleefully and shout, "He'll fall in a minute. Serve him right, the lunatic." Others try to conceal their malicious glee and behave mostly like Judas Golovlioff. They moan and raise their eyes to heaven in sorrow, as if to say, "It grieves us sorely to see our fears justified." But did not we, who have spent all our lives working out a judicious plan for scaling this mountain, demand that the ascent be postponed until our plan was complete? And if we so vehemently protested against taking this path, which this lunatic is now abandoning, look, look, he has turned back. He is descending. A single step is taking him hours of preparation. And yet we were roundly abused when time and again we demanded moderation and caution. If we so fervently censured this lunatic and warned everybody against imitating and helping him, we did so entirely because of our devotion to the great plan to scale this mountain, and in order to prevent this great plan from being generally discredited. After enumerating the achievements of the Soviet state, Lenin then proceeds to focus on what was not done. But we have not finished building even the foundations of socialist economy, and the hostile powers of moribund capitalism can still deprive us of that. We must clearly appreciate this and frankly admit it, for there is nothing more dangerous than illusions, and vertigo, particularly at high altitudes. And there is absolutely nothing terrible, nothing that should give legitimate grounds for the slightest despondency, in admitting this bitter truth, for we have always urged and reiterated the elementary truth of Marxism that the joint efforts of the workers of several advanced countries are needed for the victory of socialism. We are still alone and in a backward country, a country that was ruined more than others, but we have accomplished a great deal. More than that, we have preserved intact the army of the revolutionary proletarian forces, we have preserved its maneuvering ability, we have kept clear heads and can soberly calculate where, when, and how far to retreat, in order to leap further forward, where, when, and how to set to work to alter what has remained unfinished. Those communists are doomed who imagine that it is possible to finish such an epoch-making undertaking as completing the foundations of socialist economy, particularly in a small peasant country, without making mistakes, without retreats, without numerous alterations to what is unfinished or wrongly done. Communists who have no illusions, who do not give way to despondency, and who preserve their strength and flexibility to begin from the beginning over and over again in approaching an extremely difficult task, are not doomed, and in all probability will not perish. Lenin's conclusion to begin from the beginning over and over again makes it clear that he is not talking merely of slowing down in order to consolidate what has already been achieved, but precisely of descending to the starting point. One should begin from the beginning, not from where one had managed to get to on the previous attempt. In Kierkegaardian terms, the revolutionary process is not a gradual progress, but a repetitive movement, a movement of repeating the beginning again and again. And this, exactly, is where we are today, after the obscure disaster of 1989. As in 1922, the voices from below ring with malicious joy all around us, "Serves you right, you lunatics who wanted to enforce your totalitarian vision on society." Others try to conceal their glee, moaning and raising their eyes to heaven as if to say, "It grieves us sorely to see our fears justified." How noble your vision was of creating a just society. Our heart beat with you, but our reason told us that your plans could end only in misery and new forms of servitude. Rejecting any compromise with these seductive voices, we certainly now have to begin from the beginning. not building further upon the foundations of the revolutionary epoch of the 20th century which lasted from 1917 to 1989 or, more precisely, 1968, but descending to the starting point in order to choose a different path. For example, in my own case, it is necessary to break with any kind of nostalgia for the Yugoslavian model of socialism, conceived of as more authentic than the Stalinist form that predominated in Eastern Europe. Such a nostalgia rooted in a narcissism of small differences focusing on something special plays exactly the same ideological role as do dreams of an alternate modernity in post-colonial theory. Its function is to avoid any radical critical examination of the reasons for the failure of 20th century communism. The point is not to deny the authentic moments of Yugoslav communism, the partisan resistance against German occupation, the break with Stalin in 1948, even up to a point the opposition to state socialism, but only to acknowledge that these features in no way amounted to a genuine alternative to state socialism. Following a visit to Yugoslavia in the early 1960s, Che Guevara noted with obvious disapproval that ordinary people on the streets were well-fed and well-dressed and seemed rather merry. As if all this implied a betrayal of revolutionary fervor, he wondered why the Yugoslav communists did not demand more sacrifices from the people in order to enhance their revolutionary spirit. Although this remark betrays Guevara's masochistic fascination with renunciation, there is some truth in it. The ultimate legitimacy of the Yugoslav model lay not in its claim to self-management, but in the fact that it enabled citizens to lead relatively comfortable lives, at least in comparison with the rest of the Eastern Bloc. Tito's last interviews are of great interest, since no one dared edit or censor them, even though he said many a strange thing. During his final visit to Ljubljana, when asked what his ideal form of society was, he snapped back, "Hunters. The leader gives orders and others shoot, no debate." In the same vein, when asked about the split with Stalin, he replied frankly that it was all a question of power. The Yugoslav communists did not want to submit to a foreign power. Only later, when the split had to be justified on more principled grounds, did the Yugoslavs appeal to socialist self-management. This in no way renders it less genuine. The basic rule of historical dialectic is that something invented for manipulative reasons can become authentic. Nonetheless, the fact remains that the war of the early 1990s was not the result of Yugoslavia abandoning Tito's path, but the belated explosion of the truth of Tito's Yugoslavia, the consequence of its pseudo-solution of social antagonisms. What stands out here is the total impotence of the Marxist opposition, the Praxis group, in the face of these events. Some just disappeared from the public scene, some even joined Milosevic, in a move which shocked their colleagues abroad. Although I in no way supported Zoran Đinđić, a pupil of Habermas, incidentally, he was right to characterize Milosevic as the first Yugoslav politician to fully take into account the fact that Tito was dead. The debilitating impotence of Milosevic's opponents in the League of Communists lay in their clumsy defense of a corpse called Tito's legacy. Paradoxically, in the late 1980s and early 1990s, the only way to defend what was worth defending in Tito's legacy was to oppose Milosevic and his regime with all means possible. Defending that legacy meant defending Sarajevo under siege. One should also bear in mind that 1989 represented the defeat not only of state socialism but also of Western social democracy. Nowhere is the misery of today's left more palpable than in its principled defense of the social democratic welfare state. In the absence of a feasible radical project, all the left can do is to bombard the state with demands for the expansion of the welfare state, knowing full well that the state will not be able to deliver. The inevitable disappointment will then serve as a reminder of the basic impotence of social democracy and thus push the people towards a new radical and revolutionary left. Needless to say, such a politics of cynical pedagogy is destined to fail, since it is fighting a losing battle. In the present politico-ideological constellation, the most likely reaction to the failure of the welfare state to deliver will be rightist populism. To preempt this, the left will have to come up with its own positive project beyond a simple shoring up of the welfare state. This is also why it is totally erroneous to pin one's hopes on strong nation-states as a defense against transnational bodies like the European Union which, so the story goes, serve as the instruments of global capital to dismantle whatever remains of the welfare state. From here it is only a short step to accepting a strategic alliance with the nationalist right worried about the dilution of national identity in a transnational Europe. The walls which are now rising up all around the world are not of the same nature as the Berlin Wall, the icon of the Cold War. Today's walls appear not to belong to the same notion, since even the same wall often serves multiple functions, as defense against terrorism, against illegal immigrants, against smuggling, as cover for colonial land grabbing, etc. However, Wendy Brown is right to insist that in spite of this appearance of multiplicity we are dealing here with the same phenomenon, even if the examples are usually not perceived as cases of the same notion. Today's walls are a reaction to the threat to nation-state sovereignty posed by the ongoing processes of globalization, rather than resurgent expressions of nation-state sovereignty. The new walls are icons of its erosion. While they may appear as hyperbolic tokens of such sovereignty, like all hyperbole, they reveal a tremulousness, vulnerability, dubiousness, or instability at the core of what they aim to express, qualities that are themselves antithetical to sovereignty and thus elements of its undoing. 39. What is striking is the theatrical and rather inefficient nature of these walls, consisting as they do of old-fashioned materials, concrete and metal, in a weirdly medieval countermeasure against the immaterial forces of digital and commercial mobility which effectively threaten national sovereignty today. Brown is also right to add organized religion to the global economy as the principal transstatal agency posing a threat to state sovereignty. One can argue that China, for example, in spite of its recent recognition of religion as an instrument of social stability, ferociously opposes some religions, Tibetan Buddhism, the Falun movement, precisely because it perceives them to be a threat to national sovereignty and unity. Buddhism yes, but under the Chinese state control. Catholicism yes, but bishops nominated by the Pope will have to be screened by the Chinese authorities. The trickiest mode of the false fidelity to the 20th century communism is the rejection of all really existing socialisms on behalf of some authentic working class movement waiting to explode. Back in 1983, George Payroll wrote a piece entitled 30 Ways to Recognize an Old-Style Marxist, a wonderfully ironic critique of the traditional Marxist certainty that sooner or later a revolutionary workers' movement would rise again, sweeping away capitalist rule along with the corrupted leftist parties and trade unions. Frank Ruta 40 has pointed out that George's Payroll is one of the pseudonyms of Alain Badiou. The target of his attack were those surviving Trotskyists who continued to trust that, out of the crisis of the Marxist left, a new authentic working class movement would somehow emerge. 41 How to break out of this deadlock. What if one were to risk here a fateful step further and, together with rejecting state and market regulation, reject also their utopian shadow, the idea of a direct regulation from below of the social process of production, the economic counterpart to the dream of the immediate democracy of the councils? So where are we today? Badiou memorably characterized our post-socialist predicament as this troubled situation, in which we see evil dancing on the ruins of evil. 42 There can be no question of any nostalgia. The communist regimes were evil. The problem is that what replaced them is also evil, albeit in a different way. In what way? Back in 1991, Badiou gave a more theoretical formulation to the old quip about the difference between the democratic West and the communist East. In the East, public statements by intellectuals are eagerly awaited and have a great resonance, though they are prohibited to speak and write freely. In the West, they can say and write whatever they want, but their words are for the most part ignored. In Badiou's reformulation, East and West are opposed in terms of the different ways the rule of law is located between the two extremes of state and philosophy. In the East, the importance of philosophy is recognized, but only in a form directly subordinated to the state. Here philosophy's legitimizing role is to justify the state as working directly on behalf of the truth of history, which allows the state to dispense with the rule of law and the formal freedoms it guarantees. In the West, by contrast, the state is legitimized not by the higher truth of history but through democratic elections guaranteed by the rule of law. As a consequence, both the state and the public are indifferent to philosophy. the submission of politics to the theme of law in parliamentary societies leads to the impossibility of discerning the philosopher from the sophist. Inversely, in bureaucratic societies it is impossible to distinguish the philosopher from the functionary or the policeman. In the last instance, philosophy is generally nothing other than the word of the tyrant. 43. In both cases, philosophy is denied its truth and autonomy as the inherent adversaries of the identity of philosophy. The sophist and the tyrant, or even the journalist and the policeman, declare themselves philosophers. 44. Badiou in no way, either secretly or openly, prefers the police party state to the state of law. He clearly states that it is fully legitimate to prefer the latter to the former. But here he draws another key distinction. The trap would be to imagine that this preference, which concerns the objective history of the state, is really a subjective political decision. 45. What he means by subjective political decision is an authentic collective engagement along communist, or radical emancipatory, lines. Such an engagement is not opposed to parliamentary democracy, it simply moves at a radically different level. That is, political engagement is not limited here to the singular act of voting, but implies a continuous fidelity to a cause, a patient collective work of love. What Badiou articulates in theoretical terms is confirmed in the daily experience of the majority of ordinary people. The collapse of the communist regimes was no event in the sense of a historical break, giving birth to something new in the history of emancipation. After the break, things just returned to capitalist normality, recalling the same passage from the enthusiasm of freedom to the rule of profit described by Marx in his analysis of the French Revolution. The case of Václav Havel is exemplary here. His supporters were shocked to learn that this scrupulous proponent of living in truth later engaged in shady business deals with dubious real estate companies dominated by ex-members of the communist secret police. How naive Timothy Garton Ash appeared on his visit to Poland in 2009, to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the fall of communism. Blind to the vulgar reality around him, he tried to convince the Poles how proud they should feel, as if theirs was still the noble land of Solidarno. In both Western and Eastern Europe, there are signs of a long-term reorganization of the political space. Until recently, that space was in general dominated by two main parties, a right-of-center party, Christian Democratic, Liberal Conservative, People's Party, etc., and a left-of-center party, Socialist, Social Democratic, etc., supplemented by smaller parties addressing a narrower electorate, ecologists, liberals, etc. What is now progressively emerging is a space occupied by, on the one hand, a party standing for global capitalism as such, usually with a degree of tolerance towards abortion, gay rights, religious and ethnic minorities, etc., and, on the other, an increasingly strong anti-immigrant populist party, accompanied on its fringes by explicitly racist and neo-fascist groups. The exemplary case here is Poland. With the disappearance of the ex-communists, the main parties are now the anti-ideological centrist Liberal Party of the Prime Minister Donald Tusk and the conservative Christian Party of the Kaczynski brothers. In Italy, Berlusconi is proof that even this ultimate opposition is not insurmountable. His Forza Italia is both the party of global capitalism and of the populist anti-immigrant tendency. In the depoliticized sphere of post-ideological administration, the only way to mobilize the electorate is to stir up fear, of immigrants, of the neighbor. To quote Gaspar Miklos Thomas, we are thus again slowly approaching a scenario in which there is no one between the Tsar and Lenin, i.e., in which a complex situation is reduced to a simple basic choice, community or collective, socialism or communism. Or, to put it in the well-known terms from 1968, in order for its key legacy to survive, liberalism needs the fraternal help of the radical left. Is the Tea Party movement in the US not their own version of this rightist populism which is gradually emerging as the only true opposition to the liberal consensus? The Tea Party movement has, of course, some features specific to the US, which allows us to safely predict that its rise will be strictly correlated to the further decline of the US as a world power. More interesting is the conflict between the GOP establishment and the Tea Party, which is already exploding here and there, heads of the big banks have met the leaders of the GOP who promised to repeal the Volcker Law, which limits the kind of speculations that led to the 2008 meltdown. The Tea Party set as its first task to extend Bush's tax cuts for the very rich, thus adding hundreds of billions of dollars to the deficit it wants to abolish, etc. How long will this masterful ideological manipulation continue to work? How long will the base of the Tea Party stick to the fundamental irrationality of its agenda to protect the interest of hard-working ordinary people by privileging the exploitative rich and thus literally countering their own interests? It is here that the ideological struggle begins. The blatant irrationality of the Tea Party protests bears witness to the power of the ideology of the freedom of the individual against state interference, which can blur even the most elementary facts. Today we are beginning to pay the price for this shift. In Greece during May 2010, large demonstrations exploded into violence after the government announced the austerity measures it will have to adopt in order to meet the EU's conditions for the bailout needed to avoid financial collapse. Two stories stood out during these events. The predominant Western European establishment story derided the Greeks as a corrupt, inefficient, free-spending, and lazy people used to living off EU support, while the Greek left saw the austerity measures as yet another attempt by international financial capital to dismantle the last vestiges of the welfare state and subordinate the Greek state to its own dictates. While both stories contain a grain of truth, and even concur in condemning the corruption of the Greek ruling class, they are both fundamentally false. The European establishment story obscures the fact that the massive loan given to Greece will be used to repay the country's debt to the big European banks. The true aim of the measure is to support the banks since, if the Greek state goes bankrupt, they will be seriously affected. The leftist story bears witness yet again to the misery of the contemporary left. There is no positive content to its protest, merely a generalized refusal to compromise in defense of the existing welfare state. Not to mention its avoidance of the unpleasant fact that the large debt had indeed paid for privileges enjoyed by the ordinary working class. And yet everyone knows that the Greek state will never and cannot ever repay the debt in a strange gesture of collective make-believe. Everyone ignores the obvious nonsense of the financial projection on which the loan is based. The irony is that the measure may nonetheless succeed in its immediate goal of stabilizing the euro. What matters in contemporary capitalism is that agents act upon their putative beliefs about future prospects, regardless of whether they really believe in those prospects or take them seriously. This fictionalization goes hand in hand with its apparent opposite, the depoliticized naturalization of the crisis and the proposed regulatory measures. These measures are not presented as decisions grounded in political choices, but as necessities imposed by a neutral economic logic. If we want to stabilize our economy, we simply have to swallow the bitter pill. However, here again one should not miss the grain of truth in this argument. If we remain within the confines of the global capitalist system, then such measures are indeed necessary. The true utopia is not a radical change of the present system, but the idea that one can maintain a welfare state within that system. In this context, the IMF appears from one perspective as a neutral agent of discipline and order, and from the other as an oppressive agent of global capital. Both perspectives have an element of truth. It is hard to miss the superego-like way in which the IMF treats its client states while scolding and punishing them for unpaid debts. It simultaneously offers them new loans that everyone knows they will not be able to pay back, thus drawing them deeper and deeper into the vicious cycle of debt. On the other hand, the reason this superego strategy works is that the debtor state, fully aware that it will never really have to repay the debt, hopes to profit from it in the last instance. Not to mention the fact that there is no real outside to this vicious circle. If a state tries to step out of IMF patronage, it exposes itself to the risk of the inflation-breeding disorder of unconstrained state spending. Increasingly one hears it said of the Greek crisis that it shows not only that the euro is doomed, so too is the project of a united Europe. But before endorsing this general statement, one should add a Leninist twist. Europe is dead, okay, but which Europe? The answer is, the post-political Europe of accommodation to the world market, the Europe which has been repeatedly rejected at referendums, the Brussels technocratic expert Europe, the Europe which styles itself as defending cold economic reason against Greek passion and corruption, mathematics against pathos. But, utopian as it may appear, the space is still open for another Europe, a repoliticized Europe founded on a shared emancipatory project, the Europe that gave birth to ancient Greek democracy, to the French and Russian revolutions. This is why one should avoid the temptation of reacting to the ongoing financial crisis by retreating into the defense of sovereign nation-states easy prey to free-floating international capital which can just play one state off against the other. On the contrary, the response should be even more internationalist and universalist than the universalism of international capital. The notion of resisting global capital in defense of particular ethnic identities is more suicidal than ever, with the grotesque specter of the North Korean Jich idea lurking in the wings. Light culture. Yes, please. It is against this background that one should approach the sensitive topic of multiple ways of life. While in Western liberal secular societies state power protects public freedom but will intervene in the private sphere, when it suspects child abuse, etc., such intrusions into domestic space, the breaching of private domains, is disallowed in Islamic law, although conformity in public behavior may be much stricter. 46 For the community, what matters is the Muslim subject's social practice including verbal publication, not her internal thoughts, whatever they may be. In other words, what matters, finally, is belonging to a particular way of life in which the person does not own himself. Although, as the Quran says, let him who wills have faith, and him who wills reject it, 1829, this right to think whatever one wishes does not include the right to express one's religious or moral beliefs publicly with the intention of converting people to a false commitment. 47 This is why, for Muslims, it is impossible to remain silent when confronted with blasphemy. Their reaction is so passionate because, for them, blasphemy is neither freedom of speech nor the challenge of a new truth but something that seeks to disrupt a living relationship. This living relationship is described by Saba Mahmud through the role of the icon in Orthodox Christianity. Although Islam is iconoclastic, for pious Muslims, their embodied practices and virtues provide the substrate through which one comes to acquire a devoted and pious disposition. Such an inhabitation of the model is the result of a labor of love in which one is bound to the authorial figure through a sense of intimacy and desire. It is not due to the compulsion of the law that one emulates the Prophet's conduct, therefore, but because of the ethical capacities one has developed that incline one to behave in a certain way. 48. This self-transcending surrender to a community held together by a complex web of practices which embody the shared living relationship to divinity, the very opposite of the Protestant focus on the inner belief of an isolated individual, also accounts for the passionate public protest of Muslims to blasphemies against Islam. They experience themselves as living a full meaningful life only as members of a religious community, sharing rituals and habits, so that an attack on Islam is for them not an intellectual matter of truth, but a direct threat to their collective form of life. The problem explodes when members of a community experience as blasphemous injury not a direct attack on their religion but the very way of life of another community, as was the case with attacks on gays and lesbians in the Netherlands, Germany, and Denmark, or as is the case with those French men and women who see a woman covered by burqa as an attack on their French identity, which is why they also find it impossible to remain silent when so confronted. The origins of liberalism are not to be found in some exaggerated individualism, rather, liberalism was a response to the problem of what to do in such a situation, when two ethnic or religious groups living close to one another have incompatible ways of life. It is easy to say that, in such a situation, we should not rely only on the law of the state, i.e., that the only true solution lies in establishing a light culture which would provide a shared framework for the coexistence of incompatible ways of life, and we should not forget that liberalism does not stand only for a principle of state law but is also a specific social culture. But what if there is no such light culture? As to the relationship between private and public freedom, it is true that, for the democratic West, freedom is social, it is meaningless treated only as inner conviction, it must be socialized, and include the right not only to state publicly one's convictions in order to convince, seduce, others, but also to act upon them socially. This does not mean, however, that with regard to intimate freedom and convictions, Western liberalism advocates probing into the private sphere in order to establish a kind of totalitarian thought control. The problem for democratic liberalism here is one of seduction. When I think I am acting freely, am I really only being seduced by images and rhetorics? This is why Descartes considered women inferior to men. They are much more permeable to sensuous impressions which blur their ability to think. When Talal Asad deals with the topic of seduction, he again contrasts Islam with the liberal West. The West condemns rape but tolerates, even celebrates, seduction, while in Islam, seduction is considered the worst act. In liberal society, rape, the subjection of a person's body against his/her wish for the purpose of sexual enjoyment, is a serious crime, whereas seduction, the mere manipulation of another person's desire, is not. The first is a violence, the other is not. In liberal societies, seduction is not merely permitted, it is positively valued as a sign of individual freedom. 49. How should we combine this opposition with that between the freedom of private thought and the constraints on public action? Is it that rape is private and seduction public, even if intimate? Assad follows this neutral description with two further implicitly critical remarks. First, the distinction between coercion and seduction in the game of seduction is not clear-cut, since there is a large middle ground between these two extremes. Second, seduction in liberal societies is a key constituent of commodification. The individual as consumer and as voter is subjected to a variety of allurements through appeals to greed, vanity, envy, revenge, and so on. What in other circumstances may be identified and condemned as moral failings are here essential to the functioning of a particular kind of economy and polity. 50. Seduction is a mode of manipulation. Since the seduced person loses their autonomy, to seduce is to incite someone to open up his or her innermost self to images, sounds, and words offered by the seducer, and to lead the seduced complicitly or unwittingly to an end first conceived by the former. 51. This liberal tolerance of seduction, which de facto turns the autonomous subject into a passive victim of external stimuli, so that liberal freedom becomes in truth the freedom to be seduced and manipulated by others, is then contrasted with Islamic theology, in which seduction is a matter of great concern and not merely in the sexual sense. Seduction in all its forms was necessarily dangerous not only for the individual, because it indicated a loss of self-control, but for the social order too. It could lead to violence and civil discord. 52. The exception here is the Western liberal market economy, in which the stability of the system is sustained by complex games of seduction, economic or political. The unavoidable conclusion is that the liberal system is inherently perverse and corrupted, since it has to rely on the very vices it publicly deplores for its normal functioning. This theme of seduction through the lure of commodities and political manipulation is a standard topic of secular rationalist critique. The difference with Islam is that a secular rationalist would add religious seduction to the list. Are not they embodied practices which provide the substrate through which one comes to acquire a devoted and pious disposition also techniques of seduction? Is the inhabitation of the model where one is bound to the authorial figure through a sense of intimacy and desire not also the result of being seduced? Is the mimetic fascination involved in emulating the prophet's conduct not a process of seduction? No matter how different the content might be, the formal procedures involved appear to be strictly homologous. Furthermore, are the so-called fundamentalists, be they Christian or Muslim, really fundamentalist in the true sense of the term? What they lack is a feature easy to discern in all authentic fundamentalists, from Tibetan Buddhists to the American Amish: the absence of resentment and envy, rooted in a deep indifference towards the non-believer's way of life. If today's so-called fundamentalists really believe they have found their way to truth, why should they feel threatened by non-believers? Why should they envy them? When a Buddhist encounters a Western hedonist, he hardly condemns him. He simply notes benevolently that the hedonist's search for happiness is self-defeating. In contrast to the true fundamentalists, pseudo-fundamentalists are deeply bothered, intrigued, and fascinated by the sinful lives of non-believers. It can seem that, in condemning the sinful other, they are struggling with their own temptation. This is why the so-called Christian or Muslim fundamentalists are a disgrace to true fundamentalism. It is here that Yeats' lines from his poem The Second Coming the best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity falls short of capturing our present predicament. The passionate intensity of the Muslim crowd bears witness to a lack of true conviction. Deep in themselves, fundamentalists also lack true conviction, and their violent outbursts are a proof of it. How fragile the faith of a Muslim must be if he feels threatened by a stupid caricature in a minor Danish newspaper. The Islamic fundamentalists' protests are not grounded in a conviction of their superiority or a desire to safeguard their cultural religious identity against the global onslaught of consumerist civilization. The problem for the fundamentalists is not that we consider them inferior to us, but rather that they themselves secretly consider themselves inferior. This is why our condescending politically correct insistence that we feel no superiority towards them only makes them more furious and feeds their resentment. The problem is not cultural difference, the fundamentalists' effort to preserve their identity, but precisely the opposite, the fact that they are already like us, that secretly they have already internalized our standards and measure themselves by them. This clearly also goes for the Dalai Lama, who justifies Tibetan Buddhism by Western standards in terms of the pursuit of happiness and the avoidance of pain. Paradoxically, what the fundamentalists really lack is a dose of that true racist conviction of one's own superiority. In extremis, one can argue that seduction is worse than rape. When a woman is raped, her soul allegedly remains unspoiled, non-corrupted, unlike when she succumbs to seduction. There are, however, many unacknowledged presuppositions at work here. There is not only the question of the psychic consequences of rape, or of the violence of seduction, but also the question of the putative seductive power of the display of violence itself. Furthermore, why should seduction be reduced a priori to a process wherein the seducer manipulates the victim against his or her will? What if the victim desires to be seduced, even giving hints in this direction? Who, in such a situation, really seduces whom? Recall the ridiculous Taliban prohibition on metal heels for women's shoes, as if, even when the women are entirely covered with cloth, the clicking sound of their heels may still provoke the men. The need to keep women veiled implies an extremely sexualized universe in which the very encounter with a woman becomes a provocation that any man is unable to resist. Repression has to be so strong because sex itself is so strong. What kind of a society is this in which the click of a pair of shoes can make men explode with lust? No wonder that, in the course of his analysis of the famous Signorelli dream in the Psychopathology of Everyday Life, Freud reports that it was an old Muslim from Bosnia and Herzegovina who imparted to him the wisdom of sex as the only thing that makes life worth living. Once a man is no longer able to have sex, the only thing that remains is to die. The very soft attitude towards rape in Muslim countries thus seems to be based on the similar premise that the rapist will have been secretly seduced, provoked, by his victim into carrying out the act, and such readings are often reported by the media. In the fall of 2006, Sheikh Tajuddin al-Hilali, Australia's most senior Muslim cleric, caused a scandal when, after a group of Muslim men had been jailed for gang rape, he remarked, "If you take uncovered meat and place it outside on the street, and the cats come and eat it, whose fault is it, the cats or the uncovered meat? The uncovered meat is the problem." The explosive and scandalous nature of this comparison between an unveiled woman and raw uncovered meat distracted attention from another, much more surprising presumption underlying al-Hilali's argument: if women are to be held responsible for the sexual conduct of men in this way, does this not imply that men are totally helpless when faced with what they perceive as a sexual provocation, that they are totally enslaved to their desires, just like a cat when it sees raw meat? In contrast to this presumption, the emphasis on female eroticism in the West presupposes that men are capable of sexual restraint, that they are not blind slaves of their sexual drives. This attribution of total responsibility to the woman for the sexual act was confirmed by the case in Iran in 2006, when a 19-year-old girl was sentenced to death after admitting having stabbed to death one of 3 men who tried to rape her. But what would have been the result had she chosen not to defend herself? Had she allowed the men to rape her, then under Iranian laws on chastity she would have been subjected to 100 lashes. And had she been married at the time of the rape, she would likely have been found guilty of adultery and then sentenced to death by stoning. In other words, whatever happens, the responsibility is fully hers. There is a further underlying premise at work here. According to a newspaper report a couple of years ago, an unrelated young woman and man were caught for a couple of hours in a wire gondola after the machine broke down. Although nothing happened, the woman killed herself soon afterwards. The mere fact of being alone with a foreign man for a few hours had made the idea that nothing happened unthinkable. What we have here is not only the idea that men cannot resist temptation, but also a kind of conflation of possibility and actuality. What is merely possible is treated, reacted against, as if it has actually taken place. There is only one way to account for this priority of potentiality over actuality, to read it together with the privileging of public behavior over the private dimension. The private domain stands not only for private thoughts, but also for private acts, not in the sense of modern European privacy, but in the sense of acts taking place outside the public space. In this way, a rape in the private domain, taking place out of public sight, also falls outside the bounds of public law. The fact that intrusions into domestic space, the breaching of private domains, is disallowed in Islamic law, although conformity in public behavior may be much stricter, thus acquires a potentially much more ominous dimension as the hypocritical condoning of a double standard private rape versus public virtue. The same position is advocated by Christian fundamentalists in the US, for whom also public speech should be protected against blasphemy, and what goes on within the family home should be no business of the public authorities. The true opposition here is between the public symbolic order, the Lacanian big other, the order of appearances, and the private domain where the other doesn't see, or even doesn't care, what is going on. The potentiality which already counts as actuality is then the potentiality of the symbolic order, of the order of public appearance, in which, if something appears as an obscene blasphemy or a sinful act, it is such an act, independently of the facts. And, perhaps, this brings us to the ultimate difference between the modern secular West and Islam. Islam still fully trusts in the authority of the big other, the symbolic authority which sustains a way of life, while the West more and more assumes the crack, inconsistency, impotence, etc., of the big other, not only in ethics but also in politics. Is Western democracy not grounded in the insight that the throne is empty, that there is no natural or fully legitimate political authority? Recall Lefferts's theorization of democracy as a political order in which the place of power is originally empty, and is only temporarily filled by elected representatives. Democracy admits the gap between the symbolic, the empty place of power, and the real, the agent who occupies this place, postulating that no empirical agent naturally fits the empty place of power. Other systems are incomplete, they have to engage in compromises, in occasional shake-ups, in order to function. Democracy elevates incompleteness into a principle, it institutionalizes the regular shake-up in the guise of elections. Democracy here goes further than the realistic stance according to which, in order to actualize a certain political vision, it is necessary to allow for unpredictable circumstances and be ready to make compromises, to accommodate people's vices and imperfections. Democracy turns imperfection itself into a notion. Why the idea and why communism? The left is facing the difficult task of emphasizing that we are dealing with political economy, that there is nothing natural in the present crisis, that the existing global economic system relies on a series of political decisions, while simultaneously acknowledging that, insofar as we remain within the capitalist system, violating its rules will indeed cause economic breakdown, since the system obeys a pseudo-natural logic of its own. So, although we are clearly entering a new phase of enhanced exploitation, facilitated by global market conditions, outsourcing, etc., we should also bear in mind that this is not the result of an evil plot by capitalists, but an urgency imposed by the functioning of the system itself, always on the brink of financial collapse. For this reason, what is now required is not a moralizing critique of capitalism, but the full reaffirmation of the idea of communism. The idea of communism, as elaborated by Badiou, remains a Kantian regulative idea lacking any mediation with historical reality. Badiou emphatically rejects any such mediation as a regression to an historicist evolutionism which betrays the purity of the idea, reducing it to a positive order of being, the revolution conceived as a moment of the positive historical process. This Kantian mode of reference effectively allows us to characterize Badiou's deployment of the communist hypothesis as a critic der reinen Kommunismus. As such, it invites us to repeat the passage from Kant to Hegel to reconceive the idea of communism as an idea in the Hegelian sense, that is, as an idea which is in the process of its own actualization. The idea that makes itself what it is thus no longer a concept opposed to reality as its lifeless shadow, but one which gives reality and existence to itself. Recall Hegel's infamous idealist formula according to which spirit is its own result, the product of itself. Such statements usually provoke sarcastic materialist comments, so it is not actual people who think and realize ideas, but spirit itself, which, like Baron Munchausen, pulls itself up by its own hair. But consider, for example, a religious idea which catches the spirit of the masses and becomes a major historical force? In a way, is this not a case of an idea actualizing itself, becoming a product of itself? Does it not, in a kind of closed loop, motivate people to fight for it and to realize it? What the notion of the idea as a product of itself makes visible is thus not a process of idealist self-engendering, but the materialist fact that an idea exists only in and through the activity of the individuals engaged with it and motivated by it. What we have here is emphatically not the kind of historicist/evolutionist position that Badiou rejects, but something much more radical, an insight into how historical reality itself is not a positive order, but a not all which points towards its own future. It is this inclusion of the future as the gap in the present order that renders the latter nodal, ontologically incomplete, and thus explodes the self-enclosure of the historicist/evolutionary process. In short, it is this gap which enables us to distinguish historicity proper from historicism. Why, then, the idea of communism? For three reasons, which echo the Lacanian triad of the ISR, at the imaginary level, because it is necessary to maintain continuity with the long tradition of radical millenarian and egalitarian rebellions, at the symbolic level, because we need to determine the precise conditions under which, in each historical epoch, the space for communism may be opened up, finally, at the level of the real, because we must assume the harshness of what Badiou calls the eternal communist invariance. Egalitarian justice, voluntarism, terror, trust in the people. Such an idea of communism is clearly opposed to socialism, which is precisely not an idea, but a vague communitarian notion applicable to all kinds of organic social bonds, from spiritualized ideas of solidarity, we are all part of the same body, right up to fascist corporatism. The really existing socialist states were precisely that, positively existing states, whereas communism is in its very notion anti-statist. Where does this eternal communist idea come from? Is it part of human nature, or, as Habermasians propose, an ethical premise, of equality or reciprocal recognition, inscribed into the universal symbolic order? Its eternal character cannot, after all, be accounted for by specific historical conditions. The key to resolving this problem is to focus on that against which the communist idea rebels, namely, the hierarchical social body whose ideology was first formulated in great sacred texts such as the Book of Manu. As was demonstrated by Louis Dumont in his Homo Hierarchicus, social hierarchy is always inconsistent, that is, its very structure relies on a paradoxical reversal. The higher sphere is, of course, higher than the lower, but, within the lower order, the lower is higher than the higher, on account of which the social hierarchy can never fully encompass all its elements. It is this constitutive inconsistency that gives birth to what Rancière calls the part of no part, that singular element which remains out of place in the hierarchical order, and, as such, functions as a singular universal, giving body to the universality of the society in question. The communist idea, then, is the eternal demand co-substantial with this element that lacks its proper place in the social hierarchy: we are nothing, and we want to be all. Our task is thus to remain faithful to this eternal idea of communism, to the egalitarian spirit kept alive over thousands of years in revolts and utopian dreams, in radical movements from Spartacus to Thomas Müntzer, including within the great religions, Buddhism versus Hinduism, Daoism or legalism versus Confucianism, etc. The problem is how to avoid the choice between radical social uprisings which end in defeat, unable to stabilize themselves in a new order, and the retreat into an ideal displaced to a domain outside social reality. For Buddhism we are all equal in nirvana. It is here that the originality of Western thought becomes clear, particularly in its three great historical ruptures: Greek philosophy's break with the mythical universe, Christianity's break with the pagan universe, and modern democracy's break with traditional authority. In each case, the egalitarian spirit is transposed into a new positive order, limited, but nonetheless actual. In short, the wager of Western thought is that radical negativity, whose first and immediate expression is egalitarian terror, is not condemned to being expressed in short ecstatic outbursts after which things are returned to normal. On the contrary, radical negativity, as the undermining of every traditional hierarchy, has the potential to articulate itself in a positive order within which it acquires the stability of a new form of life. Such is the meaning of the Holy Spirit in Christianity. Faith can not only be expressed in, but also exists as, the collective of believers. And this faith is itself based on terror, as indicated by Christ's insistence that he brings a sword, not peace, that whoever does not hate his father and mother is not a true follower, and so on. The content of this terror thus involves the rejection of all traditional hierarchical and community ties, with the wager that a different collective link is possible, an egalitarian bond between believers connected by agape as political love. Democracy itself provides another example of such an egalitarian link based on terror. As Claude Lefort notes, the democratic axiom is that the place of power is empty, that there is no one directly qualified for the vacancy, either by tradition, charisma, or leadership qualities. This is why, before democracy can enter the stage, terror has to do its work, forever dissociating the place of power from any natural or directly qualified pretender. The gap between this place and those who temporarily occupy it must be maintained at all costs. This is also why Hegel's deduction of the monarchy can be given a democratic supplement. Hegel insists on the monarch as the irrational, i.e. contingent, head of state precisely in order to keep the summit of state power apart from the expertise embodied in the state bureaucracy. While the bureaucrats are chosen on account of their abilities and qualifications, the king is the king by birth, that is, ultimately, he is chosen by lot, on account of natural contingency. The danger Hegel was trying to avoid here exploded a century later in Stalinist bureaucracy, which was precisely the rule of communist experts. Stalin is not a figure of a master, but the one who really knows, an expert in all imaginable fields, from economy to linguistics, from biology to philosophy. We can well imagine a democratic procedure maintaining the same gap on account of the irreducible moment of contingency in every electoral result. Far from being a limitation, the fact that elections do not pretend to select the most qualified person is what protects them from the totalitarian temptation, which is why, as was already clear to the ancient Greeks, choosing rulers by lot is the most democratic form of selection. That is to say, as Lefort has again demonstrated, the achievement of democracy is to turn what for traditional authoritarian power is the moment of greatest crisis, the moment of transition from one master to another, the panic-inducing instant at which the throne is empty, into the very source of its strength. Democratic elections thus represent the passage through that zero point at which the complex network of social links is dissolved into a purely quantitative multiplicity of individuals whose votes are mechanically counted. The moment of terror, of the dissolution of all hierarchical links, is thereby reenacted and transformed into the foundation of a new and stable political order. Measured by his own standards of what a rational state should be, Hegel was thus perhaps wrong to fear universal democratic suffrage. See his nervous rejection of the English Reform Bill in 1832. It is precisely democracy, universal suffrage, which, much more appropriately than Hegel's own state of estates, performs the magic trick of converting radical negativity into a new political order. In democracy, the negativity of terror, the destruction of everyone who pretends to identify with the place of power, is aufgehoben and turned into the positive form of the democratic procedure. The question today, now that we know the limitations of that formal procedure, is whether we can imagine a step further in this process whereby egalitarian negativity reverts into a new positive order. We should look for traces of such an order in different domains, including in scientific communities. The way the CERN community functions is indicative here. In an almost utopian manner, individual efforts are undertaken in a collective non-hierarchical spirit, and dedication to the scientific cause, to recreate the conditions of the Big Bang, far outweighs any material considerations. But are such traces, no matter how sublime, merely that marginal traces? In his intervention at the 2010 Marxism Conference in London, organized by the Socialist Workers' Party, Alex Kallinikis evoked his dream of a future communist society in which there would be museums of capitalism, displaying to the public the artifacts of this irrational and inhuman social formation. The unintended irony of this dream is that today, the only museums of this kind are museums of communism, displaying its horrors. So, again, what to do in such a situation? 2 years before his death, when it became clear that there would be no immediate European revolution, and that the idea of building socialism in one country was nonsense, Lenin wrote, "What if the complete hopelessness of the situation, by stimulating the efforts of the workers and peasants tenfold, offered us the opportunity to create the fundamental requisites of civilization in a different way from that of the West European countries?" 53. Is this not the predicament of the Morales government in Bolivia, of the former Aristide government in Haiti, of the Maoist government in Nepal? They came to power through fair democratic elections, rather than insurrection, but having gained power, they exerted it in a way which was, partially, at least, non-statist, directly mobilizing their grassroots supporters, bypassing the party-state network. Their situation is objectively hopeless, the whole drift of history is against them, they cannot rely on any objective tendencies pushing in their direction, all they can do is to improvise, do what they can in a desperate situation. Nevertheless, does this not give them a unique freedom? And are we the contemporary left not in exactly the same situation? It is tempting to apply here the old distinction between freedom from and freedom for. Does their freedom from history, with its laws and objective tendencies, not sustain their freedom for creative experimenting? In their activity, they can rely only on the collective will of their supporters. According to Badiou, the model of the centralized party made possible a new form of power that was nothing less than the power of the party itself. We are now at what I call a distance from the state. This is first of all because the question of power is no longer immediate. Nowhere does a taking power in the insurrectional sense seem possible today. 54. But does this not rely on an all too simple alternative? What about heroically assuming whatever power may be available in the full awareness that the objective conditions are not mature enough for radical change and, against the grain, do what one can? Let us return to the situation in Greece in the summer of 2010, when popular discontent brought about the delegitimization of the entire political class and the country approached a power vacuum. Had there been any chance for the left to take over state power, what could it have done in such a situation of complete hopelessness? Of course, if we may permit ourselves this personification, the capitalist system would have gleefully allowed the left to take over, if only to ensure that Greece ended up in a state of economic chaos which would then serve as a severe lesson to others. Nevertheless, despite such dangers, wherever an opening for taking power does arise, the left should seize the opportunity and confront the problems head-on, making the best of a bad situation, in the case of Greece, renegotiating the debt, mobilizing European solidarity and popular support for its predicament. The tragedy of politics is that there will never be a good moment to seize power. The opportunity will always offer itself at the worst possible moment, characterized by economic fiasco, ecological catastrophe, civil unrest, etc., when the ruling political class has lost its legitimacy and the fascist populist threat lurks in the background. For example, the Scandinavian countries, while continuing to maintain high levels of social equality and a powerful welfare state, also score very well on global competitiveness, proof that generous, relatively egalitarian welfare states should not be seen as utopias or protected enclaves, but can also be highly competitive participants in the world market. In other words, even within the parameters of global capitalism there are many degrees of freedom for radical social alternatives. 55. Perhaps the most succinct characterization of the epoch which began with the First World War is the well-known phrase attributed to Gramsci: "The old world is dying away, and the new world struggles to come forth. Now is the time of monsters." Were fascism and Stalinism not the twin monsters of the 20th century, the one emerging out of the old world's desperate attempts to survive, the other out of a misbegotten endeavor to build a new one? And what about the monsters we are engendering now, propelled by techno-Gnostic dreams of a biogenetically controlled society? All the consequences should be drawn from this paradox. Perhaps there is no direct passage to the new, at least not in the way we imagined it, and monsters necessarily emerge in any attempt to force that passage. One sign of a new rise of this monstrosity is that the ruling classes seem less and less able to rule, even in their own interests. Take the fate of Christians in the Middle East. Over the last 2 millennia, they have survived a series of calamities, from the end of the Roman Empire through defeat in crusades, the decolonization of the Arab countries, the Khomeini revolution in Iran, etc., with the notable exception of Saudi Arabia, the main U.S. ally in this region, where there are no autochthonous Christians. In Iraq, there were approximately 1 million of them under Saddam, leading exactly the same lives as other Iraqi subjects, with one of them, Tariq Aziz, even occupying the high post of foreign minister and becoming Saddam's confidant. But then, something weird happened to Iraqi Christians, a true catastrophe. A Christian army occupied, or liberated, if you want, Iraq. The Christian occupation army dissolved the secular Iraqi army and thus left the streets open to Muslim fundamentalist militias to terrorize both each other and the Christians. No wonder roughly half of Iraq's Christians soon left the country, preferring even the terrorists supporting Syria to a liberated Iraq under Christian military control. In 2010, things took a turn for the worse. Tariq Aziz, who had survived the previous trials, was condemned by a Shia court to death by hanging for his persecution of Muslim parties, i.e., his fight against Muslim fundamentalism, under Saddam. Bomb attacks on Christians and their churches followed one after the other, leaving dozens dead, so that finally, in early November 2010, the Baghdad Archbishop Athanasios Davud appealed to his flock to leave Iraq. Christians have to leave the beloved country of our ancestors and escape the intended ethnic cleansing. This is still better than getting killed one after the other. And to dot the I, as it were, that same month it was reported that al-Maliki had been confirmed as Iraqi Prime Minister thanks to Iranian support. So the result of the US intervention is that Iran, the prime agent of the axis of evil, is edging closer to dominating Iraq politically. US policy is thus definitively approaching a stage of madness, and not only in terms of domestic policy, as the Tea Party proposes to fight the national debt by lowering taxes, i.e., by raising the debt. One cannot but recall here Stalin's well-known thesis that, in the Soviet Union, the state was withering away through the strengthening of its organs, especially its organs of police repression. In foreign policy also, the spread of Western Judeo-Christian values is organized by creating conditions which lead to the expulsion of Christians, who, maybe, could move to Iran. This is definitely not a clash of civilizations, but a true dialogue and cooperation between the US and the Muslim fundamentalists. 56. Our situation is thus the very opposite of the classical 20th century predicament in which the left knew what it had to do, establish the dictatorship of the proletariat, etc., but simply had to wait patiently for the opportunity to offer itself. Today, we do not know what we have to do, but we have to act now, because the consequences of inaction could be catastrophic. We will have to risk taking steps into the abyss of the new in totally inappropriate situations. We will have to reinvent aspects of the new just in order to maintain what was good in the old, education, healthcare, etc. The journal in which Gramsci published his writings in the early 1920s was called El Orden Nuevo, The New Order, a title which was later appropriated by the extreme right. Rather than seeing this later appropriation as revealing the truth of Gramsci's use of the title, abandoning it as running counter to the rebellious freedom of an authentic left, we should return to it as an index of the hard problem of defining the new order any revolution will have to establish after its success. In short, our times can be characterized as none other than Stalin characterized the atom bomb, not for those with weak nerves. Communism is today not the name of a solution but the name of a problem, the problem of the commons in all its dimensions, the commons of nature as the substance of our life, the problem of our biogenetic commons, the problem of our cultural commons, intellectual property, and, last but not least, the problem of the commons as that universal space of humanity from which no one should be excluded. Whatever the solution might be, it will have to solve this problem.